my code GAMBO at mdrivehair.com and get 20% off your first purchase. That's promo code GAMBO at mdrivehair.com. Don't put it off. Mdrive, for men who still show up.
Wolf here, and if neck or back pain is slowing you down, you need the team that the teams trust. Desert Institute for Spine Care. These guys are the undisputed leaders in minimally invasive and endoscopic spine surgery, recognized across Arizona and around the world for their expertise. They helped me get back to life, and I believe they can do the same for you. So if you're having neck or back pain, go see my friends at DISC. Desert Institute for Spine Care, online at sciatica.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks only needed one yesterday to complete the sweep of the Detroit Tigers. Corbin Carroll's first inning solo home run off Tarek Skubal was enough for Zach Gallen and the bullpen. Gallen went 6 innings scoreless and outdueled the reigning 2-time Cy Young winner, and the Diamondbacks stay hot with their 3rd win in a row, looking to make it 4 tonight as the Atlanta Braves come to town. First pitch will be at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And as the Suns look to get back to their winning ways in Charlotte tonight, big man Mark Williams is officially questionable to return for the Suns tonight, as he missed the last 15 games due to a left foot stress reaction. Suns and Hornets will tip off at 4 over on ESPN 620, and that's what's trending now.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy. Him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Thursday, Valley sports fans. How's everybody doing today? Good. I'm glad we got that over with. Jared, where are our breakfast burritos? Where are our breakfast burritos? If John Gambadoro has just taken Dave Burns to the rah-rah room in a video that I think has been shot and framed just to show how cool Gambo is.
Well,
where are our breakfast video?
Isn't that every video that we do?
Yeah.
There's not a cinematographer in the world that can get that done, unfortunately.
It's a good point.
But the video was cool from one aspect, and you're hitting on this, Bick. It was cool to see somebody at the radio station
paying off
actually
bets?
pay off a bet.
Well, here's the thing. The thing is, the burrito place is not open now before the show, so I would have to get it to you the day before. Would you want a day-old burrito, or do you want it? I could get it after the show one day.
I would just think that generally you would have come up with a solution to pay off your bet.
Well, I've been wanting to talk to you about it.
If only,
talk to us about
if only
what's to talk about?
If only there was food delivery services in 2026 Weird.
We're never seeing those burritos.
No, never.
We are never.
Burnsy could pay off several $100 at the rah-rah room. Who opened up specially for them, by the way.
Food delivery service. I'm paying several $100 for a burrito. I'll get you. Give me your order. Give me exactly what you guys want, and I'll have Sammy pick it up.
Excuse me?
Yeah, Sammy's like, what are you including me in this?
I got dragged into this?
He hasn't officially played a game for another team yet. You know that yet. To be fair.
Unbelievable.
Man.
We got two qualifiers. To be fair, and the thing is, yeah, whatever. I'll buy you a
No. I am nothing.
Listen, I don't even want the burrito. I just want to make fun of you. That's all I want to do. I just want to use this occasion to come at you, man. That's all I want to do.
Nothing without my integrity.
So you are.
So you're nothing?
So you're nothing? You're nothing without your integrity. All right, good, cool. Glad we got that settled. Anybody else?
And it wasn't even like a bet that was the started by us. Like, I will bet you that you're wrong. You very confidently said it. I'll bet you breakfast burritos he plays for the Cardinals again. Just saying.
Why did I do that?
I don't
halfway
know.
through the season.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have a gambling problem.
Yeah, you and Sammy both?
What are you talking about?
Sammy doesn't have a problem. Sammy seems to be good at it.
You ever had your knees broken over a breakfast burrito?
Don't
Now,
bring my knees.
Hold on a second.
What does my knees have
This
to
is
do
very
with it?
interesting to me because you have told us before in the past that you do like to gamble on sports, but you're not good at it. And so you've had to regulate yourself, which is a very, very mature thing to do.
Yes.
Yes, I like poker.
But Sammy, you think's on a different level than you?
I think Sammy does a lot of research. I don't think Sammy goes over his means. I think he takes it seriously.
Sammy tried to develop AI to help him with his sports
system.
gaming.
Hey, the MLB system is back.
The MLB
How's that working out for you so far?
So far, so good.
Seriously,
I like
when I golf with Sammy, didn't you tell me this story that you were looking for a way to create some sort of software, some project to aid you in your sports gaming? Didn't you tell me that?
Yes. So my buddy, because he likes to follow my picks and stuff or whatever, and he goes, you need to create some sort of software to be able to track every single one of your picks, to make sure that you are, quote, profitable. And I was telling you about this. It's a really good idea. My buddy's really looking out for me. He has my best interest at heart, and I have yet to develop said software. But it's a good idea.
Do you know how to develop software?
No, man.
So what the hell is that?
So that's why I was talking
All
to
he's
Dan.
got to do is just go to school for several
Right.
years.
That's why I was talking to Dan. I was like, I think AI could easily be able to develop like some sort of tracking system.
The point is he's trying to refine the conditions around his preference or addiction, whatever you want to call it, right?
Hobby.
To help his hobby, to help him with it. Whereas you just, no.
See, I like to gamble and bet on everything.
Really?
Yeah, but I don't. I mean, I need to like.
You regulate yourself. Yeah, I gotcha.
I remember
it's like me with video games.
The first day that I moved in with my roommates after college in this house, I was betting them on how quickly a pot of water would boil.
Oh my gosh, Jarrett, me and you should head down to the races one day.
You should get him involved in horse racing.
Yes.
I don't.
Oh no,
that's not
Except he hates animals.
I know, and they smell. Horses smell.
No, you can't. All right.
Start the show, Ferret.
In a direction I didn't think it was going.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Last season, it took the Diamondbacks until June to get a 3-game series sweep at Chase Field. This year, they're 1-for-1 in that category after they beat the Tigers 1-0 on Wednesday afternoon. Corbin Carroll connected on a solo home run off two-time defending AL Cy Young Award winner Tarek Skubal in the first inning, and the D-backs made it stand up. Zach Gallen, 6 innings, allowed just 4 hits with 2 strikeouts. Taylor Clark, Juan Murillo, Jonathan Loaizaga combined on 3 innings of shutout relief. D-backs back to 500. They've been swept, and they've been the sweepers. Atlanta Braves in town for a 4-game series that starts tonight at Chase Field. Battle of right-handers. Ryan Nelson going for the Snakes against Atlanta's Reynaldo Lopez. 6:40 first pitch. Of course, you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 6. A very crisply played baseball game yesterday.
Yeah, that was quite something. You don't see 1-0 games in Major League Baseball that often.
No, and I was like, wow, are they going to get to Tarek Skubal? First inning home run. That's all they needed.
Yeah.
Crazy. Suns trying to bounce back from Tuesday's loss in Orlando. They continue their road trip in Charlotte against the Hornets. Suns won the first meeting between these teams in Phoenix on March 8th. Hornets 40-36 on the year, one of the better teams in the Eastern Conference since the All-Star break at 14-7. Suns center Mark Williams, he's missed the last 15 games with a foot injury. He's been upgraded to questionable for tonight's game, which gets underway at 4. You can hear it on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app. Pregame coverage kicks things off at 3. Wednesday night in the NBA, Atlanta stayed red hot. They torched Orlando 130-101. There was not a lot of defense played around the league again. Philadelphia smoked Washington 153-131. Paul George with an enhanced performance, 39 points. See what
I saw what you did there.
there.
Yeah, I did see what you did there.
Boston ran it up on Miami 147-129. Jaylen Brown had 43. And Jason Tatum added 25 points, 18 rebounds, and 11 assists. Reed Shepherd had 27 for the Rockets as they beat the Bucks 119-113. Jamal Murray went nutty with 10 threes, 37 points. Denver beat Utah 130-117. And the Spurs triumphed over Golden State 127-113. Wemby's MVP candidacy picking up more steam, 41 points, 18 rebounds for the alien. In the NFL, Rams wide receiver Puka Nacua has checked into a rehab, according to his attorney. Last month, a woman in Los Angeles filed a lawsuit against Nacua, alleging he made a, quote, unprovoked anti-Semitic statement on New Year's Eve and then later bit her on the shoulder. His lawyer, Levi McCathern, told the California Post, quote, he was in rehab a substantial period of time before any of those allegations broke, and he's scheduled to be there for a while longer. The lawsuit filed against Nacua cites gender violence, assault and battery, and negligence.
Okay.
Weird offseason for Puka Nacua. Projected number 1 overall NFL draft pick Fernando Mendoza participated at Indiana's Pro Day. Reportedly put on a show for scouts and executives from all 32 NFL teams in attendance. Mendoza will likely be drafted by the Raiders, a team he's already met with twice when the draft starts 3 weeks from tonight on April 23rd. And one note from college basketball, the Kansas job is not opening up. Bill Self announced Wednesday in a statement he remains, quote, focused and committed to Kansas and, quote, competing for a national championship. The 63-year-old Self spent significant time this week discussing his health and future with people close to him before he arrived at a decision. He's been there 23 years, 2 national titles in 2008 and 2022. I'm getting all choked up over Bill Self.
Yeah.
Wow, 23. It's hard to believe it's been that long. Wow.
There is your splash for this Thursday, April 2nd. Coming up next, yesterday the Tigers, no match for the D-Zacks. We'll talk Gallon and the sweep. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2-1. Swing and a comebacker to Loaisiga. He's got it. Flip to first, and the Diamondbacks sweep the Tigers to open up the home portion of 2026. Today, it was all about pitching and defense, and one swing of the bat by Corbin Carroll, the difference, as the D-backs are now 3-3 on the young season.
D-backs host a 4-game series versus the Atlanta Braves at Chase Field. Game 1 tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Call Trajan today at 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
The D-backs face the Atlanta Braves on Saturday, April 4th. Enjoy a free post-game concert featuring the All-American Rejects. Get your tickets and field passes at dbacks.com/concerts.
Progressive's accident response can detect and send help when you need it most, after a major car accident. But other accidents, you're on your own. Like when you accidentally call your wife, Mom. When you accidentally say happy holidays on someone's birthday? When you accidentally wave at someone you thought was waving at you? We can't help with those accidents, but Progressive's accident response provides peace of mind after major car accidents. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-881-4300. 800-881-4300. 800-881-4300.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. This is one of the best times of the sports calendar, and that is good news for you. You get the craziness of college hoops, baseball starting up, hockey and pro basketball playoffs aren't far off, and the football draft is right after that. So get to Twin Peaks for all of it. With their wall-to-wall TVs, you won't miss 1 second of the action. Plus, they've got a scratch menu made for MVPs, smoked in-house wings, flatbreads, burgers, steak salads, so much more, and happy hour deals. And a high-energy, fun-friendly atmosphere. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Want a great way to boost your brand? Custom labels at Staples will help packages pop, shipments stand out, and takeout boxes really take off. Shop now through April 18th and save 30% on all custom labels. Staples. That was easy.
Sports. Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Murata talk D-backs baseball now.
Good morning to our audience in Phoenix, the capital city. We appreciate you in Phoenix this and every morning here on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
0-2. Swung on, that is hit well out to left center field. Meadows going back, he is looking up. That is out of here! An unexpected jolt from Corbin Carroll. It's his second home run of the season. And the D-backs strike first. It's 1-0.
Chris Garagiola on the call on the D-backs radio network. That was your scoring yesterday at Chase Field in the finale of a 3-game series between the Diamondbacks and the Tigers. Second batter of the game, Corbin Carroll getting the very rare left-handed home run against Tarek Skubal, the 2-time Cy Young Award winner.
Yeah.
Who gave up in those 2 years where he won the Cy Young, Bick, 2 home runs against left-handers in 270 plate appearances. Mm-hmm. So it was rare. It came early. And credit to the Diamondbacks. Pitching and defense made it stand up. That was a real sturdy win for them and a real sturdy bounce back that had all different kinds of wins in this Tigers series. But that's exactly what they needed after that opening weekend
totally agree.
in LA.
Yeah, to respond from getting swept with a sweep of your own against a pretty good team. Some people think might be a playoff team. Yeah, that's a very, very good response, and I think a lot of it goes back to the Jose Fernandez magical game in Game 2 of the series. And generally, when you go to a ballpark for a getaway game, the morning or the day after something magical happens, sometimes you get a real flat effort from the team that had won that game the night before. Zach Gallen made that irrelevant.
Well, also, if you've already won the series and...
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of reasons, but everything lined up for the Tigers to be more desperate, more angry, and the Diamondbacks and even Torey Lovullo before the game said we're all kind of hungover from that great thing we all witnessed last night. You know, and it's I spent some time in the clubhouse yesterday before the game just talking to guys about this, because inside the game, for a young player to do what Jose Fernandez did in his major league debut, that's relatable to everybody because everybody has a major league debut to various forms of success or not. And then yesterday, and there were so many elements of it that were super, super cool. People talk about how Torey Lovullo before the game, he said something that really resonated with me. Said when Jose Fernandez rounded first base after that, what would be the game-winning home run in the bottom of the 8th on Tuesday morning, he said he rounded first base like a killer. He wasn't running around gleeful and joyous and, oh my goodness, what did I just do? Woo! He was hulking around, very predatory-like around the bases. Torey was very impressed by that. Not what you would expect from a rookie who pulled that off in that moment.
Yeah, it wasn't like, oh, I can't believe I just did that.
I just did that. That was, yeah, I did that. And I'm going to keep doing it, that kind of thing. Then there was a lot of talk as well about how cool it was for two veterans, James McCann, Carlos Santana, to really try to help him out in real time about Kenley Jansen and just gave him a quick 15-second scouting report, and this kid was able to kind of conceptualize it and put it into action. And I had mentioned, and little did Carlos Santana know at that time, that dude was going to take his position the very next day.
Yeah, that was the other wrinkle yesterday is we had played the sound on yesterday's show from Torey Lovullo when pressed saying, hey, pretty good debut. Is he going to be in there tomorrow? Yeah, he'll be in there. Before the game started, they made the determination to put Arenado back at third and play Fernandez at first base. Here was Torey Lovullo on that decision.
That's how his heartbeat is, that there's no panic in his game, and he can step up at the plate, and it's the same thing. And I think we're all seeing that. But we've watched him through the course of time, through the course of spring, those games where I'm watching on the backfield. It's all very similar to what we've seen. And, a lot of people would probably scramble, fumble it, and then you're late. But he calmly got to the ball, picked it up, and then threw a strike to Zach. And, he hasn't played a lot of first base in the past 2 months, month and a half. But we felt very comfortable he's going to be able to execute, and he did.
Yeah, and at first base, he had a play where it was a kind of a lunging play, went off his glove. He didn't panic. He ended up making the play. The last play of Gallen's outing was after a one-out double. There's a runner on third base, and hot shot from Torres, and Fernandez made it look easy. A line out to first, but threw across the diamond, double up the runner. Huge play.
And it was a throw more than the catch that was really, really impressive because that's a high leverage place. You throw the ball away, you've just given up a run.
Absolutely.
The game is tied.
Game is tied. Probably a different outcome at that point.
And this is a guy that played 17 games in his life at first base.
Yeah, so and he hasn't. We've only seen him twice defensively. He's yet to play his best position, which is shortstop. And look, you're not wrestling time away from Geraldo Perdomo at shortstop, so he's got to learn other positions to make his contribution.
Not unless Jose Fernandez turns out to be cold as crocodile.
No.
But no, listen. But I think that was a big thing for him to go because Torey Lovullo was in quite a bind here. You could not, in a million years, sit Jose Fernandez down the day after he just did what he did. Not only would you be cashing out on a guy that might be nuclear hot, but you would be ridiculed for days. So you got to find a place for him in the lineup. Yet at the same time, you've got to be respectful to Nolan Arenado, who you brought over here with the intent of him being your everyday third baseman. Now, all this calculus is changing. And maybe a month from now, Jose Fernandez is going to be so good, you're going to have to sit one of those guys down, maybe send them on their way. I don't know. Chances are that won't happen, but it might.
Chances are he's not going to play today, Jose Fernandez.
Oh, there's no doubt in my mind he won't play today.
But looking at not just those guys, not just Arenado, who he did have a hit yesterday, and he had a big double play that he started in the ninth inning of that game to preserve the win, or Santana at first. But you got to think about the guys coming back. And Burns and Gambo were talking about this yesterday, and Gambo was just kind of preparing everybody, like don't light up the torches when Jose Fernandez gets sent back down to the minors. Because Lourdes Gurriel Jr. is coming back probably at the end of this month. And Pavin Smith, who the Diamondbacks really like and ideally want him as part of that left-handed, right-handed platoon at first base, he's coming back too. So Fernandez is going to have opportunities to make it really difficult, yes. But that's just the reality of the situation.
I get it, but the reality of the situation is, if this kid is in the breakout phase of his career, you'd be an idiot to send him down, regardless of who's coming back.
And if there's ever two positions for him to learn where he has a chance to play every day, it's first and third.
Yeah,
because those are two veterans that will need days off or get days off.
And more to the point, two veterans who are good enough teammates and long enough in their career where they'll be like, okay, I see what's happened, I'm cool with it. They're not in climbing stages of their career, neither of those guys. And so if they see a young buck, hot as bleep, I could have rhymed that right there.
Yes, you could have.
If we were doing a podcast, you would have.
I would have, and it would have landed. It would have hit. If they see a young buck, hot as asphalt in the summer in Phoenix, doesn't quite have the same rhyming scheme to it, then they'll understand that they're not going to be ones who will have pity parties and you'll have to counsel them. So I think that's a good thing that they've got going on with this baseball team. The fact that you had a couple of veterans jump up in the moment and go, let's give this guy something that he might be able to use to deal with Kenley Jansen. And it worked. So you saw the effect that this had on that game and on Diamondbacks fans. We talked about yesterday. It was a little jolt of magic exactly when this team needed it.
Yeah,
you lost
absolutely.
You lost 3 games in L.A. You came back. You won the first game at home, and now you're giving away the second game, and that kid saved it for you.
Well, and how about too, just from a entertainment standpoint, the 3 games against Detroit at Chase Field featured 2 unbelievable debuts. One a team debut, one a major league debut, where you saw historic stuff. I mean, the 4th immaculate inning in Diamondbacks history from Soroka on Tuesday, on Monday, and then Tuesday, only the 7th major leaguer to hit 2 home runs in a debut. That's a pretty good homestand already.
Yeah, I would say so.
And then your ace pitches like an ace in the third game.
Their ace pitched like an ace, and their all-star, there had questions about his health, had a really good series and really good bounce back for the Diamondbacks.
I guess the power's there for Corbin Carroll after all.
Coming up, well, actually, I want to remind you first. Four Peaks wants to send you and 3 friends to catch the D-backs in action. Text the word SEATS, SEATS, to 620-620 to enter for your shot at an unforgettable night at the ballpark. Coming up next, will the Suns get some more help tonight with the return of another starter from injury? That and more next on the Thursday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Trying to run through all these scenarios and just trying to put myself into, we're doing the draft show on the night of the first round. How am I going to feel if it's like, hey, Cardinals just took Ty Simpson and you guys are going on the air right now? Like, what is my initial reaction going to be? I don't think you can take him at 3. I don't think you need to. I don't think you can. If he's their guy, if Mike LaFleur and Monty Ossenfort both decide, you know what, this is the guy. Like, we don't need to wait a year. Then go ahead and take him. But just, you cannot do this out of desperation.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dan Bickley here with a simple question for you, courtesy of Life Changer Loan. If you could pay off your mortgage in 5 years without changing a penny of your spending habits, would you do it? Of course you would. And that is why if you're buying a home, if you're looking to refinance, you need to check out Life Changer Loan, an innovative program where you do your banking inside of your mortgage. All of your income goes towards paying off all of your debt, and you do it without changing a dime of your spending habits because you have 24/7 access to your equity. And when you pay off your mortgage in a matter of years, not decades, now you have a lot of time to build personal wealth while everybody else, probably chained to that 30-year fixed rate mortgage, otherwise known as a death sentence. Another super cool thing about Life Changer Loan. In times of financial uncertainty, maybe in times like right now, that 24/7 access to your equity gives you the control and the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back from yourself whenever you want. Plus, there is no minimum payment, which means in times of financial instability, you have got a lot of options. You can navigate those troubled waters very easy with a Life Changer Loan. Find out if you're a good fit by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Maybe you've had your eye on a Fulton home. The premium craftsmanship, thoughtfully designed floor plans, resort-style amenities, and award-winning communities across the valley. A place where every detail feels intentional. For many buyers, homeownership can feel out of reach. But now, owning a Fulton home is more attainable than ever. With special pricing, limited time incentives, and interest rate buydowns on select homes, now is the right moment to make your move. From beautifully designed interiors to the legendary quality Fulton Homes is known for, every detail is built to stand the test of time. Visit any Fulton Homes community today or go to fultonhomes.com. Fulton Homes. You're proud to own. We're proud to build.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. After opening the season, getting swept, the Diamondbacks responded with a sweep of their own. Their 1-0 win over Tarek Skubal and the Tigers gave them the 3-game sweep and the look to keep it rolling as the Atlanta Braves come to town tonight with Ryan Nelson getting the ball for the Snakes. First pitch will be at 6:40 this evening. You can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Suns will be in Charlotte for LaMelo Ball and company, looking to bounce back after their Tuesday night loss to Orlando, and the Suns could add another piece back tonight. Mark Williams is questionable for tonight's game that'll tip over on ESPN 620 at 4 o'clock this afternoon. And now just 3 days till the Arizona Wildcats will tip in their first Final Four in 25 years in what will be a battle with Michigan. And April means the NFL Draft is here. For everything Arizona Cardinals and the draft, be sure to head to arizonasports.com today, and that's What's Trending Now.
Hey, it's Wolf. Can Jalen Green and the Suns bounce back against the Hornets? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Continue to take the necessary steps. You know, it goes no contact, now contact, build up to 5-on-5, 5-on-5 with half court, full court. That's kind of the steps that are normal progressions, and you know, something that he had bone related, just how much stress can that bone handle. And so it's got to be really diligent on those steps.
It's Jordan Ott last week talking about the work being done by Mark Williams, the center, coming back from a foot injury. That night might be tonight for Mark Williams and the Phoenix Suns. He's missed 15 games with that metatarsal injury. And the Suns have been kind of up and down in his absence. Not saying it's caused by that. It's just kind of how they've been since the All-Star break. But they might get the form of help in the form of Mark Williams back tonight, which would be big. These games are big. We've talked so much, Bick, about the importance of staying in number 7, and it's getting tight.
A little bit.
If you look behind what's happening, Portland's playing good basketball. The Clippers are playing good basketball. Those are the two teams that are chasing the Phoenix Suns right now. The Suns have a tough game against Charlotte, a team that's played really well since late January. The Clippers and the Thunder are in action tonight. Clippers have San Antonio. Probably not going to win that game with the way the Spurs are playing. Portland's got New Orleans. New Orleans has been better, but that's a very winnable game.
Yeah.
Things could get really, really tense and uncomfortable for the Suns over these last the last week of this season.
I think tonight's a swing game. I think if you beat Charlotte tonight, I don't think you're going to be in mortal danger of losing that 7 seed, because I do think that you're going to rebound by beating the Bulls on Sunday. And that brings you to the following Tuesday against Houston. And who knows if Kevin Durant is even going to bother to make that trip. Right? He's already avoided the Suns once. Yes. Allegedly.
No, he did avoid them.
Well, yeah.
The alleged part was the reason why.
The reasoning why. So, but I do think this game tonight, Charlotte is a very dangerous offensive team, obviously. But these are the kind of teams that the Suns tend to do well against. If they're offensive only minded, Suns can come up and concoct and cook up a game plan, and then they get locked in defensively. I really like their chances against a team like this. It's the teams like Orlando, the long Minnesota, the rangy, lanky, long, physical teams. Those are the teams that get into the Suns' kitchen.
Yeah, and I think since the All-Star break, one of the Suns' better victories has come against Charlotte. When Charlotte came to town on that Sunday night here, Suns kind of handled business and played really, really solidly. That has not been the case. I mean, if you look at the All-Star, since the All-Star break, the Suns are 10-11. Jarrett mentioned, 15-17 over their last 32?
Yeah. Yep, which is more than a third of the season.
Well, they're coming off a month in March where they were 8-8, but it featured a 4-game winning streak and a 5-game losing streak. And you finished perfectly mediocre. You had that high and that low, and you finished right in the middle. So this is where it has to begin to start to lock in for the basketball team. And so the question becomes, can Dillon Brooks get through a game without a technical foul?
We talked about it pre-show. I don't know at this point if he can. Charlotte likes to, quote, muck it up. We've seen what they've done with Detroit. Tonight might be another game where we are on air tomorrow talking about a Dillon Brooks suspension.
Yeah, Dillon Brooks out for the Houston game.
There's a possibility. Oh,
that would be the Chicago game.
The Chicago game.
Yeah.
There's a possibility that immense and overcooked nature of the heat that they brought to the floor in Dillon Brooks' return, that maybe that was just because it was a return. And now Dillon Brooks maybe has calmed down a bit.
Maybe. I don't know.
Look, it's a fine line, because if it weren't unpredictable, all right, or in this case predictable, if Dillon Brooks had the ability to control this, then it wouldn't work as well as it does. You've got to have a real believability that you're nutso. That's what worked for Dennis Rodman. People on the basketball court really thought, dude is insane.
We don't know what he's going to do next.
Yes.
Or Ron Artest.
Yeah. So when the players on the floor are wondering, is this really an act, or is this dude really unhinged?
But
it works to your advantage until it doesn't.
You're bringing up a really interesting comparison here. The Rodman example, using that as the baseline, it's kind of the Miyagi thing. It's different but same.
Different but same.
Because Dennis Rodman, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, because you would know better than anybody in this room and better than most people on the planet, Dennis Rodman wasn't counted on for leadership.
No.
Dennis Rodman was kind of a seasoning on the whole dish.
That's it.
and it was a very powerful seasoning, and the dish didn't work without that seasoning, quite honestly. Yeah. But he got to focus on just what he did, and that's what he did, and he did it really, really well.
And the leaders of that team, Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, they loved it because for years they were victimized and predated on by guys literally like Dennis Rodman and the Pistons. And so when they finally had a guy like that on their side, this is all good, which is why they let him go to Vegas and do whatever he wanted to do. Listen, as a guy that covered Dennis Rodman, he was about as weird as you're going to find. He'd get to the stadium right at the last minute acceptable for players. He'd go and take a shower before the game. Then he'd play basketball. Then he'd lift weights. Then he would leave. He reeked. And then he'd hit bars all night long.
Those pheromones, baby.
Yeah.
You know that's good stuff.
Yeah, that's good stuff. So my point is, with Dennis Rodman, it was not an act. And that's why it worked for him on the court. So Dillon Brooks needs to have this, we can't control him. What do you want us to do? That's part of what makes him so effective. But there's obviously a line that you try not to cross.
Well, and the lines are laid out, and in this case, they're laid out by the league. And I wonder, we kind of touched on this yesterday, if tonight's game becomes a situation where you have to be strategic about when it's coming. Not if it's coming, but when it's coming. Mm-hmm. Because, again, when we were creeping up towards 16, everybody's like, well, is he going to turn it off now? No, he didn't turn it off. He was back and on the floor for 90 seconds, and he got a technical. And we've also acknowledged the fact that, the fuse is a lot shorter on the referees when it comes to giving technicals when it comes to Dillon Brooks. Does it become a strategic thing where the Suns are looking at the schedule? Okay, Dillon, you be you tonight, and we'll get that mini reset of 2 technical fouls. We don't need you in the Chicago game.
Let's reset it for Houston.
Yes.
Yeah, not a bad idea.
I don't know, but I mean, when they come home and they start that stretch with Houston, there's still 4 games left.
Yeah, but the thing is, one of the entire purposes of him coming back here is for them to build chemistry during this last stretch before the playoffs. They've had so few games where they've had Booker, Green, and Brooks all playing together. This is what you sort of wanted to see.
Well, that was
so you can't get yourself removed from these games.
That's another disappointing aspect of the Orlando game is that not only the technical, but the early foul trouble, the inability for Dillon Brooks to stay out of foul trouble early,
and
also
5 fouls altogether.
Also hampered that. He had to go to the bench really early. And again, it shouldn't be that big of an undertaking because they have played together, although not all together. But that Orlando game, just nothing went according to plan for the Suns in that game.
No. Yeah, I think that's very, very fair to say.
And I was also surprised not to see Jordan Goodwin at all listed on the injury report.
It's a good sign.
It's a good sign. Mm-hmm. Now, it doesn't mean much. We've seen players not be on the injury report, miss games. Recently, it's been Grayson Allen in that category. But I was fully expecting to open up that file today, and, Goodwin's on it. He's not on it.
Yeah.
So we'll take that as a positive as of now.
And it's going to be very interesting to see what these rotations look like at the ends of games. Because that Jalen Green factor, that thing got a lot of airtime and a lot of publicity because people are starting to kind of go, this is interesting. Dude's making a lot of money to not be on the court in high-leverage situations. So I don't know. So they're trying to figure this whole thing out. Yeah. And tonight's another step. I think this is a big game. You win this game, it's going to go a long way to locking down that 7.
Totally agree. That game starts at 4. You can hear it on ESPN 620. And the Arizona Sports app. OAR is bringing the 3 Decades Tour to Arizona Financial Theater August 7th. Arizona Sports wants to send you to the show. Head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for your chance to win tickets. Coming up next. I gotta get this just right, Jared. Coming up next, yesterday was Indiana's Pro Day, and the reports say
there was something in the air that night. The stars were bright. Fernando.
Oh, a guy in shorts throwing passes. We'll get into Fernando Mendoza's Pro Day and more next. Bickley and Murata mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals have some big Cardinal decisions coming due before the NFL Draft.
With the third pick.
And Arizona Sports is all over breaking Cardinals and NFL news on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, ArizonaSports.com, and 98.7 NFL Draft coverage. Brought to you by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals.
Something a lot of people deal with, but almost nobody wants to talk about or admit, and that is struggling with private student loan debt. It's not fun. When you're struggling with it, it feels like a weight that you are dragging around everywhere you go. But you don't have to keep dragging that weight around thanks to YRefi. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and YRefi works specifically with people who are in a situation like you, struggling with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. They help you refinance into a low, fixed-rate payment that fits your actual budget, one that you can afford. And they do it without judgment. They're not going to lecture you or grill you with questions on how you got into the situation. YRefi is here to help you start fresh. I've talked to people who've felt completely buried in that situation, like they have zero options left, and then YRefi steps in and gives them a real path forward. And there's something very powerful about knowing someone's actually willing to work with you through your difficult situation. You can't change what happened, but you can absolutely change what happens next by calling YRefi. Their phone number, 888-YRefi-85, or visit YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-575-8157.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Summer is calling, and Playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort with rates from just $129 and no resort fees for locals. Book now for stays May 15th through September 13th for one unforgettable staycation. Enjoy $25 in free play, $25 towards your favorite spa treatment, and more. Make Talking Stick Resort your summer destination. Book your stay today at TalkingStickResort.com. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hey, it's Gamble. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com and start saving.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley. I'm here with JT Lee, the COO and co-founder of Moving Team 6. How you doing, JT?
Doing fantastic.
Tell me a little bit about Moving Team 6 and their involvement in the Pat Tillman Foundation.
Well, first off, just want to say that we're just blessed to be a part of it. Pat Tillman Foundation is incredible, but just not just about him, it's about our veterans that gave their sacrifice for our country.
If you've got a move coming up, go to movingteam6.com for more information.
Your move is our mission.
Homeowners, did your home expire on the market unsold? It happened to more than 30,000 sellers last year. Now, spring is here when homes can sell for more money, but you need the right agent. Call Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Carol has thousands of buyers in waiting and proven systems to create demand for your home. That's why she can guarantee in writing to sell your home at your agreed to price and time frame, or Carol will buy it. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree to price and possession.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta. Hash marks.
Yeah, let's start off the field first before we even talk about the workout. This guy's a pro, Kev. Okay, he's so cool, calm, collected, realistic about where he is at, where he has come from, where he's still going, meaning the kind of work that he needs to put in. He is like deep into his preparation as far as being a pro. And as he stated, look, I'm not worried about having the best pro day or being my very best at this pro day. I'm gearing towards being the very best come September.
That's Louis Riddick of ESPN, who was in Bloomington for Indiana's pro day at the John Mellencamp facility. It's got his name on it.
Well, listen.
How Indiana is that?
Well, listen. That's what you call enacting your NIL to new levels. When you start recruiting John Cougar Mellencamp. When are we going to get the Phil Mickelson John Rahm Arena at ASU?
John Hoosier Mellencamp. They should name him.
I wouldn't hold your breath on that front.
No, I wouldn't either.
But the interesting thing about that practice facility, from the outside, since it's John Mellencamp Dome, it just looks like a little pink house.
That's what they should have done.
U of A has a Richard Jefferson practice facility.
Yes, they do.
So,
wow.
Why not? Why not ASU?
So apparently, for as much as you can, Fernando Mendoza put on a show, quote unquote.
I'm going to stop right there and call BS right here at this point in time.
Right off the back.
Right off the bat. I like Fernando Mendoza a lot. I really do. I think he's going to be a very good pro. I was hearing yesterday on the way back from the ballpark, every radio update, everybody, Fernando Mendoza killed it at his pro day. Put on a show. That was the phrase. Put on a show. So I got home and I'm like, I got to find this show. I got to see what he looked like.
Was he doing backflips on the?
Thank you.
Yeah. He was juggling with more than 3 items.
He looks bigger than he did in college.
Apparently
He's added
put
some
on
muscle.
11 pounds of muscle.
That's good. He looked very confident. That's good. But there were many throws where the receiver kind of had to slow down to a trot to catch it. Those would be underthrown balls.
Yeah.
So, and these are guys in shorts. You're throwing to teammates.
On air.
On air. I mean,
the old thing is like, if you don't look really, really good in your pro day, there's something wrong.
That's it. I would love to know a top round or a first round quarterback that has not put on a show at their pro day.
Yeah, to me, it kind of it conjures up that old Chris Rock response from one of his old comedy routines.
Yeah.
Like, Fernando Mendoza had put on a show at his pro day. What do you want, a cookie?
Exactly.
You're supposed to put on a show at your pro day.
Yeah, right.
Here was Mendoza about what he liked from his pro day experience.
I felt great. I think it was great to get back on the field, my guys. We had 9 eligibles coming out to the draft, which is a lot. We were able to get a lot of throws in there. And my thing is I wanted to best serve my teammates.
Yeah.
And so, although we had a lot of guys, we got a lot more throws than a lot of quarterbacks in their pro days.
Mm-hmm.
But I wanted my guys to be able to showcase what they got in front of all 32 NFL teams. And routes and timing and footwork that is really applicable to the league.
Right.
Not just some crazy, whatever.
Oh, I got
like some stuff that it can actually get translated in the game. And nothing against that. Just saying, but just want to best showcase us and why we were so efficient this year and why we were so effective as well.
A couple things to point out on Fernando Mendoza. And these things will probably be pointed out more as we get closer and closer to the draft. In our pre-show meeting today, Jarrett brought up a question about Fernando Mendoza.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, I'll paraphrase you, Jarrett, and I'll say, is he too good to be true? Is he authentic as a leader? He's so polished with the media.
Mm-hmm.
His personality is so bubbly and so positive. It almost seems like he came from Central Casting.
Mm-hmm.
Squeaky clean.
Squeaky clean. The other thing, which is less important, but for a guy with this demeanor, and I'm not talking about the skill set, I'm not talking about the quarterback, I'm not even talking about the competitor. I'm talking about the demeanor. The Las Vegas Raiders, whether they've been in Oakland or Los Angeles or wherever they've been built on an identity. There's an archetype of a Raider, if you will. Now, again, he burns hot competitively. That's a good thing, but he's certainly not that outlaw that the Raiders have become to be known by.
No, I would agree with both those things. I think as it applies to Fernando Mendoza, I think a lot of people were saying that about Kurt Warner early on, right? Mm-hmm. And Kurt, as a very spiritual, deeply religious, born-again Christian, I think he learned he had to tone down how much he talked about the Bible and Jesus, and that it couldn't be an all-on thing. Fernando Mendoza, so when you talk about his personality, Fernando Mendoza has got that very bubbly, always upbeat, too good to be true kind of vibe. If it's real, he'll have no problems.
Yes.
If it's fake, he'll be Russell Wilson. That's and the locker room will smell it out in an instant.
Yeah.
So I think it is real with Fernando Mendoza, but guys are going to be looking at him like, you for real, dude?
Well, you also have to be good.
And you got to be good.
It could be authentic.
You have to deliver on it.
Because it could be authentic, but if you're Tim Tebow and you're not actually, then it doesn't matter how authentic and bubbly and positive you are.
Then the whole Raider thing, that is very, very different because that is the whole Raiders ethos. We are the renegades.
Well, let me put it to you this way. When you think about the rich history of the Raiders franchise, when I think of when you think of the quarterback who signifies the Raiders more than any one of them, who was it?
Ken Stabler.
Ken Stabler. You didn't even have to think about it.
No.
Ken Stabler, this long-haired, grizzled,
come right from the bar to the football field,
probably hungover.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mendoza's the exact opposite. Look, there's not a lot of those types anymore in professional sports. It was a lot more common back in the 70s. But here
football was full of characters back in that era, and it wasn't just the Raiders.
No, it was across the sport.
It was
a lot of fun.
Yes.
A lot of fun. Kurt Cignetti, Indiana's coach who mentored Mendoza that last year at Indiana, talked about Mendoza's potential.
He really developed when he was here, and I've never been around a guy that prepared. Like he wanted to be great. Tom Brady was his idol,
right.
And he did everything within the realm of possibility to become the best he could be. After practice, we'd be up watching tape, and I'd look out my office window, and he'd be practicing his footwork out there all by himself on the field. He's come a long way. As much as he's improved, he's barely scratched the surface.
Yeah, and that's another interesting thing, too, is to have success as a quarterback, you need help around you. And he did not play his whole career at Indiana. He played his last year there. They won a national championship. Storybook season.
Mm-hmm.
And Mendoza is working to get better and better. But you need the help around you. Do the Raiders have the requisite help? I don't know. Look what Mendoza was like at Cal. He was kind of a middle-of-the-road quarterback. They didn't have the same level of talent. So those are all things to keep an eye on early in his career. And is he going to start from day one? The Raiders just made a signing today.
Yeah, listen.
Did you hear who they signed?
No.
Kirk Cousins.
They did sign
Kirk Cousins this morning.
Wow, I knew they were thinking about it. Okay, that tells me that they're probably lining up to do the smart thing, which to me is give them a month at least.
4 games.
4 games.
You're not going
least.
to win out of the gate with the team that you have. Let them get a little comfortable.
It's too much to ask of these young kids. No matter how mature, no matter how smart you are, that's just too much to ask. It really, really is. So that's a smart move by the Raiders. Very smart move by them.
Yeah, I would agree. Coming up next, people were worried about Corbin Carroll's power going into the season. He's answered that question pretty distinctly so far. We'll get into that and more Diamondbacks talk next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a few questions for you from my friends at QC Kinetics. Do you have joint pain in your knees, in your hips, in your shoulders, or your back? Does that pain affect your sleep or your daily life? Are you missing work or the activities you once loved and enjoyed? Do you not want surgery or have to deal with a long recovery? Are you relying on medications just to get you through the day? If you answer yes to any of those questions, understand you are exactly the kind of patients they see every day at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, where their treatments empower your body to heal itself by repairing and restoring that damaged joint tissue wherever you are hurting. And this is an all-organic approach. No surgery, no steroids, no downtime. You walk into the office, you get your treatment, you walk back out the door. Simple procedures that deliver life-changing results. I say that confidently because I've leaned on them twice, both times to dramatic results. Emmett Smith raves about QC Kinetics. Phoenix, and the patient satisfaction rating nationwide is 92%. That's a staggering number. Don't wait. Call today. See what these treatments can do for you. Might be the most meaningful thing you do for yourself and your family. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisier, my grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Wolf here, and if neck or back pain is slowing you down, you need the team that the teams trust. Desert Institute for Spine Care. These guys are the undisputed leaders in minimally invasive and endoscopic spine surgery, recognized across Arizona and around the world for their expertise. They helped me get back to life, and I believe they can do the same for you. So if you're having neck or back pain, go see my friends at DISC. Desert Institute for Spine Care, online at sciatica.com.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI, and you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-791-0000. That's 800-791-0000.
Hey, it's Gambo, and every single year I have Christian Brothers HVAC out to my house for their summer inspection. They do one of the most thorough inspections in Arizona, a full 22-point checklist from the Arizona Heat Pump Council, and they give you real electrical readings on every major component. If anything is outside of factory specs, they show you and explain it. No pressure, just flat rate upfront pricing. And right now, my listeners get the summer tune-up for just $50. Call 602-222-3535 or go to cbrothers.com.
Is your closet overflowing? Your garage packed, but unusable? That's where Space Solutions comes in. We design custom closets, garages, and storage systems that turn wasted space into organized, functional living. Voted #1 cabinet company in Arizona 4 years in a row. Family-owned, Arizona-built. Right now, Space Solutions is offering free in-home design consultations. Spring appointments are filling fast, so book yours today at spacesolutionsaz.com. That's spacesolutionsaz.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks only needed 1 run yesterday to complete the sweep of the Detroit Tigers. Corbin Carroll's first inning solo home run off of Tarek Skubal was enough for Zach Gallen and the bullpen. Gallen went 6 scoreless innings and outdueled the reigning 2-time Cy Young winner. And the D-backs stay hot with their 3rd win in a row and looking to make it 4 straight as the Atlanta Braves come to town. First pitch tonight will be at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And as the Suns look to get back to their winning ways tonight in Charlotte, big man Mark Williams is officially questionable to return for the Suns tonight, as he had missed the last 15 games due to a left foot stress reaction. Suns and Hornets will tip at 4 over on ESPN 620, and that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Marana talk D-backs baseball now.
Left-on-left matchup here for Corbin Carroll. Corbin drills this deep to center. And it's gone. He snuck it over the wall the other way. The second for Corbin. And they strike first against Skubal. He's hit safely in 4 straight games. 5 of 6 to start the year. That one went 410 feet.
Wow. The other way, 410 feet off the best pitcher in baseball, arguably. And Tarek Skubal, second home run of the series for Corbin Carroll. Look at it this way, Bick. Corbin Carroll in 2026, he only hits home runs against Cy Young winners.
Oh, okay.
He got Verlander in the first game of the series.
Yeah.
He got Skubal. They've combined to win 5 Cy Youngs.
I think a lot of people are going to get Justin Verlander this year, but that's just me.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
He throws meatballs, that guy.
Yeah,
He looks
yeah.
like a meatball, too.
Yeah.
He's got that late career Roger Clemens big old fat
Pudge?
face.
Yeah.
I was walking. I was at the ballpark yesterday, too. Went to the game, and I was a little late for the pregame media availability, and I didn't realize it until I was down into the bowels of the stadium, but one player walked by me, and it was Justin Verlander.
Oh,
I had
wow.
so many questions.
Oh, I bet you did. None of them related to baseball.
That I didn't ask.
I bet.
The bowels of the stadium. What a pleasant term. Have you noticed?
I've always hated that. It's just there has to be a better word.
It's funny that they chose
the GI
that.
tract of the stadium.
Right. The colon of the stadium.
The inner workings of the stadium.
There we go.
Better,
there
yes.
It is. Yep.
With Corbin Carroll, have you noticed that he is swinging with 2 hands this year?
Yes.
A big difference.
Well, and it might be exactly the compensation to having his hamate removed. Oh, my hamate! It's removed.
It's missing.
It's
Where'd
missing. So yeah, you are really truly a closet seam head.
I'm not a closet. I'm.
You're a seam head.
Baseball was always my
Baseball.
Baseball has been very, very good to me.
The baseball is very good to me.
It always was my favorite sport. And I always played it growing up, and I feel like I know the most about it. It just, when your team is not good, it's a hard game to watch, like, for years and years and years. When you'd watch these like 3.5-hour games and the D-backs stunk, it was not that much fun. But I've been really more into it lately. But stuff like that, I do notice.
The last 2 seasons have been ultimately frustrating, but if you want to pair them and put them on the tail end of 2023 from just the Diamondback standpoint, we talked about it in 2023 a lot, how the rule changes plus what the D-backs were able to do in the run they made kind of lit the spark for a lot of people in baseball in this city again, and I think they're still riding that to a degree. They got to do something this year to keep it up.
Well, listen, and that was my takeaway after the home opener on Monday, that I didn't hear much coming from that crowd, and I was worried that the magic was out, that it had kind of flown out of the building. And by the magic, I mean the buzz and the energy that a run to the World Series created, where every time you walk into that stadium for X amount of years afterwards, you feel it, and you're like, ooh, I'm excited. This good things happen here. And the last couple of years have had such clunky, awkward, awful endings. Then going into this year, knowing you've got a lot of guys coming back on spec later in the season, what you added were a lot of veteran, inexpensive pieces where you're hoping for the best. And I think after that first series against the Dodgers, people were having a hard time saying, okay, was that really more about the Dodgers or was that more about us? So that's what I heard on Monday. And then that's why I kept harping on what Jose Fernandez did. Because even if it is a shot, a flash in the pan, it gave that reminder that, yep, you come here, you're going to watch something really cool is going to happen.
It's true.
And now you're at a place where they responded to those 3 games in Los Angeles by sweeping a good Tigers team. So you can very confidently say, yeah, that opening series was more about the Dodgers and not us.
Yeah, and 3 very different types of victories. You had the build a big lead and hang on for dear life win. You had the come from behind win fueled by a rookie making his debut. And then you had a good old-fashioned pitcher's duel. Very good sign that you can win 3 games in 3 different ways, too. Here was Carroll, by the way, talking about his home run off of Tarek Skubal.
Was ready to go early, threw me a good changeup, and kind of changed my game plan a little bit, backed him up a little bit with 2 strikes, and yeah.
I mentioned it only during his 2-year Cy Young run, only 2 home runs from left-handers, only 6 in his career off of against left-handed batters.
Yeah.
People gone deep against Tarek Skubal, so it was big.
I heard the stat yesterday. He has given up 1 home run to 1 left-handed hitter once a year for every year that he's been in the bigs.
So that was it for this year.
And that was it for this year. It came real early this year.
Yeah.
And that's a credit to Corbin Carroll because clearly that doesn't happen very often. That is a flame-throwing, hulking left-handed pitcher who's got a lot of presence with him on the mound.
Yeah, and Zach Gallen was brilliant yesterday. 6 innings. When you can go toe-to-toe with Skubal and come out on top with some help from your defense, you're doing things the right way. Here was Gallen on what was working for him.
I feel like just as the game went on, Gabby and I got into a really good rhythm of just mixing, and just felt like I had pretty good command of everything for the most part. So I think that just made his job a lot easier, calm pitches. But yeah, I mean, I think we just tried to be in the strike zone with everything, and make them have to make a decision on whether to swing or not.
Yeah, and Torey Lovullo was asked, hey, was Gallen motivated going up against Skubal?
It's hard to say. I think if you talk to Zach, he's going to focus on himself. For us, he outdueled them, right? Who's to say one was better than the other? It was a great baseball game. It was fun to watch. I think you're 4 inches away from tying a game with that solo home run on their side, right? So, in my opinion, when you are that elite and you get to that level, I think they think differently than you and I. They're just like, let me go out there and dominate the way I can and the way I should, and that's where Zach's probably going to be sitting right now.
Yeah, so for me, the big takeaway obviously was the bounce back for big picture for the Diamondbacks after the tough opener in L.A. From an individual standpoint, I mean, it's hard not to walk away being really, really encouraged with what Corbin Carroll did, but it wasn't just about the home run. He had an at-bat in the 6th where he had an infield single. But he hit the ball so hard off his Skubal, 109.5 miles per hour off the bat, and McGonigal couldn't make the play at third base, but he beat that out. He was erased by a double play. But when you're getting that kind of solid contact, the power's not an issue. I mean, if that was on your checklist of things to be worried about, I think you can scratch that off your list.
Listen, if you're still barreling up with that bat speed, the ball's going to leave the park. And that one against Tarek Skubal barely left the park, but hey, no one needs to know that.
Yeah, but off the bat, I was like, that I might find the gap, but it just kept going and going and going.
Yeah.
You'll take that.
Yeah.
D-backs and Braves, first of 3 tonight with Ryan Nelson on the mound. 6:40 first pitch. You can hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Phoenix takes center stage as host of the NCAA Women's Final Four games tomorrow and Sunday at Mortgage Matchup Center. Find details of all the free fan events already underway and the Super Saturday concert. Those are on the contest page at arizonasports.com. Coming up next, Tommy Lloyd is 2 days away from the Final Four, but all anyone wants to talk about is what happens to him after the Final Four. That is straight ahead here on the Thursday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
0-2. Swung on. That is hit well out to left center field. Meadows going back. He is looking up. That is out of here. An unexpected jolt from Corbin Carroll. It's his 2nd home run of the season. And the D-backs strike first. It's 1-0.
D-backs host a 4-game series versus the Atlanta Braves at Chase Field. Game 1 tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and if you've spent a lifetime grinding and working and providing, you deserve a little peace of mind, especially when it comes to your retirement. That's why I highly recommend you schedule a free appointment with the fiduciaries advisors at Trajan Wealth. Get a second opinion on what you've got going and then go from there. That's what I did, and I learned it all begins with relationships at Trajan Wealth, where they take the time to get to know you, your situation, and your goals, where you'll get tailor-made game game plans with personalized strategies that will secure your financial future. Remember, Trajan Wealth, veteran-owned, locally operated, plus, as I said, they're fiduciaries, which mean they're duty-bound to act in your best interests at all times. I'm a client today because they earn my trust. I came away super impressed with their knowledge, their transparency, their ability to deliver straight talk without the sales pitches, just like I like it. And I left feeling that peace of mind I mentioned earlier, and that's a really good feeling to have. If you want to take that anxiety off your shoulders, call Trajan Wealth today. Get your plan started. 480-360-7900. Online at TrajanWealth.com. TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and get free swim lessons from the YMCA while supplies last.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. The Diamondbacks, fresh off their fantastic sweep of the Tigers. They now host the Braves. Will Ryan Nelson fare better in start number 2? We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
It's real. I mean, it's real, and it's something that I believe can be figured out, but it has to be figured out. And it's more important than money right now. I would say that if you were looking at money from a UNC perspective and you're saying we can pay him more, which they probably can, that's probably not the angle that I would go with. The angle is kind of going back to what I said. Where does Tommy feel comfortable, and where does he trust that he can succeed?
That is Jason Scheer from WildcatAuthority.com. We had Jason on earlier in the week. That is him appearing on the UNC 24/7 Sports Basketball Podcast with John Henson, who played at UNC, talking about this story that is bubbling up from Tucson, now getting attention across the country as people wait to see what happens, not only with Arizona in the Final Four, Bick, but what happens with the UNC head coaching job, which Tommy Lloyd is still connected to. When he says it's real, he's talking about this reported, rumored tension between Tommy Lloyd and athletic director Desiree Reed-Francois. Is it real? Some people say yes. Other people say no. The people that are saying no, like Desiree Reed-Francois' brother on Twitter. Did you see
I did not see that.
Roman Reed, who tweets under the handle Spinal Cord Cure, he responded to this little clip that was put out by 247 Sports. There is no tension between Coach and my sister at all. They work great together. He was called out on that. Everybody said, well, anybody around the program knows this is not exactly true. Roman Reed said, respectfully, they get along much better than you think. Coach is awesome. Des knows that 100%. They work together really well. Anybody who says different does not know. Then somebody else questioned and said, are both sides aware that they get along great? Not being a smartass, but legit question. 100. Coach was awesome and went out of its way before both games to point me out and tap his chest. You don't do that if you don't like the family. The man is great. Des knows it 100%. Trying to sign him 100%. Success breeds jealousy from others who are not inside of the house.
Okay, yeah, take that for what it's worth, obviously.
Exactly.
Take that for what it's worth. There are too many people close to the program who are hearing the exact same things.
Yes.
And these are not people that are just talking to each other.
No.
So I do think that there's an element to that. Now,
It's not just exclusive to the basketball program either. It feels like lots of people don't get along with her.
That's it. That's exactly right. This isn't just a personality conflict with Tommy Lloyd. This is like, hey, man, I don't think anybody likes her. Yeah,
Well, that's it. And on her brother's statement, I don't think the problem is on Tommy Lloyd's end.
Yeah.
So, of course, Tommy is going to be nice to you. He seems like a nice guy.
Yeah, he's a very nice guy. And so I think that it's unfortunate that this is trailing the Wildcats into the Final Four. But who knows? Maybe this actually will help the team because the team isn't going to be dealing with all these questions about, are you good enough? Is your A game better than Michigan's A game? Which is a fascinating question if you ask me.
It is. A legit question.
It's a legit question.
Maybe for one of the few times this season.
Yep. So if both teams play their best, who is going to win? It's toss up. You get a lot of different opinions about this. There are people who think that Arizona's got the healthiest and the best backcourt left among the Final Four teams, with maybe the clutchest player with Jaden Bradley. The size of Michigan, especially when they play with an edge. When that Michigan team plays with a little anger and edge, they're frightening. What they did in the Elite Eight was nuts.
Mm-hmm.
They've been crushing everybody.
No, they have.
Crushing everybody. This could be an all-timer, this game.
Yes. But going back to the perceived or reported tension, here was more from Jason Shear on the Tar Heel podcast. What is creating the tension that's being reported between Lloyd and the athletic director?
It comes down to trust. You know, when you're dealing now with revenue sharing and how much money a roster is going to cost, you have to make sure that whatever you're being told from your, and this is every coach, whatever you're being told from your school president or your AD is accurate. If you go to build a roster and you say you have $8 million and then you find out you have $6 million.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
With cutting stuff. So are you going to cut from basketball and continue to cut from basketball? And if so, that's an issue, right? It just is. And so I think being forthright with that and being honest, then while also keeping Arizona in a good position is the most important part of that relationship.
Yeah, and that was obviously interrupted a little bit there, but talking about just the trust issues between them and the cost of a roster going forward. I think you hit on something very important. We were wondering about, okay, is this lingering over the program? Is it going to have any effect on Arizona's performance in the Sweet 16 and the Elite Eight? It did not. I don't think it's going to be a factor. I've been picking Arizona. I picked them to win it. I've been saying it for quite some time that they're the best team in the country, that they're going to win this whole thing. Michigan has impressed me. If Michigan beats them on Saturday, it won't be because of this. It'll be because of exactly what you said. a very good basketball team elevating its A game to what Arizona could put out there. Not saying it's going to happen, but that will be the reason. But there, like you said, too, there's way too many people that have knowledge of this program talking about this for it to be, they get along famously.
Yeah, listen, and a lot of people, high-end people associated with Arizona basketball, a little bit on edge. They really fear that this might be different than the Kenny Dillingham thing. That this might be reaching sort of ground zero level. Where are you at, Jarrett, with your emotions? How you doing? How you holding up?
Can I frame a question to Jarrett and Sammy on this?
Yes.
Arizona wins the national championship. Tommy Lloyd leaves to North Carolina. Is it worth it?
He asked me that question.
I posed that exact question to Sammy yesterday.
Really?
And we both agreed.
You guys doing your own show back there?
100%.
You have to get the national championship.
You win the championship. In fact, with our big boss Scott Sutherland, U of A alum, I was talking about the same thing, and we said, "You get the championship. You get the championship. Then whatever happens, happens." I mean, it's worth it, 100%.
I totally agree. The most important thing is winning a championship.
If you said either that Tommy Lloyd is guaranteed to be here for the next 15 years or you're guaranteed a championship and then he's going to leave, I would take the championship because that's the goal.
Yeah.
It's interesting because this day is the actual anniversary of the day that Lute Olson came back from his time away at the program and very contentiously declared Kevin O'Neal will never coach this basketball team. You remember that, Jarrett?
I saw that.
That's the today's the anniversary.
Today's the anniversary of it. Yeah.
That was what a disastrous succession plan that was.
That was a very weird era. The very end of Lute Olson.
Yes, he stayed two extra seasons. He stayed with the program before officially retiring.
Yeah.
And they had 2 interim coaches back-to-back years. That was really nobody really knew what was going on, health related.
Yeah.
His personal life
was
really wonky. Yeah. But to answer your question and how I'm feeling, there's a reason There's a reason North Carolina hasn't hired a coach yet. Lots of other teams have hired their coaches already. They are clearly waiting for either the Michigan coach or the Arizona coach. I guess Billy Donovan. Couldn't they, I don't understand. The Billy Donovan thing is weird. But you know what's also weird? I was thinking about this in relation to Lane Kiffin. Lane Kiffin just left his team right before the playoffs.
He did.
He didn't say, let me, we'll talk about this when I'm done with this playoff run. Well, he just left.
If Donovan's the guy, they have to wait another week. If this isn't done by UNC by Tuesday, the day after the national championship game, then Donovan's the guy.
Yes.
At least that's the way I see it.
I think that's a fair way to handicap this.
See, I'm skeptical because right now it feels like there's only 3 names in that UNC little pool, and it's May, Lloyd, and Donovan. So just off the bat, a 33% chance that my coach could be leaving. And I was talking to my U of A friends last night in that not only is this Michigan-Arizona game going to be a battle on the floor, it might be a loser leaves town.
Now you're speaking Jarrett's language.
Yes.
Using wrestling terminology. Get him in the steel cage.
Think about it. Because then you can talk to that coach realistically. If Michigan were to lose on Saturday, now North Carolina can jump in and get all the access they want to May.
Sure.
They're not playing anymore.
But through their agents.
Yeah, they probably already.
North Carolina knows exactly what the interest levels of Dusty May and Tommy Lloyd are in this job.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
It just becomes more direct to your point. Yeah. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Thursday morning in the Rush Hour Reboot. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata this morning at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-881-4300. 800-881-4300. 800-881-4300.
Hi, Flo here to say that Progressive knows that life can change quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, like when I have to take my ex off my policy.
Oh, sorry. But yes, we can do that.
And can you send them a message and tell them that they have trust issues that they need to work on?
We don't really get in the middle of these conflicts.
Also, can you let them know that I was faking interest in his band and it's probably time to grow up?
I'm not going to do it. Just know that with Progressive, you can easily make changes to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Also, I'm staying in touch with his mom because she's absolutely lovely.
Bad idea.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I know so many people that retired, they worked so hard, they built up that nest egg, and then they don't realize that they're going to get hit on taxes, even on Social Security. How do you help people like that?
Well, here's the thing. I think you're absolutely right. Number one, Social Security tax comes by surprise. People almost always owe money their first year in retirement because they never thought Social Security is taxable. That's why it's important to have a financial plan that includes a tax plan. And how do you do that? You have tax-efficient or tax-free retirement in retirement, not just all those 401ks and IRAs. And there's tons of solutions there.
As long as I've worked with you, you've always said it's not about how much money you make, it's about how much money you're able to keep. If you want a great plan going forward, call Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Check out this brand new feature they have, concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at libertygmcaz.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. After opening the season getting swept, the Diamondbacks responded with a sweep of their own. Their 1-0 win over Tarek Skubal, and the Tigers gave them the 3-game sweep, and they'll look to keep it rolling as the Atlanta Braves come to town with Ryan Nelson getting the ball. First pitch will be at 6:40 tonight, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Suns will be in Charlotte for LaMelo Ball and company, looking to bounce back after their Tuesday night loss to Orlando, and the Suns could add another piece back. Mark Williams is questionable for tonight's game. That'll tip over on ESPN 620 at 4 this afternoon. Now just 3 days till the Arizona Wildcats will tip in their first Final Four in 25 years in what will be a battle with Michigan. And April means the NFL draft is close. For everything Arizona Cardinals and the draft, be sure to head to arizonasports.com today, and that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Good morning. It is the Thursday edition of the Rush Hour Reboot. Sammy Cebulka here to get you guys up to speed in the big sports stories going on. And we'll start in the Valley. Yesterday, the Diamondbacks, they started the season getting swept by the Dodgers. Now they sweep the Tigers. They're back to 3-3. Just kind of how essential was that early season response from this team?
I think it was everything. Not necessarily for the team, but I think for us and for the engagement. I think the vibe after yesterday's game was a lot of people sort of like, okay, we can get excited in this baseball team.
Yep.
Look, their starting pitching has been really, really good.
Yeah, it has.
And that's without Merrill Kelly, and that's without Corbin. Burnsy, what's going on?
Their bullpen the last 2 games of the Detroit series.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah. Yes.
And that was even without all of their top arms yesterday because Sewald wasn't available.
And what'd you think of Johnny Lasagna saving the game yesterday?
Johnny Lasagna!
He made it stressful, but...
Their bullpen in general really hasn't been bad. They've had a few guys who've had really bad innings.
Well,
sprinkled throughout.
The Ross Thompson inning on Monday night was not good.
It's not like it's been like one guy after another in games that have been terrible.
Yep.
Yeah, and what I really liked about yesterday was I think when you win the first 2 games in such different fashions as they did against the Tigers, then you're going into a finale, a day game after a night game, and you're going against Skubal.
Yes.
I don't think there was a conscious thought in your head thinking, all right, we got our 2 out of 3. But that's the way you got to feel almost.
Yeah.
We're going up against the best pitcher in the series finale. They want to get home.
Yeah.
We're going to lose this game, but we won the series. And they made 1 run stand up. That was a tremendous win yesterday.
I'd agree. And on the Suns front, Mark Williams, questionable to return tonight for the Suns. And my question with Mark is, have you seen enough from him to want to pay him and bring him back? Or are you still waiting, maybe skeptical? Or have you seen enough from Oso and Malawach to maybe let Mark go
I'm
elsewhere?
waiting. I'm
still.
definitely waiting to see what he does once he returns and what it means for this team. Yeah, I'm not jumping the gun on that.
Yeah, I think the answer to all of those questions you posed is no.
Yes.
Have I seen enough from Mark Williams? I think I have the most faith in Mark Williams on a consistent basis of the 3. But not by much. I think that gap is shrinking. I'm really encouraged by what I've seen from Kaman Malawach, but are you counting on him to play 25 minutes at center next year? I don't know if I feel great about that. I think what Bick said is the prudent way to go, and that's to wait.
Okay.
When these games get bigger and they have more importance, let's see who steps up.
All right, and I heard Kellen and I think Burnsy and Gambo talk about this yesterday of ending games, right? The Suns have struggled closing fourth quarters. So what is your ideal closing 5 for the Suns right now?
I don't necessarily have one because it's been fluctuating personnel-wise. I just to me, it's more about ingredients than personnel.
Okay.
And I think the ingredients that have made Suns basketball so much fun this year, for whatever reason, regardless of personnel, those ingredients disappear at clutch time, which is not the way the season started. Move the ball.
Well, listen,
share the ball.
Yeah,
don't rely so much on ISO.
For me, I think it really comes down to you can't get caught playing too small, which is what I think happened to him last game.
Yeah.
Even though the guys they chose to close the game, they all were the kind of guys that you trust the most.
Yes.
The Jordan Goodwins, Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal, Dylan Brooks, Devin Booker. So I get it. Those are all the dogs, and those who you want. But you got to have some rim protection out there.
Yeah.
Ideally, Mark Williams can give you some of that, and ideally, Oso can stay out of foul trouble in these games, and you won't be faced with those kind of things. I don't know if there is a set lineup. I really don't.
Okay, that's kind of what I was thinking. Maybe I think it's a game-by-game basis at this point. All right, I want to talk about the Lakers real quick. They're the hottest team in the NBA, some would say. Do they deserve to be in the realm of OKC and San Antonio or no?
No.
Okay.
I don't want to be that cut and dry about it, but no. San Antonio and Oklahoma City have done it consistently.
Yeah.
And even, with the Lakers playing as well as they are, and they're 18-5 after the All-Star break, that's as many losses as the Thunder and the Spurs have combined since the All-Star break. So those two teams are in a class by themselves.
Listen, they found something over the last 4 weeks or so that they didn't have earlier in the year. And I think people now see a higher ceiling for them. LeBron is getting a lot of credit for being a very willing third guy and very willing to just maybe
make the right plays.
Maybe score 6 points one night, 18 the next night, and really try hard on defense. But I don't think their ceiling is that. In fact, if the Lakers get into a first-round series against either the Timberwolves or the Nuggets, they are going to get eliminated in the first round.
Fair.
I mean, they've kind of fattened up on a lot of teams, too, since the All-Star break. I mean, here's their wins. Clippers, Golden State, Sacramento, New Orleans, Indiana, New York, good win. Minnesota, good win. Chicago, Denver, Houston twice, Miami, Orlando, Indiana, Brooklyn, Washington, Cleveland.
A lot of teams that aren't necessarily trying to win a lot of basketball games in that list.
And even if I did believe it, I couldn't give verbally credit to the Lakers for being legit threats.
I agree. All right, and so this week, Tiger Woods has made it known that he's going to take a step back and get help, right, from the situations that had happened. And not from a playing golf standpoint, but how important is that he returns to the game of golf in a better place?
Look, I feel fairly confident, almost supremely confident, saying the golf thing is over for Tiger Woods.
Right,
On a competitive, it's more about just life quality now. Getting his demons under control.
Yeah.
Managing the pain that he's dealing with to a degree where he doesn't have to put himself and others in jeopardy. That's the goal now. Look, all this, pipe dream stuff about Tiger maybe winning another major, those days are gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen, I think that if Tiger Woods is truly now taking the time to kind of look at himself and realize how can I get off of these painkillers? How can I get out of this cycle? Problem with Tiger Woods is everything that has made him great has made him also sort of live a life of isolation.
Yeah.
And he's an extreme introvert, and this whole privacy thing, and so you wonder, there's a lot of physical pain with all the surgeries he's had.
Yeah.
And everything he's put his body through. But you don't know about the psychological pain, the spiritual pain, all of this stuff that has sort of defined his life to this point. I hope this isn't just I'm going to disappear to escape the heat kind of thing.
Right.
Because he's been appointed to a lot of things in golf right now. He is still sort of the goodwill ambassador for the sport.
Also, let me phrase it this way, in my opinion. Golf is in a bad place if they are unable to move past Tiger Woods.
Yeah.
He's really only been relevant once in the last 15 years. Really? Yeah, the Masters win.
From a performance standpoint.
And he's still by far the biggest star and
Not
everything.
even close.
The fact of the matter is Tiger has never had a peer in golf. He has been exceptional.
Yes.
But that also works against him. It's created this isolation, this bubble that he lives in. He's got some issues he's got to try to work out, man.
Yeah, him being able to figure out, again, to Vinny's point, just being able to return to the golf spotlight without playing, I think is still very important for him and the game of golf.
I wrote about this the other day because I got to know Michael Jordan's father a little tiny bit, and I'll never forget as long as I live. As a very young reporter, I was at the old Chicago Stadium, and a group of us were talking to James Jordan, Michael's father. And James was this humble man. He was no taller than 5'10". He wore a Kangol hat, and he literally was telling us, I don't know how this happened. I don't know how that killer came from my DNA. I don't ask me because it blows my mind. Compare that to Earl Woods and the pressure and the expectations he laid on that child.
Yeah. being a 2-year-old on national TV hitting golf balls.
Yep. Yeah. Didn't do him any favors, I'll tell you that much.
No,
it did not.
It's the child star syndrome, but in golf. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, we're all rebooted. Thank you, Sammy. Coming up next, our weekly visit as we talk D-backs baseball with the president and CEO, Derek Hall. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I'm worried about this team heading into the postseason because this is so not the best version of themselves. They are so far from the best version of themselves that I don't know if they're going to be able to get it back.
Yeah.
I mean, I know they're losing these games and I know it's close, but I think anybody who's watched this basketball team for the first 50 games
compared to the next
and for
25.
the last 72 games or whatever, or the last 22 games, understands you're not looking at the same team.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Retail jewelry stores charge more because you're paying for their high rent, big storefront displays, and large sales staff. All of that overhead has to be covered, and it usually gets built right into the price of a diamond. I'm Diamond Dave, a 4th-generation jeweler at Desert Wholesale Diamond. We work by appointment, so important purchases get all the time and attention they deserve. We sit down one-on-one and take the time to look at diamonds side by side. We talk through what actually matters, how a diamond looks in real light, how it's cut, and what you're truly getting for your money. The goal is clarity, not pressure. At Desert Wholesale Diamond, you skip the markup that comes with traditional retail stores. Your appointment is private, honest, and pressure-free. Exactly how diamond buying should be.
Head to DiamondDaveCantor.com. That's DiamondDaveCantor.com. Or follow Dave on Instagram at DiamondDaveCantor. That's DiamondDave, Kantor.
Want a great way to boost your brand? Custom labels at Staples will help packages pop, shipments stand out, and takeout boxes really take off. Shop now through April 18th and save 30% on all custom labels. Staples, that was easy.
It's tax time, y'all. If you want to file free, this next one's for you. Now taxes is so free. Tax-free edition only. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple form 1040 returns only. Now this is tax. Love that jam. Up next, commercials.
Intuit TurboTax Free Edition. See if you qualify at TurboTax.com/free. No schedules except for Earned Income Tax Credit, Child Tax Credit, Student Loan Interest, and Schedule 1A.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home and then you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. That's the way to do it. And you know what? Orchard gets it. That's why their Move First, Sell Later program exists, because with Orchard, you can buy the dream home now. Don't waste time, just go. Then sell the old one later. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy, move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. You ever tried to do a double move before? You don't want to do any double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades. And once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar. They can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town, with smart tools and products to help you attract the right buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
When you don't compromise on the court, you shouldn't compromise off of it either. Lose the calories, not the taste. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024.
At Freeway Chevrolet, it's about more than just getting from point A to point B. It's about the truck that powers your workday, the SUV that fits everyone's everything, and the drive that makes every journey feel like a win. From Silverados to Traverses, Equinox, and beyond, Freeway Chevrolet has the selection, service, and hometown experience Arizona drivers count on. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Freeway Chevrolet.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Mr. Speaker, the President.
To have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the President.
He's the president and CEO of your Arizona Diamondbacks.
Hail to the chief.
Derek Hall.
The President.
On Now with Bickley and Murata. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Broadcasting 101. Don't cut off the sponsor, Murata. Every Thursday, we get to talk to the president and CEO of the Diamondbacks, all things Diamondbacks with Derek Hall. And he joins us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Derek, good morning to you,
Derek.
sir.
Hey, good morning, guys. I wasn't sure it was Thursday because on Tuesday, Vic told me it was Wednesday, so I thought today was Friday. I tried calling in yesterday, and you guys didn't take my call.
See, I threw off everything, didn't I, Derek?
You really did, Vic. Yeah, it's been a strange week because of that.
It's been a week. Yeah, I agree with that.
Vic needs to remember the power of his words, Derek.
Oh, yeah, especially to the true listeners like myself. You know,
exactly.
I'm listening all the time.
Exactly.
Yeah. We were talking earlier about when we talked last Thursday going into the Dodgers series, you're like, wow, this isn't ideal. Certainly didn't turn out ideal with a 3-game sweep, although there was a lot of competitive baseball played. But talk about a bounce back to get a 3-game sweep of a good team in the Tigers and beat the best pitcher in baseball in the finale. You got to be thrilled about that, Derek.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, L.A., you leave there and you turn the page quickly and you expect that it could go that way. That's a great team. They were celebrating that entire, weekend with their back-to-back world championships and Will Ferrell, and they did it right. And I don't think our guys were scared, starstruck, any of that. I mean, we had a chance to win every one of those games, especially the last two. But then coming back home and rebounding against a really good team, you're right. And yesterday, I don't know. How many ways can you beat Skubal? That's one way to beat Tarek Skubal is to get a home run right away and hold on to that lead. But again, defense and pitching, not walking a single Tiger really makes a difference and making the plays out there, and we did.
All right, the Jose Fernandez night on Tuesday was quite something, obviously. When you've done something that only 7 other players in history have done, it speaks for itself. Take us behind the scenes. How did that hit? How important was that? What does this mean for the season going forward?
Well, I think it was great. I mean, our fans love homegrown talent, and this is someone that we've been watching for a while. And I remember last year, early on in the season, Gonzo went to go see him in Double-A. Not him, but go see the team in Double-A. And he came back and said, wait till you see this kid Fernandez. Wow. And he's a shortstop. And so here he is playing third base for us where we need him, and yesterday first base. And he's this big kid. He's impressive in person. He could do it all. And he had a great spring, as we know. I mean, the fact that we had 12 guys at the WBC, we didn't have our infield together till the last 3 or 4 games. It gave players like him a chance, an opportunity, and he took advantage of it. And he was very impressive in spring. He shined for all the coaches and for Torrey. Torrey loved the guy, and when we had to bring up somebody for Pavin, he was the logical choice. And we weren't sure how he was going to respond, but this guy is just calm. He's cool. He's smart. And, I said yesterday during the intros of our players, I looked over again to Gonzo and I said, listen to the crowd here. Listen when they introduced, Fernandez. And they did, and the place went nuts. Yeah. It's just exciting for a young guy to perform like he did.
I did notice that same thing, Derek. And you mentioned something, too, about the homegrown aspect of it. Historically speaking, what does the success of a homegrown talent do for basically the bottom line of the organization? Because I look at it from a fan standpoint, the interest, the buzz it creates, but from a business standpoint, how does that create opportunity?
A great question. I mean, Vinny, a lot of different ways. I mean, first off, you have control of a player like that. You can, if you see the future being bright for a player like we did in Corbin, you can hopefully lock him down for a number of years. Mm-hmm. In a market like ours, it makes a lot of economic sense to have a young player that's been developed from within coming up that you can make controllable. And, he may end up being one of those players. I mean, we certainly think so. We don't know where the future is position-wise. We think shortstop. He's an unbelievable shortstop. And again, this is somebody who, grew up in our academy. He's from Venezuela. He grew up in the Dominican in our academy. Right. And it's a point of pride for us. I mean, we've known him, since he was 17 years old, and here he is, in his early 20s, and it makes a lot of sense, Vince. I mean, for us to be able to tie down a guy like that, and it helps with our economics, for sure.
All right, tell us what went down with those video ribbons that seemed to surprise a lot of people on opening day. You even seemed a little bit surprised, and certainly in what I read, you were not happy with this development. What's going on with that, D?
Vic, this would be a good time for that emergency broadcast test right now.
This is only a test.
That's fantastic.
No, you know what? A bit of a myth, obviously. Some people have, partially obstructed views now, and they didn't have them before. I mean, they could see in between the railings, and they could see every part of the field, including foul ground. And some people now can't see. They've told us they can't see the bullpen, or they can't see the dugout, or the coaching boxes, and that's a problem. It's a problem for me too. But it's one of those where what can we do now, right? I mean, I've had fans say, "Hey, just remove it or lower it." Well, that's probably not possible, but we talk about it internally every day, feverishly. But we've had. I heard yesterday, because I'm keeping track, and I hear from fans too, and I respond to them. But we've heard from 28 fans who, and it doesn't sound like a big number, but Vic, it could be one, and I'm not happy, right? And I'm not happy. And of course we tested, and we had cardboard structures out there where it would be, and then it ended up being a little further away from the facade because we have a catwalk for future repairs. And anytime you change a fan's point of view, especially those that have been there since day one, it's an issue. It's a problem. So we've talked to each and every one that have brought a complaint to us, and we've talked about relocation or refund. And we're always going to do that because we care most about the fans. And it bothers me. It hurts me. And it really comes to me, Vic. It's on me, not no one else.
So is it fair to say that now the season is ongoing, Derek, that this is a situation that is probably at least a season away from a full fix on this issue?
Yeah, Vinny, I think, when it takes like at least 6 weeks to 2 months to install those boards, and you've got cranes in the ballpark, you're probably not going to be able to bring those cranes back in and repair. But I think over time we had the same situation years ago when we did that on the diamond level, on the club level. And I think fans are going to get, they're going to get used to it. It's not great, but again, we're working with them. So if anybody has a big time issue, we're going to make it better. We will. That's who we are.
All right, so how are you feeling, though? I would think that after what we saw in Los Angeles, these last 3 games really kind of brought the optimism level up a couple of notches.
Oh, I think so, for sure. I mean, we were concerned about the offense. The offense turned around. Starting pitching, as you guys said earlier, has been really good. And the relief pitching has been strong. I mean, we've had some bumps in the road. You're going to. Every team does. But it's been real good. I mean, we've got a lot of people that write me and correspond with me daily who were concerned about the bullpen, and one guy in particular who every day, and he's rightly so, saying, "What are you doing? We need a left-hander. We need a closer. And he wrote me yesterday in a jokingly way and said, "Hey, I told you they'd be dependable. This is a great bullpen." And so, but it flip-flops. I mean, it's okay for now. Yeah, sure, but to take that position of 0-3 to 3-3 and take on a really great team, and we've talked about the schedule, and now you got the Braves, you got the Mets, you got the Phillies, you got the Blue Jays, you got the Orioles. It doesn't stop. The Padres, it just keeps getting tougher and tougher. But you got to play them all, and you got to get through it. And we've always said we got to keep our heads above water till we get our guys back. And it's going to be like incredible acquisitions at the trade deadline when we get our guys back off the injury list.
Well, Derek, as always, thanks for the time, for the honesty. We appreciate it. Best of luck against Atlanta, and we will talk to you next week.
Thank you, guys. Look forward to it. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Derek.
Derek Hall, President and CEO of the Arizona Diamondbacks, our guest. I got my first glimpse of the ribbon board view yesterday, because it does actually obscure the view in the press box as well. Not that that's a big deal, but the fan view is bigger.
Yeah.
But not ideal, to say the least. But they're dealing with it, and that's what you appreciate about Derek Hall. Is they're going to do their best to take care of those fans until they can get a permanent fix on it. Coming up next, the Thursday edition of the Bickley Blast.
Fire!
It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks President and CEO Derek Hall. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
What if you had to skip breakfast and lunch and dinner? At St. Mary's Food Bank, that's a reality for many of our neighbors in need. 250,000 people rely on the food bank every day. Your donations are what makes feeding them possible. Donate and get a $1 Arizona charitable tax credit, up to $495 for individuals and $987 for couples filing jointly. Learn more at stmarysfoodbank.org.
Hey, sports fans, Wolf here. You know I've taken a few hits over the years, but back pain, that's been my toughest opponent. Luckily, I found the right coaches, the spine surgeons from Desert Institute for Spine Care. Dr. Joshua Abrams, great to have you.
Thanks, Wolf. Whether you're an athlete or just trying to stay active, you don't have to live with spine pain. I specialize in minimally invasive surgery, artificial disc replacement, which makes smaller incisions, less pain, and faster recovery, so you can get back to what you love.
That's what I'm talking about. Less downtime, more game time. And you even help develop technology surgeons use around the world, right?
That's right. I've worked with the largest orthopedic company in the world to create tools that make spine surgery safer and more precise.
You heard the doc. Don't sit on the sidelines with back or neck pain. Visit sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620 to connect with Dr. Abrams and the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Message and data rates may apply.
Last year, we had 295 trials where we'd been offered a total of $90 million on all those cases. When the dust settled, we had recovered over $1.1 billion in verdicts and mid-trial settlements. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won a lot, $30 billion and counting. The best part of all those wins is that it helps you when you hire us. All those wins allow us to let the insurance company know we mean business. And believe me, they know who we are. If you've been injured, Google Morgan & Morgan results. You're not bragging if it's a fact. 3 million people tried to hire us last year alone. That happened for a reason. Visit forthepeople.com and let's get started this minute. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
There is nothing more meaningful you can do for yourself and your family and friends than finally getting rid of that pain so they can enjoy time with you again, especially heading into vacation season. QC Kinetics takes care of your pain in the office, and you go right on with your day. It's that easy. So if you say yes to any of these, you're the kind of patient QC Kinetics regenerative treatments help every day. I have joint pain in my knees, hips, shoulders, or back. The pain keeps me from getting a good night's sleep. I'm missing work or saying no to activities I enjoy. I don't want surgery or a long recovery. I'm taking medication just to get through the day. If you answered yes, today could be the day you turn the corner and finally get relief. QC Kinetics treatments are done in the office and the consultation is free. So don't wait. Call today. It might be the most meaningful thing you do for yourself. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks only needed one run yesterday to complete the sweep of the Detroit Tigers. Corbin Carroll's first inning solo home run off of Tarek Skubal was enough for Zach Gallen in the bullpen. Gallen went 6 scoreless and outdueled the reigning two-time Cy Young winner, and the Diamondbacks stay hot with their 3rd win in a row and now looking to make it 4 straight tonight as the Braves come to town. First pitch will be at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And as the Suns look to get back to their winning ways in Charlotte tonight, big man Mark Williams is officially questionable to return for the Suns tonight. Tip-off will be at 4 from Charlotte, and you can hear it over on ESPN 620. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Whiplash is not a common occurrence 6 games into a baseball season, but the Diamondbacks sweeped after getting swept. They broke out the brooms after getting whisked into the dustpan. They offered a strong rebuttal that they might have something brewing in 2026. And I say that for a lot of reasons, because Paul Sewald looks really good in his unexpected return as the team's closer, because Corbin Carroll is showing no ill effects to hand surgery, because Jose Fernandez gave the team a historic moment in his major league debut, a moment that can make a clubhouse grow closer and more confident, and most of all, Zach Gallen. By my count, he has thrown 1 regrettable pitch in 2 starts. In a pair of heavyweight battles, he battled Yoshinobu Yamamoto, and he beat Tarek Skubal. He looks stronger, more edgy, with a fastball that has rediscovered its bite. So, in a year when we all thought he'd be pitching elsewhere, in a year where he could be playing for the Padres or the Cubs, in a year when he won the opening day start by default, he is making a dramatic return to relevance and righteousness in the Valley. It's the return of an ace, and in baseball, that can change everything. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at ChapmanBMW.com.
1-0 Diamondbacks. The Tigers have the tying run at 3rd and only 1 out. 1-2 pitch. Torres hits a line drive to first, caught by Fernandez. Throw to 3rd, double play. And the Tigers run themselves out of the 6th inning. Gallen preserves the 1-0 lead. We go to the bottom of the 6th. Diamondbacks 1 and the Tigers 0.
Chris Garagiola on the call, and an oddly placed fade out, but that was the last pitch that Zach Gallen threw in that 6-inning game. He was strong for 6 innings. He did get some help from the defense. He did go head-to-head with Tarek Skubal and win that matchup.
He did.
This is huge for Zach Gallen.
I totally agree. Totally agree.
And huge for this pitching staff.
Look, and whatever Zach Gallen decided when he came back to Arizona, there was probably a little, it must have been humbling, because last year he went into it thinking this is my contract year, and it did not work out well for him.
How many hundreds of millions of dollars am I going to get?
Exactly. And now you're back in Arizona, back on a 1-year prove-it kind of deal. And then he had the wherewithal or the fortitude to go in and change up his routine, to kind of work on getting some velo back on his fastball, and it's working. He looks bigger to me visually, not dramatically so, not DK Metcalf like, but it looks like he has been working out.
Not Grayson Allen like.
We could make see. I'm curious what that would look like. We could make it happen with AI.
We sure could.
What would a buff Zach Gallen?
Oh my goodness. Like? But that fastball now, it's working.
Yeah, but to your point on the feelings going in, go back to the end of last season. Remember his last start of the year, where it was reported, everybody in the clubhouse was saying, wow, Zach Gallen was in there for a long time. He didn't take his uniform off. He was wistful, basically.
Yeah.
Knowing that, this very well could be my last game as a Diamondback. You know, he told us, told a lot of other people, too. When he was with Merrill Kelly, when Merrill Kelly got his deal to come back to Arizona in free agency, he was like, wow, I was thrilled for him. But that pretty much closed the book. And to Jarrett's point, how many hundreds of millions of dollars am I going to get in the free agent market? Him coming back, I think he's glad to be here, but it's a bittersweet feeling.
Because
sure
free
it has
agency
to be. Did not work out the way that he wanted to.
Did not
the timing of him signing a contract with any team certainly did not work out for him. And for a guy who did get a quote-unquote late start, Bick, for him to be as good as he's been, and even including the Los Angeles game, where it wasn't him getting shelled. It was basically one stretch of hitters that got to him, and being that good in his second start, I didn't expect this, but this is a pleasant surprise.
Well, he got the opening
no doubt
day.
about it.
He got the opening day start by default, too, remember?
Yep.
So he's proving he's an ace. That's a big thing because when Merrill Kelly comes back, eventually when Corbin Burns come back, boys, that could be a real strength of this team then all of a sudden in this rotation.
Wouldn't that be nice? If Zach Gallen stays in this lane where now he looks almost as good as the elite of elite pitchers in the National League, well, then the ceiling just keeps getting a little higher and higher.
And also, unless Jose Fernandez, like he went hitless in his second game, unless he really becomes this true breakout star, I don't think the offense is going to be very good this year. They're going to need to get by with some strong pitching.
I agree with that, and which is why I think the Jose Fernandez thing is important.
Yes.
And I thought he looked okay at the plate yesterday. He hit the last at bat.
Didn't strike out.
He drove the ball well against a really good pitcher, and more importantly, he played first base in a way that said, okay, we can put him out there again.
Yeah.
There were a few plays that he could have butchered, and he didn't.
No trepidation putting him back out there.
No.
Going back to Zach Gallen, here he was after the game talking about going mono against Imano against Tarek Skubal.
Tarek's a good pitcher. Known him for a couple years now. He's a ultra competitor, but for me, it's not necessarily about the guy that's on the other side. It's about the guys in the clubhouse here and the guys in the dugout. They were grinding on the bats. Corbin put a good swing on the ball to give it 1-0. So for me, it was more about just trying to give us a chance to potentially sweep. A really good team. So that was kind of where my focus was at.
And winning.
Play against Imano.
Here he was talking about winning a very low-scoring close game.
Yeah, I think just the character in here. I think just a team getting older, maturing, bringing in some different, just older veterans of learning how to win those, close ones, 1-0, 2-1, things like that. I think that really puts an emphasis on Tori's talking about doing the little things. Doing the little things is that shows up the most in those low-scoring games. Obviously in a 7-6 or an 8-7, a lot of things could happen in that game. That's weird. So I think for us, just as a culture and an organization, just maturing and understanding what the little things are and executing those maybe at a little bit higher level, I think as a product of that would be, kind of my opinion.
Yeah, a couple of other things about the game. 2 hours and 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
A thing of beauty. There was not a walk issued until the 8th inning. Neither starting pitcher issued a walk. There wasn't a lot of strikeouts, only 8 strikeouts, which is weird with 2 pitchers of that quality. And go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, and you mentioned the play that Nolan Arenado made late in that game. It was a little play that just showed you that if you don't know nuance of baseball, you don't know how good that play was.
Yes, because the great defensive third baseman will make that play look a lot easier than it is, and he is still a great defensive third baseman. And to do it in a big spot in the 9th like that, because, the Tigers got 2 hits in the 9th.
As Gracie said afterwards, the great third baseman always charge the baseball. And sometimes it's easy to let it come to you, especially on those ones where you got to time the hop and you've got to pivot and throw right out of it. But he made it look simple.
Yeah, he really did. Yeah. And the other thing I was going to bring up, and I know you don't necessarily care about this, but
what?
It was only Game 6.
What a setup, huh?
It's going to be hard for Major League Baseball to top yesterday's uniform matchup, in my opinion. The Diamondbacks Reds are my favorite uniforms that they have.
Okay.
And those new navy blue Tigers uniforms are beautiful.
I noticed that when Detroit came out on the field. I had never seen those for them.
Yeah.
They are pretty sweet.
I don't know if they wore them in the first series, but also to have that matchup in the daylight with the roof open, that was This is the stuff that matters.
Well, listen, I will say this. I will say this because it's not going to stay like this, but Chase Field with those panels in the roof open, there is not a stadium or ballpark on this planet that undergoes the transformation better than that.
So you're saying that it gets better when the top comes off?
Most things do.
We're on the same wavelength, Dan Bickley. No, it was after that stretch of unbearably hot weather. It was beautiful yesterday.
Oh, I mean, and again, the pictures of the ballpark, the batter's eye with those panels open, it's just fantastic.
We're like 12 years old.
We are very juvenile.
Coming up next is tonight the night the Suns finally look like the Suns again. We're running out of time here. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2-1. Swing and a comebacker to Loaisiga. He's got it. Flip to first, and the Diamondbacks sweep the Tigers to open up the home portion of 2026. Today, it was all about pitching and defense, and one swing of the bat by Corbin Carroll, the difference, as the D-backs are now 3-3 on the young season.
D-backs host a 4-game series versus the Atlanta Braves at Chase Field. Game 1 tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Generations of Arizonans have been shopping at Walt's ever since they opened their doors in 1957. They are a Valley institution, but have you seen them lately? If not, it is a great time to go take a look. Walt's is Arizona's #1 TV, surround sound, and appliance dealer. They're winners of the prestigious Retail Platinum Elite Dealer Award. They're the experts, plus they're local. They give you 7 decades of experience. Here's what else makes them so special. They offer great prices on major name brands. They offer speedy delivery or in-store pickup options. They offer free in-home consultations. If you're looking to upgrade to a smart home, whatever you want, however you want it, Waltz makes it easy. And now is a perfect time to ramp up your viewing experience. We've got playoff basketball coming, and at Waltz, you are going to find smoking hot deals on a variety of different things. I could list all the great deals at Waltz right now. It would take me 4 minutes to do it. You got to trust me on this. Head on down to Waltz. You can find them off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. They've got an incredibly knowledgeable staff, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. Super cool store. And while you're there, make sure you drop my name. When you do that, you're going to get an additional 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. That's your call. You can always find them online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Check out this brand new feature they have, concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at libertygmcaz.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-791-0000. That's 800-791-0000.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, it's Wolf. Can Jalen Green and the Suns bounce back against the Hornets? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Good morning. Shout out and a thank you to our audience in Maricopa. We appreciate you enjoying the show from Maricopa this and every morning.
Not well. I feel like we couldn't score the ball. It feels like it's a new five out there at the end of every game, and us being a first-year team, we just need some consistency, and it hasn't been that this year due to injuries, and that's just part of it. So, first-year team, these are learning moments for us that we need to clean up sooner than later.
That was Devin Booker Tuesday night after the loss in Orlando, another loss that was plagued by similar issues to what we've seen when the Suns, when they struggle, and that being late game offensive execution. One basket in the last 5 minutes of the game for the Suns, and that was a three-pointer by Devin Booker that came with 3 seconds left. When, I hate to say it, it was largely cosmetic. It was, his 18,000th career point, but in terms of how it affected the game, not much. You can't, those are bad college basketball numbers. Yeah. One basket in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah,
and you see that pretty commonly in college basketball.
You shouldn't have that
in the NBA.
Yeah, you shouldn't have that on the professional level. And this is the one area that the Suns keep reverting, and this keeps showing up as their Achilles heel. And there might be any number of reasons for it. It might be an imbalanced rotation. It might be a lot of things. I think when you get Mark Williams back, and he is questionable for tonight's game, which means it's conceivable he will play tonight. I wonder then if this team can kind of go, okay, let's truly lock in. I wonder if you get a slightly less heated Dillon Brooks tonight, now that he's got one game of his return under his belt. Last time these two teams played, the Suns handled the Hornets' offense very, very well.
Held them to under 100 points.
Yes. So I'm hoping that this game against this team will kind of refocus what the Suns have to do. And primarily, they have to play elite defense and let that fuel everything else. Everything should flow from that. I think during Dillon Brooks' absence, there's been a decrease in their defensive intensity and tenacity. I think Kellen Olson's done a really good job of calling out Devin Booker for not playing elite-level defense in large stretches of games. They all got to embrace that, because that's the way they're going to win a play-in, and that's the way they're going to maybe threaten the Spurs in a first-round series.
It would just be reassuring to see them play. Like Jared wrote up the tees, is this the night the Suns start to look like the Suns again? Even in wins, we haven't seen consistent stretches of what we became accustomed to as Suns basketball.
I agree.
And, earlier in the week, coming out of the LA Dodgers series on the Diamondbacks front, we kind of got on Torey Lovullo because he was using the phrase, that's not Diamondbacks baseball. When it is, it is. The Suns haven't labeled it, but they labeled it with their consistent play, and it just has been inconsistent. A lot of that has to do with what Devin Booker talked about in that soundbite, especially at the end of games. It's different guys out there every single night. When you're this far into the season, regardless, that has to stop being the talking point coming out of these struggles and just get it corrected.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see, since this is Charlotte, if Mark Williams is pushing more to play tonight.
To play than not to play.
Because there's another game on the road trip upcoming. And and that's not until Sunday.
Sunday. You've got 3 days off after this one, or 2 days off after this
on
one.
the road. That's weird.
That's very odd, isn't it?
So I mean, it's conceivable that if he's healthy enough to go tonight, he could go in both games. But Mark Williams was a guy who, and there's not very many guys in the league, in the history of the league, that have gone through the indignity, is that a word?
Mm-hmm.
Of being traded and then being sent back to the team. Because you could talk about it as like a two-handed slap in the face.
Mm-hmm.
That, first of all, your team didn't want you, traded you to the Lakers, and then the Lakers got cold feet and pulled some shenanigans with the medicals on Mark Williams. They didn't want you, and then you got to go back. Hey, guy. Hey, how you guys been?
Hi, you miss me?
Now, he played pretty well after that for Charlotte, but when they got an opportunity to trade him over the summer, they traded him over the summer, and that could get personal for a player. So I would assume that if he's close, he's going to push to play.
I don't know if you listen to his comments all season, though, I don't know if pushing to play really has an impact. It feels like the training staff and the coaches are in control with his plan, how much he's playing, when he's playing, even when he was healthy in the first part of the year.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he even has a say in it.
Yeah, but Bick, you also talked about it too, and especially after the Orlando game where the Suns went small at the end of the game. They didn't have rim protection in the game. Mark Williams' return gives them a little flexibility there.
A little bit.
Because he's trusted defensively. And look, at the end of the game, I know the Suns love Oso Ighodaro. A lot of the fans love Oso. I love the improvement he's made this year. You can't play him at the end of games because he can't hit free throws.
That's huge.
They don't trust Kaman Malawach to do that at the end of games either. Mark Williams is shooting 72% from the line, too. So he gives you a little more flexibility and options in those scenarios.
It's funny you should bring that up because I had that thought. Oso was limited in their last game based on very early foul trouble. Had he not been in foul trouble, would he have been part of that endgame rotation, or was once enough with the hack of Oso experience? Now, Oso Ighodaro, in that situation when he was getting fouled intentionally, he did drill his last 2 free throws.
He did.
But still, this is another element of basketball when it becomes very, very serious. Whatever weakness you put on the basketball court, if you've got a weak defensive player, he's the mouse. That person's going to be attacked relentlessly and ruthlessly.
He's the pigeon.
He's the pig. That's what it is now.
Yeah.
It's always a different animal.
He's the fish.
He's not the fish.
So that was 3 games ago in Denver. Denver was the team that did the hack of Oso with David Adelman calling the shots. In the 3 games, and I wondered, because we covered that in Vinny's View the next morning, is that, I'll use the word indignity again, because it falls under that category.
Is. There's no doubt about it.
When you are targeted because of your weakness at the free throw line to be that pigeon, does that snap you back into gear? In the 3 games since then, Oso Ighodaro has gone 1 for 4, 1 for 2, and 1 for 2. So 3 for 8 from the free throw line. 37.5%. Not very good.
No. And if he is on the floor in the waning moments of a fourth quarter, you know exactly where he's going to end up, back on the free throw line. So these are all factors that you got to throw into the equation when you start scheming and drawing up potential rotations. And as we talked about for a couple of different times this week, the Jalen Green, and do you keep him on the bench in these last 5 minutes of games when the team has been starving for creation on offense?
He hasn't played a second in either of the last 2 fourth quarters.
I was thinking about this because I had the same. We all have that kind of question. It feels to me that it's going to be a game-by-game basis with him. If he's got it somewhat going and the offense looks good, I feel like he's going to be out there late in the fourth.
I agree with you, and we wondered, and I'm still wondering to a degree, why he didn't get any run in the fourth quarter against Orlando. But when there's 2 things working against you, he didn't have the shot going. He was 3 for 10, and he wasn't taking care of the basketball. And defensively, if he's not really, really engaged, that's 3 strikes against you. You're not going to play.
Yeah, you framed that up perfectly.
Yeah. Take your shot at Sonic Smasher for a chance at basketball swag, $25 Sonic gift cards. And one lucky winner is going to take home the grand prize, a $500 Sonic gift card. You can head to the contest page at arizonasports.com to enter. Coming up next, we will get an outlook on this Arizona Cardinals offseason as we get closer and closer to the draft. We'll be joined by Darren Urban of azcardinals.com next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run, presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run, presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate, presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Most financial advisors only manage your money. They refer you out for taxes. They refer you out for estate planning. They refer you out when things get complicated. Did they really vet that person? Or did they meet once, exchange business cards, and call it a partnership? A referral isn't accountability. It's a handoff. When your investments, taxes, and estate plan are built separately, gaps happen, and those can cost money. At Trajan, we didn't build a referral network. We built a family office for all. Wealth, tax, estate. One team delivering coordinated planning, once reserved for the ultra-wealthy. If you want real coordination and not just introductions, call Trajan Wealth today. Call Trajan today at 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team. At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email RateWatch at lundmortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email RateWatch at lundmortgage.com and start saving.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. After opening the season getting swept, the Diamondbacks responded with a sweep of their own. Their 1-0 win over Tarek Skubal and the Tigers gave them the 3-game sweep, and they'll look to keep it rolling as the Atlanta Braves come to town tonight with Ryan Nelson getting the ball for the Snakes. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Suns will be in Charlotte for LaMelo Ball and company, looking to bounce back after their Tuesday night loss to Orlando. And the Suns could add another piece back tonight. Mark Williams is questionable for tonight's game that'll tip over on ESPN 620 at 4 o'clock this afternoon. And now just a couple days until the Arizona Wildcats will tip in their first Final Four in 25 years in what should be a battle with Michigan. And April means the NFL draft is near. For everything Arizona Cardinals and the draft, be sure to head to arizonasports.com today. And that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Bickley and Murata.
Oh, lots of decisions for the Cardinals this offseason. The next decision they'll focus on is what to do potentially at number 3 in the draft 3 weeks from tonight. We're going to talk Cardinals offseason with us. Joining us on video, a listener of the show as well, Darren Urban of azcardinals.com, joining us via video. Good morning, Darren. How are you?
Let me just start by saying that as a Sun Devil, it is much easier listening to the conversation about whether Tommy Lloyd is going to stay or go than it was with Kenny Dillingham, whether he was going to stay or go.
Ain't that the truth, Darren?
I bet.
Yeah, a lot less fun for me.
The only difference is there's still a national title in the balance for the
yeah,
other
well,
situation.
okay.
We'll just,
I'm not going to get into the details. I mean,
we'll glaze over that fact. Cardinals 3 weeks away from the draft. Lots of speculation on what to do because they still have a lot of areas of need. Let's just start with the juiciest of all the topics. The Ty Simpson connection seems to be picking up steam. And I know you can't take too much stock or read too much into these mock drafts, Darren, but, Ty Simpson at number 3 for the Cardinals, what would the reaction be to that?
Well, there would definitely be a reaction. I don't know. It's funny, on my podcast this week, we were talking about this, and I've been pretty steadfast that I didn't see any way how Ty Simpson or Jeremiah Love would be the pick at number 3. And then we got to the end of the conversation, and I'm like, watch, one of them ends up being the pick at number 3, and I'm going to look like an idiot for a while. But when it comes to the quarterback, I have a hard time. I understand how important quarterback is, and I understand that he's the second best quarterback in this class. I don't know if anybody ever thought he was a top 5 kind of guy. I think you have some other options there that are top 5 kind of guys, and it really would make me hesitate to go in that direction unless, again, if they truly feel like he's the dude. Like, I get it, and we're not going to know that, and I don't know that. They're not inviting me into those meetings, but you don't want to be in a position where you're taking a guy just because, hey, we think we need a quarterback. I mean, I think one of the reasons they signed Gardner Minshew was the idea that if we don't get a quarterback high in the draft, then we're okay for this season. And I think you kind of have to approach it like that. I will be surprised if Ty Simpson is the 3rd overall pick. Now, what happens later in the first round, what might happen with trades, I don't know. But I really would be surprised if Simpson's the pick.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. There's been a lot of talk that Ty Simpson, as up and down as his last season was at Alabama, he's got a skill set that's perfect for a Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan, thereby a Mike LaFleur kind of offense, yet so little experience. And you got to be wary of guys like that, don't you?
I personally am leery of them, and there's a laundry list of guys that have not come out well after having such little time in college in terms of starts. So yeah, that absolutely would make me hesitate. Now there's obviously always going to be outliers, whether it's guys with fewer starts or guys with lots of starts. I mean, Vince, we went through, Matt Leinart had a ton of starts in college.
That's right.
And that didn't quite work out all that well. So, I mean, it still comes down to whether you can play quarterback, but and they do have a situation where it's set up nicely that if you brought in a guy and let him sit for a year or 2 behind somebody like a Brissett, who I think would be a really good mentor, that's definitely possible. The problem is if you're spending the 3rd overall pick on a guy, you cannot sit him. You can't. I know the news came out this morning with Kirk Cousins. Fernando Mendoza is not sitting all year. He might sit a few weeks, maybe.
Yeah.
But he ain't sitting all year. You can't. If you're picking a guy that high, he's got to do something right away.
Talking with Darren Urban from azcardinals.com here on Arizona Sports and getting ready for the NFL draft. Obviously, again, there's always options. Monty Ossenfort has shown in his draft history as the general manager of the Cardinals, he's willing to trade down to acquire more picks. And I think that when you do that once, especially early on in your tenure as a general manager, it tends to stick with you. And I know that possibility, and people read mock drafts and they get all excited about all of these possibilities. But how do you weigh that option right now, this far out from the draft, in terms of a team with needs, obviously, so more picks makes more sense, but might be passing up on a game-breaker situation? How real do you think the possibility of another trade down from 3 is, Darren?
I got a couple things to answer that way, Vince. One, I think Monty will absolutely look at that possibility because that's just who he is. And if you've targeted whoever it might be that you think you can get a few picks further down, or depending on where you have these guys really ranked. I mean, I know a lot of people think, okay, David Bailey is one of those guys, but he's had one giant year at Texas Tech. He wasn't necessarily thought of that way when he was at Stanford, and Texas Tech had a hella defense with a lot of guys around him. So, I mean, I don't know how these guys are being graded. Now, to the point of the trade itself, who's trading up? Like we just talked about Ty Simpson. Usually those trade ups are for quarterbacks. I don't think somebody's trading up that high for Ty Simpson. And then the only other name you're really thinking of could be a possible trade up is Love. And I have a hard time seeing that because I'll be honest, I'm from the philosophy of, yeah, there are game-breaking running backs, but for how I would want to build a team in the NFL, I think you can find running backs much easier than you can find a lot of other things. And I think a lot of teams think that way. And yeah, if Love is there when it makes sense to pick him, you're going to do it. But I don't see anybody trading up necessarily to get him. So, I mean, the only way you can trade down is if somebody wants to trade up. And I think that's going to be the bigger sticking point this year compared to most years.
All right, so Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay just spoke very, very highly about Mike LaFleur. I'm curious, you've been around a lot of coaches now, D. What more have you...
A lot of coaches, Dan. A lot of coaches.
What more have you sensed or learned, or does your intuition tell you about Mike LaFleur?
I love his personality. I haven't not spent enough time around him to really fully form an opinion at this point. The brief times I've had to interact with him, he's been a great to deal with. He's not a guy that's going to want to talk a lot about himself. He wants to be a football guy. He wants to talk about the football. He'll talk about that all day. He'd rather not talk about like his story or what he's about. And that's not because he's ashamed of it or anything. He's just one of those people. I like his energy. I think he understands what he has in front of him and what he's facing in terms of everything with where the team is right now. And you like that optimism. And we've been through it a lot of times. Like this is a good time when you're talking about a new head coach. Right now, there are all kinds of possibilities. We can poke and prod at all this stuff. And it's funny, again, going back to where I was on my podcast, Dan, the nuance gets lost so often. Not to jab at you guys a little bit, but obviously with talk radio and message boards and getting clicks, like the hot takes matter these days, and it's tough. And I still think there's a lot of nuance there. And there's nuance in what's going on with the Cardinals and what LaFleur can do. And I'm very interested to see. I know people are down on the quarterback situation, and I'm not saying they have a quarterback in the future, but I am very interested to see what Mike LaFleur can do with a Jacoby Brissett and some of the skill guys he's got.
I agree with that. I think Jacoby Brissett's been slandered by football fans here in the Valley. I think he is really good. Now, can he get you where you want to go? Probably not, but what he showed last year was pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is going to be a work in progress, and I don't think there's any question that trying to find a long-term quarterback is going to be an ongoing conversation, and that's fair. But I do want to see what this looks like.
To bring it full circle, Darren, you said you're a Sun Devil, as am I. But I did pick the Wildcats in my one and only bracket to win the whole thing. Did you do similarly?
Well, I'm going to say number one, Vince, I haven't filled out a bracket since the mid-'90s.
Nice.
And let me just say, in those 30 years, I've never enjoyed the tournament better than beforehand when you're actually living and dying with how they turn out. I thought U of A has had the best team all year. I'll be honest, I'll be a little surprised if they don't win it. I hope Jarrett doesn't take that as a jinx or anything, but
he takes everything.
They're really good. And Koa Pete didn't go to Corona del Sol, unfortunately, where my wife teaches, but all his brothers did. And so there's like this tangential thing of I like Koa Pete a little bit. So we'll see what happens. It'll still hurt me if they win, but they're the best team.
Yeah, I was going to say, will you be actively cheering for them to fall on their face like Vinny will be?
Well, I also happen to be from Michigan, and I'm a Michigan fan, so I know who I'm rooting for Saturday.
All right. Fair enough.
Fair enough, Darren. Thank
Darren,
you.
thanks for the time, as
I'll
always.
see you guys.
All right, Darren Urban, azcardinals.com, joining us via video this morning. Coming up next, the campaign continuing to grow. Victor Wembanyama for MVP.
Ooh, okay.
Not in the future, this year. We'll get into that and more next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Dylan Brooks is, without a doubt, a wild card, and we all love him for that. He is a wild card, but you can't be undisciplined. And you count on him not getting a technical foul in the next 5-6 games. You can't.
I mean, we all thought on the show when he got hurt that he was going to get one from the bench when he was hurt. So he did last longer than we all thought. All four of us thought he was going to get one while he was out, and he waited an extra 89 seconds before he got one.
Listen, I think he went out with the intention of trying to fire his team up, and that is fine. I just don't think you need to be undisciplined to do it.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagas and Matt Taxes. They're one part of retirement that most people never get ahead of.
That's true, and no one also plans for them. So once you start taking income from your accounts, taxes can impact everything. If you don't plan it right, you're going to pay Uncle Sam more than you should.
But you help people take control of that.
Absolutely. We look at all of your accounts, IRAs, 401ks, Social Security, all of these taxes to build a strategy designed to reduce all these unnecessary costs over time.
And the difference adds up?
It absolutely does. And smart tax planning can save you thousands of dollars over your retirement years.
And listeners can start that process today.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary tax review.
Hey, if you want to keep more of what you've earned, make the call.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Men over 40, I'll be honest, most hair growth stuff feels like a lot of hype. So when Mdrive told me they were launching a hair growth complex, I paid attention because they don't do hype. Here's the difference. This isn't a throw everything in and hope formula. They built it with 2 clinically tested ingredients, one shown to help improve hair density The other supports your hair's natural growth cycle. That matters because as we get older, it's not just hair loss, it's that your hair stops growing back the same. That's biology. Mdrive's whole approach is built around that, supporting how your body actually changes, not fighting it with extremes. If you noticed your hair thinning or not coming back like it used to, this is worth a look. You can find Mdrive Hair Growth Complex at Sprouts or at mdrivehair.com. Use my code GAMBO at mdrivehair.com and get 20% off your first purchase. That's promo code GAMBO at mdrivehair.com. Don't put it off. Mdrive, for men who still show up.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did a ton of research on this. And why is it such a good value at Aria Dental Implant Center?
One of the things I liked about Aria Dental is their wide range of plans that you can choose from. So it doesn't matter what your range of income is or what your finances are, they can make it happen for you. And I didn't find that in other implant centers. That was a key game changer for me.
The pricing, they worked with our pricing because, we all have bills and everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they made it work.
You need to make one call to Aria Dental, and that's all you need to do. They will take care of the rest.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Like you dunk it. Right in straight.
I think it was last week, Bick. I can't be certain because everything's a blur, basically. When you wake up at 3:30 a.m., everything becomes a blur in your life in terms of memory. But it seemed like there was a line in the sand drawn where a lot of national outlets began their, hey, we need to ramp up our Victor Wembanyama for MVP campaign. It was all over ESPN. And I'm not saying it's not deserved. Victor Wembanyama has been unbelievable and getting better as the season goes on for the San Antonio Spurs, who continue to be one of the top teams.
Yeah.
But this is now an everyday assault. And when Wemby goes out and has 41 and 18 like he did last night, and then constantly is asked about the MVP and talks about it openly like he did earlier this week on the Scott Van Pelt edition of SportsCenter.
Oh, yeah, I do care deeply about it. And I think that all the greats, that are in the Hall of Fame or that are, in our mind, the best of all time, they have fought and grabbed everything they could grab early on in their career, And if I want to make my spot among the greats, I got to try to not miss any occasion I have to put my name up there.
Look, I appreciate the fact that he's talking openly about it. And he is in the mix. Obviously, SGA is in the mix. I think Luka's making a very late, interesting, late season run here, even though he still gets criticized for not playing defense. Do you think Victor Wembanyama is the MVP this year?
Listen, I'm certainly not against it. I know that a lot of people have looked at it at the minutes that he plays per game and have extrapolated that if he had a normal superstar workload, what his numbers look like. Look, he's had 15 rebounds in 5 consecutive games. They've won the last 15 games he's played in. He is, I think, clearly becoming the new face of the league, and because he's embracing all of this stuff. He actually cares. He's not too cool to care, which is one of my primary issues with NBA players. So I'm not necessarily against it. I think that if, you were going to stack him up against Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Luka Doncic, I think he's got a pretty good shot.
And we can't forget, shame on me for not even mentioning Jokic, who has already won it 3 times. And he's upped his single-season assist mark to a career high, almost 11 assists per game. He's averaging 13 rebounds per game. And, look, Denver's win-loss record is not as gaudy as San Antonio's or Oklahoma City's, but they've also been ravaged by injuries for a good portion of the year. I think Jokic has done an unbelievable job in keeping the Nuggets in the top half.
I think you could make a case in that light for Jaylen Brown and the way he has played prior to Jason Tatum coming back.
I would agree with that as well. And I think Boston is a real serious contender to get to the finals.
Whenever we have these MVP conversations, whether it's like football, we've had it a couple times with basketball. Like, if you guys were to have a vote, what would you prioritize the most in voting for an MVP in the NBA?
Steady excellence for a winning team.
Most important to their team, though, also.
True.
Not just necessarily the winning, best player in a winning team.
Which, I mean, how many? I haven't looked closely at the numbers or the results from when Wemby's been out, but he's been remarkably available this year.
Mm-hmm.
I also wonder about this when it comes to Wemby and future MVPs, and I mean that plural. He's going to win multiples before he's done. We always seem to discuss the fatigue factor in voting for MVPs. I think that'll end up costing Jokic this year because there are other good candidates. But if Wemby wins this one, his first one this early, he's what, 23 still?
23, I believe.
And he's in his third year in the league?
Yeah.
He's going to continue to get better. As he gets better, does the fatigue set in and it cost him MVPs because somebody else has the elevation like he had? Do you get what I'm saying?
I do.
Cooper Flag in 2 years or something? I don't know. The Jokic thing is for real because he is just the best player.
I totally agree.
Mm-hmm. It's one of those things. Basketball feels like more than other sports. Once there's a best player established, you could give them the MVP every year, but they don't like to do that.
No, historically they don't. That's why I'm wondering if it's too fast for Wemby.
Well, listen, I don't know about that. I do know this, though. I do know that in the NBA, it hasn't happened that often where there is one player who has got an extreme physical advantage over the rest of the league. It happened with Shaq. It happened with Wilt. Happened with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar for a while. And it's certainly going to happen with Victor Wembanyama.
You could argue with LeBron,
yes,
the type of player.
Absolutely. To be that size and that big as a point guard and a facilitator, absolutely. Yeah, you could definitely throw that. Early LeBron could get to the rim against anybody.
Yeah.
Anybody.
It's funny with all four of these players, and you could include Jaylen Brown. Like, Wembanyama is by far and away the best defensive player of the four. Nikola Jokic is the best overall player of the four. Luka Doncic is probably the best scorer of them. He averages the most points. But Shea is on the best team, and I think will probably win the MVP.
Oh, I don't think so.
I don't know. It seems, well, listen.
I think he's the least likely to win the MVP because he won it last year, right?
Shea's going to win the MVP.
Oh, would you like to bet a burrito on
yes,
it?
Don't do it, Sammy.
My burrito.
You'll never see that burrito.
My burrito.
Would you like to bet an imaginary fictitious burrito?
Would you like to bet their burritos on
Would you like to bet dinner at the Rah-Rah Room?
Yes.
Jared.
Oh, wow, that's a big one. Jared and I would have to go and split meals.
Do they have a kids menu at the Rah-Rah Room?
Yeah, right? That's funny.
That is interesting. You're that convinced he's going to win it again?
Yes.
I'm not.
I'm not either. And I think there's a reason why I'm talking about this growing campaign for Wemby because there's real momentum behind it.
Yeah. And
he's eating it up.
And there's also been real criticism on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. The other night, he got called for pushing off on a game-winning three-point shot that they called off the board. And because he did his typical put his arm into somebody, but then he does the flying in the other direction thing. And I think that whole thing is starting to kind of overwhelm the way people look at SGA. Shouldn't. He's an amazing player.
The other thing to look at with Jokic and Wemby, they still have not met the 65-game requirement.
Okay.
So Wemby, for example, the Spurs have 6 games left. He needs to play in 4 of the last 6. Which should be not a problem, right?
All right. No.
Unless they get locked into 2 early.
He'd play.
Yeah, when an MVP's on the line
he'd play.
for a guy that cares that much.
Right.
Yeah. I hate that rule.
That was a bad idea. It was. I understand the intent. It has turned out to be the law of unintended consequences.
Yeah, true. Coming up next, we will roll into the 9 o'clock hour on this Thursday. Sammy's going to guide us through some social studies here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Part of the experience of college these days is paying back your student loan debt. It's never fun, but when you're struggling with it, it's really, really terrible. You feel awful, you feel stuck, you feel embarrassed, and you feel like you run out of moves. I've heard from people who are in this spot. They feel like there's not a way forward, but there is. They need to know about Y-Refi. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and Y-Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. It is what they do. They are not going to judge you in the process of helping you. They're not going to be asking you a bunch of questions on why you didn't fix it sooner. Y-Refi helps you get back on track with a low fixed rate payment you can actually afford. And if you've been turned down by other lenders, that's when Y-Refi really shines, because they build a plan around your real life, not some perfect fictionalized version of it. Your student loans don't define you. They don't get the final say. Y-Refi helps you take back control and breathe again. If this is the situation you're in and you want to get out, call Y-Refi today, 888-Y-REFI-85, or visit yrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
There is nothing more meaningful you can do for yourself and your family and friends than finally getting rid of that pain so they can enjoy time with you again, especially heading into vacation season. QC Kinetics takes care of your pain in the office, and you go right on with your day. It's that easy. So if you say yes to any of these, you're the kind of patient QC Kinetics regenerative treatments help every day. I have joint pain in my knees, hips, shoulders, or back. The pain keeps me from getting a good night's sleep. I'm missing work or saying no to activities I enjoy. I don't want surgery or a long recovery. I'm taking medication just to get through the day. If you answered yes, today could be the day you turn the corner and finally get relief. QC Kinetics treatments are done in the office and the consultation is free. So don't wait. Call today. It might be the most meaningful thing you do for yourself. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, I got a great tax guy. He does a good job for me every year, but I'm always keeping 5 years of records from behind. He never looks forward and has a plan for me going forward. But when you work with you and Asset Preservation, you guys have a tax plan for the future.
Absolutely. Look, most people think that their tax plan is when they file taxes, but that really is just looking backwards. You must look forward. Tax planning is about how you can save taxes in years to come. If you don't have a financial plan that includes a tax plan, I think you're missing out.
And most financial advisors do not have a tax plan for you going forward, which is why I recommend you make the phone call right now and get a free portfolio review with the same guy I work with, Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Call 602-877-PLAN or go online at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks only needed one run yesterday to complete the sweep of the Detroit Tigers. Corbin Carroll's first inning solo home run off Tarek Skubal was enough for Zach Gallen and the bullpen. Gallen went 6 scoreless innings and outdueled the reigning 2-time Cy Young winner. And the Diamondbacks stay hot with their 3rd win in a row, looking to make it 4 tonight as the Atlanta Braves come to town. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And as the Suns look to get back to their winning ways in Charlotte tonight, big man Mark Williams is officially questionable to return for the Suns tonight as he's missed the last 15 games due to a left foot stress reaction. Suns and Hornets will tip at 4 over on ESPN 620, and that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, the 9 o'clock hour here on this Thursday. That means it is time for Social Studies, and you can follow us on social media. We are at Bickley_Murata on X, where we post these daily questions. We are at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook. And
What's our followers on Instagram right now, I wonder?
It got last time I checked, it was 4,004. So we've We've reached the 4,000 mark.
Wow.
So we
4,000 people.
Yes. On our way to 5,000. Can we get to 5,000 by the end of this segment? 996 people. Come on.
By the end of the segment, that's a little bit of a stretch. But and you can watch our show at Arizona Sports on YouTube every single morning. But we'll jump in with the questions. First and foremost, Dylan Brooks is back. He made his return against Orlando in what we can only explain as the Dylan Brooks experience. So how would you describe the, quote, Dylan Brooks experience this season in about 3 words or less?
A wild ride.
I'd agree. That's very true.
Buckle up, baby.
Nice.
3 words or less, that's all I got.
And so Darryl Lee is calling out Jarrett here. He said, Brooks has played in 4 games since this question was asked on February 11th. Not much has changed about the experience.
That's funny. That's funny.
But there are some good 3 words or less. Daylight Film said technical foul alignment. Buddy Thompson said, wow, what? Sigh. Also, won the trade. I think that's a good one. And Daryl says low-key nuclear. And Keith said La Vida Loca, ? All of which I would throw into the Dylan Brooks experience. All right, our next question for Diamondback fans. So Jose Fernandez, his major league debut, 3 for 4, an amazing 3-run homer, and the reception he got yesterday.
I will say I did word for word ask that exact question on February 11th. I apologize. But it could change. Everything could change about the way you feel and describe them.
As soon as I was reading it, I knew we had asked the question before.
Well, that was right about the All-Star break, was it not? Yeah.
And I was waiting for someone to say something like Daryl had said, and oh man, it was great when I was reading that. Okay.
That was funny.
So Jose Fernandez, the reception he got yesterday, it jogged Jarrett's thought process of who is your favorite Diamondback player of all time, and why?
Of all time.
That's
a tough question.
Favorite,
not for me.
Not necessarily best, but favorite.
Is it Randy Johnson?
Yeah, it's
for
Randy
you?
Johnson. Yeah, you just knew when you were watching him, you were watching an all-time great.
Did you find him prickly with the media in your dealing with him when he was a player?
Absolutely. Now
that didn't impact the way
It wasn't full time. It wasn't all the time. But I think that there was a mindset Randy Johnson needed to be in to perform like Randy Johnson did.
That's fair.
And you couldn't separate one from the other.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with the way you frame that at all because he's undoubtedly the greatest player the Diamondbacks have ever had.
Mm-hmm.
The greatest is different from favorite. Some people might have different reasons for favorites. Personality mixed in. In terms of just watching them play, Randy Johnson is at the top of the list. Corbin Carroll's a hell of a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah.
Geraldo Perdomo's making a push to be a lot of people's favorites.
Cold like frog.
Like frog, and the way he conducts himself. I was inexplicably I don't know why, I was a big Andy Fox fan on that expansion team back in '98.
Wow, what a pull.
I don't know why.
And there's a ton of, obviously, Randy Johnson. Derek said Randy Johnson, 4 years, 4 Cy Youngs, and it helped that he grew up a Mariners fan. But and a lot of Luis Gonzalez, Gonzo.
Yeah, why did we not mention Gonzo? My bad.
Yeah, and
I think he would probably win.
Gonzo was fantastic.
If you polled every Diamondbacks fans, I think he'd probably win.
Gonzo and Gracie were fantastic in terms of just being just great quotes. They were just such old school baseball guys. It just came out of them. They were great ambassadors to the sport.
Tons of Gracie. Mark Grace, I've chatted with him a couple times at a local establishment. Very down to earth. Plus, I loved his quotes to the media. Quote, I guess I wasn't good enough for the Cubs, but I was good enough to win a World Series.
Good enough for the Cub.
That Cub.
The Cub. And then Stephen Ruiz, he said, Daniel Hudson. He and I used to play pub trivia at the same place every week. He and his wife were genuinely cool people. Ross Vegas said, Geraldo Perdomo. And it's no secret, he's my favorite player out of the last 5 years. I grew up loving Craig Counsell.
A lot of people did.
The swing, just the grittiness of it, and that Eddie V agrees. And then C-Backer 44. Well, if I can't vote for Rat Leon, I'll go with Goldie or Randy. So
He's not French. He's American like you and I. Rat Leon. Come on.
I said that. I said.
Rat Leon. You said Rat Leon.
Rat Leon.
Yeah, but I didn't use the accent this time. Okay. And our last question. This
American like you and I.
Seriously, come on.
Rat Leon.
He is an American patriot. Rat Leon.
Rat Leon. Our last question came up on, so Jared and I were talking about our sports gambling this morning, and I had mentioned to Bick that I wanted to make a software to kind of track my hopeful winnings. And so the question is, did you ever have an idea for an invention product app? What is it, why, and how would it work?
No, my brain doesn't think like that. I'm like Jared. I have no idea how anything works.
Oh, that doesn't mean you can't have an idea, though.
You just don't know how to execute it.
Because I've had lots of ideas.
I know. You had the 6-inch platform shoes for Kyler Murray.
Right.
The meat spoon.
The meat spoon, yes.
Yeah.
The convertible.
Did you ever hear of the meat spoon, Sammy?
I think one time it's like a designated spoon just for.
No.
It's a spoon made of meat.
Oh,
it's a spoon made of meat that
so
you
when
eat
you're done
soup
with your soup, you can eat the spoon.
But that's not even. The key part of it is that you're getting a taste of meat with each bite of spoon.
But how
with each bite of soup.
Jared, I have so many questions.
Okay, go.
How would you?
But you're not. If you're eating your spoon while drinking the soup, you're not going to have a spoon.
But you're not eating the soup. You're sucking on the spoon with the soup.
But how would
so
you?
You're sucking on the meat flavor, and then you could get a little nibble of the meat.
I don't know if I agree with that description.
How could you do it? Not it's my invention.
I don't taste this. I don't taste the spoon when I eat soup. My tongue doesn't really come in contact with the spoon.
You're exactly right.
Point.
You don't taste the spoon because it's not made of meat. That's the problem I've been trying to solve.
But wouldn't over time of you eating the soup, the quote meat spoon become soggy and therefore unenjoyable?
Yeah, this is for the people at R&D to figure out.
Okay. And speaking of soup,
you time it out so it anyway.
Kevin Zimmerman, our own, he said a soup machine. You put anything you want in it and it spits out that as a soup. And Dave Burns said, "Isn't that a juicer?" And Kevin responded with, "I had to make Jarrett intrigued somehow." Soup machine.
Were there any good ideas here?
I'm gonna be honest.
No.
The other idea I had was a convertible minivan. Because for a long time, now that there's big SUVs are very popular, the minivan you don't see as much anymore. But this idea I have had since the 90s. Because the minivan always considered very uncool, right? What if you created a minivan that was a convertible, like a sports car? Now, I don't know if that's physically possible with the way that they're built and stuff, but why isn't that something that exists?
Why don't
they
you
eventually had sunroofs, but that's just a little hole in the top. I'm talking about driving with
full on no roof at all.
Yeah, so it's a convertible that's really big, the size of a minivan, so you could take like 6-8 people.
But still have the wind in your hair?
Yes. Still look cool.
Why don't you just open up the doors and the sunroof, and there we go.
I thought the meat spoon was a dumb idea.
You can't open the doors while you're driving. Let's be serious here.
Let's open the roof. Yeah, not a ton of life-altering ideas in the comments, but Ricky said, yes, home delivery of groceries. That was in 1985. Didn't do anything with that idea. Missed out big time. And then...
Isn't that amazing that took that long?
Yes.
Pizza delivery has been a thing my whole life. There's been cities like where they've had convenience store deliveries forever, but it took forever for that to be like mainstream.
Yeah, but you want somebody pulling your produce for you and picking your grapes for you?
Somebody pulling my old... Do I want someone pulling my produce?
I'll pull my own produce. Thank you very much.
Man. And
you are so juvenile.
And a big congrats to Dan Bickley's foursome team.
Dan Bickley. So what's that put him?
It's he and I are all tied up at 4 apiece in Mock My Whirlwinds this year. But his team of Mount Rushmore, Jerry, George, Elaine, and Kramer of Seinfeld, Dorothy, Tin Man, Scarecrow, Lion, the Wizard of Oz, and Kyle Cartman, Kenny, and Stan of South Park. 43%. Vinny, a distant second, 24%. I myself, 20. Jarrett Carlin, 11%.
So you
Did
guys
they ever not kill Kenny at the end of a South Park?
I don't know if they still do it.
I don't know either.
I think that might have been something that they stopped doing years ago, but it was a thing every episode for a lot of
pressure.
Yeah, right.
That show's been on since I've been in high school.
Isn't that amazing?
It is, and it's it's a very cup of tea. You either love it or you hate it.
The Simpsons has been on since I was in elementary school.
Park? Do people hate South Park?
I don't think so.
I don't know. I think if they're not, I think it's you're into it or you don't pay any attention to it at all.
Yeah. Okay, that's kind of what I meant. But there you guys go.
I used to be way into it. Now I just don't pay attention to it anymore.
Okay.
Other things to watch.
So Sammy was right. Okay.
I don't hate it though.
No, okay. There we go. And there we go. We're at Bickley_Murata on X, Bickley and Murata elsewhere, and go watch us on YouTube at Arizona Sports.
All right. Thank you, Sammy. Social studies every day at 9 o'clock. Coming up next, Tommy Lloyd and the Wildcats getting closer and closer to their Final Four showdown with Michigan. Could that potentially be his last game in Tucson? We'll get into that and more next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
0-2. Swung on. That is hit well out to left center field. Meadows going back. He is looking up. That is out of here. An unexpected jolt from Corbin Carroll. It's his second home run of the season. And the D-backs strike first. It's 1-0.
D-backs host a 4-game series versus the Atlanta Braves at Chase Field. Game 1 tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Over the past 20 years, the accident attorneys at Sweet James have helped enough clients to fill an entire sports arena. And I've got another basketball analogy for you to prove that you call Sweet James accident attorneys if you're ever injured in an accident. So there are over 450 players in the NBA. They're all good. They all play basketball, but very few rise to stardom because very few win at a level that puts them in an elite category. Well, it's exactly the same thing with personal injury firms in Arizona. There are a ton of them out there, but Sweet James, one of the very few firms that are elite in everything they do, especially when it comes to litigating. Their attorneys have extensive trial experience, which gives them incredible leverage when dealing with those insurance companies because Sweet James' 98% winning record with over 500 trials proves to the insurance companies that Sweet James will not back down. This is why they consistently deliver some of the largest settlements in Arizona, in the country. They're also proud partners of your Phoenix Suns. If you're ever injured in an accident, do not settle for less. Remember, having the right attorney on your side can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. 1-800-9-million. That's 1-800-900-0000 online at sweetjames.com.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi, and I'm here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people enter retirement without a real roadmap.
They do, and it's really risky. You need to know how your income works, how taxes affect it, and how long your savings will last.
And you help people understand the whole picture.
Yes, we build complete retirement plans that are simple to follow and designed to protect your future.
And listeners can get a complimentary consultation?
They can. Call 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill? Or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
Hey, it's Gambo, and every single year I have Christian Brothers HVAC out to my house for their summer inspection. They do one of the most thorough inspections in Arizona, a full 22-point checklist from the Arizona Heat Pump Council, and they give you real electrical readings on every major component. If anything is outside of factory specs, they show you and explain it. No pressure, just flat rate upfront pricing. And right now, my listeners get the summer tune-up for just $50. Call 602-222-3535 or go to cbrothers.com.
The D-backs face the Atlanta Braves for a weekend series starting April 2nd. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Will the Phoenix Suns look like themselves again tonight against the Hornets? We'll talk about it on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Good morning, Youngtown. We appreciate you listening and watching and viewing and following Bickley and Murata Mornings from Youngtown.
I love those guys. And they've given me a better life because they helped build this program to what it is now. And the legacy is so strong. And those guys have been so cool and so welcoming to me. You know, the sun may be shining on, you know, this team and me coaching it right now. But when it's shining on you, you got to fight like hell to protect it and build it. And so that's what I feel like my number one responsibility is to fight to protect the program and fight to build it for those who came before me and for those that are going to follow after me. Because you know what? Arizona's going to have another good coach after me. I promise you. I mean, the place is special.
I was going back to Saturday, or was it Sunday? Saturday, when Arizona beat Purdue to advance to the Final Four. Got a lot of reaction, did Tommy Lloyd. You know what we need to go back to, by the way?
What's that?
This, the beginning of this soundbite reminded me. We need to go back to our show imaging.
Okay.
Where we just manipulate things and take them totally out of context. Like, imagine the big voice guy. Hey, Tommy Lloyd, what do you think about Bickley and Murata Mornings?
I love those guys.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
It's one of those things I couldn't kick out of my head. So he got a lot of response to that. Later on, a couple days later, Tommy Lloyd addressed those comments because of the reaction to it, and he said this.
It's absolutely true. There's going to be another coach. This is a great program. I didn't say when. You know, I mean, and people are going to speculate all they want. Guys, this team has my full focus. Nothing, I promise you nothing is knocking me off that path. And you guys might call them distractions because you're distracted. That doesn't mean I'm distracted or we're distracted. You know what's pretty cool? Once you get some experience in this deal and you're a player or you're a coach who's been at it a while, you get pretty good at, you know, eliminating the distractions. So I think I'm pretty good at that.
Yeah, so that was
okay.
That was. I didn't say when.
Mm-hmm.
Now, could it be coming soon? The UNC job is still open. There's a lot of speculation. There's all this smoke coming out of Tucson between Tommy Lloyd and the relationship that's perceived between he and the athletic director at U of A, Desiree Reed-Francois.
Yeah.
Her own brother came out and refuted that on social media. There's been nobody else really refuting that. A lot of people around around the program saying, yeah, this is something. Can it be worked out? Most people believe yes, not necessarily about money, but more about commitment.
Yeah.
Sounds a lot like the Kenny Dillingham thing,
listen,
doesn't it?
I said from day one that this thing, it's amazing how they're running on parallel tracks. Now, the interpersonal with Tommy Lloyd and his athletic director might be something that's very, very real, where I don't think that was the equivalent here. Certainly not to that level. But in the end, you hope that the outcome is exactly the same, that a coach, despite the tension and the anxiety it caused the fan base, is using leverage to not only fortify himself, but his staff and his program and how much money he can spend on players and who gets to decide who those players, all of that stuff. Because if Tommy Lloyd is indeed that guy, then if you're Arizona basketball, what are you doing? You've got a guy that's got you back to the Final Four. It would be egregious to lose him over money. But there are more and more reports coming out that he is the number one target for North Carolina.
Yes. We had a little exercise with Jarrett and Sammy, the two resident alums of the University of Arizona and super fans of the team. If you could be guaranteed a national title this year, would it be worth it losing Tommy Lloyd to UNC? They both said yes, unequivocally. Winning a championship is what it's all about. They've only got one in their history. That would double it. Let me add another caveat or another layer to this question, okay? You're guaranteed to win it this year. Tommy Lloyd leaves, but also what follows is a decade of absolute irrelevance. Now are you signing up for it?
A decade of irrelevance?
How does that happen? What a disastrous follow-up hire if you're coming off a national championship.
Look, anytime you're changing directions, these things are possible. I don't think it's probable. It's possible.
It's
and when Lute Olson stepped down the first time, it wasn't exactly the salad days of U of A basketball, let's be honest.
No, it wasn't.
I think I'd sign up for keeping Tommy.
Even if you lost this year?
In the hopes of, we've seen what he's been able to do for the first 5 years. There is, without a doubt, no question that he can get this program back to
and that might be a cockamamie hypothetical because of what Tommy Lloyd has done. Going back to the soundbite we came in with, they're going to have another good coach. If Tommy Lloyd leaves for UNC, they're going to have a very good coach in place. I don't view this the same as I did when they didn't have the good progression plan when Lute Olson was at the end of his career.
Listen, I think that if there is a level, if there's a lack of trust or if there's a disconnect between Tommy Lloyd and the athletic director, that would mean, by definition, that there is less trust than there needs to be in the relationship. And by that, I mean this. Tommy Lloyd, as a basketball coach, needs to know that my program will be funded at a certain level at all times. It won't be, hey, you promised me 10. Where's my money? Oh, I'm sorry, coach. We had this and that kind of stuff. It's these little details that define Tommy Lloyd's comfort level in Tucson. Everything else about being at the University of Arizona checks every box. Incredible loyal fan base. A fan base that extends over generations of fans, young and old. The big fish in a small pond. Check. Right? And he's even talked about, you bring success to that program, you're on a pedestal in Tucson. So it's got everything. So it's either Tommy Lloyd is like, I know I want to stay here, but I got to make sure that I know what I'm getting on a year-to-year basis relative to what I'm giving them. Look, Kenny Dillingham had a lot of reason to feel the same way. He packed that stadium. They sold every single ticket at that football stadium. He has every right to know, are you putting that money back in the program?
Yeah.
Show me.
It's not an outrageous request
Not
by
at
any
all.
stretch.
Not at all. Because the people building these programs, they know how difficult it is. And when you get to a certain level, you understand what it takes to sustain it. In fact, it probably takes more because now you've got an even bigger target on your back. That is why you've got to be in lockstep emotionally, philosophically, relationally with your bosses in these jobs. And then if you've got Michael Jordan in your ear, saying, Tommy, you're our guy.
Look, you didn't go to school at Arizona. Have you seen Chapel Hill in the fall?
Right.
Oh, man.
Gorgeous.
I mean,
are you how mad are you guys that U of A is dealing with this after this long?
I'm a little frustrated.
25 years without a Final Four. Here they are, and they're dealing with this.
I'm trying to I still can't conceptualize it in my head how much of an actual threat it is that he's leaving. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It feels, I think I said this yesterday, it feels like he wants to stay. And if he leaves, it would be more because he's sort of being pushed out than he's being tempted by another school. You know what I mean? Like it's a problem, as you guys were just talking about with him and the AD, rather than unhappy being at U of A and really wanting to be at North Carolina. It's not like his dream job opened.
He's a West Coast guy.
So to answer your question, it sucks that this is overshadowing our first Final Four in 25 years. This should all be about the program and its back to rise to a blue blood status and stuff. And it's still, we're only 2 days away from the game now, and this is still all that's going on.
Well, and this is, again, when you start taking a look at basketball metrics, when you look at the metrics for Michigan and Arizona, you'd be hard-pressed in the history of college basketball to find two better teams going against one another in a college basketball semifinal.
Yep, so in the history of Ken Pom, this Michigan team and this Arizona team are both in the top 5 in the history of Ken Pom rating.
That's amazing.
That goes back how far?
The tracking era, which I don't know when that began. But
still, I mean, that's another indication that they shouldn't be meeting on Saturday. Yeah.
Yes.
You want to see Darius Rucker live at Arizona Financial Theater this summer? Hey, you can. Head to the podcast page at arizonasports.com. I think maybe the contest page. That would make more sense than the podcast page. But anyway, for your chance to win tickets to see Darius Rucker. Coming up next, it's Thursday. We'll roll out the latest edition of the Generation Gap. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The local sports leader is all about the NFL Draft. We know you've got your home team sensibilities, so we're looking at the entire NFL Draft, not just the Cardinals in the 3rd overall pick.
With the 3rd pick.
Though we are definitely taking strong interest in that one. What's Monty going to do? Trade it? Pick O-line or edge? Decisions, man. Cardinal decisions. NFL Draft coverage on Arizona Sports, brought to you by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals.
The Arizona Cardinals select.
On the court, on the field, on the diamond, sports fans know all about the 3 magic letters MVP, most valuable player. But when you get on the roadways, those 3 magic letters become BMW, the ultimate driving machine. And sports fans also know the importance of being number 1. Chapman BMW, the number 1 BMW dealer in Arizona for a lot of great reasons. Talking about a family-owned, award-winning business for nearly 6 decades, from Ted Chapman all the way down to the techs in the garage. Everything they do is first-class elite. You feel it the minute you walk into either of their 2 great locations. And speaking of those 2 locations, pretty significant because they guarantee you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley. No matter what you're looking for, you're going to find it at Chapman BMW. Also, some great incentives going on right now, talking about 0.9% APR for 60 months on the BMW X3, the 3 Series, and the X1. Do not miss these record low rates. Head on down to Chapman BMW. And remember, while you're there, go get your hookup. Ask for my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. He has vowed to hook up every member of this listening audience, and all you have to do is ask. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Call Trajan today at 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
For over 40 years, Collins Comfort Masters has provided trusted, certified technicians. And with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, the Valley agrees. Right now, you can upgrade to an EcoWater Whole Home Premium System for as low as $60 a month OAC and get cleaner, better water at every tap. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. That's collinscomfort.com.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. After opening the season getting swept, the Diamondbacks responded with a sweep of their own. Their 1-0 win over Tarek Skubal and the Tigers gave them the 3-game sweep. They'll look to keep it rolling tonight as the Atlanta Braves come to town, with Ryan Nelson getting the ball for the Snakes. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Suns will be in Charlotte for LaMelo Ball and company, looking to bounce back after their Tuesday night loss to Orlando, and the Suns could add another piece back tonight. Mark Williams is questionable for tonight's game. That tips at 4 o'clock over on ESPN 620. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll question brought to you by Sanderson Ford is: which players stood out the most in the Diamondbacks series sweep against the Tigers? Is it Jose Fernandez, Corbin Carroll, Michael Soroka, or Zach Gallen?
Oh.
I know, yeah.
It's good to have these many choices, right?
Yes, it is.
Carroll was fantastic. We saw history from Jose Fernandez. Yeah. That's the biggest story, right? Gotta be.
Yes.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yes.
41% of the vote, Jose Fernandez. 33, Corbin Carroll. 16, Michael Soroka. 10 for Zach Gallen. But like Vinny said, great to have those options.
Zach Gallen combines with relievers on a shutout and outduels Tarek Skubal and is the fourth choice. That's a good series.
It's a good series.
That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it right now at arizonasports.com.
Age versus youth in a Goodwill exhibition match.
It's awful being a kid. No one listens to you.
It's rotten being old. No one listens to you.
is once again time for age versus wisdom. Maturity versus youth.
Age versus wisdom?
Well, I didn't want to say age versus beauty, but it is.
Age and wisdom would be on the same side, wouldn't they?
Oh, you're right.
That they were the wisdom.
No, age could be a young age.
Youth versus wisdom.
That's what I meant to say. Youth versus wisdom. Whatever. It's a couple of old guys versus a couple of young guys. This is the generation gap. We'll be asking questions to Dan Bickley and Vince Marotta, representing the older generation, versus Sammy Cebulka and Wolf and Luke assistant producer Jamal Gumo, representing the younger generation. There'll be questions in 4 categories: sports, music, pop culture / history, and trends / slang. Those are the 4 categories. They will ask opposing questions about opposing generations you could steal. You'll figure it out if you haven't heard it before.
Exactly.
It's a heck of a lot of fun.
Yes. It was a close one last week, but the older generation won again.
Yes.
So because of that, I will let the older generation choose first. What category would you like to do?
Control the board, Vinny. It's you.
Let's go music off the bat.
Music. Okay. According to a very popular 2020 Chapel Roan song and provocative music video, where is she going to keep on dancing down at?
Oh.
I know this one.
Okay, good.
Feel free to sing it, too, if you know.
You're not looking at the year 2020, the decade of 2020s, correct?
Well, I'm talking about what this particular song, what is she referring to?
Did it come out in 2020 or the decade of the 2020s?
It came out in 2020, but it became very popular last year, if that's what you're...
She's going to keep dancing at the Pink Pony Club.
That is exactly right.
Nice. Good job, Vinny.
Good
job, Vinny. Good start.
It is. It's a catchy song.
It really is.
It really
that song is 6 years old, but it really
I had
became
no idea
popular.
it was that old.
Became popular last year for whatever reason. Okay, young people, and I'm reading this off the monitor today, so we're neither on. Please look at the monitor. This is the honor system.
Okay, yes, no.
The printer wasn't working.
I can't see it. So
okay,
go.
He can't see it either.
Yeah.
I can put as big a font as I want on this one. According to a very popular 1992 Pearl Jam song and controversial music video, who spoke in class today?
What? Who spoke in class?
Who spoke in class today? This is a very popular song in 1992.
Jamal,
very popular music video.
Dude, I don't know why. Again, random thought.
Okay, talk
side
to me.
discussion.
Yeah, talk to me.
The Doctor. I don't know why that came into my head.
All right, hey, it's better than anything I have in my head. The Doctor spoke in class today.
The Doctor. Nope.
No.
Clearly, I remember.
Yeah, go.
Picking on the boy.
Oh, right?
He seemed a harmless little
lad.
Wait a minute.
Jeremy is the answer.
Jeremy. You never heard that song?
No. Arms raised in
Jeremy
a
is
V.
spoken.
No.
Okay.
All right.
It was a very controversial music video as well when it came out.
Dang.
All right.
He also got in trouble for biting the recess lady's
breast.
How could I forget?
Hey, it's
somebody else who just got in trouble for
biting. Yeah.
That's true.
All right.
All right, young people, you need it. You're
We'll
behind
take
April.
sports. We need something here.
All right, sports. Whose 1988 World Series walk-off home run caused announcer Jack Buck to exclaim, "I don't believe what I just saw"?
Kirk Gibson.
Kirk Gibson is correct. Well done.
Sammy.
Let's go.
All right, old people.
Yes.
With 3 wins this last season, who was the 2025 NASCAR Cup Series champion?
Oh my God.
This past season?
2025.
We just knew this.
It's gonna kill. Oh, it's gonna kill me.
It's funny. I feel like NASCAR drivers don't have the star power they did.
I don't know.
10, 15 years
I don't know
ago.
why this name popped into my head.
Go.
Chase Elliott?
That is incorrect.
Okay.
Young people for the steal.
Man, so Jamal, I'm either between Denny Hamlin or the driver Michael Jordan. He's been on a heater.
Okay, that's who I thought. That's who I came to my mind.
Jordan?
Yeah, Michael. Yeah.
All right, we will go with Michael Jordan.
Michael Jordan? No. Michael Jordan's like a team owner. He's not a driver.
It's his guy. It's his new driver that's been doing well.
You're thinking of Tyler Reddick.
But that's not the answer either. This is from this is 2025. Kyle Larson.
Okay.
Kyle Larson. Okay. That's all right. You're on the board.
Okay, yep. 2-1.
All right. Do you want pop culture and history or trends/slang?
I want to talk about trains. Let's do pop culture and it's our pick, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pop culture and trains, please.
Okay.
Dan Bickley.
Name 2 characters from the TV show It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Mac and
I got one. They can't get it.
he played Charlie Day plays Charlie.
Charlie,
Mac
there
and
you go.
Charlie.
You got it.
Nice,
Okay,
Vinny.
you pulled it out.
Vinny's carrying us today.
Do you know Mac's
You're
real,
going to need a back rub after this.
real name on the show? Mac is his nickname. And it doesn't matter.
I don't know his real name.
Waste time, Jerry.
Ronald
Sure.
McDonald is his name on the show. All right. That was Always Sunny in Philadelphia. All right. Young people, who is credited with discovering electricity while performing a kite experiment during a lightning storm in Philadelphia in the 18th century?
Benjamin Franklin.
Okay, good.
Come on.
Yeah, that was. That happened in our youth.
Yeah,
all right.
We'll take a point, though. All right.
Very good. Okay.
It's 3-2.
Sometimes you guys don't know basic history in it.
This is very, very true.
All right, young people.
All right.
This is an interactive
I just like how
one.
you called him Benjamin.
That's very
Benjamin
professional.
Franklin.
This is an interactive one, and I need
he
you guys
spoke in class today.
to do it for the camera, please. Okay?
All right. This is trends and fads. Right?
Trends and fads.
Okay.
Do the Vogue dance.
What?
Vogue for me right now, please.
Vogue.
Vogue.
I'm gonna just
For the camera,
look into
Stan.
the camera.
Yeah, go.
It's gonna be a little.
Jamal, you got anything?
Oh man.
Right here's the camera if you want to.
I have nothing.
Never heard of the Vogue dance.
Okay.
I don't even know what to do. I was going to get up start doing it.
All right, old people, can you steal?
I mean, I know the dance. It's not it's like recreating. It's the problem. It's like, come on.
Oh, see, I was.
Let your body move.
Right.
To,
You were right on it.
I
don't know
pretty
why,
close.
because you did the framing up of the
Yeah.
face. You were right on it.
It's just exactly voguing.
Right.
I couldn't see
Am I
him.
counting- are you counting mine?
Yes,
'Cause
I
that
am.
was
I am
part of
counting
it.
yours
Yeah,
correct.
no, you got it right.
Okay.
Okay. All right, old people.
Consolation.
Yeah.
To the best of your ability, if you know it, it's a little complicated. Do the skibbity dance.
Oh man.
A viral trend a few years ago. The skibbity dance. Are you familiar with this?
I'm sure
Come
I've
on.
seen this.
Vic, you're dripping with skibbity Riz. You got to know the dance.
Cole used to do all these things. I don't know it. I'm sorry. You get nothing from me.
Vince?
I have no idea.
We'll make it a lot easier.
Young
on yours.
people.
I have no idea.
Nothing?
Never heard of this.
Okay.
What did it look like?
It's, let's see here.
Oh my. See, dude, that might as well just be like a dance. Oh, dang it.
Well,
Well.
unfortunately. Look, you didn't humiliate yourself.
No, Vince Verona carried us today.
And you knew the Benjamin Franklin question. That was the one that really could have humiliated you.
And the Kirk Gibson layup.
Yeah.
You knew the Kirk Gibson one.
Hey, we made our foul shots today.
You guys need, listen to some grunge music in the 90s. Educate yourself on some
Pearl
music.
Jam. All right.
And
Jeremy.
Madonna did the Vogue dance, by the way.
Madonna.
Let your body move to the music. Vogue. Not familiar.
Jamal's tone would indicate that he's never heard
You've
of
heard
Madonna.
of Madonna?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. All right, there you go. Generation gap.
I don't even know what to say after that. Coming up, some final thoughts to close out the Thursday show. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Booker, a lob down low. Williams will jam it home on the alley-oop. Devin Booker hits Mark Williams. That's the bookmark.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. We've already had triple-digit temperatures in the valley. It's a reminder that the scorching hot Arizona sun can do a lot of damage to our homes, especially our windows, which can lead to a lot of bad things: warping, condensation, huge spike in your energy bills. And if that sounds familiar, if you've been in your home about 15 years, like me, you probably need to have your windows replaced. My friends at Advanced Window Products, a great company to call. This is a local and window door manufacturer celebrating their 40th anniversary, which means they'll be here tomorrow. They're a family-owned business that treats customers like friendships. They're co-owned by former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, by the way. You might remember him. And they've got their own factory here in the valley, and they do tremendous work. I know because they replaced my windows. The finished product, they look absolutely outstanding, and the whole process from installation to cleanup was unbelievable. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. They've also got a great offer going on right now. I'm going to hand it over to my buddy Joe, who's going to tell you more about it.
Thanks, Bickley. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name people trust for replacement windows. Hi, I'm Joe from Advanced Window Products. For a limited time, I'm going to up the Bickley special to $3,000 off when you buy 10 windows or more, but you must call now. Call us at 480-764-2110. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tullison. No middleman markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom-made windows for your home. Imagine a quieter home and, more importantly, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year long. Installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Arizona homeowners have rated us 5 stars. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call me right now, 480-764-2110 for that $3,000 off, or visit advancedwindows.com to schedule your free estimate.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, there's all these different phases to save in your life: 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. But when you get close to retirement age, isn't it wiser to start to make sure that you're more conservative with your money instead of more aggressive?
First of all, it all depends on your comfort level with risk. You don't want to mess up your retirement. You see the finish line is close and you want to be done. Most people know this. People who want to be rich buy stocks. People who are already rich buy fixed income, which is why you've moved to a more conservative approach personally.
Yes, because it's important for me to make sure I protect the money I've been able to save so far.
That's why it's important to know exactly what your comfort level with risk is.
So if you want a financial advisor that can work with you and help you with the risk management, call Stuart Willis at Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax at 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
One guess on what decade this came out in. It's got all the earmarkings. Since we were talking about Sammy and Jarrett's gambling,
yeah,
and at the end of the show, a question of who's Madonna? Why not add both? Madonna with Gambler.
Oh,
one of her lesser known songs.
Yeah, I've never heard of it.
So many of the songs in the 80s had that rapid cowbell sound, that
yeah.
I feel like she is so famous that if you were to do the Mount Rushmore of music icons in history, I think she would be on it.
Really?
I think she's the most famous female music performer ever.
All right, so who else is on that Mount Rushmore?
If we're strictly pop music, I would agree with you. If it's pop music, it's Elvis.
Right.
It's Michael Jackson.
Yep.
It's Madonna.
Then the fourth one is up for debate.
Maybe.
You can put, if you put the Beatles as a full unit, maybe.
Maybe. Mariah Carey, maybe. Whitney
Bob
Houston,
Dylan, now
maybe.
Now maybe Taylor Swift is
Taylor Swift,
in the
maybe.
conversation.
Bob Dylan for pop music, not necessarily.
Interesting.
So many different ways you could go. Madonna, Gambler. Today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid.
Off the grid.
Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Also, a call back to the beginning of the show.
Mm-hmm.
We referenced Burnsy paying off his bet, which was to Gambo. Burnsy said the Suns will be worse than they were last year. Gambo said they'll be better than they were last year. Gambo won the bet. He paid off his bet at the rah-rah room.
Mm-hmm.
Caused us to shoot some arrows at Jarrett, who's yet to pay off his Kyler Murray will never play for the Cardinals again bet with breakfast burritos. You know what today is? We used to do this all the time. Today is National Burrito Day.
Is it really?
Yes.
Wow.
I knew that.
So now I'm hungry on two different levels.
On two different levels.
We used to
Do
celebrate.
you want it today?
No.
If you want it today, I can right after the show. I'll give
Yeah,
you-
today isn't going to work for me, Jared.
Right after the show.
Well,
I just
you
wanted,
know, I
I
was
just
off
wanted
that.
to complain at you.
That's
That's
a
all.
shame. It was a shame. It was out there, I guess.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know. And we even had an offer on Twitter from somebody on the show or during the show that said, "I work at a place. I can deliver them to you." No, we're not making it easy.
Oh,
on
no.
Jared.
Deliver us free burritos.
No,
though.
no,
But wait,
no.
Give me 7 more days, though, till Passover ends.
Give me 7 more days.
I don't know if you saw this. We were talking about April Fools and how it doesn't have the same pull that it once did.
Yeah.
Did you see what the Washington Wizards did last night to a fan on April Fools?
No.
He got picked to shoot the $10,000 half-court shot. But the caveat was they put a blindfold on him. Here was the way
yes,
it
I've
sounded.
seen
Yeah.
This is the one, though. Jackson, it's all on you. This might be history if you get this
So
done.
Jackson's got the blindfold on, shooting from half court.
$1,000. Oh my!
He misses terribly.
They tricked him into thinking he made it.
Yes, sir. A bunch of mascots are there, including the Suns gorilla.
The mascots are going crazy. The contestants
They go as far
going
as to hand him the big check that says $10,000. His name wasn't on it, though.
Oh my gosh!
And then they said, "Hey, you want to see your shot? Let's look up at the big video board." And they look up, and it's April Fools. That's cruel.
I don't know what I think about that. That to me is.
And by the way, the not to call out the on-court host, she didn't sell it very well. Oh my God! When somebody makes a half-court shot like that, everybody's like, "Oh, that's the sound you make."
Feels like it's not real to me.
What?
I think that's too cruel of a prank to pull on somebody. I think it's all.
Why were all the mascots there?
A bunch of teams do that, like birthday
Somebody's
celebrations.
yeah, exactly.
And like all the,
I've seen it with
what I've learned is like all the mascots are like a tight knit group. Like they're all former.
They're all grifting.
You know, they're actually real people in those costumes.
Oh yeah,
and they're all like former college.
You shattered my
college
illusion.
gymnasts who know each other.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So when the Suns have the Gorillas' birthday celebration, they
others
get
come in.
mascots from everywhere. Yeah.
Wow. That reminds me of that Hooters in Florida. That
Everything reminds you of that damn Hooters.
Yeah, I know.
You keep bringing it up.
That they ran a special and they had an incentive to whoever like worked the hardest or sold the most was going to get a Toyota. And a woman, a waitress thought she won, and they gave her a little toy of Yoda.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And she sued and she won.
That's right. I remember that.
Good for her.
Look, not long ago, we had corporate training. Remember when the corporate lawyers came in? And they went over all of the stupid things that some radio stations have done in the past.
Oh, my goodness.
In terms of liability.
Yeah.
And I once upon a time worked for an independent radio station that was very small.
Yeah.
But we did a morning show and we had to be zany. We violated some...
Hey, let's have a contest. See how fast you can drink 6 gallons of water.
Yeah, sorry you died.
Yeah, sorry about that. Our bad.
Yeah, but if that was in writing at all, that would be a open and shut case for the waitress who sold the most.
Yeah.
Got a Toyota.
Yeah, right?
Terrible.
If it was in writing, yes, but if it was only spoken,
still lame.
Really lame.
April
I hate
Fool's is
pranks.
lame.
I hate
April
it.
Fool's sucks.
That's what Anthony Davis's contribution to the basketball world is right now. He's got a prank show running on like True TV. He's not
really?
playing, but he's got a prank show.
Huh. Okay.
Just what the world needs, right? That's going to do it for us on this Thursday. Thanks to Derek Hall, Darren Urban for joining us. Thanks to you for hanging out. We are back tomorrow morning. The shenanigans start at 6 on the Friday edition. Wolf and Luke are up next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Have a great day, everybody.
East Valley, West Valley, North Side, South Side, and Central. Arizona Sports covers high school sports all over the Valley. Saturday mornings 9 to 11 on The Kevin McCabe Show. If it involves competition on a court, field, pitch, rink, or track, the Dean is talking about it on the Arizona Sports app on your phone and 98.7 in your car. The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings 9 to 11.
Downtown Phoenix is turning up the volume with the NCAA Women's Final Four Super Saturday. It starts at the Super Saturday practice presented by Samsung Galaxy at Mortgage Matchup Center. One last practice for the final two teams. Plus, the Super Saturday concert presented by AT&T, a free live performance at Hance Park. Super Saturday, April 4th in downtown Phoenix. Free events, all ages, all weekend. NCAA.com/Women's Final Four.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home and then you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. That's the way to do it. And you know what? Orchard gets it. That's why their Move First, Sell Later program exists, because with Orchard, you can buy the dream home now. Don't waste time, just go. Then sell the old one later. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy, move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. You ever tried to do a double move before? You don't want to do any double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades. And once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar. They can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town, with smart tools and products to help you attract the right buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
When you struggle with private student loan debt, it feels awful. You feel stuck. You feel embarrassed. You feel like you've run out of moves. I hear from people all the time who are in that exact spot. But just know there is a way forward, and it's called Y-Refi. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and Y-Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That's all they do. And they won't judge you. They won't ask you why you didn't fix it sooner. They just help you get back on track with a low, fixed-rate payment that you can actually afford. And if you've been turned down by other lenders, honestly, that's when Y-Refi shines. They build a plan around your real life, not some perfect version of it. Your student loans don't define you. They don't get the final say. Y-Refi helps you take back control and breathe again. Give them a call to find out more. 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Hey, it's Roller here with Wayne from Amco.
Hey, Roller.
Spring is here, and if your car could talk, would it be asking for a little TLC right now?
You bet. We've had a mild winter, and it got hot early. Spring is the perfect time for a fresh start, especially before the heat really kicks in.
Arizona heat, it's no joke. If your car's AC doesn't blow cold, driving sucks.
I'll say, now's the perfect time to get a free AC check. We'll inspect it, test the performance, and make sure it's blowing ice-cold air before the summer hits.
I like ice cold air. What else?
Change your fluids, engine oil, coolant, and transmission fluid. Keep everything running smoothly and prevent expensive repairs down the road.
And filters. I always forget about those.
Engine air filters and cabin air filters. They make better performance, fuel economy, and cleaner, stronger blowing air inside your car.
So basically, AC service, fluids, and filters are a fresh start for summer.
That's it. Stop by your local AMCO and we'll get your car ready for summer.
Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. After opening the season getting swept, the Diamondbacks responded with a sweep of their own. Their 1-0 win over Tarek Skubal and the Tigers gave them the 3-game sweep, and they'll look to keep it rolling tonight as the Atlanta Braves come to town, with Ryan Nelson getting the ball for the Snakes. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Suns will be in Charlotte for LaMelo Ball and company, looking to bounce back after their Tuesday night loss to Orlando, and the Suns could add another piece back. Mark Williams is questionable for tonight's game. That'll tip over on ESPN 620 at 4 this afternoon. Now just a couple days away till the Arizona Wildcats will tip in their first Final Four in 25 years in what will be a battle with Michigan in April. Means the NFL draft is near for everything Arizona Cardinals and the draft. Be sure to head to arizonasports.com today, and that's what's trending now.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha, chaw.
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, and my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Thursday morning. It is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what's up?
What's going on, Luke? How you doing?
I'm good.
All right, good.
Headphone issues over here.
Okay, yeah. Sammy was a little short, was he not, on the update right there? Or what is it? Oh, trending. It was not an update.
It's not as much trending
Don't
right
call
now.
it an update. It was trending.
I thought it was pretty standard
length. It's pretty standard. Okay, yeah. Sammy, how you doing?
Sammy's like, I'm done.
He's been broadcasting for a long time, Base Earnings. He's going to be broadcasting for a long time as well in the future. Like 40-year career or something like that. Sammy the Ball.
No pressure, but you just got to do this for 40 years, Sammy.
Hey,
yes.
Good thing we're one in, so let's go.
So you need to go sign a 39-year contract at least.
That's good. That's good. I don't want to sit down on YouTube. I don't want to sit down right now because I might do the whole beautiful part of the program standing up.
You mean these next 10 minutes or the whole show?
Yes.
You're not going to do that.
No, why? Why do you say that?
You're not going to stand.
Why would you say that?
Wow.
Why? Because now you know that I'm going to do it.
Are you talking about just this segment?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought you were talking about the entire beautiful part of the program, all 4 hours of the beautiful part of the program.
Okay, yes, of course. No, that would be weird because then I'd be sitting in the breaks as opposed to
that would be a little
actually
backwards.
standing the entire and walking around. No, that's not going to happen. How are we all doing, Base and Earnings? We all fired up. We ready to go right now? Anyone happen to watch that Diamondback game last night? As a matter of fact, as I grab the wheel and drive us into a wall doing 150. Are you jacked up now? I'm a little gassed. I got to tell you right now, fired up, jacked up for this day.
Well, we were going to start the show
Broadcast.
with Francis Malley and Noah, introspective, but do you want to start with D-backs instead?
Oh, yeah. Okay, wait a minute. No, the Francis Malley.
No, we're starting D-backs.
Okay.
Look at this. He
Where's
sat
the
down.
show
Look,
sheet?
he already sat down.
Well, wait a minute, though. Once again, you thought I was going to stand the entire show.
Yeah,
if you would have said, there's no way you're going to stand the entire segment, I would have stood the entire segment. Okay?
All right,
now
so
I'm sitting down.
I guess neither of us win this argument.
There are no winners here. This definitely had the tones of "You're not the boss of me, Rick."
I think Luke and I won this. I think this.
Okay.
We just lost by less.
Yeah. Certainly didn't win generation gap. That's for sure, Jamal.
Well, you know what? If I was standing, Jeremy would have come right in here. What are you doing? Okay, basically.
I think it's more if you stand and then sit and then stand. And it's just as long as you pick one spot.
It's a brand new broadcasting world, my brothers. It is. Get used to it. YouTube. What up? What up, YouTube? How you doing?
Let me read you all the scoring from the baseball game yesterday. Okay.
Okay,
sometimes, if it's a really high event game, I'd like to go through and just kind of read all the scoring in the game.
You do?
Yeah. So here we go.
Interesting.
Bottom of the first, Corbin Carroll homered to center.
Okay.
That's it.
Wow.
We're done.
That was it.
That's all
the
you need.
Predator. I mean, you know what? This is beautiful, man. You and I were having this conversation. That's right, the Predator. We were having this conversation in prehab, the not so beautiful part of the program.
This was even pre-prehab.
It was, yeah. You're right. Yeah, it was pre-prehab, and we were having the conversation, man. What was your favorite game of the sweep of the Detroit Tigers? Isn't it a beautiful thing?
I mean, so many wins to choose from. I'm just gonna. I don't know. It's gonna take me a while.
It is a beautiful thing, and this is one of those moments right now. Baseball fans that are out there just rolling it a little bit right now because that Dodgers series, that was a little tough, was it not? I mean, just looking at their lineup, looking at their all-star team, looking at the L.A. Dodgers, watching the Dodgers go out there and sweep the Arizona Diamondbacks, even though the Diamondbacks should have won one of those games, could have won two of those games. Okay, shoulda, woulda, coulda. We all understand, we all know, shoulda, woulda, coulda. Yet at the same time, they didn't. But right now, how good did it feel to watch the Diamondbacks sweep the Detroit Tigers at home?
Felt pretty good. And I'm just over here looking at the MVP odds in the National League. Corbin Carroll is fourth. Just something to keep an eye on.
Okay, he's fourth, yeah. Little early. I think we'd all agree.
It's a little early, yes. But it's a little early in the sense that Shohei all of a sudden can't hit. Because it's a little early. He'll be fine.
Okay.
I don't know that it's a little early that Corbin Carroll is going to be this all year. I think he's going to be this. But, I mean, if Shohei's going to pitch and hit, it's going to be tough to win the MVP. But if there's any sort of slip-up, and even if there isn't, even if Corbin Carroll doesn't win MVP, if he wants to play like this all year, the Diamondbacks are going to be in a pretty good spot.
Yeah. I love this. I loved Game 3 of this series, not only because they swept the Detroit Tigers, and by the way, once again, it's going to be this is my team to win the AL Central. I think they're going to be.
They could win the AL.
I think they're going to be really good. So because of that, to actually go out and do this, coming off the Dodgers series, I thought that was really, really important. And I know it's only the second series of the baseball season. I know that. But can you imagine if they would have lost this? And all of a sudden you start 1-5. Seriously.
Well, it validates the conversation we were having on Monday about the Dodgers series, where we're like, what do you make of this? You got swept, so you can't sugarcoat it. You got swept, but like you said, two of those games were very winnable, and against the Dodgers, that does say something. And one of them should have been won by the Diamondbacks.
Yes.
So you're looking at that, and you're like, okay, but it's also only the first series of the season, so we have to react to it. If you react to the record, the record 0-3 is awful, but how closely you played them in two of the three. I mean, you led all three. But you played them closely in two of the three. But if you go out there and lose 2 of 3 to Detroit, it's just kind of like, okay, so you got some stuff to work out. To go out there, though, and win the series against Detroit, and then actually to sweep Detroit, I think it validates what a lot of us saw in Games 2 and Game 3 against the Dodgers, where it was like, okay, they're not that far off, and you're in L.A. playing the Dodgers to start the season. And the Diamondbacks are beat up. The Dodgers really aren't. It's early in the season. Nobody should be beat up, but somehow the Diamondbacks are still from last year. You go out there and you play Detroit well and win games and get results. Don't just win innings, win games, like Torey Lovullo was saying on Monday when we talked to him. It validates that they played well against the Dodgers, because now you're 3-3 and you just swept a pretty good baseball team.
Yeah, really, really cool too to win a 1-0 game.
So was that was your favorite?
That was my favorite game by far. There's no doubt about it. What about you? Of course.
It is. I think the Game 2 of this series is going to be the one that's remembered. Historic. Because of Fernandez and just because of the comeback. I mean, I think people love a comeback.
What up, Jose?
The reason yesterday is the one for me is because you beat Tarek Skubal, Corbin Carroll continues to roll, and Zach Gallen pitched great.
Yes.
And it's like, okay, things like that, Zach Gallen pitching great, you being able to go to the bullpen and just complete a full shutout.
Yes.
That's the sort of stuff that you're like, okay, you might have something here for the
season.
season.
For me, Basinonians, I wrote down 3 names. I love to do this. Who was the player of the game? Who was the player of the game? I kind of like that. I enjoy it, especially when you have 162 games. It's so cool in the game of baseball, though. Who do you think really turned the tide? And there were 3 names that came up. Zach Gallen was number 1 because of how he started this game. Zach Gallen.
He's pitched 10 innings this season, and 9 of them have been shutout innings. And they've been against the Dodgers and the Tigers.
And then number 2 was Corbin Carroll in his home run. Oh, gone. Yes, the only run scored in the game. The only run scored in the game, and it was by the Predator. Of course, he was hunting once again. Yes, I just love the sound of that. And then Jonathan Loaisiga. Okay, to me, to get the save the way that he did, to go out there and get it done, Loaisiga, sorry. I always butcher that name. I've said it like 3 times on the air.
That's one of those names
Loaisiga.
that you just have to, everybody has a hard time with it because you don't look at it.
Right.
Just go. Just Jonathan Loaisiga. Just believe it.
Okay, I'm going to have to write that down phonetically. But you know what? Honestly, once again, those 3 guys, I thought, man, that was huge. I mean, for Loaisiga to come out and pitch the way that he did when Paul Sewell obviously wasn't ready to go.
Yeah, you can't pitch him every day.
Yeah.
It's it's very nice. 3 close games against the Tigers, 3 saves from your bullpen. The bullpen yesterday obviously didn't give up any runs. Loaisiga is a guy we've kind of been looking at these first couple games and saying, I don't know who I trust in this bullpen yet, but I do like Loaisiga, and that was even before yesterday. Here's Corbin Carroll after the game talking about hitting the home run off of Tarek Skubal.
Was ready to go early, threw me a good changeup, and kind of changed my game plan a little bit, backed him up a little bit with 2 strikes, and yeah.
That's the longest I've ever heard Corbin Carroll talk about himself.
Yeah.
7 seconds.
Just doesn't like it. Does not enjoy talking about himself at all.
I'm
which
fine
I
with
think
that.
is so cool.
That's fine, yeah. He'll talk about his teammates. Here's the actual hit.
0-2. Swung on. That is hit well out to left center field. Meadows going back. He is looking up. That is out of here. An unexpected jolt from Corbin Carroll. It's his 2nd home run of the season. And the D-backs strike first. It's 1-0.
I would imagine that's the way. Skubal doesn't take a lot of losses, but I'm guessing when he does, it's like that. He gave up 1 run, so he took the loss.
Yes. And right now, when you think about it, too, Corbin Carroll is off to a really, really good start for the Arizona Diamondbacks. I know it's so early. I know that it is. We're talking about 6 games, yet at the same time, to see him get off to a good start. Number 2 in RBIs, tied for number 2, I should say, in RBIs in all of baseball. It's really cool.
Well, the fear with the injury, if there was one, was not that he would recover or that he would be good to go this season. It was just, hey, you might not have your power at the beginning of the year. You might struggle at the beginning of the year. If this is him struggling at the beginning of the year, then I'll go back to those MVP odds because they should be a lot better. Than
Already hit 2.
Yep. All right, when we come back, Mark Williams, questionable for the Suns game tonight. What should we be expecting from the big man whenever he does come back, and what do the Suns need from him if they want to advance in the postseason? It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2-1. Swing and a comebacker to Loaisiga. He's got it. Flip to first, and the Diamondbacks sweep the Tigers to open up the home portion of 2026. Today it was all about pitching and defense, and one swing of the bat by Corbin Carroll the difference, as the D-backs are now 3-3 on the young season.
D-backs host a 4-game series versus the Atlanta Braves at Chase Field. Game 1 tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Man, if you're having neck or back pain, gather around the Transistor Empress here. You got to go see the best of the best, and that is Desert Institute for Spine Care. The reason you should choose them varies in need, of course, Basinonians, but they have award-winning doctors and provide a broad range of treatments. DISC provides pain mapping and a careful diagnostic approach to figure out exactly what will be best for your issue, and then they back that with proven success and trust. The DISC doctors, they often train doctors from all over the world on best practices and techniques as a world leader. If you're experiencing any kind of neck or back pain like I was, then text SPINE to 620-620. That's spine to 620, 620. One more time, spine to 620, 620 for disc.
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and their thousands of great reviews prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text SECURE to the number 989898 for your free gold IRA info kit. Again, SECURE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
Your first sip of Athletic Brewing Company's non-alcoholic beer is a game changer. It tastes so good, you can't believe it's non-alcoholic. With a variety of award-winning styles, from IPAs to dark brews to sours, you can sip and celebrate without the hangover. Find Athletic Brewing Company's great-tasting, game-changing, non-alcoholic beers at a store near you. Or you can order online at athleticbrewing.com. Near beer, fit for all times.
Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. If you're over 50 and you've been diagnosed with a cataract, or your vision is changing as you're developing an early cataract, you could be a perfect candidate for K2 Vision RLE.
It's inevitable. At some point, typically in your 60s or 70s, you'll have a dysfunctional lens that eventually becomes a cataract. To restore your vision, you will someday need a procedure such as refractive lens exchange.
The question is, are you done with glasses? Do you want to spend your good, active years hassling with changing prescriptions and needing readers?
K2 Vision RLE can give you great vision now, permanently, and you'll never develop that cataract. The procedure is quick and painless, and our state-of-the-art custom lens technologies give highly predictable outcomes.
K2 Vision doctors have performed over 150,000 procedures. They know when it's your right time for RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
Hey, it's Gambo. Will the Phoenix Suns look like themselves again tonight against the Hornets? We'll talk about it on today's Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Shout out to Litchfield Park. What's going on, Litchfield Park?
Yeah, what's up, Litchfield?
Kirk Cousins going to the Raiders.
$20 million. This dude just continues to basically steal money.
He's got to be top 10, top 15 on the NFL's all-time earning list. I'd love to see like an accurate representation of how much money guys have made, because I think if you look, it's going to be like, in some order, it's going to be like Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Kirk Cousins, Patrick Mahomes. Like
he's had a great career.
He has a brilliant agent as well, and that's not a bad move for the Raiders. I mean, I know Clint Kubiak wants us all to believe they're not going to draft Mendoza necessarily, but they're going to, and now you have a mentor.
Yeah, but once again, no agent is going to get money out of an organization that an organization isn't willing to give.
Yeah.
It's just not going to happen.
I guess I mean more earlier in his career when he kept getting like franchised and getting like, he was like a top 5 paid quarterback, but he was never like a top 5 quarterback. It's brilliant.
Well,
smart.
You know, once again, the market will bear what it bears, ladies and gentlemen. That's the one thing about it. I never, ever looked at a guy and thought, man, you weren't worth that kind of money. Well, somebody paid you that money. So that was what the market was willing to bear.
I'm trying to... Okay, I don't know how accurate this is, but NFL career earnings, number 1, Matthew Stafford, number 2, Tom Brady, number 3, Kirk Cousins. So there you go.
That's so good.
No, I mean, obviously a lot of these guys now are going to pass those guys, but yeah, it goes Stafford, Brady, Cousins, Russell Wilson, Aaron Rodgers are the top 5.
Boom.
So there you go. Mark Williams is questionable for the Suns game tonight. Wolf. They obviously could use him back, but they need the Mark Williams they got for the first half of the season, I would say. And I don't know, where's your confidence level that the Suns, if the play-in game was tonight, would win that game? I'm a little nervous right now about that.
So am I, and it's because not of Mark Williams. It is because of Dillon Brooks, of course, Jalen Green, and Devin Booker. And those three guys actually figuring out how they're going to play, what the rotations are going to look like, what the minutes on the floor together are going to look like. And once they are, if all three of them are on the floor together, how's it going to go? Offensively, and how's it going to go defensively on both ends of the floor? How is it going to go? There are so many questions that I have in regard to the Phoenix Suns right now. It's not just about Mark Williams. I would say it's about the entire team.
Well, yeah, that's yeah, I'm with you. It's not. If it were just about Mark Williams, it would be a little bit easier to kind of figure out where they are. Not like, look, if they played the Clippers tonight and this was the play-in, I don't think it would be like, oh, the Clippers got to be favored by a ton of. No, I mean, I think it would be pretty close to a coin flip. Whereas a few weeks ago, I would have just said, no, the Suns are going to win, But it's because of what you just said. It's not. Mark Williams is probably like third or fourth or fifth on the list. I'm not real psyched about the fact that they didn't feel like they could play Jalen Green in the fourth quarter of a game where they needed to score. Whatever that is. And again, I'm not saying Jordan Ott made the wrong decision at all. It's you want to be at your best going into the postseason. There's no way you're at your best if the guy who's supposed to be your second best scorer can't get on the floor in the fourth quarter of a game where you can't score. Now, that might be on him. That might be on just chemistry of the team right now because it's been so up in the air with all. Whatever it is, though, you're not at your best. And then that's setting aside, is Dillon Brooks, how's that going to look now that he's been back for a game but had a tech in the first minute and a half? Like, there's just too many moving parts right now.
Yes,
I want to be hitting your stride.
Yeah. Man, it is crazy right there. I don't know where to begin after you just said what you said. The whole Jalen Green thing and not being in the game in the fourth quarter, let alone in the last 5 minutes when it's crunch time, had a chance to win a game. The fact that he was not out there and you weren't scoring points, and that's the strength of Jalen Green. Something like that, when I put that together, this is based on audience, please hear me on this. I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying this is the case. I'm not saying that it happened. I'm just saying I'm relaying to you my experience when a guy that talented, in a guy that is exactly what you need, his talents, his strengths, exactly what you need on the court, on the ice, on the diamond, on the gridiron, whatever sport it is you're playing, when you need it and it's crunch time and he's not out there, there's a reason why he's not out there. And maybe it was something from a disciplinary perspective. Maybe it's something from a coaching perspective. I don't know what it is. I honestly don't, but that's where my mind goes immediately.
Yeah.
When you're not out there for a reason, period. And it's not always the reason that you think. Maybe there was some type of issue. We know there was some type of issue.
I mean, yeah, it's not like Jordan Ott forgot that he was there.
Exactly.
So, and again, you're talking about you couldn't score. It's not like Orlando was scoring a ton. It's not like the game was out of reach. It's like if you could get a few points from a guy, you'd probably win this game. And he did hit the game winner against Orlando last time they played in double overtime, too. He couldn't shoot in that game either. So I'm guessing if Jordan Ott were here right now, he would be like, look, you're talking about us not being at our best right now. I didn't play him in the fourth quarter so that we get to the point where we are at our best in a week and a half. I'm sure, like you said, there's a reason Jordan Ott did it, whether he wasn't playing good enough defense. He wasn't hitting shots. Like, he couldn't hit a shot, but a lot of Suns couldn't hit shots. So yeah. I don't know that they would have singled him out just for that. I don't know. Whatever it is, you can't tell me the Suns are at their best right now. Yeah. They still have 6 games to get right, but they're not at their best right now.
Yeah, and, once again, we're talking about one of your best players, one of your most talented players in Jalen Green, not playing the last 16, 17 minutes of the game. What? Once again, what does that typically tell me based on needs? Well, maybe there was a disciplinary issue. Maybe he said something he shouldn't have said, if you know what I mean. Maybe there was something that was going on. All I know is it's not good. That's not good. Even if there was nothing that happened whatsoever, the fact that you've got Jalen Green sitting over there in a game where you need offense, and he doesn't play the last 16, 17 minutes? Bro.
Yeah, I mean, what's the best case scenario? You don't trust him to make a play? I mean, that's the best case scenario in this this situation that's being laid out, right? So, I mean, I'm just looking at his previous 5 games before the game Tuesday against Orlando. I'm just looking at his points and how effective he was scoring them, okay? So his points in his previous 5 games, 21, 31, 21, 20, and 24. And his shooting percentage from the field, 50, 59, 46, 53, and 52. It's not like he's been shooting badly. It's not like he's in some awful shooting slump. But earlier, a month ago, yeah. But it's not like lately it's been like, okay, man, this is like 7 games of this, and you just can't hit a shot. Sorry, you're out for the fourth quarter. He's been hitting his shots. He wasn't in that game, but like I said, other than Devin Booker, who really was? I mean, it got to the point at the end of that game where Book was trying to make the right play, and there was nobody for him to get the ball to that could shoot. He finally just took a 3 over Jalen Suggs. And weren't we all just like, yeah, that's better. Just shoot over the guy. That's better than you passing. And, of course, he hit the 3 over Jalen Suggs.
And here's the one thing as well to look out for tonight. Do you think the Hornets might adopt Orlando's mentality in regard to how they approach the Phoenix Suns? Yes.
I don't know why you wouldn't.
Get ready. Here it comes. Dylan Brooks is going to have to be disciplined.
All right, when we come back, how much are we going to be able to learn about new Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur based on what Arizona does in the draft? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. When you picture your retirement, what do you see? Everyone's got goals, and they look a little different. And that's why your plan should too. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth take time to understand what matters most to you and build a plan around it. Find out how Trajan Wealth can do that for you at TrajanWealth.com. There's more to retirement planning than crunching numbers. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth build strategies around real goals in real lives, not spreadsheets, man. It's one of the things I love. They craft personalized plans that keep your future in focus. Visit TrajanWealth.com to start planning that today. That's right, go to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC. SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here. If you want a smarter and faster way to pay off your mortgage without changing your lifestyle, listen up. It's the Ownership Accelerator loan from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator helps homeowners pay off their mortgage decades faster by using the income you're already making. It lets your cash flow work against your loan balance every single day. Galaxy Lending Group is a full-service Arizona mortgage company, and their owner, Harold Perkins, always tells me, Tom, 30 years is optional. And once you see this loan, you'll understand why. Most of Galaxy's clients are paying off their homes in an average of about 5 years. Yes, you heard that right. 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Go to GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. That's Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
What if you had to skip breakfast and lunch and dinner? At St. Mary's Food Bank, that's a reality for many of our neighbors in need. 250,000 people rely on the food bank every day. Your donations are what makes feeding them possible. Donate and get a dollar-for-dollar Arizona charitable tax credit, up to $495 for individuals and $987 for couples filing jointly. Learn more at stmarysfoodbank.org.
Hi, this is Brent with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. It's that time of year again where it's extremely important to keep up on your plumbing and air conditioning maintenance. At Ready Services, we provide our Ready Preventative Maintenance Program, where our technicians come to your home and conduct those preventative checks in order to keep your home life as comfortable as possible. We'll do everything to catch the little problems before they become big repairs. Reach out to us at nofeeemergency.com for information on how to become a member and ensure that your home is in the best hands possible.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know how important the home court advantage can be in sports, and that's exactly what you'll get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. They are a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means you get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, and windows that are custom built for your home, not generic sizes, resellers, not Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, install your windows, then guarantee them for life, and that installation is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews, not subcontractors. Their windows also engineered for Arizona's extreme climate, which lowers your energy bills year-round, and during their spring special, you can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110. Find them online at advancedwindows.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for their 4th straight win tonight in Game 1 of their 4-game series with the Atlanta Braves. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns continue their road trip tonight at the Charlotte Hornets. Tip-off is at 4 with pregame coverage beginning at 3 over on ESPN 620 AM. Mark Williams could make his return to the Suns lineup as he is currently questionable. And that is what is trending now.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
Welcome back to the show, Wolf and Luke, on a Thursday morning. 3 weeks from the NFL draft. 3 weeks. Here we go.
Let's go get some dogs.
Hot dogs?
Let's go get some dogs.
Corn dogs?
No.
Corn dogs.
Hand-dipped corn dogs?
Dogs in the locker room. And why do you need dogs in the locker room? Because the more dogs you have, even the cats start barking.
How much do you think?
No. That just ruins it. The whole vibe.
Now I don't even care about football season anymore.
Like that. No, that's not what it's like.
No.
It's bark at the moon.
It was like listening to the Wiggles fire up a football team.
Exactly. It's please. Who let the dogs? Okay. Oh, Oz, please. Knock it off. Sit down and be quiet, Oz.
Two very different songs there. How much are we going to know about what Mike LaFleur wants to do on offense? I don't mean when. I mean, like, specifically. How much are we going to learn about Mike LaFleur before the season actually starts? Before camp even starts? Because the reason I ask that is I think if we're going to learn anything significant about him, we're going to have to kind of read between the lines based on what the Cardinals draft.
Man, you know what is so cool about this? I think we're going to learn a lot. Mike LaFleur, every time he talks, what I love about Mike LaFleur, every time he says something based on earnings, I think we really do learn a little bit. We get the curtain pulled back just a little bit more on what it is that Mike LaFleur values and what his culture may indeed be. He was talking about Jacoby Brissett yesterday. Were we not listening to some of those cuts? Mm-hmm. What he said specifically about Jacoby Brissett in particular, I thought was very transparent and very interesting as to the type of offense the Arizona Cardinals were going to run.
Well, I got a lot more Mike LaFleur audio from earlier this week talking about how the offensive scheme might look in 2026.
He's been around this league, right? And he has an understanding, particularly in year one, of us putting together, one, the staff, two, the rest of the roster through free agency and working through the draft process, and then three, like I've told you guys, this isn't the Rams, the Niners, the Packers. This is us. So we tore this thing down, and we have our foundational pieces that, we're going to do schematically. but we started from scratch, and I wanted to hear people's opinions, and we left no stone unturned when it came to cadence, our formations, how we're calling our formations, all the way we're going to operate before the ball's even snapped, and then, we got to have a plethora of plays as well, both in the run game, pass game, protection. So, I mean, we're still working on that. I feel really good with where we're at. We got the bulk of it in, but that's not going to end. And I think Jacoby understands that. Like, hey, we don't need to rush this process. There is plenty of time, especially for guys that you're not teaching Jacoby how to play football. Jacoby knows how to play football. Now we're just going to be teaching him our system and how we do things in our terminology.
Oh, yeah, I like that right there. I love it because once again, this is Sean McVay. When you listen to Mike LaFleur talk, this is Sean McVay. They're going to tailor an offense that is going to be built around what the Arizona Cardinals have offensively. Not what they believe. This is how we want to play football. Under my system and my offense, this is how we play football. There are coaches that would stick to that, their philosophy and their beliefs, and then have the general manager, hey, you try to fill it out with the type of guys we need to fit that culture. And then there's Sean McVay, who takes what you have in the locker room, and then he tries to tailor or build an offensive scheme or a defensive scheme as to what you actually have in that locker room. That's a paradigm shift, philosophically, of course, for any coach. And Mike LaFleur, I think, is looking at Jacoby Brissett and saying, okay, we're going to build an offense around what this guy is capable of doing. And it starts with being able to run the ball. And I'm not talking about Jacoby Brissett running the ball.
I don't think Jacoby wants to run
That's
very
right.
much.
I'm talking about James Conner or Tyler Algier running the ball.
Or Jeremiah Love.
Well, if you want to say Jeremiah Love, if you're going to take him at 3, well, doggone it, I'm just going to have to get over it.
Right before the show today, I pulled up, I was just searching NFL mock drafts because now they're everywhere, right?
Yeah.
And I pulled up the Sporting News. These were from this morning, had Sonny Styles to the Cardinals, which I really haven't seen much.
Okay.
And then I pulled up NFL.com. I think it was Nick Shook put his out, and he had Jeremiah Love to the Cardinals. Like, there is just no consensus.
Jeremiah Love, running back, Notre Dame.
The Doak Walker Award winner was highly productive in his final 2 seasons with the Fighting Irish, just short of 2,500 rushing yards and 35 touchdowns. He embodies the Lightning McQueen mantra of speed. His 4.36 40-yard dash at the Combine confirmed that. His ball security is top-notch too, having never fumbled in his 3 collegiate seasons. Plus, he's just as valuable in the passing game and can even be thrown in the slot. NFL comp, Detroit Lions running back Jahmyr Gibbs.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
All right, you're telling me I can have Jahmyr Gibbs? Because sold then. Whatever team drafts him is going to be happy they drafted him, because the only thing, it seems like the only real drawback to Jeremiah Love is, are you okay taking a running back early? So whatever team drafts him has already made peace with that. And then they're going to get a really good player. Maybe it doesn't. I'm not going to say maybe it doesn't make sense for the Cardinals. It'd be great. You bring in Jeremiah Love, you draft Pregnon in the second round, you have this team, this offense built up, and you get your quarterback in 2027. Yeah. Let's go.
Well, you kind of, okay, I'm going to play along with you right now. Okay. And everyone, if you've listened to me, base earnings, you know how I feel about Jeremiah Love. Okay, I want Francis Mauigoa, of course, to be drafted by the Arizona Cardinals at number 3. I do. I want a dog up front. Yet at the same time, if they draft Jeremiah Love, I'm going to get over it quickly. I'm going to be okay. I mean, honestly, and what I love about it is I think Jeremiah Love and Tyler Algier, take a look at those 2 guys, because James Conner, right now I love James Conner, and everyone knows it. Everyone loves James Conner in this city. We all know what a football player he is as well. But right now, coming off that injury, the kind of injury he's coming off, let's let him ease into it, if you know what I mean. So having said that, there's a real possibility that maybe, just maybe, the start of the season in September, it's going to be more about Tyler Algier.
Yeah.
And if you were to draft Jeremiah Love, now you have that combination, which I love.
Yeah, I do too. And you would figure that would be your combination of the future. And if you play this out and you're like, okay, you're going to draft your quarterback in 2027, then that probably would be your running back tandem when you bring that quarterback in. You still have to address the offensive line in the second round, certainly. And then you'd have to address it probably again early in the draft next year too. I don't think they're going to draft Jeremiah Love with the 3rd pick because they did bring in Algier. And I mean, I guess you got to kind of know how they are viewing the start of next season. Do they expect to have James Conner for week 1? Or if there's any question, then maybe it is a possibility. But I just think there are guys that could maybe help you more this year. I get that. But big picture, Jeremiah Love would certainly be the most exciting pick, and I think an intelligent pick for 2027 and beyond. Mike LaFleur was also asked what he thinks of the offensive line right now.
I like what Monty and the team did, just to bring in very, very similar to kind of what I was saying in the quarterback room. Like, our line on paper right now has played a lot of football, and just bringing in those guys. So what I like is that you don't have to go reach in the draft. Now, if there's a guy to improve, our roster, tackle, guards, and whatever it is, like I was just saying, from the quarterback position, every position we're trying to improve. But on paper, you got a bunch of veterans that have played this game. They played it at a high level. They know how to play, and they're men. And I'm excited about it.
Okay, there you go. Now, when you said reach in the draft, you didn't mean Francis Mauigoa at number 3, right? You didn't mean that, did you? Did you, Mike LaFleur? You didn't mean that. Came off that quickly, by the way.
He did. He's not going to be the one drafting.
I know, but, I was just thinking about, Monty, can I talk to you for a minute? Can I just see you just for a second over here? Thank you.
You've brought in Sayamalu. You already have Paris Johnson. You already have Yelda Froholt. You feel pretty good about those 3 guys, right?
Yeah.
So if we'll just use Pregnon or Ihanacho or whoever early in the second round, you'd feel pretty good about 4 of your 5 starters, right? It might take the rookie a little bit of time, but I also don't think any of us are expecting the Cardinals to challenge for the Super Bowl in 2026.
Yes.
So you have a little bit of time to work somebody in. You don't have years and years. You can't take somebody early in this draft and then in 2028 we're like, hey, this could be his year. Like, these guys got to start hitting, within the first 2 years. But you could build up your offensive line to the point where you feel really confident in at least 4 of them and still take Jeremiah Love or whoever they think is the guy with the 3rd pick. But I just thought it was interesting to see Love linked to them in a mock draft as of today, because most of those were pre the Tyler Algier signing or the James Conner restructuring. All right, when we come back over to baseball, what do the Diamondbacks need to do to win their series over the Atlanta Braves this weekend? We're going to talk to D-backs broadcaster Jody Jackson. She'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
It'd be kind of cool to take an ASU kid. That's worked out well for them. Pat Tillman, Jake Plummer, mostly.
Yeah, there were ASU guys that they got very later on. Todd Heap, Terrell Suggs, that weren't drafted by them initially, but they did get later on.
There were ASU guys that they should have gotten. Terrell Suggs when it came out, not later in his career, but when it first happened. But that was just an interesting thing to kind of keep in mind.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Yeah, you want to go to Santan Ford because Tim Hovick is there. He's the owner-operator of Santan Ford. He absolutely loves sports. He's going to talk your ear off about all sorts of things. Baseball, football. You better believe it. He loves basketball this time of year. Maybe you're looking for a truck. Well, you know what? This is one of the reasons why you got to get over to Santan Ford right now. You're driving a Ram, a Chevy, a GMC, Toyota. This is the moment to step up to America's best-selling truck, and that is the Ford F-150. Maybe you're thinking, Wolf, I don't want something that big. Well, that's okay. Santan Ford's loaded with Rangers and Mavericks, the right size at the right price just for you. The green light here means go. So go test drive the toughest, smartest trucks on the road at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford, located off the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com.
Men over 40, I'll be honest, most hair growth stuff feels like a lot of hype. So when Mdrive told me they were launching a hair growth complex, I paid attention because they don't do hype. Here's the difference. This isn't a throw everything in and hope formula. They built it with 2 clinically tested ingredients, one shown to help improve hair density, the other supports your hair's natural growth cycle. That matters because as we get older, it's not just hair loss, it's that your hair stops growing back the same. That's biology. Mdrive's whole approach is built around that, supporting how your body actually changes, not fighting it with extremes. If you noticed your hair thinning or not coming back like it used to, this is worth a look. You can find Mdrive Hair Growth Complex at Sprouts or at mdrivehair.com. Use my code GAMBO at mdrivehair.com and get 20% off your first purchase. That's promo code GAMBO at mdrivehair.com. Don't put it off. Mdrive, for men who still show up.
Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team. At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, Y-Refi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. Y-Refi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states. Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
1-2. Is swung on. That's hit pretty well to left field. This one's got a chance, and it's gone.
Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Call Y-Refi today.
The D-backs just coming off a sweep of the Detroit Tigers. No big deal. Just, going through and putting up 9 runs in the opener and then coming back with 6 in the 8th inning in the second game and then beating Tarek Skubal in the third game.
How'd that taste?
That's a pretty good way to send the Tigers on their way.
Yummy.
Back to Detroit. Jody Jackson is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line because Diamondbacks are starting another series at Chase Field tonight. Ryan Nelson on the mound against the Braves. What's going on, Jody?
Hey, guys. Wow. I mean, when you think about how everyone was feeling after those first 3 games and how everyone is feeling now, I mean, it's a total 180, right? And what a great feeling. I think we're all you look at the last 3 games and you really see with this team, you're like, okay, if they're capable of this, and I love the way it was done in 2 different ways. I'm kind of, and you guys have probably debated this. I haven't listened yet this morning to you guys, but when you look at Tuesday night, the thrill of a comeback victory like that and Jose Fernandez, it's really hard to top that. So I'm guessing the answer would be that one. But, there was something about yesterday's win that I loved also. Just the way that it built, the way that you go in knowing it's Skubal Gallen. And, Skubal, everyone, basically would say he's the best pitcher in the world. And so when you can beat that guy 1-0, that's pretty special too. So I don't know. Do you guys have a favorite win, or would you say, I guess Tuesday kind of because it was so unique?
No, we actually both went with yesterday's game.
Seriously,
Jody? Are you serious?
Yes.
Okay.
For different reasons, but for me, it was just, Zach Gallen looks really good, and you beat maybe the best pitcher in baseball, and the bullpen came in and threw shutout innings. So that seems like something that might carry on over the course of 162 games, more than expecting a rookie to hit 2 home runs in his first game.
See that logic, Luke? That's why you guys do the show, because you've got these great opinions. And I actually agree with you because, and it's not, Jose Fernandez, what we saw is special, and then the defense even yesterday. So that's something that can be sustainable too, as far as just being a really good player. But I don't know, there's something about, and when this team in 23, they would do that. They would beat these elite pitchers. And just the way Corbin is playing right now, for Corbin to hit a homer, just the 6th left-handed hitter to do that off of Skubal, I don't know. Yeah, I'm right there with you. Pretty special stuff.
No, it really is, Jody. For me, it was just the fact I love doing who was the player of the game. I love that. Who was the player
Such a
of
producer.
the game? And, for me, Zach Allen, the start that he had, it looked like Zach Allen from 3 years ago. It looked like Zach Allen lights out. It looked like the ace, Zach Allen. And, boy, did the Diamondbacks need that, obviously, with Skubal on the hill. And then to have Corbin Carroll go yard, to have him, the only one run was scored in the game. And it was the Predator who went out and got that run. To me, it was the juxtaposition of Zach Allen in pitching and defense and Corbin Carroll, the offense, the only run scored. That, to me, is why Game 3 was my favorite, because it resulted in a sweep of the Tigers.
Yeah, and I'm right there with you on Gallen. I mean, look, if he's going to be that Zach Allen that we, saw for most of his tenure with the D-backs, it's going to be a special year because, you're right. He was unbelievable. And he talked about it after the game, working with Gabby Moreno, mixing it up. The fastball looks good. There's just a lot to like there. And you love the little bit of an edge that he's pitching with, knowing that, he's back with this team. I mean, I don't think any of us would have predicted that, but what a great thing for him to be able to do if he's going to put that together over the course of the season and be able to show people, like, look what you missed, that the D-backs being the team that he had so many special moments with, being the team that was able to give him that chance. So I'm excited. And now it's 4 games against the Braves, and you're right, this is big. Braves are a good team. Last year famously, they went like 0-for-7 to start the season, and they just did not have a great start. And then this year, they have a pitcher tonight like Reynaldo Lopez going, who was one of the reasons they struggled. He had the shoulder injury. He's back. He looks good, had a good start against the Royals. And Drake Baldwin is just a beast in their lineup. So, the Braves and the D-backs, it's always interesting to me, right? And we always talk about Austin Riley and, but I think that, the D-backs with this momentum that they have, what a great time to take on the Braves for 4 at home.
We're talking to Jody Jackson. So, Jody, if we agreed that yesterday was the best win against Detroit, I mean, the Game 2 was certainly the most memorable with what Jose Fernandez was able to do. But Game 1 had Michael Soroka go out there and look pretty amazing, including the immaculate inning. This is a guy that I think is kind of was at least kind of a relative unknown to a lot of D-backs fans coming in, because he's just been hurt so much and in and out of rotations and bullpens the last few years. But, interestingly enough, playing the Braves now, he was a pretty high-end prospect for them. He had a great year for them, 6-7 years ago now. But you look at what he did in that first game against Detroit. What could they potentially have found here in Michael Soroka?
Well, you're right, Luke. It's another sort of poetic baseball story with Soroka. I mean, I remember when he came up and the prospect that he was and the potential that he had, and he was derailed by injuries. And now he's got, he's got this slurve working. And, I was in the dugout, right next to the dugout on opening night, just watching that. It was pretty cool to watch, because when a pitcher is really dealing, it's such a great spot to be in. And the immaculate inning obviously was cool. And I think we all knew right away. We're like, wow, he was just carving them up. And, that slurve was working. And what I think was really cool, and I did sit in the post-game room after with him and heard him answer some questions, but he didn't go into detail, but I think he was reading swings, and when you can really tell, how much you're able to use. We know he's going to use that pitch a lot, but I think he was able, as the game went on, why he continued to get better and better is I think he was able to know exactly how to attack that lineup with that pitch. So with his mix, I love this matchup when he's going to come up against his former team. So I think, it's absolutely a great add to the rotation, or wherever it's hard to imagine him not in the rotation. You will have that, of course, with Merrill coming back. But whatever role he's in, guys, we've been through this, right, with Ryan Nelson, who's going tonight. It's like everybody's going to be used in some form or fashion. It's just a matter of, I guess, trying to keep everybody happy. But when you're winning, it's funny how everybody's happy.
Yeah. What about Ryan Nelson in regard to getting his second start of the season so far? What are your expectations for Ryan?
Well, he had that nightmare inning at Dodger Stadium in the bottom of the third with a homer, then walk homer. But I mean, it's like kind of like with Brandon Pfaadt, you know, and you say, like, if you could take that inning out, you know, he looked pretty good. So, you know, that was the wild thing about that Detroit series, too, is like they were scoreless, held the other team scoreless for 25 of 27 innings. But so if Ryan, you know, I think that was a perfect storm against that Dodger lineup in that one inning. So I think Ryan will be looking for a big bounce back. He's had some success against some of these hitters, some of their best hitters, and Acuna and, you know, I was just looking at some of the numbers. I think the slider, which is a pitch he was really working on, mixed in with that fastball. We all know he's going to throw a ton of fastballs, but that slider looks really good. And I think he's going to have a nice bounce-back effort tonight. At least that's what I'm hoping for.
Jody, so much was made of Jose Fernandez, obviously, because he did something that had only been done 7 times in baseball history the other night, and it won them the game. But, you know, Jordan Lawler he's been hitting the ball decently here to start off this season. What have you seen from Lawler? And you know, how much room is there in your mind on this roster for either a guy like Lawler to have a breakout year or Fernandez, or even if they end up going down and calling up Ryan Waldschmidt or somebody?
Well, I think it really with Torey Lovullo putting him in at first base yesterday. And I think it's this playing free mentality that I'm loving right now. You know, when there aren't a lot of, it's just like, hey, what are we going to do with the talent that we have? And we're just going to plug him in. And look what he did. He had that great double play. He's just so big, lanky, rangy. And so to bring it back to your question, you know, and Jordan Lawler is a different player, but he's also a very talented young man. And so, you know, I think what's great is that whether we expected it, which is what we want with Lawler, we've been expecting it for a while, or unexpected, which is Fernandez coming up right away in game number 4 of the season, is just young talent and the athleticism. And so I think, you know, it is a good sign to see some adjustments that Lawler's made. Just seeing Major League pitching, it's going to help him. I think with Jose Fernandez, what he's done so far is unbelievable. And so they're, again, going to have to make room for these guys, going to have to find ways to make them, allow them to develop and play.
Well, Jody, hopefully next time we talk to you is after another D-backs sweep. That worked pretty well earlier this week.
A 4-game sweep? Now that would be electric.
Yeah, that would definitely wake everybody up. All right, Jody, thank you so much. We'll talk to you again next week.
All right, guys. Thank you. Have a great weekend.
You too. That's Jody Jackson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. You have 4 games against the Braves. By the way, Wolf, we're going to do a listeners-only meeting in about 45 minutes.
Okay.
Just to get a sense of where people are on this D-backs team through the first week of the season. Are you excited? Are you buying what you saw against Detroit? We're going to do that at 11:45 because, I mean, if you think about it, these have been extremely eventful games. The first 3, you're in Dodger Stadium. The Dodgers are getting their rings. You almost win 2 of those games. Then you get an immaculate inning against Detroit. You get a 22-year-old prospect hitting 2 home runs in his major league debut to win the game.
1901.
Yeah, and then yesterday you get Corbin Carroll hits a home run in the first inning, and that's it. And you beat Tarek Skubal. I mean, those are some high-event baseball games through the first week of the season. So we're going to talk to some D-backs fans at 11:45, get your thoughts on what you see this team being capable of. When we come back, though, let's get back to basketball. And something we couldn't get to yesterday because we had a short show, but just how aligned were the Suns trying to be this past offseason? Like, were they so aligned they were trying to make Tom Izzo their head coach? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Call Y-Refi today. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
There is nothing more meaningful you can do for yourself and for the people who care about you than finally getting rid of that pain, especially heading into vacation season. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and if you have joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back, if you're missing work or activities you once enjoyed, if you don't want surgery and a long recovery, if you're relying on medication just to get through the day, you are exactly the kind of patient QC Kinetics helps every day with their advanced regenerative treatments that deliver life-changing results, and today can be the day you turn the corner and finally get real relief. And it could be the most meaningful thing you do for yourself and your family. Their treatments are all done in office, and your consultation is free. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
How was your break? It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So, even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
The future stars of the LPGA return to TPC Scottsdale's Champions course the week of April 27th through May 3rd at the Carlisle, Arizona Women's Golf Classic. The tournament is holding its annual Cocktail and Craft Brew Fest, offering all ticket holders free beer samples from 1 to 4 p.m. on Saturday, May 2nd. Come enjoy samples from your favorite craft brewery while taking in world-class golf. General admission and hospitality ticket packages are available now at CarlisleLPGA.com. Tickets starting as low as $12.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have performed over 300,000 procedures, and I know from personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for their 4th straight win tonight in Game 1 of their 4-game series with the Atlanta Braves. First pitch is at 6:40 with pre-game coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns continue their road trip tonight at the Charlotte Hornets. Tip-off is at 4 with pre-game coverage beginning at 3 over on ESPN 620 AM. Mark Williams could make his return to the Suns lineup as he is currently questionable. And that is what is trending now.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning. We'll explore whether or not the Suns got their late-game offense going in Charlotte and a lot more. Starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hour number 2 of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Wolf, we were going to get into this yesterday, and that was a short show, obviously, with the D-backs game, so we figured we could push it back one day, but we got to react to it now.
Okay.
I'm just going to play the cut of Tom Izzo, okay?
Tommy!
So we all know who Tom Izzo is. We all great respect for everything he has accomplished in the game of basketball. The initial reaction from a lot of people yesterday, because it was April Fool's, was like, is this an April Fool's joke? But then everybody's like, I don't think Tom Izzo's in on some like elaborate April Fool's joke. So here he is on the Dan Patrick Show. This is what he said.
I've had, more than a couple job offers in the NBA and looked at one last year with Phoenix, and my former player, Matt Ishbia. And that was hard. That was a hard thing to turn down because, number one, I kind of wanted to go with him. Number two,
so they offered you the head coaching job?
Well, we talked seriously about it. Let's say that.
Oh, okay. There it is. First of all, once again, Base Earnings, my love and respect for Tom Izzo. It cannot be measured by human hands. I kid you not. This is one of the greatest basketball coaches, at least at the college level, of all time, in my opinion.
Legend.
Okay, legend.
Absolute
okay,
legend,
let's put him in the legend category right there. And at the same time, I'm in retrospect, I'm really, really happy to see that the Phoenix Suns did not hire Tom Izzo.
Yeah.
And hired Jordan Ott.
Well, yeah, certainly now knowing what we know about Jordan Ott, for sure. I don't – my take is not that, like, Tom Izzo couldn't have done this. My take is just more – can you imagine the reaction? I mean, that – yeah.
Just stop it, please.
Like,
we get the alignment thing. Michigan State. Look, everybody, it's a Spartan.
That's the part of it is it's like, so were you really only talking to Michigan State people? Like, was it really just only Michigan? It had to be a Michigan State person. Did we just get lucky that Jordan Ott went to Michigan State? What if Jordan Ott went to Maryland? Would he be the coach of the Suns right now? So, because it worked out great. I mean, if you tell me that the Suns went through and they interviewed all these people and it's like, dude, Jordan Ott's the guy. And they were ahead of the curve. They were visionaries on this.
Well,
they were brilliant. If you just tell me they were only interviewing Michigan State guys, then we just got lucky.
Yeah, well, once again, it really doesn't matter at this point in time because we know what the facts are. The facts are I am really, really glad and thankful that Matt Ishbia and Brian Gregory went ahead and hired Jordan Ott as their head coach.
Obviously.
Very, very grateful, obviously, for that. Having said that, once again, Tom Izzo made it sound like he was, in fact, offered the job. I want to hear that one more time. Can we play that one more time?
He at least made it sound like there were serious discussions.
To a point where he was interrupted and the follow-up question had to be asked immediately.
I've had, more than a couple job offers in the NBA and looked at one last year with Phoenix, and my former player, Matt Ishbia, and that was hard. That was a hard thing to turn down because, number one, I kind of wanted to go with him. Number two,
so they offered you the head coaching job?
Well, we talked seriously about it. Let's say that.
Okay, yeah, we talked. Well, you said it was a hard thing to turn down.
It feels to me like if Tom Izzo, because again, I mean, he is a great coach. If Tom Izzo last year, when they didn't really seem to have they were figuring out their direction.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Matt Ishbia learned a lot from Tom Izzo, and there's not a whole lot of people in the history of basketball that you'd want to learn more from. I'm sure if they were having those discussions and Tom Izzo was like, you know what? I'm kind of sick of this NIL stuff. I'll come coach the team. I don't think they would have said no. You know what I mean?
What's amazing about it, he actually did say that, too.
Yeah, I don't have that cut, but let's talk about that, too.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was absolutely huge as well. It just, again, it's got to get fixed. We all understand that. I don't want to get sidetracked on this issue right now because I think Jordan Ott really deserves to be acknowledged for what he has done. And the fact that you've got this young guy, this young gun coach that is on his way up, he has been everything and more that we could have possibly hoped for as a head coach for the Phoenix Suns. And he has made that connection. I don't know what it is. I do worry. The only thing with Tom Izzo, he's 71 years old, Base Earnings, Ron Wolfley reporting. And again,
my sources.
Don't turn this into some ageism thing, please. Don't do it. I'm not saying that, but 71 years old, he's got a different mindset at this point in time than a young guy like Jordan Ott has trying to make his way. I think the Suns are ascending. I think the Suns are ascending as a team and will continue to get better over the next couple of years, just as Jordan Ott is ascending as a coach. And I don't think that's by accident.
Jordan Ott is to the point already, and it's crazy in his first year as a head coach, where we were talking about whatever went on with Jalen Green in the fourth quarter of that game the other night. And, the Suns need scoring, and you have Jalen Green, and you're sitting him for the final basically 17 minutes of the game. Jordan Ott's gotten to the point where when something like that happens, I'm like, yeah, Ott was probably right. I'm just going to assume he was right. Like, he's already earned that trust from me. He had a pretty good reason to do it. I don't know what the reason was, but I'm assuming he had a pretty good reason based on everything else I've seen from Jordan Ott this season. The guy, he's not perfect, but he has not made a lot of mistakes. And in fact, he inherited a situation that was not set up to succeed right away, and they are succeeding right away. Just to finish that quote, for whatever reason it's cut off in the the playback here, but the end of that Tom Izzo quote is, that was hard. That was a hard thing to turn down because, number one, I kind of wanted to go with him. We talked seriously about it. And number two, I don't like what's going on in college athletics, unquote.
Yes.
How many legendary college coaches have to say that before somebody does something and changes it?
Yes. Well, honestly, I think that it's going to happen at some point in time. But this is going to take, I hate saying it, but this is going to take like Congress getting involved. Because laws need to be changed.
Because nobody's in charge of college basketball right now, or
honestly,
college football or anything.
It's got to be something there. Once again, you're not going to open yourself up. The NCAA, whatever it may be, you're not going to open yourself up to getting sued. And that is it. A class action suit being brought against you. There has to be some laws that need to be changed. Some laws that need to be put into place to get involved with this.
Yeah.
And that's only going to happen on the government level.
But when you have guys like Tom Izzo saying this, you have guys like Nick Saban basically just leaving college football because they don't want to deal with it. When you have John Calipari the other day sounding just exhausted as he did after that loss to U of A, and I'm sure some of it was the loss to U of A, but some of it certainly seemed to just be, and I got to go out there and re-recruit all my players again. Like, at a certain point, when is enough? And I get it. Like, you see a bunch of people commenting on this story on social media, and they're all Michigan fans being like, oh, Tom Izzo's overrated. He's not. He's a great coach. You don't want guys like that walking away from the game. You don't want Nick Saban, even if you're sick of Alabama. I was sick of Alabama. I think it's not good if all of your great all-time coaches are leaving. That's not good, or if they're like wanting to leave.
Remember, guys, I fixed college football. I had a whole plan for that.
Yeah.
That was very good and well liked by most people. Maybe I should do one for basketball too.
Just stop holding back. If you have a solution, maybe this would be a good time to.
Yeah.
I would. You know what I would also. You know what I would do? I would get rid of the consolation tournament.
Yeah. Okay.
The NIT, the basketball crown. We don't need those.
I don't
think that's
Rick,
the biggest issue.
Yeah, I think your suggestions. There was nothing wrong with it. So I think for the most part, but I fixed college football as well at the very beginning when I said this is going to be a disaster because it was.
You pointed out that it would be a disaster,
yes.
And it played out exactly
I'm just saying
the way
right
that
now,
it did.
So whatever we need to do to go back to the way that it was, please do that.
It's not going to go back to the way that it was.
Yeah, right, because everyone said, well, you know what, we're going to get sued, so let's protect ourselves. But we'll just go ahead and do it. But that was the wrong thing to do.
I think that you could do something to kind of get rid of the collectives and make NIL what it was supposed to be, which is, hey, this athlete can go get an endorsement deal with Powerade or something.
It's a very simple solution of you're not a free agent every day of the year. Just figure that out.
Garbage.
I mean, just start there. Everybody's not a free agent all the time. You can
they
make
kind
money.
of changed that yesterday. I don't know if you guys saw that ruling.
But I'll believe it when it actually has changed. You know what I mean? When it's not just like, hey, we're doing this, but it's not really going to, there's always going to be a way to work around
the
it. The
transfer portal is actually real now. It's not just something that's there. Like, you can't just leave your school and go to another school after the transfer portal has closed. You have to go in the transfer portal now.
But can Lane Kiffin still tamper with all the best players in college football all year?
Probably.
Okay, well, that might be an issue.
It's still a year-to-year proposition, which is just absolutely ridiculous.
That's the thing. It can't be year to year. Like, if you're getting an NIL deal, you got to commit for 2 years or whatever to that school.
It's garbage.
And I understand there could be special exceptions, whatever. Then to do it the way it used to be, where it had to be tough to transfer in those situations. Like, you can't force somebody to stay somewhere for. I get that. But if you're paying them a lot of money, you seem to be able to do it in the NFL. If you're paying somebody in the NFL and they sign a contract, they're on that team. They're not a free agent every week. All right, when we come back, is Zach Gallen back? Kind of looks like it through the first two starts. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. Boy, there's a lot of sports going on. You're going to need to find somewhere good to watch basketball tonight, certainly, but then basketball this weekend, and obviously basketball next Monday. You need somewhere to watch all this baseball that's going on. Plus, you got the hockey playoffs coming up, and we got a draft in football 3 weeks from today. If you're at Twin Peaks, you won't miss any of it, and that's perfect. They got wall-to-wall TVs. They got massive screens with perfect sight lines. You'll be sure to catch every single memorable moment right as it happens. Twin Peaks really is the ultimate man cave sports lodge after all. And then while you're there, you don't just have to sit there and watch TV. You can eat some incredible food as well. They got a great drink menu, but with the food, you start with the loaded fries, maybe go burgers, chips and queso with brisket chili. They got great wings there that are smoked in-house. They got a massive menu. You really cannot go wrong. Plus, you'll get the great atmosphere, great scenery, and just great overall energy that Twin Peaks is known for. You only have to wait for the weekend either. They're serving scratch food, pouring quality drinks every day after dark. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Drivers who switch their home and auto with Progressive could save money and time. Other things try to do this, but they really don't. Like the touchscreen at fast food places. It's not like you save time because it takes you longer to use a touchscreen than, I don't know, someone who works there. And another thing, you'd think it would save money because they're not paying a cashier, right? But no, same price. Also, why is there an option to tip? Who am I tipping? Exactly. Anyway, even if you can't save money and time with some things, you could with a Progressive Home and Auto Bundle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Most financial advisors only manage your money. They refer you out for taxes. They refer you out for estate planning. They refer you out when things get complicated. Did they really vet that person? Or did they meet once, exchange business cards, and call it a partnership? A referral isn't accountability. It's a handoff. When your investments, taxes, and estate plan are built separately, gaps happen, and those can cost money. At Trajan, we didn't build a referral network. We built a family office for all. Wealth, tax, estate. One team delivering coordinated planning, once reserved for the ultra-wealthy. If you want real coordination and not just introductions, call Trajan Wealth today.
Call Trajan today at 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Dan Bickley writes, Jose Fernandez's historic debut provides the Diamondbacks with a much-needed boost. Kellen Olson wonders if Arizona can dictate the physicality at the foul line versus Michigan in the Final Four. And Diamondbacks' Derek Hall tells Bickley and Murata that the ribbon boards at Chase Field were a bit of a miss. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Shout out to Waddell. What's up, Waddell?
Yeah, what's going on, Waddell?
How are we doing out there in Waddell? How's Zach Gallen doing through his first 2 starts of the season, Wolf? This is one of those situations where I think you have to look at just more than just raw numbers. You know, Zach Gallen's ERA for the season, whatever, it's fine. It's not anything amazing. 3.60. It's good. It's not amazing. It's good. But you have to take a step back.
It's good.
It's good. But you have to take a step back and look at, and you always should do this with a pitcher, regardless of what their numbers are. Look at who they've faced, obviously. There's a little bit of a difference. Hey, this guy faced the White Sox and the Rockies. Okay, well, this guy faced the Dodgers and the Tigers. But I think even more so with Gallen, he's thrown 10 innings, and 9 of them have been shutout innings. You got to remember he did go 4 one-hit innings against the Dodgers before he got into trouble in the 5th. Okay, well, that happened. He took the loss. And then yesterday was lights out against Detroit. So if you're looking for a bounce back from Zach Gallen, you've got, I would say, an encouraging game against the Dodgers, a great game yesterday, and I think you have to look at the end of last season, too, after the trade deadline, what he did.
Yeah, man, I'm just going to take the first 2 and look at it right now and say this has really got me encouraged for the Arizona Diamondbacks and for Zach Gallen. I do believe, this is just me, but I do believe Zach Gallen came back here because he felt comfortable. And he also, not only just because he felt comfortable being here, of course, and it was going to go get a do-over, basically. Do a 1 year, here we go. This is what we're going to do. I got free agency coming up. I've got 1 year to show everybody who I am and what is going on. This is a do-over for him. And I think he was inspired to do it here because he had a good relationship with Mike Hazen, had a good relationship with Torey Lovullo, had a good relationship with his teammates, liked being here. Why not go where you're going to be comfortable and see if you can't do better? And I think the intensity level that Zach Gallen has brought is showing early in the season here. And this is what I fully expected, and I think you fully expected Zach Gallen to have one of his best years as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you're somebody who believes the Diamondbacks can make the playoffs, and I think when we did our predictions, at least among the hosts, I was the only one that had them in the playoffs, Zach Gallen has to pitch well. If he goes out there and pitches the way he did before the All-Star break last year, they can't make the playoffs. I remember we had Bob Nightingale on about a month ago, and he's like, I think he's going to bounce back and be an All-Star. Bob Nightingale knows his baseball. He's watched a lot of baseball. He's been around baseball. That dude knows his stuff. But also, we're not going off of hey, I hope Zach Gallen can do it. You know what I mean? His career prior to last year would indicate he's going to be good.
Yes.
His season last year after the trade deadline would indicate he's going to be good. And now these first 2 starts would indicate he's going to be good. I know there are a lot of Diamondbacks fans that are still kind of, I don't know, I got to see it. Totally get that. But the only way this works this season is if Zach Gallen has a huge bounce back year. And through the first 2 games, I'll take it.
Yeah, one of the things that I was really encouraged as well, especially in this second start of the season for Zach Gallen, is the way he was pounding the strike zone once again. 66%, I believe, 66% of the pitches he threw were strikes. And, man, that's when you know Zach Gallen is really, really on for the most part. And he definitely was on, and you could see it. But this is also an encouragement to every other guy that is out there competing with Zach Gallen. And when you look around and you see your teammates go out and perform and perform well, especially a guy that is known, a guy that is one of the best players, one of the best pitchers, one of the best whatever at anything in professional sports, to see him go out and confirm that, and he's on your team, it really is an awesome boost of energy for any pro that is out there competing.
I mean, there's a real possibility, not even a possibility, this should be the case. Nothing's ever given in baseball. We saw that last year, but you should be, around the All-Star break, a team with a rotation that includes Corbin Burns, Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, Ryan Nelson, and then take your pick of Brandon Pfaadt, Erod, or Michael Soroka, whatever. I mean, that should be a really great rotation. But, I mean, again, contingent on Gallen pitching this way, because if he doesn't pitch this way, by the time they get Corbin Burns back, they might be too far out of any sort of playoff positioning anyway. But if Gallen's going to pitch like this, he's got another tough one coming up. His next start will be against the Mets in New York, and Freddie Peralta will be on the mound for New York. But he has pitched like a number one starter so far through the first 2 games. And I know, that was a question for a lot of people. Here's Torey Lovullo yesterday.
He just was on the attack. He just was doing a really nice job with the curveball slider combination off of the fastball. He fatigued. He was looking a little bit tired towards the back half of that 6th inning. It was his last hitter. I told him when he came back in, you were showing signs of fatigue, the things that I know of Zach and the stuff that I'm watching. And he said, yeah, you're right. And luckily we got that double play, and he was able to walk off the mound with 6 complete. So I'm not surprised. I've been seeing a different version of Zach with his preparation, with his attitude, and his focus. So I'm really happy for him.
See, there it is right there once again. Zach Gallen, base earnings last year, I don't think there's any way in the world Zach Gallen thought, I'm going to take it easy, man. You know what, I'm good. It's not like he wasn't trying last year. You know what I mean, Luke?
I think he was probably trying too hard in some ways.
And maybe he was, but, there's trying, and then there's trying. And I think the wake-up call, the jolt of what happened in the offseason for Zach Gallen, it was one of the reasons why we were talking about this. The Diamondbacks, this was a great acquisition that they were able to actually work it out where Zach Gallen was going to come back for another year. He was going to come back, and it was because of his focus and his concentration and his intensity level. And I thought we were going to see the best version of Zach Gallen because of that. And I think that's what Torey just kind of alluded to.
If you look at the timeline for Gallen, just if you go over the last year, you're going into last season, he's going into a contract year, and most people had very little doubt he was going to get paid after last season. Going into last season, that was the thought, right? Like, he may price himself out of here, or he's either way, he's getting paid. But then you hit the trade deadline, and they had offers for him, but nothing that was that good to the point where Hazen just kept him. So, I mean, if I'm Zach Gallen, if I'm the athlete in that situation, I'm like, okay, I came into the season, and I was somebody a lot of teams were looking at, and this team's counting on, and I've struggled so much. Whatever I've done through the first 2/3 of the season has got me to the point where they can't even really move me at the trade deadline. And we already saw that be a wake-up call, because look how he pitched the final, 10 starts last year. And then to your point, you get to the offseason, and he ain't get a deal he liked. He's back here. Now he likes it here, obviously, but it's not he's sort of had that, whatever you want to call it. He's been humbled, I guess, twice in the last year, but the good ones figure out a way to get better from it, and I think he is.
How freaky is Mike Hazen, base earnings? How freaky is he?
He's got a song written about it.
You stop and think about that. You stop and think about he had offers for Zach Gallen. He just said, there's no way I'm giving him away. I'm not just going to give him away. I'm not going to do that. We'll just go ahead and we'll bring him back. And you know what? Whatever happens might happen. But we're not just going to give him away, because I think we actually have a relationship with this guy where maybe, just maybe, he might actually come back. He might do it. And I'm sure there were conversations about that very thing at some point in time. But that is a hard decision for a general manager who knows he's got something of value on the table for a player. And yet, you know what? I know it's a long shot. I know that it is. But we've got a qualifying offer, and we'll just go ahead and make that qualifying offer, even though Zach rejected it. At the same time, at least you'll get something for it. Mm-hmm. He chose the road less traveled in that regard, and that is a freaky move by Mike Hazen.
We come back, let's get to football. The updated Arizona Sports mock draft tracker would probably make Wolf pretty happy, but also Wolf found, I don't even know how you found this mock draft that makes you want to grab a barf bag, Wolf. So we'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
0-2. Swung on. That is hit well out to left center field. Meadows going back. He is looking up. That is out of here. An unexpected jolt from Corbin Carroll. It's his second home run of the season. And the D-backs strike first. It's 1-0.
D-backs host a 4-game series versus the Atlanta Braves at Chase Field. Game 1 tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know how important the home court advantage can be in sports, and that's exactly what you'll get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. They are a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means you get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, and windows that are custom built for your home, not generic sizes, retrofitted on site. Now, most window companies are just resellers, not Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, install your windows, then guarantee them for life, and that installation is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews, not subcontractors. Their windows also engineered for Arizona's extreme climate, which lowers your energy bills year-round, and during their spring special, you can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110. Find them online at advancedwindows.com.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Check out this brand new feature they have, concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at libertygmcaz.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, it's Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, Roller.
Spring is here, and if your car could talk, would it be asking for a little TLC right now?
You bet. We've had a mild winter, and it got hot early. Spring is the perfect time for a fresh start, especially before the heat really kicks in.
Arizona heat, it's no joke. If your car's AC doesn't blow cold, driving sucks.
I'll say, now's the perfect time to get a free AC check. We'll inspect it, test the performance, and make sure it's blowing ice-cold air before the summer hits.
I like ice-cold air. What else?
Change your fluids. Engine oil, coolant, and transmission fluid. Keep everything running smoothly and prevent expensive repairs down the road.
And filters. I always forget about those.
Engine air filters and cabin air filters. They make better performance, fuel economy, and cleaner, stronger blowing air inside your car.
So basically, AC service, fluids, and filters are a fresh start for summer.
That's it. Stop by your local AMCO and we'll get your car ready for summer.
Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for their 4th straight win tonight in Game 1 of their 4-game series with the Atlanta Braves. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns continue their road trip tonight at the Charlotte Hornets. Tip-off is at 4 with pregame coverage beginning at 3 over on ESPN 620 AM. Mark Williams could make his return to the Suns lineup as he is currently questionable. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Now's the time to score big savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
All right, 3 weeks from the NFL draft, Wolf. Do you want the good news or the bad news? I mean, it's all hypothetical.
It's always, give me the bad news first.
All right, well, I'm going to give you the good news first
take
because it makes more sense
What?
for what we're doing.
Okay.
Why'd you ask him?
Exactly.
I was
Thank you.
hoping that this would work out perfectly.
It's a
and we'll
rhetorical
say,
question.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah. The Arizona Sports mock draft tracker that we do every year.
No.
That somebody over on the web team goes through and they compile all the major mock drafts out there, and then they tally up. Okay, which players are most consistently being mocked to the Arizona Cardinals? I would say this year has been pretty wide open, especially considering where they pick. You know, if you're picking 16th, then yeah, it's going to be a bunch.
Yeah.
If you're picking third, like when the year the Cardinals were picking fourth and it was Marv, like every mock draft had Marv to the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Anyway, there is an overwhelming favorite now as we've been doing this for a while. 72 times Francis Mauigoa has been mocked to the Arizona Cardinals. That is more than anybody.
Sold!
The next closest is David Bailey at 34.
Okay, yeah.
So it's more than double.
More than double right now. Yeah, I like that. Let's hope that trend continues. Isn't that right, Monty?
Jeremiah Love only eight times.
Yeah,
So
Jeremiah
sixth on the
Love
list.
only 8 times. Oh, why do you think that is? Once again, just for the record, Basin Orange, Francis Mauigoa at number 3. I'm going to run. I'm going to run and just jump around. That's what I'm going to do. I'll do that live on the air, as a matter of fact. You might want to tune into that. At the same time, Jeremiah Love, if you told me that happens, okay, doggone it. We'll find an offensive lineman somewhere.
Nobody's going to be upset if they draft Jeremiah Love.
Exactly.
I don't think they're doing it. But you found a different mock draft. And how about you just explain why you hated this one so much?
Well, it just, some of the things that were written here, I don't even remember. Rick, what is the mock? Who mocked this up?
The Athletic.
This is Bruce Feldman.
Yeah, Bruce Feldman. Okay.
College football writer.
Okay, and, once again, I'm not attacking Bruce Feldman in any way, shape, or form based on it.
No, you just didn't like the pick.
I just didn't like the pick and some of the things he was focused on, as a matter of fact. Listen to this. I'm going to read this from Bruce Feldman, of course. I'm going to read this, Basinonians, and then you tell me what you think. Is this the tackle you want? Because he had them trading back in the draft and drafting Monroe Freeling, okay? He had them doing that. So this is what he wrote about that. Freeling's physical attributes and strong showing at the NFL Combine make his potential upside too good to pass up. Freeling, who has almost 35-inch arms and almost 11-inch hands, clocked a 4.93 40 with a 33.5-inch vertical and a 9.7 broad jump at the Combine. All really impressive numbers for someone listed at 6'7", 315 pounds. Although he only started 18 games in 3 years at Georgia, that to me got my attention. And also, he did start for only 1 season at Georgia at left tackle, but he is an intriguing talent. Basinonians, beware, there be dragons here. Bro, I don't want to draft an intriguing talent. I don't. I want to draft a flat-booted, bloody-knuckled football player with great feet. That's what I want to draft, not an intriguing talent.
I'm with you on that. I mean, I'd want to see what else they're getting in this trade, this hypothetical trade in a mock draft. But philosophically, everything you just said, I agree with it. I don't want to draft a guy based on what they did at the Combine. I want to draft a guy based on and this isn't even a Mauigoa versus Freeling thing. This is I don't want to draft a player based on what they did at the Combine.
Yeah, supposedly right here, he says he has the Dallas Cowboys acquiring the number 3 pick from the Cardinals in exchange for number 12 and number 16 in the 2026 draft. Okay?
That's weird. No,
So, yeah, I know. That's what he put down. But once again, it wasn't about that, for me at least. It was more about, okay, what are you going to do here? You're going to draft a Monroe Freeling. And the fact that he mentions the Combine and talks an awful lot about that, to me, it just, the juxtaposition of Francis Mauigoa and knowing what he is. Look at the tape. Look at the tape and watch him play. Just a baller.
Yeah, I just don't want to dissolve the value of the pick. You know what I mean? Like, this is the number 3 pick in the draft. If you like Francis Mauigoa and you're able to trade down to 7 or 8 or whatever, then that's fantastic. That's great. But I don't want to just be trading down just for the sake of trading down. You have the 3rd pick. I can't get this draft to open, but he has the Cowboys moving up to take David Bailey. And then I'm trying to figure out who he has the Cardinals taking with the other pick from Dallas, because I would need to get something significant with that other pick. You know what I mean? Because to me, this is dropping down almost for the sake of giving Dallas a good pick.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's nothing against Monroe Freeling. It's just it's if your logic is drafting him based on what he did at the Combine, that's not good enough for me.
Monroe Freeling, offensive lineman, Georgia.
Prototypical size for a tackle at 6'7", 315, and he was a beneficiary of the Combine as he's an absolute specimen athletically. He has experience at both tackle spots, but should be a staple for teams at the left tackle. He'll only get better with experience. Only 18 starts in college, but a reliable pass blocker. Only 9 pressures given up in 469 snaps. NFL comp tackle Anthony Costanzo.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Yeah, again, the 18 starts, that's not a lot. It isn't. It's like a year and a half, maybe, for the most part. It's just not as many starts as I'd like to see.
Yeah, you don't need your pick with number 3 needs to be a sure thing. You have the 3rd pick in the draft. I understand, and we've been talking about this, and it's becoming almost more and more apparent by the week. This is not necessarily the best year to have the 3rd pick. You'd like to have that when it's like, hey, here's 3 can't-miss prospects. You're going to get one of them. But even then, some of those guys miss. It really does feel the way this is being presented now by scouts and all these mock drafts and just experts and just watching college football a lot last year. It feels like we all know Mendoza's going first. A lot of people believe Jeremiah Love's the best player, but he's a running back, so that complicates things. But you have the 3rd pick in a draft where after the 1st pick, it feels like there's like 8 guys that could go in whatever order. So you just need to be convicted in your pick and take the right guy. If you can trade down and still get the guy you want, that's one thing. But just trading down just for the sake of trading down, they need a clear-cut starter. They need you don't want to be picking this high every year. So when you are, you need to hit on it. You don't just trade down for more and more picks. They need a legit player.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons why I do believe, once again, in Francis Mauigoa, just the fact that he is going to be a great pro. I think that. Now, once again, Basinonians, there's so many other scouts out there that know so much more about scouting these college players. So many general managers that are out there that know so much more about scouting college players. I don't. I don't see them all, Basinonians. I don't. But I have seen Francis Mauigoa play. I have seen him play multiple games. I have seen him play a lot, and I've seen enough where I love this guy and read enough on him where he's a baller. He's an absolute dog, his personality as well. So when you take his personality and what people say about him and how coachable he is, and then all of a sudden you look at the tape as well, you watch him play the game of football in the robust physical style that he plays it with, I see a dog, and a dog with that kind of talent. Man, why not just take something that is solid, rock solid? Take him and think he's going to be our tackle for the next 12 years.
All right, we come back. Let's talk some baseball, and let's talk some baseball with the listeners. It has been a very interesting first 6 games of the season for the Arizona Diamondbacks. How much belief do you have in this team after these first 6 games? Where's your excitement level? Where is your concern level? Like, where do you feel any different now than you did a week ago? Because these have been some pretty wild finishes. 602-260-9870. Listeners only meeting. Again, 602-260-9870. We'll talk D-backs with you next. The listeners only meeting on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
We wondered, all right, what's it going to look like with Dylan Brooks back? And I kind of made the statement that Dylan Brooks' effects on this team might be actually even amplified because of the importance of these games. It was amplified, but not in a good way.
It was like Dylan Brooks turned up to 100.
It was crazy. And just the vibe of him And that team, when they took the floor, I didn't know what to make of it. I didn't know whether to hate it or love it.
There was also NBA history. 3 technical fouls, all issued to players with the same initials.
That was fantastic.
Desmond Bain, Dylan Brooks, Devin Booker. I guarantee that's never happened before and will never happen
Thank
again.
goodness Dan Bickley wasn't in the building.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from our brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information, man. You got to talk about your smile. If your teeth are hurting or maybe you're missing teeth and maybe you're just tired, man, of, you know what, having dentures, whatever it may be, you know, you need to go see Aria Dental Implant Center. My good friend, Dr. Joe, he's helped over 2,500 full-mouth patients and placed 20,000-plus implants. That's right. Man, that's not just some suggestion. Those are actual facts, Basinonians. And when it comes to the all-on-4 full-mouth implant, experience is truly everything. Maybe you want to chew into steak again or bite into an apple, smile for photos. Well, Dr. Joe and Aria Dental Implant Center, that's where I'm going to send you. Call Aria Dental Implant Center now or go online and schedule your appointment today. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
D-backs fans get access to flexible ticket plans, exclusive events, postseason priority, and more when you become a D-backs Advantage member. For more info, visit dbacks.com/memberships.
We're chatting with our guest, always safety first, 811 Megaphone Man.
Call 811 before you dig.
You never stray from your mission of letting homeowners, landscapers, and excavators know you should always call 811 before you dig.
Call 811.
Call for both small and big jobs. And 2 working days in advance?
811.
Any parting words? And I'm guessing they will be...
Call 811 before you dig.
Brought to you by Southwest Gas.
811.
This wasn't how Patrick pictured himself in retirement. Instead of playing golf every day, he could barely walk because of his severe knee pain.
It hampered everything because it hurt to walk around the golf course. It hurt to swing, just pretty much hurt doing anything.
But the groundbreaking regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics changed everything for Patrick. QC Kinetics uses your body's own healing properties to help repair and restore damaged tissue in your knees, hips, back, and shoulders. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime.
The turnaround's been amazing from where I was to where I am now. I've gone from a 15 handicap down to a 7 handicap. That's because my knees allow me to play golf like I haven't been able to play probably in 15 years.
Don't let joint pain keep you from doing what you love. Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Before you put your home on the market, know your options. Most agents bang a sign in the yard and pray the right buyer comes along. Not Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. She has a proven system that works. With Carol's guaranteed multiple cash offer program, receive up to 12 cash offers on your home or choose her guaranteed sale offer, where Carol will sell your home at a price and time frame acceptable to you, or she'll buy it. Whether you want speed, flexibility, or top dollar, you'll know you're making the right decision. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must grant price and possession.
The listeners only meeting with Wolf and Luke.
Quit it now.
All right, 602-260-9870. D-backs 3-3, but you see 3-3 and you're like, oh, just a 500 record.
Yeah.
But it's been a crazy path to get to 3-3 so
Why
far.
are you throwing that number out there?
I want to hear from a couple D-backs fans. Just get your sense on your excitement level for this team. Do you believe what you're seeing? Are you concerned at all about the bullpen? Do you feel better about the bullpen, the hitting? You can take it almost wherever you want, but we're a week in. They're 3-3. They got swept, and they have delivered a sweep already. And I would say 5 of these 6 games have had some pretty significantly memorable moments. So,
a listeners only meeting.
Yes.
That's what we're doing right now.
Why don't we talk to Jimmy in El Mirage? Jimmy, you're on the Wolf and Luke Show.
Yeah, I don't think that much of him. Lavello's still here with his same old song, same old message. you've got your corners. You've almost got 100 years of ball player there between your third baseman and your first baseman. Your third baseman can't hit a lick. This guy's almost an automatic out. He can still play defense. Your first baseman, he's over the hill. I mean, he's like 40 years old. I don't see. And then Pavin, he's not. I don't think too much about Pavin either, to be honest with you. I just think you got the same old song. You're going to end up right here where you are, about probably less than 500. But all the while, we'll be hearing Torrey with the same old song. We're gonna play Diamondback baseball, whatever the heck that is. But Diamondback baseball seems to be losing baseball.
All right, Jimmy, thank you very much. We thank you for the phone call right there. I think we can squarely put Jimmy in the category. He doesn't believe any of this.
Oh, it sounded like you thought they were going to win the World Series.
That's all right, Jimmy. Thanks for your call. That's your opinion
you might
right there.
Totally be right.
Disagree with you. No, I totally disagree with him. But yet at the same time, that's okay. You've got your opinion.
You may totally prove to be right. We're 6 games into a 162-game schedule, but I want to see how people, especially how, like, if people feel any different after these first 6 games, because I think you've seen some encouraging stuff. But not stuff that's like crazy outlandish. Zach Gallen should be decent. Corbin Carroll should be one of the best hitters in the National League. And if you're getting anything like this from Erod or Michael Soroka, this gets real interesting. Let's talk to CJ in Gilbert. CJ, what's going on? What's going on, CJ? No, CJ?
CJ, you there? No.
Man.
Okay. Man, that's...
Maybe Jimmy cut his line. Jimmy's like, no, this guy's too optimistic. Let's talk to Stan in Scottsdale. Stan, what's going on? You're on the Wolf and Luke show.
Hey, good morning, fellas. I'm concerned about pitching because pitching followed by defense wins championships, and I don't think it's done next. They don't have enough of it to go the distance.
Are you concerned about starting pitching or the bullpen?
Yep. Starting pitching. Yep, I don't think they have it.
Okay.
Oh, I just thought you meant, all of it.
I thought you meant across the board.
All
right.
of it. Yeah, again, it's going to be really interesting to see how it all comes together. Corbin Burns, would you say he's talented? He's a guy that is wildly, yes, he is. He's very talented. Corbin Burns, when he gets back, how much better is this rotation going to be? We're going to have to wait and see how it plays out, but for half the season right now, the first time through, boy, it looks really good.
I'm optimistic about the rotation. If you're looking for an area to be concerned, for me, it's the bullpen. Just because, and I've said this after and before every game so far this season, I don't know yet who I can trust in that bullpen. You can trust some of those guys. This may play out just fine, but after the way things went last year, I think it's very reasonable to have questions about the bullpen. And I do, they're getting a lot from Corbin Carroll right now at the plate. Are they going to consistently over 162 games get enough production from the 6, 7, 8, 9 hitters? I wonder about that too. I'm not saying they can't. I wonder about it. Let's talk to Kelly in Surprise. Kelly, you're on the Wolf and Luke show.
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you guys doing?
Good. How you doing?
Kelly?
Great, man. Thank you. Let's see. I went into the Sun season last year, this year that we're in right now with no expectations, right? And they've exceeded them. So that's how I take my approach to this season. I have low expectations, but, maybe they'll exceed them like they did in 23. Corbin Carroll's doing great right now. He's on pace to have more home runs than Shohei, so that's a good thing. He's He's second in RBIs with 8 on the season. And if we get Corbin Burns back and we get our money's worth, who knows? Maybe we make a playoff run, huh?
Yeah, Kelly, thanks, Kelly. This is right where I'm at for the most part. 81 and 81. That is my expectation.
So they're doing exactly what you thought, right? Right there, right at 500.
Once again, let's hope that I'm wrong on that and they're actually better than that. But I think their schedule, especially early in the season, man, I'm talking about the first couple of months, their schedule is really, really difficult. And, man, can they actually survive and be relevant until they start getting healthy, getting some of these arms back, whether it's Corbin Burns or getting back their bullpen, the back end, little A.J. Puck. How nice would that be?
that's why I don't remember a lot of seasons like this with the Diamondbacks where you go in and it's like, okay, if you hang around and you make the postseason and you get healthy, I mean, your postseason rotation could be Corbin Burns, Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, or Ryan Nelson, but I mean, in the best of 5 or whatever, it could be like, that's not a rotation any team is going to want to mess with or you could get buried in the first month of the season because you're not healthy and your schedule's brutal for the first 32 games. So I think it's huge that they bounced back quickly instead of letting that loss to the Dodgers linger. Let's talk to Chris in Mesa. Chris, you're on the Wolf and Luke show.
Yeah, awesome. Hey guys, this is Chris. Sorry about that.
You're good.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I'm really excited about the series coming up against the Braves. The past years, they don't do so hot against NL East teams, either home or over there on the road. So I feel like this is going to be a good barometer on where this team is at mentally. So yeah, I guess that's all I have to say. Oh, and piggybacking from an earlier caller, I don't mind Arenado's lack of offense. I feel like with him, his defense and his leadership are going to be two very important things that a lot of people are overlooking. So I feel like if the rest of the offense and Babe Ruth himself, Jose Fernandez, can keep it up and kind of keep up the offense going, then we can it'll be okay if he doesn't hit as well as he did in the past.
All right.
Thanks,
Chris.
Me right
Appreciate
now,
it.
I just haven't given up on Nolan Arenado. I just think it's way too early to do that right now. Yes, I love the fact he's got a great glove over there on the hot corner, but at the same time, I haven't given up on that guy.
I don't need him to hit great. He doesn't need to be hitting like 290 and driving it, but he's going to obviously have to hit better than 158, but that's one of those things I look at and I say it's been a week. Like Arenado's not 53 years old; he's 34. Let's talk to Mike in Florence. Mike, you're on the Wolf and Luke show.
Hey, what's up, you guys? I'm just here in my car at work, wolfing down my lunch.
Nice.
No, seriously. I'm a lifetime Dodgers fan. I've since birth. Okay.
Okay.
I do not root for the Diamondbacks, but I do love baseball. I'm a baseball fan first. Take a look at your lineup. I take a look at the infield. I take a look at your staff, your pitching staff. You guys have a really, really good team. Now, the local fans, they may be naysaying and all that, but if you take a deep dive look into the Diamondbacks roster, it's a championship roster. And in my opinion, I've said this since the summertime, the Dodgers and the Diamondbacks will face in the playoffs, and the winner of that series will win the whole thing.
Wow.
That's a take.
All right, that is a take. That's a good way to end the segment. Thank you, Mike.
We're going to put that into the audio file. All right, we need to put that into the audio. Rip that and put Mike into the audio file.
We have to call Mike back if it comes down to that
happens.
in October or November. Yeah, look, it's that's. I was saying this to you after the first series against the Dodgers, Wolf. It's easy to look at the Diamondbacks or the Padres or whoever in this division and be like, they're not as good as the Dodgers. They're not good. It's like, okay, but how do they compare to the other 28 teams in Major League Baseball? And so that's why the Tigers series is interesting because the Tigers are probably a playoff team. They're a team that could certainly contend for the AL pennant. It's not like beating them 3 times by just a couple runs means the Diamondbacks are definitively better than the Tigers. But they did sweep them.
Yes.
So they can hang with those teams. So I don't know. I think I really do obviously hope, but I also really do think this is going to be a very entertaining season with the Diamondbacks. And the fact, there's going to be downs, obviously. The fact that they could respond to that first down with a sweep over the Tigers and beat Tarek Skubal in there is, there's nothing but good stuff from that. All right, thanks to everybody who called. Sorry we could not get to everybody, but that's a long season. We'll do this again. When we come back, we'll take you through the top stories of the day. We'll be wolfing down our lunch, just like Mike is in his car right now. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals have some big Cardinal decisions coming due before the NFL Draft.
With the 3rd pick.
And Arizona Sports is all over breaking Cardinals and NFL news on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7 NFL Draft coverage. Brought to you by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals.
Last year, I had back pain radiating down my right leg. The pain was so bad I was willing to cut my leg off to stop the pain. I could barely walk and had to stoop over when I did just to take pressure off the spine. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. In my professional career, I've represented thousands of people who've had herniated discs and issues with their neck and back, but never fully appreciated what they were going through until it was my turn. It's like trying to describe colors to a blind person who's never had sight. All I can tell you is it hurt like hell, but worse. My daily walk was gone, and that bothered me a great deal. Then I thought of all of you and how much more devastating this type of injury could be for you. My life stopped. I now feel your pain. Just know at Morgan & Morgan, we got your back. I understand. Morgan means more.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
If you don't care about saving 50% off your wireless bill for the same 5G coverage the big guys are charging a fortune for, maybe you care about keeping jobs in America. Pure Talk does. They've pledged to run their entire operation from this country, including all their customer service. Or maybe you care about our nation's veterans. Pure Talk does. They've donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to America's Warrior Partnership, a fantastic organization working hard to prevent veteran suicide. Or maybe you care about closing America's skills gap. Pure Talk does. They're a proud supporter of MicroWorks. They're helping my foundation train the next generation of skilled workers. Don't get me wrong. Saving money's great, and you'll save plenty with Pure Talk. But if you want to be in business with people who share your values, dial pound 250. Say micro, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Bunker to Bunker is celebrating the return of spring with their 4th annual Spring Fling 2-Person Scramble Golf Tournament on Saturday, April 18th at the Augusta Ranch Golf Club, with proceeds benefiting PGA Hope. The event is loaded with prizes, raffles, breakfast, and a special sneak preview of Augusta Ranch's spectacular Top Tracer Range practice facility. There's even a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $115. It's open to the public, but space is limited, so register today at bunkergolf.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for their 4th straight win tonight in Game 1 of their 4-game series with the Atlanta Braves. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns continue their road trip tonight at the Charlotte Hornets. Tip-off is at 4 with pregame coverage beginning at 3 over on ESPN 620 AM. Mark Williams could make his return to the Suns lineup as he is currently questionable. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it's noon on a Thursday. It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick, what do you got?
All right, guys. So the Arizona Diamondbacks completed a sweep of the Detroit Tigers with a 1-0 win yesterday. Zach Gallen outdueling Tarek Skubal. Corbin Carroll hitting a home run off of Tarek Skubal. How much more encouraged are you guys about the D-backs today compared to the day after the Dodgers series?
I think the biggest thing for me is the ability to bounce back quickly, because that's going to be tested over the course of the year. Like, this is great right now. They just swept Detroit. You know, I think they'll play well against the Braves, but they're going to have a stretch where they lose more than 3 in a row this season, I'm sure. It's just, it's a lot more noticeable when it makes you 0-3. You know, hey, we lost 3 in a row and now we're 33-31. Okay, it's time to start winning. Maybe we lost 3-0 and we haven't won a game yet this year and we're 0-3 seems like a much bigger deal. So the fact that they bounced back quickly, and honestly, with the way the schedule shakes out, if they could be 500 through the first 32 games, I think that's a win.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you, Luke, on that one. Listen, this team has my full attention right now for the most part. They've only played 6 games, and yet they've got the immaculate inning. You've been talking about this. They have Jose Fernandez, of course, and what he has done. His 2 home runs, 1901. Google it, my young crunks. They have competed against a team that was pursuing their third World Series championship and could have won 2 of those games. They did not, but they were right there. They competed. And you know what? I think Paul Sewald's coming around. This team has my full attention right now.
We're going to stick with the D-backs. Our Sanderson Ford poll question is up now at ArizonaSports.com, and it asks, which player stood out the most in the Diamondbacks series sweep against the Tigers? Corbin Carroll, Jose Fernandez, Michael Soroka, or Zach Gallen?
See, this is a great question. It's a tough question.
It is.
Because in terms of individual moments, the answer is clearly Fernandez. And honestly, Soroka would be the answer in most series. I'm actually going to say Corbin Carroll because, I mean, he consistently delivered in all 3 of the games. You know, Soroka only pitched in 1 of them. Fernandez only played in 2 of them. He had never even played in the major leagues through the first one of those. He was great in the second one. That's probably the answer most people are going to go with, and certainly not wrong. But I'm going to go with Corbin Carroll because he delivered in all 3 games.
Yeah, no, I'm with you right now. Corbin Carroll hitting .333 right now at this point of the season. A couple of home runs, 8 RBIs. That's number 2, tied for number 2 in all of baseball. He's got a 1.162 OPS. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to say the Predator as well. Yes.
He's the only one of those names with the sound effect right now, too. So, yeah.
But he's
we have our Zach Gallen sounder.
Yeah, but we need it's got to be a song or something. Okay. It can't just be him talking.
All right. Well, I agree with you guys, Corbin Carroll, because he delivered in every single game. So I will vote Corbin Carroll if, the website loads. We're voting Corbin Carroll here, which the website just does not want to operate today. So
website 1, Rick 0. Right?
Yeah,
I would say Gallen is the most encouraging of the 4 because it's like, okay, if that translates all season, I'm not expecting Fernandez to hit 2 home runs every game.
Boy, look at you produce.
Well, I'm trying to buy Rick some time to get past that computer back there. Just a little bit of time.
Let's go ahead and hey, he's the most
I got it
encouraging.
To work. Shout out the browser that I don't like as much.
Yeah.
Jose Fernandez leads 42%. Corbin Carroll second, 33%.
That's close.
Michael Soroka third, 15%. And Zach Gallen fourth, 9%.
Okay.
All right, over to the Phoenix Suns. They are back in action tonight at the Charlotte Hornets. Mark Williams could be back as he is currently questionable. What do you guys need to see from Williams when he indeed does return?
You know, Eminem should redo Without Me for the Suns, and instead of Guess Who's Back, it's Guess Who Could Be Back.
Okay.
Like if he were a Suns fan instead of, I'm assuming he's a Pistons fan, and he redid that song, it'd be hilarious. Mark Williams still questionable as of the latest injury reports. I just would like, if the question is, can I have anything from this game? What do I need to see? I just want to see the Suns win a close game. That's the biggest concern I have right now, is they just are not winning close games.
For me, really, the Mark Williams question is not that big of a question for me. I'm so distracted by the fact that the Suns need to play well when they have Devin Booker, Jalen Green, and Dylan Brooks. That, to me, is what I want to see. I want to see them play well when they have those three guys healthy and getting minutes together as well. Oh, my goodness, I just want to see that chemistry. I want to see them play well. The manifestation of those three guys playing well when they're all healthy and getting minutes, man, that is question number one for the Phoenix Suns.
Arizona is headed to its first men's Final Four since 2001, but it is slightly being overshadowed by rumors of head coach Tommy Lloyd potentially leaving for the UNC job. Here's Jason Scheer, who has covered U of A for a while, talking about how there is real tension between Tommy Lloyd and Arizona's athletic director. This is from the Tar Heel 24/7 basketball podcast yesterday.
It's real. I mean, it's real, and it's something that I believe can be figured out, but it has to be figured out. And it's more important than money right now. I would say that if you were looking at money from a UNC perspective and you're saying we can pay him more, which they probably can, that's probably not the angle that I would go with. The angle is kind of going back to what I said. Where does Tommy feel comfortable, and where does he trust that he can succeed?
Is this whole situation kind of overshadowing what should be a fun moment for U of A fans, something they have been, waiting for a really long time?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it affects the team at all. Like, most of these guys aren't going to be back. I don't think it affects them at all. When Tommy Lloyd answers questions about North Carolina by saying he's totally focused on what's in front of him, I believe that. I don't think, like, U of A is going to lose on Saturday because of a distraction. But I think for the fan base that has been suffering for 25 years just waiting to get back to the Final Four, yeah, it's certainly this week is supposed to be like a celebration. You're going into the Final Four. You're playing Michigan. A lot of people believe whoever wins that game is going to win the whole thing. So yeah, it probably it's cutting into it a little bit. I mean, every U of A fan I know is at least wondering about this. So I know we're going to get deeper into this in a little bit, so I'll save my other thoughts on it till then. But yes, to answer your question specifically, Rick, it's not great timing. It's definitely cutting into the enjoyment, I'm sure.
Yeah, for me, I agree with everything Luke just said. I think he's spot on right now. I really don't think this is a distraction inside the locker room. And that is really odd for me to say that. But once again, it's the context of college athletics. This is where we are, Basinonians. This is where we are. Every kid inside the locker room knows I might not be here next year.
Probably won't be.
Even if I'm starting. Coach might not be here next year. This is the year-to-year proposition that it has become, college athletics, whether you're talking football or basketball. And because of that, I think the players, the coaches, everybody, they've all adopted all of that philosophy and the fact that that is what is going to happen. This is college athletics in 2026 today. And because of it, man, they all know what's up. It's not a distraction.
Yeah, you got to remember the people that are making the comparison to Ole Miss in the college football playoff. Lane Kiffin left before the playoff, and he was slowly taking assistants with him every time Ole Miss won a game. Like, hey, we won. Okay, well, Lane's taking 2 more assistants with him to LSU. It's like, I mean, that was an absolute mess. I really don't think this affects U of A at all now. But if they do lose Tommy Lloyd, that's a problem going forward.
Man.
And like I said, we're going to get a lot more into that here in just a little bit. That was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. Phoenix takes center stage as host of the NCAA Women's Final Four with games tomorrow and Sunday at Mortgage Matchup Center. Find details of all the free fan events already underway and the Super Saturday concert on the contest page at arizonasports.com. When we come back to baseball, what exactly could Jose Fernandez become? We talked about it briefly yesterday, Wolf, but then we talked about it with Amiel Sadeh, and it was right at the end of our show, and he said something that we both wanted to react to. We just didn't have time to do it because it was right at the end of the show. So we're going to do that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2-1. Swing and a comebacker to Loaisiga. He's got it. Flip to first, and the Diamondbacks sweep the Tigers to open up the home portion of 2026. Today, it was all about pitching and defense, and one swing of the bat by Corbin Carroll, the difference, as the D-backs are now 3-3 on the young season.
D-backs host a 4-game series versus the Atlanta Braves at Chase Field. Game 1 tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As a social influencer, my days can be busy. 4 a.m., I hit the gym. 4:32, protein smoothie. 5:08, save time and money bundling my home and auto insurance with Progressive. Wait, if I bundle and save time, what would I do then? Just sit here and reflect? Like, why am I qualified to influence anyone? And how those weights are hollow? And half of my followers are bots.
You could save time and money bundling your home and auto when you switch to Progressive. It's one less thing to worry about during your already busy day. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
On Arizona Sports, we're proud to once again stand with a run that means so much to the Valley. Athletic Brewing Company is honored to sponsor Pat's Run, supporting the Pat Tillman Foundation and celebrating Pat Tillman's life, legacy, and unwavering commitment to service. From the starting line to the finish, it's about purpose, perseverance, and giving back. Brought to you by Athletic Brewing Company's non-alcoholic beer. Great taste, no hangover. Find it near you or at athleticbrewing.com. Near beer, fit for all times.
Hi, I'm Brandon Webb, former Arizona baseball player. Baseball has enriched my life, teaching me teamwork, confidence, and perseverance. At Miracle League of Arizona, we're sharing that gift with children, teens, and adults with special needs. Over 450 athletes get the chance to play, most for the first time, learning sportsmanship and building friendships that last a lifetime. Your dollar-for-dollar Arizona tax credit donation makes it possible. Visit miracleleagueaz.com or call 480-686-8137.
There is nothing more meaningful you can do for yourself and for the people who care about you than finally getting rid of that pain, especially heading into vacation season. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and if you have joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back, if you're missing work or activities you once enjoyed, if you don't want surgery and a long recovery, if you're relying on medication just to get through the day, you are exactly the kind of patient QC Kinetics helps every day with their advanced regenerative treatments that deliver life-changing results, and today can be the day you turn the corner and finally get real relief. And it could be the most meaningful thing you do for yourself and your family. Their treatments are all done in office, and your consultation is free. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us on Friday where we're going to goof around, tell a lot of jokes, laugh at Jarrett when he says stupid things and gives stupid ideas, and we're going to talk about the Diamondbacks. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Shout out to Sun City. What's going on, Sun City? How we doing out there?
Yeah, what's up, Sun City? Driving around, of course, in your EV. What up, Sun City?
You know, somebody told me there's a guy named Steve who does like rideshare out in Sun City.
Oh,
listens
really?
to the show. I don't know Steve, but Steve, if you're out there listening to the show, as I've been told you do,
Yeah.
shout out to Steve out there in Sun City.
Shout him out, man.
How about that?
That's pretty
Specific, not just a vague. Hey, there's somebody out there. Specifically, Steve.
Yeah.
But also the rest of Sun
What's up,
City too.
YouTube?
What's going on, Sun City?
Shocker, bro.
All right. Well, I thought it was kind of funny listening yesterday to a lot of people nationally that know baseball, that, baseball shows that like follow baseball and they're into the prospects and this and that, scrambling to be like, who is this guy? Who's Jose Fernandez, right? And I mentioned to you on the show yesterday, even if you look at, MLB.com does the top 30 prospects for each team, and they update them each year. And so going into this season, you go to find Jose Fernandez in the top 30 prospects for the Arizona Diamondbacks, not for all of baseball, for the Diamondbacks, and you find yourself scrolling down to 27. And just in the Diamondbacks organization, and I believe it was Baseball America, didn't even have him in the Diamondbacks top 30. So
just think about that for a minute.
I know how wild is
incredible
that
is.
But it's even more wild because, look, it's not inconceivable that somebody that's not super highly rated by whatever publications and scouts that they would come in and break into the majors. But you got to remember, those aren't the team's rankings. Like, it's not like the Diamondbacks submitted their top 30 prospects to MLB.com or Baseball America. We talked to Amiel Sadeh yesterday. We're going to talk to him, Mike Fitzgerald, Mike Hazen on Wednesdays all year long. And he said this about Jose Fernandez that is completely different than what you're hearing from a lot of people nationally, kind of scrambling to figure out who this guy is.
Yeah, they were gushing about how good of a player this kid is and how good of a player he might become. And Cesar Geronimo, who was running our international program at the time, said, we're going to skip the DSL for him, which is the first, most 16, 17-year-old Dominican players start, the Latin American players start there. And we sent him directly to Arizona. And, you saw the tools right away. And I remember seeing him and saying, if this kid were a high school senior at 17 years old, he'd be the first pick in the draft. Because he has all the tools. He's got the ability to stay at shortstop. He's got huge power. He's got all fields power. If you watch him take BP, it's a ball extremely hard. He was just a young, underdeveloped kid, and now he's starting to grow into his body. And you're going to see, he has a chance to impact the game on both sides of the ball.
Your thoughts on that, Luke?
I wasn't expecting that. Because you're talking about a guy that's been in the system now for a few years, but that's because they got him when he was 17. And as you heard Amiel say right there, if he was just whatever, a high school senior in Colorado at age 17 with the tools he had, because it's such a different path if you're an international player in baseball to get there. He said first pick overall right there. But that says something. I mean, you see him running around out there, and you were joking yesterday, like, is he really 165? He's not. They have not. No. Those sites haven't adjusted that. There's no way that dude's 6'3", 165. But
you look like he had a little bit more meat on him.
Looks like he's like 6'3". Like, I'm not good at this ballparking the weight. You're always able to do it when we're out at Cardinals camp and somebody walks in, you can tell them their weight. Basically, you're like that guy at the carnival. But I would say like 6'3", 210, maybe. Like he's. So I don't know what he's going to turn into, but when you talk to the assistant GM and he says that was sort of their internal thought on him before he ever broke in, it makes it seem like at least over there with the Diamondbacks organization, they're not expecting a one-day flash in the pan, then he goes away.
Yeah, no, they're not expecting that at all. Amiel, it was so cool talking to him about Jose Fernandez. And for me right now, it's a situation where he's an unknown. He really is. I think he's a general unknown for the most part to all the other teams that are out there. Jose Fernandez, I'm not saying that they don't have any knowledge of him whatsoever, but for the most part, this is a guy that I think is a relative unknown. And then it's always going to be a situation for Jose. Do you make the adjustment to the adjustment? Because once they start getting this sample size of at-bats at the major league level, they're going to figure you out.
Yeah.
And they're going to attack you and what you might be weak at. And does he make the adjustment to the adjustment? That is what's going to be in the making for Jose Fernandez. But the only other thing I'd also like to say, so much of the time, I was talking about this the other day. When you're a rookie, you're a guy trying to make your way at the highest level. At the highest level our species can generate, confidence is what typically, more times than not, allows you to be successful: confidence or a lack thereof. And right now, that's why I'm so encouraged for Jose that he started out the way that he has. This is a confidence builder right now. What might we see from Jose Fernandez? I don't know, but we're all going to have a front row seat to watch this. And the other thing is this, too. I know this because I've experienced it. Many times when you're a grizzled veteran, you've been around for a long, long time. You're in a clubhouse, you're in a dressing room, you're in a locker room, whatever it may be. When you see a young guy come in and boom, get your attention immediately. When you see a young guy doing that, when you see a young guy getting the opportunity to develop, it energizes. Many times it will energize a clubhouse, a dressing room, or a locker room. It will do it. Why? Because it reminds everybody, hey, that was me once. That was me. I came in trying to prove myself when I was young. He's 22 years old right now. 22 years old and a relative unknown for the most part. Number 27, you said, within the organization?
Yeah.
It's just so cool.
Or lower, depending where you're looking.
That he's getting the opportunity to do this. And you don't know what you don't know. But will he make the adjustment to the adjustment once they figure it out?
Well, it's impossible to tell based on what all of us have seen what he's going to be because he's played 2 major league games. In one of them, he did something historic, and the next game he faced Tarek Skubal.
Yes.
I mean, talk about like the two extremes. So he didn't have any hits yesterday. But what he did do yesterday was he played first base. And I can tell you this, probably nobody's breaking in on the Diamondbacks right now as a shortstop with Geraldo Perdomo there. So he's going to have to find somewhere else to play. Played third in in his first game, played first yesterday. Here's Torrey on that.
That's how his heartbeat is, that there's no panic in his game, and he can step up at the plate, and it's the same thing. And I think we're all seeing that. But we've watched him through the course of time, through the course of spring, those games where I'm watching on the backfield. It's all very similar to what we've seen. And, a lot of people would probably scramble, fumble it, and then you're late. But he calmly got to the ball, picked it up, and then threw a strike to Zach. And, he hasn't played a lot of first base in the past 2 months, month and a half. But we felt very comfortable he's going to be able to execute, and he did.
Oh, see, there it is. That was the one thing about it, too, Jose Fernandez. And watching him after doing something historic, and I mean historic, hitting those 2 home runs in his Major League Baseball debut, to see him afterward and to see him control himself, that to me was really, really interesting. And I think Torrey is touching on it as well. He's got an awful lot of poise for being such a young guy.
Well, and if he can field, I mean, how much have we seen the future of those 2 corner positions change over the last couple of years, where it was like, I mean, first you had Gino and Josh Naylor there. But then the thought was like, okay, Lawler's going to be your third baseman of the future or whatever. And who knows who your first baseman is? Is that going to be Pavin Smith? I think the last couple of years have shown us that the future of those positions is pretty much like whoever wants to take it. Like if Jose Fernandez is going to turn into a really good hitter at the major league level and he can play first base, he might just be the first baseman of the future. That's 50 ifs from now. I get that. But I'm just saying, like, if he can hit, and the scouting report, everything I saw on him before those games was just that he's a good fielder, and that's what might get him to the majors. If he can hit, too, I don't know. I mean, there's room, certainly, as far as the future of the Diamondbacks. There's room for somebody like that, or Ryan Waldschmidt or whoever, Jordan Lawler, whoever wants to break through this year. But he's so far the early candidate.
And once again, it's a shot of adrenaline inside that clubhouse because every guy, every grizzled veteran recognizes, oh, man, that was me once. Interesting.
We come back over to football, another major outlet saying the best fit for Ty Simpson, wherever they want to draft him, is the Arizona Cardinals. Why does this keep happening? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
0-2. Swung on. That is hit well out to left center field. Meadows going back. He is looking up. That is out of here. An unexpected jolt from Corbin Carroll. It's his second home run of the season. Strike first. It's 1-0.
D-backs host a 4-game series versus the Atlanta Braves at Chase Field. Game 1 tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
Is there a tougher gig than being a roof in Arizona, right? Paul Calvisi, you're the big heat, monsoon storms. No one knows that better. No one does it better than America Roofing. For real, America Roofing just named Arizona's Roofing Contractor of the Year. It's the very roof over our heads. Don't mess with the rest. You want the best. America Roofing, A+ rated with a Better Business Bureau, and save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com. Repair, replace, home or business, AmericaRoofingCo.com. For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email RateWatch@lundmortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email RateWatch@lundmortgage.com and start saving.
Baseball fans know a rally is one of the game's greatest moments. But in real life, some comebacks take more than determination. After a traumatic brain injury or stroke, the road back can feel long. That's where Barrow Neurological Institute steps in. With advanced neurorehabilitation, Barrow specialists help patients rebuild strength, regain independence, and return to the life they love. Barrow Neurological Institute, where your neurorehabilitation care matters. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have performed over 300,000 procedures, and I know from personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for their 4th straight win tonight in Game 1 of their 4-game series with the Atlanta Braves. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns continue their road trip tonight at the Charlotte Hornets. Tip-off is at 4 with pregame coverage starting at 3 over on ESPN 6:20 a.m. Mark Williams could make his return to the Suns lineup as he is currently questionable. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Now's the time to score big savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road.
Arizona sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
There's a story on ESPN. I mean, we're so close now to the draft that there's a bunch of these kind of things. And it is the favorite team fit for 20 of the top prospects around the NFL.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Francis Marino, Arizona Cardinals.
I'm trying to see if Maui Noah is on here, actually.
No, he's not, as a matter of
Not
fact.
on the list anywhere. Okay.
I just thought I'd throw that out
so
there.
he's an unknown. Yeah, if Wolf did this, it would be favorite team fits for one top prospect, and it would be Francis Mauigoa, Arizona Cardinals.
Hey, everybody, what do you say we beat somebody on the line of scrimmage? Just beat them. Just be better than they are.
Now, I'm assuming, Rick, you saw this too. I'm assuming it's not just based on like, oh, this team has a chance to take him in the draft. They're just saying best fits, right? Like they have Arvell Reese to the Jets, but it's not a mock draft. They're saying like that would be the greatest fit for Arvell Reese anyway.
Yes.
Man, that's rough to hear. The best fit for you is the New York Jets.
Okay.
That's a brutal way to start things. All right. They have Jeremiah Love. Best fit is the Commanders. But for the Arizona
Commanders, yeah, you know what? Honestly, could you see that happening? Could you see the Commanders moving up, trying to get up to number 3 to get Jeremiah Love?
They probably should.
I could.
Could the
definitely see
Commanders
that.
or Cardinals just get him and then make me happy?
You know what? Honestly, too, is
Once they
it
pick
possible?
7, they could just get him maybe
I'm
at
just
7.
thinking, well, maybe they could, maybe they couldn't, though. If you know what I mean.
Oh,
Isn't that
I didn't
right?
think of it that
Tennessee
way.
Titans.
That's true.
So, to me, again, I see this as the possibility. This is where the Cardinals could possibly move back to 7 and still feel really, really good about getting Francis Mauigoa.
If I were the Cardinals, I'd be starting a lot of Jeremiah Love to the Titans rumors right now. And honestly, if I was doing a best fit for each player, I think the Titans might be the best fit for Jeremiah Love. Like, when's the last time since Derrick Henry left, they really haven't had like a clear-cut running game? You put Jeremiah Love next to Cam Ward, and you're starting to build something back there.
Yeah, and also to the Commanders, you could go ahead and say, well, we really like Jeremiah Love. How much do you want him? How badly do you want him? How badly do you want to move up 4 spots? Because otherwise, as you know, there's a lot of teams calling us about Jeremiah Love at number 3. And we like Jeremiah Love at number 3. So you're going to have to break the bank if you want Jeremiah Love.
Yeah, you should. That to me, if you're trying to trade down, that's your move if you're the Cardinals, is getting a team that wants Jeremiah Love, because so many people believe he is the best or second best player in this draft. That's your like one leverage play. There's not a quarterback. Usually it's like, hey, you're desperate for a quarterback and we could take one here, so you better move up. I don't know that it's tough to do that for any one specific individual player. Like I know some of these mocks have, hey, so-and-so traded up with the Cardinals so that they could take Arvell Reese. Like, I don't know. Are you really going to get teams to move up this year when it's going to involve picks in next year's draft, potentially, when everybody's like coveting those picks for a defensive player? It almost has to be a skill guy that is deemed generational, like Jeremiah Love is by some people. So they don't do one of these for every team, obviously. There's only 20 prospects on here, but one of them they do have as the best fit being Arizona, and that is Ty Simpson. And it says they go through where Arizona could get him. They say pick number 34. So let's be clear. They're not saying take him in the first round. But they go through in detail how they feel like he could fit specifically Mike LaFleur's type of offense and the stuff Mike LaFleur wants to do pre and post snap, and how Ty Simpson is a fit for that specifically. If that's the case, if Mike LaFleur feels that way, that is, and I've said this, I'm trying to differentiate between, is this a bunch of people saying Ty Simpson should go to the Cardinals because we need him to go somewhere and we're not putting him on we'll just put him on the Cardinals. Just put him on that team out in the desert.
Yeah.
Is it that, or are people hearing stuff or piecing together what Mike LaFleur, what Sean McVay would potentially do with a quarterback like Ty Simpson?
Yeah, this is going to be really, really interesting to see what happens, Basinonians, to see what happens with Ty Simpson and the Arizona Cardinals, because I think we all understand, do the Arizona Cardinals need a quarterback? Yeah, they do. Yet at the same time, Ty Simpson, I think anybody for the most part would say that Ty Simpson at number 3 man, that is so much of a reach that maybe you've got to trade back. There's no doubt you got to trade back and collect some draft capital if, in fact, you're going to target Ty Simpson. If you tell me that Ty Simpson, you might believe, will be there at 34, now all of a sudden that kind of changes everything, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It does.
But you are still committed to him. I mean, that's the part I'm hesitant with. Like, if you take him in the second round, you could get out of it, I guess, a year from now. But for the most part, doesn't that kind of take you out of drafting a quarterback in 2027?
Yeah, it does. It's one of the reasons why, again, I don't think it's going to happen. I don't. Now, Ty Simpson, if you take him at, and as a second-round pick, wow. Okay, you might think you got a break on that, yet at the same time, are you really not going to draft one of the quarterbacks next year in 2027 who are supposedly so much better in regard to the scouting report in Ty Simpson, and have a larger sample size as well, most of them, than Ty Simpson? I just think it's such a reach right now. If you told me that Ty Simpson was going to be drafted in the third round, I'd believe you.
Yeah.
I'd believe you.
Because then you get him in the third round. The reason if you take him in the second or certainly the first, why it's tough to take a quarterback in the first round in 2027 is I just don't think you're going to know what you have in Ty Simpson from 17 games next year where he's probably not even going to start most of them, right? Or maybe he starts a few, but he's starting on the fourth best team in a loaded division. Like, I don't know that a year from now any team that takes Ty Simpson is going to know definitively what they have. Whereas if you took him in the third round, you could still take a quarterback in the first round in 2027 and just have Ty Simpson potentially be your backup if he doesn't blow you away this year. I don't know. Here's Daniel Jeremiah from the Pat McAfee show last week. Actually, you know what? I'm going to skip it. I'm going to play this because this is just going to entertain me. Here's Adam Schefter from after Ty Simpson's pro day saying, hey, you know what? This other team maybe is interested now.
The NFL descended on Tuscaloosa yesterday to watch Ty Simpson. The only GM there yesterday was the Bears general manager, Ryan Poles. And obviously he wasn't there to see Ty Simpson, who showed up well, and now we'll have a private workout this week on Friday with your New York Jets, who currently hold the 2nd and 16th overall picks. We'll see whether the Jets are willing to go for Ty Simpson with the 16th overall pick. A lot of debate in league circles about whether or not that would happen and where Ty Simpson fits in the first round. A lot of people believe he will be a first-round pick. Most people think Ty Simpson will go number 2 as the quarterbacks, and we'll see where he winds up going. The Jets clearly are taking a long, hard look at Ty Simpson on Friday.
Oh.
We know how much the Jets love pro days.
Yeah. Once again, I'm okay if the Cardinals were to draft Ty Simpson, I think, in the third round, honestly. As we get closer to the draft, I want football players. I want football players that are going to line up and they're going to hit somebody, and this team is going to be more physical. That's what I'd love to see them get. Go out and get, especially on the line of scrimmage. I've been talking about it over and over and over again. But to me, based on needs, it is so critical that this team gets better on the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball. And having said that, Ty Simpson has got this small sample size. That would terrify me. It really would. It would terrify me. I know there are general managers that are out there that said, well, we drafted a guy who played 15 games and he plays right guard for us, and it's working out well for us. He's an excellent position player for us. Well, okay, that's great. But man, when you're talking about a quarterback,
there's no wiggle room with a quarterback.
It's just there is no wiggle room with that quarterback. He's either got to be or not to be.
You just quote Shakespeare going to break.
I think so.
I just the closer we get to the draft, the more I'm just, and I get it. The 2027 quarterback crop is supposed to be amazing right now. We've also already seen a lot of these guys though, and they are good. So it's not like this hypothetical. Now, some of them are going to drop off. We saw a bunch of guys drop off this year, but other guys are going to emerge. I get that there's no guarantee that the 2027 class is going to produce like 8 Hall of Famers at the court. I get that. But it's not like Ty Simpson is a generational slam dunk talent. Like, you got to get him. I can't believe you have the 3rd pick the year Ty Simpson's available. If he's not going to be a game changer for you, if he's not going to drag you to the playoffs this year, I'd rather build the team up first. Yeah. Basically what you're saying.
Yes.
We're coming at this from different angles, but we're landing in the same spot. build up an actual shell of a team around him, and then get me the quarterback next year. That's not even really a knock on Ty Simpson. It would almost just be, it's more about the position the Cardinals are in, unless you're telling me Ty Simpson is Peyton Manning right out of the gate or something. Well, Peyton Manning right out of the gate wasn't good.
You have to believe that if you're Monty Ossenfort.
Yeah.
That he is. Everyone's missing on this guy. They're missing. And that is the nature of scouting. You see something nobody else sees. So it could happen. Yet at the same time, you better be right.
Especially in this case, because you'd kind of be going out on, not on a limb, but you'd be going your own direction. This is not like...
You can go your own way.
All right. Wolf has now quoted Shakespeare and I believe Fleetwood Mac in the last... I'm going to go to break.
Was that who? Yeah.
The warm weather is here, and KTR and Fulton Homes remind you that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off your kids around water. To learn about the 5 layers of protection, text SWIM to 620-620. All right, when we come back, let's get into college basketball. Tommy Lloyd's potential departure, is that dampening the Wildcats' tournament run? Is it a distraction? Is he even going to depart? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The local sports leader is all about the NFL Draft. We know you've got your home team sensibilities, so we're looking at the entire NFL Draft, not just the Cardinals in the 3rd overall pick.
With the 3rd pick.
Though we are definitely taking strong interest in that one. What's Monty going to do? Trade it? Pick O-line or edge? Decisions, man. Cardinal decisions. NFL Draft coverage on Arizona Sports, brought to you by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals.
The Arizona Cardinals select...
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagus. And Matt, a lot of listeners tell me they're frustrated with the big box financial firms.
And I hear it every week. People get handed off from one advisor to the next, pushed towards products they don't need, and they rarely actually have a plan.
And that's the exact reason independent fiduciaries stand out.
Right. And at Bright Wealth Management, we're not tied to any parent company, any product shelf. Our only responsibilities to act in the client's best interest. No sales pressure, just real retirement income and tax planning.
And people can see the difference immediately?
Absolutely. Clear advice, more communication, and a plan that actually fits their life.
And you're offering that experience to anyone listening today?
Yes. Call us at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com and schedule your complimentary consultation.
If you want planning built around you, not a corporation, this is the time to reach out.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Hi, Flo here from Progressive. You know, life changes quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, you mean like adding another vehicle?
Yes, that's something we can do.
Great, because I was thinking about getting a van so we could just keep the kids' softball stuff in the car.
Oh, we don't need to get into specifics. Just saying it's easy to change.
Oh, and Hannah wants to try the tuba.
Again, we don't need the specifics.
Last year, she wanted to be a tap dancer, but that only lasted 2 lessons.
Okay.
But she kept the shoes because they are adorable.
Well, just know that with Progressive, you can easily add another car to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Men over 40, I'll be honest, most hair growth stuff feels like a lot of hype. So when Mdrive told me they were launching a hair growth complex, I paid attention because they don't do hype. Here's the difference. This isn't a throw everything in and hope formula. They built it with 2 clinically tested ingredients, one shown to help improve hair density, the other supports your hair's natural growth cycle. That matters because as we get older, it's not just hair loss, it's that your hair stops growing back the same. That's biology. Mdrive's whole approach is built around that, supporting how your body actually changes, not fighting it with extremes. If you noticed your hair thinning or not coming back like it used to, this is worth a look. You can find Mdrive Hair Growth Complex at Sprouts or at mdrivehair.com. Use my code GAMBO at mdrivehair.com and get 20% off your first purchase. That's promo code GAMBO at mdrivehair.com. Don't put it off. Mdrive, for men who still show up.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
Hey, everybody, it's Burnsy. The Diamondbacks, fresh off their fantastic sweep of the Tigers. They now host the Braves. Will Ryan Nelson fare better in start number 2? We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Some great basketball coming up this weekend.
No doubt.
I saw this stat earlier. It's the first time since the tournament expanded to, I guess, whatever it expanded to in 1985. I guess that's been expanded to 64. It's the first time that both games the line has been less than 2 points. Illinois is favored over UConn by 1.5. Michigan's favored over U of A by 1.5.
Wow.
Basically, Vegas' way of saying, you figure it out, because we can't. And that's how good these games could and should be this weekend for sure. So command and control, Rich just put this cut in here. I purposely didn't listen to it yet because it just happened. So I didn't want to hear it before you heard it, okay? So this is Tommy Lloyd from earlier, like this hour, like just a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, it was probably like 15 minutes ago.
Okay, so this is Tommy Lloyd from about 15 minutes ago.
Wow.
Asked about North Carolina again. Here we go.
Listen, I got my full focus on this team. Nothing is distracting me. And that's just how I've decided to approach it. I'm excited. I thought we had a really good practice today. I'm excited to plan for a practice tomorrow. And Myron, you've got to know me over the years. I'm a simple guy. I'm kind of just one thing at a time. I'm not a multitasker. You can ask my wife. So I'm 100% locked in on Arizona basketball right now. And I'm excited to see what this team can do. I have a real strong belief in this team. And this team deserves my full attention. So that's what I'm giving them.
And the door is wide open for Tommy Lloyd to walk out that door based on what he just said. Now, it doesn't mean he's going to walk out that door, but he definitely has opened that door and is going to leave that door open. And maybe the powers that be at the U of A will have to pay him a whole lot more for him not to walk out that door.
Yeah. He has every single cut we have played from him since North Carolina fired their coach. Every single one of them, if he leaves, he has answered the question in such a way where nobody could point and say, yeah, but you said you were never leaving.
Right.
You said, why? How could you say something like that? If you went back and read a transcript of every single answer he has given, any attorney would be like, well, he never said he was staying. You know, he's never. Now, to your point, that doesn't mean he's leaving. He might just be trying to get more money out of this.
I think it's even more important that a fan base knows that.
Yeah.
That the fan base knows, hey, he never committed. He never committed. I think it's more important that players, whether it's his players or players at North Carolina, it's more important that they understand he never lied. He never said he was doing this and then did something up. Because you know what? Coach is going to look at his players at some point in time and say, hey, listen, don't ever lie to me.
Yeah.
Don't ever do it.
Yeah.
That's the one thing you've got to have. A coach is always going to tell his players the truth, right? Always tell his players. That's right. Where's Jamal? He's not back there.
He ran out.
Okay.
He's talking to Lauren about.
Just think about it, though.
Things.
A player's got to know that his coach is always going to tell him the truth. And that's what a coach should do. And you can reciprocate that and expect that from your players as well and demand that from your players if you're a coach. But you get up publicly and lie, guess what, man? You're hurting your own reputation.
Inherently in what you're saying, I mean, you can look at this and say, look, he's just trying to leverage. This is his opportunity to get more money from. This is how you get a raise if you're a college coach, right? North Carolina wants me. So if I'm going to stick around here, you're going to have to pay me a little bit more. But also, it leaves the door open for him leaving too.
Yeah.
Like TJ Otzelberger for Iowa State, we played the cut last week. He's like, I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Like he was supposedly
That's right.
and he's like, no, I'm staying here. Not
and
once.
Tommy Lloyd could say that emphatically.
And not once has he said it. Now, obviously, the other complicating factor here is the tension between he and the U of A athletic director. Here's Jason Scheer. And this is from the Tar Heel 24/7 basketball podcast yesterday, but Jason Scheer doesn't cover the Tar Heels. He covers U of A. He was just a guest on the show.
It's real. I mean, it's real, and it's something that I believe can be figured out, but it has to be figured out. And it's more important than money right now. I would say that if you were looking at money from a UNC perspective and you're saying we can pay him more, which they probably can, that's probably not the angle that I would go with. The angle is kind of going back to what I said. Where does Tommy feel comfortable and where does he trust that he can succeed?
I mean, there was a post yesterday. It was the athletic director's brother supposedly was on Twitter saying, hey, this isn't a big deal. Like he was responding in comments. I think it was actually just up in Jason Scheer post. He's like, oh, people are blowing this way out of proportion. I don't know. I don't know how much they're blowing it way out of proportion. I'm not there, but I've heard from so many people that there's legitimate tension between Tommy Lloyd and the athletic director.
Yeah.
I would assume that's not going to be why he leaves. Like, I would assume if U of A can keep him, they're going to find a way to get rid of that and keep him. Don't you think? Like, if Tommy Lloyd leaves in a week, don't you think it's just because North Carolina came calling? And it's like, dude, I can't turn down North Carolina.
Yeah.
It's not going to be like I couldn't get along with somebody here. We'll figure out how to get along with each other if you want to stay.
Yeah. I understand what you're saying, yet at the same time, I think it's a combination of both things. I mean, honestly, it's
Don't
North
you think
Carolina.
somebody would step in?
It's North Carolina. And I'm going to go to North Carolina. And by the way, I've got this relationship here that if I signed a contract here and just you guys paid me more money, how is that really going to change that relationship with the athletic
It's
director?
not helping. I will grant you it's not helping. Yeah.
Wait a minute. You're telling me I can go to an even better basketball program, maybe the program of programs, and I don't have to fight every day with somebody that I just don't get along with or see eye to eye with? I think it's a combination of both.
I guess what I'm saying is, like, you're right. I mean, it's not helping. It's not because of the exact scenario you just pointed out right there. Okay, I'm tired of this, whatever this interaction is. And my option is North Carolina to get out of it. It's not like I have to go take a lesser job. I take a better job to get out of this. But I have to think if Tommy Lloyd, like, if he wants to stay there, somebody at U of A has to step in and mediate this and figure it out. If that's, like, to me, that's not the only thing that's going to drive him away. If he leaves, I have to think reason 1A is, dude, it's North Carolina. I'm leaving. Sorry.
Well, I'm a little surprised that the athletic director for the U of A hasn't been dismissed already, honestly.
Or somebody just bring in a mediator and talk this out, like figure this out.
Well, maybe they've already done that. I would imagine they have. Look, maybe this is a leverage play, or maybe it's already well known within the tightest circles that he's not going to pass up North Carolina. Maybe that's it. I don't know. I still tend to think he's going to come back, but like no, for me, all the arrows are pointing out.
They are pointing
for me.
Out.
For me,
every cut we play of him, and that's why I wanted to play that one for the first time for you and I to hear it live on the air. I kept waiting for him to be somewhere in there like, I'm so focused on bringing this team the first of many championships that we're going to bring here in this century. I mean, it was just kind of like, I'm focused on the game on Saturday. Like, we all are.
Hey, listen, and I'm so jacked up that we're going to play this game, and I want my players to know I'm not going anywhere. I'm right here. I'm staying in Arizona. I mean, you could say that so easily. It's not happening.
Even Kenny, when everybody was like, well, he's kind of leveraging to get more, funds for his assistants and for the program.
Yeah, that's right.
Multiple times in there, though, he said he has mentioned, like, I'm not leaving. Like, multiple times he did at least say, like, no, this is my job. I love Tempe, this and that. Like, Tommy Lloyd is like, hey, did you guys know we have a game on Saturday? Yeah, Tommy, it's the biggest game in the nation on Saturday. We all know there's
And he doesn't have the same kind of ties that Kenny does to ASU, to U of A.
Hey, anyone feel a draft? Does anyone feel a draft here? Oh, you left the door open. Oh,
it is.
Somebody shut that door, please.
That is a great point, though. Tommy Lloyd does not have the natural ties to Tucson that Kenny Dillingham has to Phoenix. Like, his whole family. I mean, how many times did Kenny point out that, like, his sister lives right down the street and this and that, and this is where he grew up and stuff, and he was still able to leverage things into, more support for the program. Tommy Lloyd's not from Tucson. He's been here for a few years. He has a good job. I'm not saying he should leave, but I don't know.
People like Chapel Hill.
People do. North Carolina's pretty good. All right, when we come back, what are our expectations for this Braves series that the Diamondbacks are going into tonight? And Ryan Nelson making his second start of the season. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
High school sports on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, and the Kevin McCabe Show. Every Saturday morning, 9 to 11. His nickname is The Dean, and it's earned because no one supports high school sports in Arizona like Kevin McCabe does. Catch the Kevin McCabe Show Saturday morning, 9 to 11 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and then instead of trying to sort all these other things out and wait till everything's just perfect timing, you just moved in right away without waiting around to sell your old place first? That sounds perfect, right? It's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and then still sell the old one later. That way you don't risk missing out on the new home you just found. So here's how. Orchard will give you cash so you can buy, move into your new home first. That way you can do it on your timeline. You don't have to wait around. You don't have to do any showings or anything. You don't have to bend your schedule around the schedule of a bunch of strangers. I have done that. I don't want to do it again. And Orchard makes it so you don't have to do it again. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right kinds of buyers. Orchard agents are some of the most experienced around town, and they're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. It's what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their home without the stress this way. It's why their flagship program is buy before you sell. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's orchard.com.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to CarShield.com. That's CarShield.com today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, it's Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, Roller.
Spring is here, and if your car could talk, would it be asking for a little TLC right now?
You bet. We've had a mild winter, and it got hot early. Spring is the perfect time for a fresh start, especially before the heat really kicks in.
Arizona heat, it's no joke. If your car's AC doesn't blow cold, driving sucks.
I'll say, now's the perfect time to get a free AC check. We'll inspect it, test the performance, and make sure it's blowing ice-cold air before the summer hits.
I like ice-cold air. What else?
Change your fluids. Engine oil, coolant, and transmission fluid. Keep everything running smoothly and prevent expensive repairs down the road.
And filters. I always forget about those.
Engine air filters and cabin air filters. They make better performance, fuel economy, and cleaner, stronger blowing air inside your car.
So basically, AC service, fluids, and filters are a fresh start for summer.
That's it. Stop by your local AMCO and we'll get your car ready for summer.
Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA. MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Most financial advisors only manage your money. They refer you out for taxes. They refer you out for estate planning. They refer you out when things get complicated. Did they really vet that person? Or did they meet once, exchange business cards, and call it a partnership? A referral isn't accountability. It's a handoff. When your investments, taxes, and estate plan are built separately, gaps happen, and those can cost money. At Trajan, we didn't build a referral network. We built a family office for all. Wealth, tax, estate. One team delivering coordinated planning, once reserved for the ultra-wealthy. If you want real coordination and not just introductions, call Trajan Wealth today. Call Trajan today at 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for their 4th straight win tonight in Game 1 of their 4-game series with the Atlanta Braves. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns continue their road trip tonight at the Charlotte Hornets. Tip-off is at 4 with pregame coverage starting at 3 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Summer playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort. Locals get rates from $129 with no resort fee. Book now for stays May 15th through September 13th for an unforgettable staycation.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us on Friday where we're going to goof around, tell a lot of jokes, laugh at Jarrett when he says stupid things and gives stupid ideas, and we're going to talk about the Diamondbacks. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Final hour of the show. It's Wolf and Luke on a Thursday. I can't hear anything on my headphones. That's exciting. I did hear Dan Bickley mention that they're going to laugh at Jarrett when he says stupid things.
Yeah.
And, well, that's pretty much a given. That's going to. Do you think Jarrett has started writing the sports kebab yet for tomorrow?
Oh, no. He'll start that at 8:45.
Why do you say that? 8:45? Really? Come on.
I would say like 9:15.
You're just trying to kick Jarrett in the...
No, that's like
right?
that's like literally when he starts it.
Okay. No.
I can't hear anything, so you're gonna.
Oh my goodness!
I truly cannot hear a single thing.
Okay, we've had a major meltdown right now. Luke Lipinski cannot actually hear the broadcast. That could be problematic.
All right, you're back. You're back now.
Okay,
You're
good.
Back. I can hear you either way. You're back now.
So you
Rick.
hit a button. The button is on, and we're okay, Rick. Rick comes storming
It got fixed
to the studio, and yet we're okay. And it's nice.
I mean, okay is relative.
Yes.
So I didn't hear anything Rick said, but I will say Jarrett doesn't write the sports kebab until about 20 minutes before he goes on the air.
Wow, that's so impressive.
Just seems stressful while running a show to be like, hey, I got to be funny right now. Or, his version of funny. So here we go into the final hour of the show, Wolf, and into a 4-game series between the Diamondbacks and the Atlanta Braves, a team. It's I will fully grant you it's too early to be looking at stuff like this, but a team that probably at the end of the year the Diamondbacks will be competing with for a playoff spot, the Atlanta Braves. That's somebody that's probably in that range. We unfortunately saw this 2 years ago with that tiebreaker scenario. I'm just saying these games against Atlanta are ones you want to play well in.
Yeah, once again, too, it's a situation. It's still so early in the season right now. I just want to see some patterns form. I feel so uncomfortable talking about any type of professional sports team when it's really, really early in the season, whether it's football, baseball, basketball, whatever it may be. you need to start stacking performances before you can start connecting the dots. You know, in the game of football, it's 4 weeks. The 4th week of the season in the NFL, to me, is really, really big. Because, man, now you got 4 games that you can look at, and you can really start connecting dots at that point in time. Anything before that, it's really hard to do that. And yet baseball is such a different game, Basinonians, because you play 162 of them. You know, you can't take what you see in the first month of the season and say, well, that's your record. That's what you're going to be the rest of the year. You know, no. You can't, because teams, when you play 162 games, there are ups and downs in the season, of course. So, but you can start connecting dots when you start to get a larger sample size. Right now, it's so difficult for me to look at the Arizona Diamondbacks and make any type of conclusion other than I love what I'm seeing so far.
Yeah, well, we've gone through the rotation once, and then Gallen has obviously made 2 starts. So your starting pitchers, Gallen's got a 3.6 ERA. We already detailed that. I mean, those all came in 1 inning, basically on 1 pitch to Andy Pages. I mean, I think he has Gallen's been more impressive than a 3.6 ERA indicates so far, but a 3.6 ERA, that's fine. Erod's got a 0 ERA. Soroka's got a 0 ERA. Fott's got a 7.5, and then tonight's starter, Ryan Nelson, has a 7.71. There's a lot of responsibility on Ryan Nelson's shoulders this season, because until Merrill Kelly and or Corbin Burns get back, he's the number 2 starter. I mean, he was getting buzzed maybe as even being the number 1 starter this year. So he obviously is going to have to get that ERA a lot better. He will. That, again, his 1 start was against the Dodgers.
Yeah.
But I would say all eyes on him tonight, because he's your number 2 starter. You know, if Fott struggles, it's not great, but right now he's your number 5 starter. Ryan Nelson's your number 2 starter. So he could use a bounce back tonight.
Yeah, he made it so awesome what Zach Gallen was able to do. Was it not, Basinonians, in his second start? And to actually go out and give the Diamondbacks that kind of performance in a game that they could possibly sweep their opponent. That, I thought, was really, really big. Now, again, it's the second start of the season. It's very difficult for me to start connecting the dots when we're talking about such a small sample size, especially in the game of baseball. Having said that, man, wouldn't you love to see Ryan Nelson take the ball tonight and go out and be his competitive self against the Atlanta Braves, knowing you've got this 4-game series?
Yeah.
How cool is this going to be?
Set the tone for this series, and also try to build on what you just did against Detroit, because it would have been, you know, not that a competitive professional athlete thinks this way, but it would have been easy in that game yesterday as a team to just be like, okay, we've already won the series and we're facing Tarek Skubal. You know, we'll give it a shot. Let's see. But instead, you finish off, like, I don't know how many times teams have beaten Tarek Skubal to complete a sweep of the Tigers. I bet that rarely ever happens. Just beating Tarek Skubal rarely ever happens. But to do it where you can sweep the Tigers that's a rarity. Here's Ryan Nelson talking about his first start of the season, which was against the Dodgers.
Frustrating one for me. 4 runs on 2 hits, just not throwing enough strikes. 2 walks ended up being the difference in the game, so frustrated about that. Felt like I had the stuff to get a better result for the team, and just disappointed.
I think we're all betting on Ryan Nelson, right?
Yes.
Like, I mean, and especially
so competitive, man.
Well, especially what he's talking about right there. Like, you could tell the walks bother him, because he's not a nibbler. Like, he's not somebody who's like, I got to throw this perfect pitch. He's the definition. Him and Paul Sewald probably get along really well. Of like, go ahead, hit it. You can't. You know what I mean? And for the most part, guys haven't been able to hit Ryan Nelson, but they got to him a little bit against LA, and obviously the walks hurt too.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if, in fact, the Predator can continue rolling right now. I love this. I think this is great. When we talk about the Arizona Diamondbacks, you mentioned it already with Zach Gallen. How cool was it to see Zach Gallen do what he did in his second start, knowing that he's pitched really, really well in what did you say, 9 of the 10 innings?
9 shutout innings out of 10.
He's been lights out of 10. And We all know what happened in that one, and it got sideways on him. At the same time, that is a great indicator going forward. Corbin Carroll, I look at Corbin Carroll in the start of Corbin Carroll right now, in the fact that he's been the difference in games. This is what you want to see. You want to see this guy, who is one of the best baseball players in the baseball universe, get off to a fast start. And maybe he can carry this team. This is a really, really difficult schedule in the first couple months of the season for the Diamondbacks.
Yeah.
Very, very difficult. They're going to need Corbin Carroll. They're going to need their best players to play their best when it matters the most. If they just want to be hanging around and being relative after the first couple months.
I guess technically for Gallen, it's 10 shutout innings out of 10. Because he gave up all his runs in that 5th inning where he didn't get an out.
Oh.
So that's one of those
those
weird things. Like he's pitched 10 innings, he's pitched 10 shutout innings, but then he had another inning where he gave up a bunch of runs.
Okay.
All right, when we come back, let's get into basketball. The Suns could use a bounce back against the Charlotte Hornets tonight. So if they can pull that off, what exactly would it look like? We're going to talk to Suns broadcaster Kevin Ray joins us for Game Day with K-Ray. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Michael Soroka is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show. It sounds like there were a few people who weren't aware of it the whole time. From what I understand, Gabby didn't even know about it until after you got back into the dugout. From what I understand, Torrey didn't know about it.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a pitcher thing.
Yeah.
I think, Torrey said that our pitching coach yelled immaculate right after it happened. And, it's one of those things where as it's happening, I think everybody kind of turns and looks at each other.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
LASIK and Evo ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. I had LASIK performed about 25 years ago, but with age and time, my vision has changed a little bit. So I met with Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein at K2 Vision and received a thorough examination, complete with great information about my eyes and my vision, and more importantly, what options I have should I choose to address my changing vision. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have combined to perform over 300,000 procedures, and I know from my personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you, whether it's LASIK, Evo ICL, or refractive lens exchange. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com, K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Your first sip of Athletic Brewing Company's non-alcoholic beer is a game changer. It tastes so good, you can't believe it's non-alcoholic. With a variety of award-winning styles, from IPAs to dark brews to sours, you can sip and celebrate without the hangover. Find Athletic Brewing Company's great-tasting, game-changing, non-alcoholic beers at a store near you. Or you can order online at athleticbrewing.com. Near beer, fit for all times.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I know so many people that retired, they worked so hard, they built up that nest egg, and then they don't realize that they're going to get hit on taxes, even on Social Security. How do you help people like that?
Well, here's the thing. I think you're absolutely right. Number one, Social Security tax comes by surprise. People almost always owe money their first year in retirement because they never thought Social Security is taxable. That's why it's important to have a financial plan that includes a tax plan. And how do you do that? You have tax efficient or tax-free retirement in retirement, not just all those 401ks and IRAs. And there's tons of solutions there.
As long as I've worked with you, you've always said it's not about how much money you make, it's about how much money you're able to keep. If you want a great plan going forward, call Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Catch it!
from the corner.
Wolf and Luke.
Brings the boom and catching bodies on his way to the rack.
Suns. Game day with K-Ray.
I'm ready for whatever. I'm ready for whatever.
Shout out to Santan Valley. What's going on, Santan Valley? That is not where Kevin Ray is right now, though. K-Ray is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line as the Phoenix Suns get set to take on the Charlotte Hornets tonight, or really just in a few hours. What's going on, Kay?
How we doing, gents?
Doing good.
Kay. Appreciate you joining us, buddy.
Absolutely.
The latest on Mark Williams is that he is still questionable for this game. So I'll go back actually to the last game and really I guess the last couple weeks. I was telling Wolf this earlier. The biggest concern I have with this team right now is not winning close games late, just because anything in the postseason is probably going to be a close game. I mean, they were able to win them earlier in the season. They're able to win lopsided games right now, but the close games are just not quite going their way. What, from your vantage point, is causing that?
No, exactly. It is, it's a situation where, that's what's kind of puzzling, because they were winning some of those games early on. And you can look at this last month, 5 weeks, if you will, just because of who has been in and out of the lineup. That's certainly a contributing factor. But I think the concerning part is that, when you've got the players you do have on the floor, part of it is shot making. Let's be real. Part of it is shot making. I know. I'm talking to Jordan a couple of weeks ago. He said, I've liked the shots that we've generated. It's just been shots not going down in those situations. But at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to, right? Shot making with under 5 minutes to go in those tight games. And you were in a position again the other night to do the same. And the other night's game was it just had a weird kind of a clunky feel just because of all the fouling that was taking place. But the reality is you've got to find a way to put this together now over this last week and a half of the season. And you look back at the game the other night, Jordan decided to go small. I'm sure in looking back at the tape, you can sit there and play armchair quarterback and say, yeah, probably shouldn't have done that. Should have gone big maybe. But he's right now also trying to juggle the rotations because he's got everybody healthy. So I think there's a number of factors going on. But the reality is you got to figure out solutions, and you got to figure them out real quickly, like tonight.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Kay, it's interesting. You alluded to it right there, but Jalen Green not finishing the fourth quarter. Not really playing the last 16 to 17 minutes of the game, as a matter of fact, against Orlando right here. Are you reading anything into that?
Nah, I'm really not, Wolf. And look, it was interesting because when Jalen played Charlotte last time, you recall, he was really struggling. Now, granted, Book wasn't playing in that game. It was a completely different lineup, but he was struggling in that game too. I just think that, sometimes coaches have a hunch. They have kind of a gut feel on what they want to do. And it's nothing, as you know, as a former player, it's nothing personal against the player. It's just that's the path that he decided to take. I just, caution Suns fans, don't read anything into it. Remember, it was just a couple of games ago we were talking about how hot Jalen has been and, the trust factor that's developed between he and Book and everybody else, including Jordan Ott. So it was one game. Now, if we're talking 3-4 straight games and that happens, then it becomes a trend, then it becomes a conversation. But one game doesn't move the meter for me.
We're talking to Kevin Ray. Dillon Brooks comes back in that last game, immediately picks up his 17th technical foul, leaving no doubt. Like if he didn't even keep it going until like the fourth quarter. Hey, this game's physical. Is Dillon Brooks going to jump in? He just immediately gets it. What's the concern level that this is going to continue? I mean, he's reaching career highs now. He doesn't usually get this many technical fouls. Is that a concern here in these final few games as they try to get everybody on the court at the same time and get some reps together?
Well, look, I'd be lying if I said it wasn't a concern, right? Because one more, after your 16th, then you get two more. And then you've got another, game suspension. So yeah, it is a concern. And and I don't want to, I don't want this to make it sound like it's all the referees, but we had this conversation after the game last night. The thing that's so frustrating for me as a broadcaster, and I know even more so for the fans, the coaches and the players. So you as an officiating crew, you know who's coming back, right? So that crew knew that Dylan Brooks was making his return to the game. You knew like what his reputation is, the kind of physicality, the volatility, if you will. It's your job as the crew chief and the leader of your group. You were supposed to be controlling the environment. And it's just frustrating with so many of today's officials, I feel like, rather than trying to de-escalate a situation by bringing both players over, you can blow a whistle, you bring them both over and say, that's it. That's your warning.
Yeah.
Now, anything beyond that is on you. So I've told you, you can tell the same thing to the head coaches. So then now the coaches know. So you as a player have zero excuse. But instead, the officials escalate the tension by immediately doling out technicals. I mean, I said it was like the Oprah Winfrey show last night. Like, you get a tech, you get a tech. It was, it's ridiculous. And I'm not saying this to exonerate Dylan, because he does have to control, his own situation, his own environment. And so moving forward, I thought he took the floor last night wanting to make up for 18 games in the span of about 5 minutes. He was so amped up. So I'm hoping that tonight things will be, dialed back just a little bit and be a little bit more in control.
Kay, that Magic game, man, they came out and they were on point right from the get-go. They were very, very physical, knowing that the Suns were going to be physical. Do you expect to see the Hornets adopt Orlando's mentality?
I mean, to a degree, Wolf, yeah. But, keep in mind, Orlando is coming off the most humiliating loss in franchise history. They'd been beaten by 52 points. And for 2 days, they saw it on TV. They read it in the newspaper, online. They heard all the talk. Their coach heard it. And their coach basically issued, essentially an ultimatum to their team saying, if you're going to allow yourself to be punked, that's exactly what's going to happen. They didn't respond against Toronto. So I knew that they were going to come out and be incredibly physical. And that's exactly what it was. And between being physical, they were playing really fast. And I thought the Suns really got themselves sped up unnecessarily by trying to match the physicality rather than just kind of playing through it and slowing the game down. Charlotte is a very different team. They want to play fast. They're going to be shooting threes as soon as they cross the half court line. So it's a different kind of mentality with this Charlotte club.
We're talking to Kevin Ray. Kay, whether Mark Williams comes back tonight or in a game or two or whatever, how much of a difference maker can he be for this team in the play-in? Because it's been a unique season for him in that he's already played more games than he typically plays, but also it's not like he was playing to his full potential right before he got hurt either. But at the same time, we did see that for the first half of the season.
Yeah, and look, I made this comment 2 or 3 weeks ago when the Suns, that road trip where they lost those close ones. And yes, Mark was struggling on the offensive end and to a degree with some of his rebounding. But I tell you where that the team has missed him, and that is his backline presence. And yes, Man has stepped in the minutes that he's been able to play and, do a pretty nice job. But Oso is not the kind of rim protector, shot blocker that, Mark Williams can present himself to be. And that's where I think the Suns have been also hurt in the fourth quarter, situations where teams have been able to get into the paint, drive to the basket because the Suns don't have that rim protector. And so that's, to me, where I look for the biggest difference for Mark to make. And I think that's where the coaching staff will lean into him and say, look, offense is going to come. We just need you to be this anchor defensively that you were that first, 2.5 months of the season.
You expect Charlotte to bomb away tonight, knowing how well they do shoot the three?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, look, you've got 3 of the top 3-point shooters in the league, starting with the rookie, Conca-Nipple. They didn't shoot the ball well against the Suns when they met back in March. And, you go back to that meeting between these two teams, and it was one of the Suns' best defensive games. I think we had talked about that the day after. It was one of the best Suns defensive games in over a month. So, hopefully in watching the tape of that game today prior to shoot around. The guys looking at, isolated spots for each player that they can kind of channel that and bring that back onto the floor tonight.
Okay, great stuff as always, man. Thank you.
Kay.
You got it, boys. Be good.
Right
You
on,
too.
man.
That's Kevin Ray joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line ahead of tonight's Suns-Hornets game. We come back. Wolf, let's go around the NFL because, let's see, the Steelers might not have a quarterback. The Eagles might not like their quarterback. And the Patriots might want to take somebody from the Eagles who definitely doesn't like the Eagles quarterback. So that's all next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I'm worried about this team heading into the postseason because this is so not the best version of themselves. They are so far from the best version of themselves that I don't know if they're going to be able to get it back.
Yeah.
I mean, I know they're losing these games and I know it's close, but I think anybody who's watched this basketball team for the first 50 games
compared to the next
and for
25.
the last 72 games or whatever, or the last 22 games, understands you're not looking at the same team.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know how important the home court advantage can be in sports, and that's exactly what you'll get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. They are a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means you get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, and windows that are custom built for your home, not generic sizes, retrofitted on site. Now, most window companies are just resellers, not Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, install your windows, then guarantee them for life, and that installation is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews, not subcontractors. Their windows also engineered for Arizona's extreme climate, which lowers your energy bills year-round, and during their spring special, you can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110. Find them online at advancedwindows.com.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
All right, let's talk about something a lot of people deal with, but almost nobody wants to admit they deal with. Private student loan debt. When you're struggling with it, it feels like this weight you're dragging around everywhere you go. But you don't have to keep dragging that weight. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Why Refi works specifically with people who are struggling with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. They help you refinance into a low fixed-rate payment that fits your actual budget, not a fantasy budget, your real one. And they do it without judgment. They're not here to lecture you. They're here to help you start fresh. I've talked to people who felt completely buried, like they had no options left, and then Why Refi stepped in and gave them a real path forward. There's something powerful about knowing someone's actually willing to work with you. Look, you can't change what happened, but you can absolutely change what happens next. Call YRefi at 888-YRefi-85 or visit YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for their 4th straight win tonight in Game 1 of their 4-game series with the Atlanta Braves. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns continue their road trip tonight at the Charlotte Hornets. Tip-off is at 4 with pregame coverage beginning at 3 over on ESPN 620 AM. Our John Gambadoro is expecting Mark Williams to return from his foot injury tonight. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Summer playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort. Locals get rates from $129 with no resort fee. Book now for stays May 15th through September 13th for an unforgettable staycation.
There's a lot of yelling going on in the newsroom right now. Yes.
Let me hit that microphone. Is there really?
Yeah. You didn't go out there during the break?
No.
It's all about college basketball. It was a
Well,
lot.
of course it is.
There was a lot of, but it wasn't like celebratory yelling. There was definitely some arguing going on about the Michigan U of A game.
Oh.
I should have walked by and instigated as I was going to the break room. I should have been like, hey, this side said this about your side, but I didn't think to do it.
What would you do to pour fire on that?
I mean, Michigan
so easy,
it would have been. If that's the thing, it would have been so easy that I would have wanted to do it a creative way. But there was already so much yelling that I couldn't have even done it. Like, what I need to do is go back out there and stir things back up in 10 minutes. That's what I need.
There's a couple things that you do. So number one, to U of A fans, you say Peach Bowl, and then that reminds them that they've never done anything in football.
Okay.
And then to Michigan fans, you say, how's Kenny Dillingham doing up in Ann Arbor?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like there might still be some of the principal
Or you just
parties.
say OH.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that, but thanks, Jamal. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was good. It was so much yelling that I couldn't even really. I could tell what it was about, but I couldn't tell either argument. And then there was some sort of like, I would stake my reputation on this, and then I just.
I'm thinking there's somebody from Michigan, of course, and somebody from the U of A, and they're having this argument, right?
That must be how it started, but this was a lot more than 2 people. This was like 5 or 6 people.
So it's actually Gambo who didn't go to college. He is just a U of A men's basketball fan.
But I don't think Gambo was the instigator.
Yeah, I believe he was. I have some hashtag inside info.
Okay.
And then Joe Huizenga, who also didn't go to Michigan, is arguing on the side of Michigan. So a couple of fans of teams that didn't actually go to the schools that they're fans of. It's very complicated.
So I would have walked up to Joe, who is, obviously a Michigan guy.
Okay.
And would have said, man, can you imagine how bad it's going to be when you get beat by a coach that's gone? So I could have actually kind of hammered both of them.
You could have said that to both sides.
Yes.
Dusty May might leave if
That's
Tommy
what I
Lloyd
would have
doesn't.
said.
Well, I mean, look, the best thing is, Wolf, there's another break for us to go out there and really stir things up on our way out the door today.
Yeah.
And I don't think it'll be too hard. And the game's not even today. It's not for a couple of days, so we can do this all again tomorrow, too.
I'm just not into that, based on it. I'm not into it, man. Are you kidding me? Love people. Love God, love people. That's what I'm into. I'm not into the whole take a shot at somebody. Can I say this, though? In the locker room, it's all different. It's so different in the locker room than out in the workplace. It really is.
Yeah.
In the locker room, can you imagine it? You rip the dudes you love in the locker room. You just will not leave them alone.
And our show is a little bit more locker room than I would say.
I think our show
workplace.
Yeah, but
not the work.
Not when there's there's definitely just like actual news people out there trying to report on the news, and they're just yelling about Yaxel Lundeborg and all these different things. Yeah, they're just news, and then you just hear all this yelling and fighting. Speaking of friction, the Eagles are still a mess, and it seems there's a long story up on ESPN right now, talking about how more and more people might be pointing the finger at Jalen Hurts than there was originally. Here's Jeremy Fowler.
Jalen Hurts is a Super Bowl MVP, a 3-time Pro Bowler, and one of the winningest quarterbacks of his era. But heading into the 2026 season, Hurts and the Philadelphia Eagles are at a crossroads. The passing game has been subpar for more than 2 years, despite having the most expensive offensive roster in football, with a cash value of over $195 million, featuring star receivers A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. Brown's frustrations have been well documented and could lead to him being traded this offseason. But he's not the only one who has felt boxed in. While there is plenty of blame to go around, sources say Hurts has pushed back on changes that would diversify the offense and goes off script from the game plan, at times switching to plays that haven't even been installed.
That seems like a problem.
Wow.
Oh, there's more.
Okay, by the pricking of my thumb, something wicked this way comes. Jalen Hurts. My guess is they probably want him to get under center more. That's just my guess.
I don't know,
but he does not want to do that.
I know just watching that team. I mean, once Devontae Smith started to get upset too, and it's not just A.J. Brown, because we could see it. We watched those games. I mean, there's so much talent in that offense, and I don't care about the Eagles one way or the other. And when they were on, I was like, I'd rather just not watch football. It's because their offense is just so disconnected. And it would be like, hey, he threw a pass to A.J. Brown in the first quarter, so he's not going to look at him again until next week. And then Devontae Smith was getting upset. And I'm sorry, but that team defending the Super Bowl, that was one of the worst Super Bowl defenses ever last year. And the fact that they just couldn't even get along on offense. They have a great defense, and they couldn't do anything last year.
Yeah, you know what's amazing, though? A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts now, that's going to be a little sus to the rest of the league.
Yeah.
Man. How is this going to end in Philadelphia?
Don't you just think A.J. Brown's going to get traded? I mean, the Patriots seem to think they're getting A.J. Brown. I'm not even sure that solves the problem now, though, because here's more from Jeremy Fowler.
One team source described Hurts as, quote, not always coachable, and the players notice. Hurts has been able to block out the distractions, a quality that comes in especially handy in a rabid sports town like Philly. But the hard shell can also make him difficult to communicate with. Teammates and staff members have urged him to do a better job at connecting with players and coaches, an area Hurts has shown progress in despite his introverted nature. On the flip side, Hurts' steady, if rigid, vision has been a stabilizing force through constant turnover at offensive coordinator.
Surprising, because he's supposed to be an amazing leader. That was kind of that was the biggest pro on him coming into the NFL, right?
Yeah.
This guy's a leader. He unifies. I mean, leaders don't divide the team.
Yeah, no, they don't do that. And if you're telling me there are other players that are in that locker room that are looking at him like, what are you doing, Jalen? And they know that. Players know it before anybody else, ladies and gentlemen. Ron Wolfley reporting. Players know players. And if you're telling me there's some kind of rift that exists between Jalen Hurts and higher-ups, coaches, executives, whatever it may be, if you tell me that he's got some type of rift, that more times than not can do more damage in a locker room than you could possibly imagine. Because these locker room guys, for the most part, they get it from one person and one person only. They get it from the player's perspective for the most part.
Yeah.
And then somebody tells something to somebody. And then that somebody tells it to somebody else. And then by the by the time it gets all the way back to the source, we all know it's a completely different story. What a mess that is. And it explains some of the tumult that we've seen from the Eagles.
It explains a lot because I don't know A.J. Brown, but I don't remember a lot of this when he was in Tennessee, where he was having a problem with the quarterback. He is kind of the more traditional diva receiver. I will grant you that. He's like a really great talent, but if I'm not getting the ball, I'm upset. But when you start to have other issues where it's not just A.J. Brown, like if they trade A.J. Brown, does that solve their issue? If they're the Eagles, I mean, this almost makes it even that much more remarkable they won the Super Bowl 2 years ago, because it's not like their offense looked great then either, except Saquon was just insanely good.
Yes.
And they have a really good defense.
This has got my antenna up on Jalen Hurts, man. It was already up on A.J. Brown.
Well, yeah.
But now, Jalen Hurts as well.
There's a cut here. I'll play it real quick, too. Mike Vrabel was asked about the rumors surrounding A.J. Brown because a lot of people, like I said, feel like it's just a matter of time before he gets moved to the Patriots.
We've talked about this since last January. We're going to try to do everything we can to strengthen our roster through the draft, through free agency, multiple ways of player acquisition. So anything that we can continue to do to strengthen the roster, we're going to try to do.
Yeah, he denied that about as well as Tommy Lloyd denying UNC rumors.
Yeah, right. Yeah, he left the door wide open right there. Hey, by the way, Mike, can I ask you about Max Ihanachor?
He probably would have had some thoughts. All right, laugh out loud with Daniel Tosh on his My First Farewell Tour this November. We have your tickets. Head to the contest page at ArizonaSports.com for your chance to win those tickets. By the way, since we teased the Steelers, they're still waiting on Aaron Rodgers, and the draft is in 3 weeks. All right, when we come back, what are we going to be watching when the Suns take on the Hornets in just a couple hours? And, Wolf, I'm going to wander out in the newsroom and see what's going on out there because that seems pretty interesting right now.
Oh, I thought you were going to look for food.
Well, that's what I was doing originally, but everybody was fighting around me like I was in the Eagles locker room. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Devin Booker from downtown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Your move is their mission. That's what they love to say. And you know what, I can tell you right now, their mission is to serve you, Basinonians. You want a full-service solution for moving? It is Moving Team 6. Local and long-distance moves, you can check those boxes. Residential or commercial moves, that's right, maybe it's your business that you've got to move. Don't worry about it. Moving Team 6, they got you covered in professional packing services. Man, you just walk into your kitchen. You're going to pack all that up. Well, you can do that. There's no doubt. But at the same time, you can actually just let Moving Team 6 do that. They have a secure climate-controlled storage facility in Phoenix and in Mesa. The move isn't done until the job is done. That's what they like to say. Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Giving hope to children in foster care doesn't cost you a dime when you redirect your 2025 Arizona tax liability to Child Crisis Arizona. The qualifying foster care tax credit allows you to contribute up to $618 individually or $1,234 jointly to Child Crisis Arizona and receive a dollar-for-dollar tax credit. Give now and change lives forever. Together, we can ensure all children are safe. Visit childcrisisaz.org.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So, even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
Hey, homeowners, if you're thinking about moving this spring, you've probably run into this problem. You can't buy your next home until you sell your current one, but you don't want to sell until you know where you're going. So you wait and miss out, or you rush and lose money. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty has your solution. With Carol's Buy Before You Sell program, you can buy your next home, then sell your current home the right way for top dollar without carrying 2 mortgages. Don't miss this opportunity. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com.
What are we watching in tonight's Phoenix Suns game? It's Staring at the Suns with Wolf and Luke.
Well, it's got to be Jalen Green, doesn't it, Wolf? I mean, if you're telling me to pick a player, and that's usually how we approach Staring at the Suns, I pick a player, and you kind of go more philosophical. If you're telling me I got to watch just one specific
kind of the
player,
show, isn't it?
That kind of yeah, it's got to be Jalen Green. He didn't play the last almost 17 minutes of the game against Orlando. It's got to be Jalen Green. I mean, especially if this is a close game, and Charlotte's a pretty good team.
Yeah, if you're going to talk to me about players and looking at players, I'm looking at Jalen Green right now. I really am, man. I'm serious. That last game where he didn't play the last 16 minutes of the game, especially when you need scoring. You said you went small. Well, it's not like Jalen Green's 6'8", 6'9". He's not.
No.
So it would. I don't know. Jalen Green has got my attention right now, but I think I'm going to be looking more for how the Hornets come out based on these. Do they come out like a pack of Hornets? Do they do that? Because that's exactly what Orlando did. The mentality was there. The Magic came out, and they were going to start a fight. I mean, Desmond Bain, are you kidding me?
Desmond Bain's always looking to start a fight.
Well, he walked right through Book. There's no doubt about it. I think the Hornets are going to come out and say, let's go. You want to get physical? We're going to do exactly what the Magic did to you. So that's what I'm going to be looking for, especially in the first quarter and the first half.
Yeah, there's some drama here now, and Charlotte is even with Orlando in the Eastern Conference standings. Two teams that have gotten to 40 and 36 very different ways, because not a whole lot was expected of Charlotte this year. But it's been well documented how good they have been over the last couple months. Orlando, I would say more was expected of them, and they have kind of struggled. But they're both going to be in the play-in. It's just a matter of where they're going to be in the play-in. But they also both could get into the playoffs. I mean, they're only 2 games back of Philadelphia. So
think about
playoffs.
Think about this based on it. We were talking to K-Ray, Game Day with K-Ray. As a matter of fact, that's Kevin Ray based on audience. He was talking about just how prolific the Hornets are at shooting the three. Think about this for a minute right now. They're number 3 in the association in shooting percentage from beyond the arc. Number 3, okay? 37.9 is what they shoot from a team beyond the arc. You know what also is very, very impressive? They're number 2 in three-point attempts. Number 2. There's only one other team in the association that takes more threes, and yet here's the Charlotte Hornets, number 3 in the association in percentage of made threes. So not
That's
only
a nice
do
combination.
they take a ton of threes, they make
anybody can take threes. Anybody can go there and chuck the ball towards the hoop. But if you're not making them, maybe you shouldn't be doing it. But if you are making them, look, they are an interesting team. We saw the Suns already beat them earlier this year. That was one of the better Suns wins, I would say. Colin Kneppel's been outstanding as a rookie, and you talk about three-point shooting. He's been one of the best in the NBA, honestly, this year. Brandon Miller has proven to be a really good pick for the Charlotte Hornets, and he is really come into his own. So that's it's. I don't want to say a measuring stick. I mean, the Suns. There's nobody really in the East that they're going to play at this point. You're going to say, oh, well, if they can beat Charlotte, that means they can beat San Antonio. Like, no, we kind of know what the path is in front of the Suns now. They're probably going to have to go through the Clippers, maybe Portland. I mean, you were looking at the standings before. Portland could easily catch the Clippers, but you're probably going to have to go through one of those two, and then it's going to set you up to most likely have to go through San Antonio or Oklahoma City in a 7-game series if you get there. So, I mean, San Antonio and Oklahoma City are clearly the two best teams in the NBA.
Yeah, not only that, too. I'm looking at Dillon Brooks and Pacers because, once again, I think tonight is going to be a super physical, hyper-physical game. I really do. Especially coming off the last game, coming off the Magic game, watching what Orlando did to the Phoenix Suns. And they did, Pacers. They came out with an intent. It's going to be physical. And guess what? Dillon Brooks came out. They knew Brooks was going to come out and be physical as well. I think the same thing exists here. And also, too, the Charlotte Hornets, ladies and gentlemen, number 8 in the association on the defensive end of the floor. They already are a physical team. The Suns are number 6 defensively. They're number 8. This is gonna be greasy tonight. There's gonna be a fire. Who's gonna put it out? That's what I want to know.
I'll tell you the other thing I'm looking for. You're talking about what you're watching for in this game is how the Suns close this game out. I mean, if it is close, the first meeting wasn't by the end. The Suns won pretty handily, but you know I'm on this now. I mean, because they have not been executing well at the ends of these games. Here's Devin Booker after Tuesday's game saying exactly that.
Not well. I feel like we couldn't score the ball. It feels like it's a new 5 out there at the end of every game. And us being a first-year team, we just need some consistency. And, it hasn't been that this year due to injuries. And, that's just part of it. So, first-year team, these are learning moments for us that, we need to clean up sooner than later.
Got to be able to do that. You got to go out there. Yeah, I'm just looking once again at how the Phoenix Suns compete. And, right now it's a situation. Who would you rather play? Would you rather play the Clippers or would you rather play the Portland Trail Blazers? Because the Blazers are a half game back of the Clippers at this point.
I think I understand that a bunch of people are going to say, hey, Portland's not a great matchup for the Suns, like just basketball style-wise. I get that, but I would still – the season the Suns have had, I would rather not have to face Kawhi in a it's not one and done, but it's a one-game scenario. I'd rather play Portland. I'd rather the Suns just start playing their best basketball because then I think they can beat either of those teams. They've got 6 games to get that right. What about you?
Yeah, for me, I think I don't care about who they play. I think it's about them.
That's kind of what I said.
That's exactly right. I'm with you on that. I think it's more about the Phoenix Suns and how they play and who they are. And it's the reason why I just want to see them finish strong. Just finish well. You got 6 games to go, man. Think of what a surprise they've been all year long. I just want to see them finish well.
If they play to their potential, I think they would beat Portland, and I think they should beat the Clippers. It's just you never know with Kawhi. I mean, but I still let's put it this way: if the Suns get right and start playing to their potential, they will make it through the play-in, whatever that looks like. Real quick before we go, Command and Control, you're in on this too. Dillon Brooks, technical foul tonight? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, Jamal?
No.
No. Wow.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. I'm actually going to say no as well. I think.
You know what? That'd be great. Let's see a little discipline. I'd love that. But right now, I just haven't seen it. Yeah, I haven't seen it right now. I poke bears. You know what? I poke bears is going to turn into the opponent saying, we poke the bear.
I do think he'll get one against Chicago, but they're not playing Chicago yet. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo coming up next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
Bickley and Morana mornings.
He did go head-to-head with Tarek Skubal.
and win that matchup.
He did.
This is huge for Zach Gallen.
I totally agree. Totally
and
agree.
huge for this pitching staff.
If Zach Gallen stays in this lane where now he looks almost as good as the elite of elite pitchers in the National League, well, then the ceiling just keeps getting a little higher and higher.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive presents a guided meditation.
Hear the birds sing. A chipmunk nibbling on an acorn. Smell the pine needles gently falling into your living room as the breeze blows through the gaping hole in your roof. Gaze up at that broken tree branch and relax, because you bundled your home and auto with Progressive and have the peace of mind of 24/7 protection. So relaxing.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Many times, a person hires a law firm after an injury without doing research. It can be a big mistake or not. Sometimes, after you have hired a certain lawyer, you realize you made a certain mistake. But guess what? Just because you hire them doesn't mean you can't fire them. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you think you've hired the wrong firm, you may have. So do this. Google Morgan & Morgan results or visit forthepeople.com for cases just like yours. You may find that our full-service injury firm should have been your choice in the first place. Last year, almost 12,000 people discharged their law firm and hired us after further research. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. Visit forthepeople.com today and let's get started. Or call Pound Law on your cell phone. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Call Trajan today at 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
LASIK and Evo ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Murata. I had LASIK performed about 25 years ago, but with age and time, my vision has changed a little bit. So I met with Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein at K2 Vision and received a thorough examination, complete with great information about my eyes and my vision, and more importantly, what options I have should I choose to address my changing vision. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have combined to perform over 300,000 procedures, and I know from my personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you, whether it's LASIK, Evo ICL, or refractive lens exchange. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com, K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks completed the 3-game sweep of the Detroit Tigers yesterday. They begin a new series tonight at Chase Field against the Atlanta Braves. Ryan Nelson will be taking the mound for the D-backs against Reynaldo Lopez for the Braves. First pitch for that one will be at 6:40, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns are back in action today. They will be in Charlotte taking on the Hornets. And according to our own John Gambadoro, Sun center Mark Williams is expected to make his return from injury tonight. Tip-off for that one is at 4 o'clock, and you can listen to it over on ESPN 620. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Summer Playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort. Locals get rates from $129 with no resort fee. Book now for stays May 15th through September 13th for an unforgettable staycation.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Thursday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns alongside the one, the only John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo.
Burnsy, what's going on?
Not much, my friend. How we doing?
Doing good. We're just going through a little Italian lessons. You're getting ready for your trip to Italy.
That's
just now. It's always fun for me. People ask for advice and stuff, and train stations and bathrooms and gas stations. And
I learned
tipping.
No grazie.
No grazie. Yeah, when certain people come up to you and try to sell you stuff.
And prego.
It's a great way to just say thank you.
Prego and no grazie.
Prego.
No thank you and thank you.
And then, of course, you want to use the restroom. Like, dove il bagno? Dove? Dove where? Dove is where? Dove il bagno?
Dove il bagno.
Dove il bagno.
Yeah, I've been just asking him questions about, adapters for the phone, international plans, euros versus American dollars, et cetera, et cetera.
Even when sometimes you ask somebody a question in English and they understand you a little bit, but they answer in Italian. So you're like, hey, where is the sinistra a destra? Sinistra a destra. Dritto is straight. Sinistra is left. A destra is right. I'll teach you those three. Because sometimes you'll ask somebody something in English and they understand you, but they don't speak English, so they'll respond in Italian.
Oh,
and you'll be like, okay. I'm just saying, hey, which way do I get to this? And they're going to say left, but they're going to say sinistra.
I'm just still stuck on no grazie and
no grazie. Prego.
Okay.
And you don't have to tip.
Thank goodness we
don't. Actually pay their waiters and waitresses livable wages, so there's no tipping.
How nice.
Okay.
So
you could leave $2 if you think the service is great. You could leave €2, but you don't tip 10%, 15%, 20%. Sometimes they try to take advantage of tourists who don't know if you're at but normal, if you go to a real Italian restaurant, there's no tips.
The Italian lessons will continue during the commercial breaks. In the meantime, for the actual on-air stuff, let's tell you what the top story of the day is on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
He just was on the attack. He just was doing a really nice job with the curveball slider combination off of the fastball. He fatigued. He was looking a little bit tired towards the back half of that 6th inning. It was his last hitter. I told him when he came back in, you're showing signs of fatigue, the things that I know of Zach and the stuff that I'm watching. And he said, yeah, you're right. And luckily we got that double play, and he was able to walk off the mound with 6 complete. So I'm not surprised. I've been seeing a different version of Zach with his preparation, with his attitude, and his focus. So I'm really happy for him.
Troy Lavello following yesterday's 1-0 win by the Diamondbacks over the Tigers, a game that happened while we were on the air. We had plenty of time to react to it real time as we went on the air about 3:30. As soon as that game was done, Zach Gallen out-dueling Tarek Skubal in the game, a 3-game sweep, now 3-3 on the season. No rest for the wicked. Diamondbacks right back at it tonight. 4 really big games against the Atlanta Braves, a team that they will be.
I think it's no rest for the weary.
Well, it's both. It's both.
It's no rest for the wicked?
There's a song called No Rest for the Wicked, yes.
I always thought it was No Rest for the Weary.
Yeah, it's No Rest for the Weary.
You're tired.
There's also No Rest for the Wicked from Cage the Elephant, which is a song.
Oh, okay. I thought it was correct. I thought I was so excited I was going to correct you on something for once. I got you.
I think the traditional phrase is No Rest for the Weary, but there also is a really good song called No Rest for the Wicked.
I saw something. I just want to bring this up real quick. ESPN did a story on the best starting pitchers in all of baseball.
Okay.
Number one was Skubal. He was number one. Huge season for him. Headed to free agency after the year. Headlines the rotation. You beat what they consider the number one pitcher in baseball.
Yeah,
that's a great win.
Yeah,
that's a great win if you can get it.
It's fantastic. And they did it with great defense. They did it with Corbin Carroll. I believe I read that was only the 6th home run Skubal has given up to a lefty in his entire career.
Crazy.
Which is even crazier than there's what Zach Gallen did, and you just heard Torey Lovello talk about it. I mean, obviously, we're in a much different space than we were on Monday when we were talking about getting swept by the Dodgers. Now you're 3-3, and now, as I mentioned, you got the Braves coming in. And everything that we talk about at this stage in the season, and it's going to be like this for a while, is going to kind of be under the umbrella of, okay, it's early, we get it, it's early, right? Like, it's such a small sample size, and there's so many things
Can't
that can
overreact,
change.
can't underreact.
And please don't, if you're listening to us, don't misinterpret anything we're about to say as us overreacting to anything. At least I don't think, because we're smart baseball fans, we know. That being said, a lot of the off-season decisions by the Arizona Diamondbacks have kind of paid off so far. And I mean, we could have a conversation about Michael Soroka and the decision to bring him in on a 1-year deal. We could talk about the decision to bring Paul Sewald back and make him the closer. We could certainly talk about
Sewald looks good.
Zach Gallen and
great.
bringing him back, and the decision to do that both on his part and on their part.
Okay.
There was
I like where you're going
There was
here.
an article on SportsIllustrated.com today which even suggested, and I know he's not hitting very well, but Nolan Arenado's defense has been spectacular and a huge part of what's happened so far in these first 6 games.
Yeah, so good defensively. I think that when you look at what the Diamondbacks did, there were a lot of people that were very unimpressed by what they did in the offseason. An aging Arenado on the decline, a very, very old Carlos Santana who doesn't hit anymore, Paul Sewald, who wasn't even on the postseason roster when Detroit lost to Seattle. At that time, he was healthy, and he was not on that roster for A.J. Hinch when they lost to Seattle in 7 games, coming back to be the closer. Michael Soroka, okay, the guy was a starter, and then he was a reliever. You're going to give him $7.5 million to be a reliever? There was a lot of people that are very uninspired by what the Diamondbacks did in the offseason. But so far, the early results, Soroka looked unbelievable. That was an incredible outing by him. I liked Loaizaga because I had seen him enough with the Yankees to know that he's got electric stuff, just electric. And I think he could be really good for them, and so far, so good. Arenado's not hitting. I think he was 1 for 13 at one point. I don't know if he has 2 hits now, but he wasn't hitting. But the Gold Glove defense is much needed on this team. Sewald, he's only pitched in 2 outings. The first one was 1/3 of an inning. He looked good. The next one, he went back-to-back on the back-to-back, and he looked really good. It looked really good. A couple fly balls to the deep center field, but they didn't leave the ballpark, so he's looked good. We talked about the little increase in velocity with him and everything he did to get there. I think for the most part, the early returns are very good on the guys that they brought in. Now, I'm sure there's some guys where you could say, okay, Taylor Clark, he got roughed up that first outing, but the next couple outings were good for Taylor Clark. He kind of righted the ship, so there was a little concern early that didn't look good. The kid they got from Baltimore that didn't make the team after you traded Blaze Alexander, it would have been nice for him. You traded Blaze Alexander for him. It would have been nice. I know Jack Summers has posted some things about, Josh Naylor's not hitting right now, and Jake McCarthy's not hitting right now, and I haven't looked at it, but Jack does such a great job, and I looked at Naylor's, oh my goodness, he's batting like 0.43, and McCarthy's off to a bad start. So they moved some guys out, and obviously Jake they traded to Colorado for something in order to not get nothing for him because they were going to have to release him. But I think for the guys that are playing, the early returns are good, and even Fernandez kid comes up and has a great debut. Jordan Lawler's now an everyday player. Looks pretty good.
Yes, he does.
So that's helped as well.
Yeah, I think that the Lawler thing, it's interesting. That Lawler has looked more comfortable now, I think, than he has at any point in his big league career. Now, I know he only has 110 career at-bats. So we're not – but those 110 at-bats or whatever they exactly are spread out over 3 different seasons, right? I feel like we've seen not a lot of Jordan Lawler, but certainly enough of Jordan Lawler this is by far the most comfortable I've ever seen him, right? At the plate, he looks confident. He looks hitterish. You know, that's kind of a phrase that gets thrown out there quite a bit. He looks like he knows what he's doing, and he's very confident in knowing what he's doing. Now, is everything going to continue along this trajectory? Who knows? Now, you know, Joe Ross is something that hasn't worked out so far. We're going to get into some of the numbers a little bit later, and it's amazing how much of a drag one outing is kind of providing on a lot of the numbers, and Joe Ross is kind of at the middle of that.
And Taylor Clark, that one bad outing.
And Taylor Clark, that one bad outing, sure. But for the most part, I think some of the in the margins moves have worked out very well early. And I think in particular, the Soroka one was dynamic. The Loaisiga one, if he can stay healthy, that just gives them so many different options if that works out well, right? Like to you know, what if Sewald doesn't work out very well, or what if this, or what if that? It's nice to know they've got kind of a power arm in the bullpen who's got some really, really nasty stuff that is hard to deal with. He just has to stay healthy. So far, so good. So far, so good when it comes to these moves.
And you know what? For the Diamondbacks, where they can't just go sign Kyle Tucker after they had signed Corbin Burns the year before,
right?
You know, or go get Edwin Diaz to fix a bullpen. These minor moves have to pan out. Like some of them have to hit. Not all of them, but some of them have to hit if they're going to be in contention in the NL for a wild card spot.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the Phoenix Suns road trip continues tonight in Charlotte. And more help is on the way. We'll see how they fold their latest player back into the mix next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2-1. Swing and a comebacker to Loaisiga. He's got it. Flip to first, and the Diamondbacks sweep the Tigers to open up the home portion of 2026. Today it was all about pitching and defense, and one swing of the bat by Corbin Carroll the difference, as the D-backs are now 3-3 on the young season.
D-backs host a 4-game series versus the Atlanta Braves at Chase Field. Game 1 tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
When I tell you about lifeguard imaging and early detection saves lives, and you hear it, and maybe it resonates, but some of the stories that you're going to hear, they're going to resonate even more. And I'll give you an example. It was Tom. Tom felt fine, no symptoms, but took advantage of the imaging that we're providing at Lifeguard Imaging, got a scan, showed a very high calcium score, went to his cardiologist, 80% blockage of the arteries, 80%. That scan saved his life. Didn't have to wait for symptoms, because sometimes symptoms come and it's too late. It's too late when you get symptoms. But this heart scan by Lifeguard Imaging showed the 80% blockage, and he was able to get it repaired and get it fixed. And you and someone you love can get a heart scan for $69. $69 for two people. Could be you and your brother, you and your mother, your father, your sister, a friend, you and your best friend. Hey, let's go get these scans. They take 3 minutes. You're not in a claustrophobic tube. There's no needles. It's just a scan that gives you all of the vital information you need. Text SCAN to 620-620, and I will schedule a link for you. I will send you a link to schedule. That's text SCAN to 620-620.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Every morning starts the same. You're digging through piles of clothes, can't find what you need, and your closet still feels too small. That's not a space problem. It's a design problem. Space Solutions designs custom closets that maximize every inch. Voted #1 cabinet company in Arizona 4 years running, family owned, Arizona built. Right now, Space Solutions is offering free in-home closet design consultations. Spring availability is limited, so schedule yours today at spacesolutionsaz.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know how important the home court advantage can be in sports, and that's exactly what you'll get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. They are a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means you get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, and windows that are custom built for your home, not generic sizes, retrofitted on site. Now, most window companies are just resellers, not Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, install your windows, then guarantee them for life, and that installation is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews, not subcontractors. Their windows also engineered for Arizona's extreme climate, which lowers your energy bills year-round, and during their spring special, you can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110. Find them online at advancedwindows.com.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Hey, it's Luke. What's it going to take for Arizona to win the national championship? We're going to talk to ESPN college basketball analyst Sean Farnham tomorrow at 11 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Shouting out the crew at Maryvale for joining us here on this Thursday afternoon. Hello, Maryvale. Appreciate you here on the Burns and Gambo show. While we're on the air, so we'll give you constant updates and let you know what's going on, because we'll have certainly the game on in here, but it will be on ESPN 620 as well. The Phoenix Suns are taking on the Charlotte Hornets today, game 3 of their 4-game road trip. 6 games to go in the season, and the big news today, Mr. Gambadoro?
Yeah, I'm expecting Mark Williams is going to play.
Okay.
I'm expecting that Mark Williams will play today for the Phoenix Suns. We had reported 10 days ago that we expected that Dillon Brooks would play in one of the first 2 games on this road trip, which he did. And we said Mark Williams would play in one of the last 2 games in the road trip. And it was either today or what's the next game? Sunday?
Sunday against the Bulls.
Sunday against the Bulls. So I expect that it'll be today. I expect that he's ready to go, barring some unforeseen, get on the court and don't feel right. They're expecting that he's going to play today.
Okay, and that's it was kind of the last piece to the puzzle. Nothing against Haywood Highsmith. But that is kind of the last piece to the puzzle of guys you're trying to get back in time for the postseason. And now, once again, just like we kind of did the other night against Orlando, we'll see how Jordan Ott starts to put the pieces together again and who starts and playing time. There's one set of back-to-back games left, so I imagine that'll impact a little bit. You know, when we get to that back-to-back, it's next week, when they play Houston on Tuesday, Dallas on Wednesday. So I would imagine
the Kevin Durant game.
The Kevin Durant, finally.
Haven't had that yet.
Finally, Kevin Durant making his return to Mortgage Matchup Center next Tuesday.
We have not had
in
that.
a nationally televised game, I might add. A little bit of a later start.
To a Suns team that did something his Suns team couldn't do last year.
For a Suns team that
At
did
least getting
something
the play-in.
his Suns team couldn't do last year, no doubt about it. We finally get to see how the pieces all fit. And, you know, what does this mean for Oso? What does this mean for who starts? What does this mean for Kaman Malawach, who, quite frankly, I was a little disappointed in how little we saw Kaman Malawach in that game against Orlando the other day. He only played 3 minutes the entire game. I think he had 2 blocks in those 3 minutes.
Yes.
I certainly,
Yep.
certainly thought against a bigger team like Orlando. I understand Jordan Ott wanted to go small in that game, but I thought Kaman Malawach warranted more of a look that night, especially with how he had started the game, and they really just veered away from him, which kind of puts you in a position where it's fair to wonder, now that Mark Williams is back, are they going to completely veer away from them? Has the window closed on Kaman Malawach getting any playing time on this team with Mark Williams back?
I don't know. I mean, I don't. I mean, I guess we have to see how Mark comes back and what kind of, coming back of a foot injury. What kind of restrictions are there? What kind of minute restrictions are there? You know what Oso is. Oso's really developed his game this year, become a much more efficient player for the Phoenix Suns. His ability to switch on defense has been great for them. He's not the best free throw shooter, and he doesn't have a great quality shot, and he can't step out and knock down long jump shots or shoot the ball from three. But you know what he gives you. Mark Williams gives you some more size and athleticism, and he runs the court very well. Malawach, I've liked what I've seen. I didn't know why Malawach didn't play after that first quarter where he had the 2 block shots. I was very impressed with what he did in that game with the 2 block shots. And then, you phase him out a little bit. So, when you're going to play small, you're not going to play him when you're playing small. And they obviously played small a lot of that game, especially in the fourth quarter. I think Ott's still trying to figure out rotations and what's best. And, how do I want to, to me, it's not only how do I want to finish the game in the final 5 or 6 minutes? Mm-hmm. I also think it's about how do I want to end the third quarter? Because how you end the third quarter dictates how you start the fourth quarter.
No question.
So I think it's how do I want to end the third quarter? Because if I'm going to run Book out there to play the whole third quarter, he's not going to play the fourth quarter until there's 6 or 7 minutes left if everything goes according to plan. And then what do you do with Jalen Green? Do you not play him? Do you only play Jalen in the fourth if he's playing well? And Jalen's playing well. We're going to play him in the fourth. Oh, Jalen's having a bad game. We're not going to play him in the fourth.
Yeah.
Like, it seems like that's what it is. Hey, if you're playing well, you play. And if you're not, in the fourth.
Yeah.
Like, what he does in the first 3 quarters dictates what happens in the fourth.
That Orlando game, he wasn't shooting the ball well. He had a fairly high number of turnovers. If I remember right, I think he had 5. Defensively, Jalen Green's always kind of a mixed bag defensively. He typically doesn't play great defense. So I think he kind of played his way off the floor. And that's a great point. These are all questions that we don't know answers to, and we've got 6 games to find answers to. And I think in the midst of all that, too, is Jordan Ott just doing a lot of experimenting. I want to see, and I guess in one regard, that is the luxury the Suns have carved out for themselves, okay? They are so locked in. I mean, they're not completely locked in. There's a big game tonight, between the Spurs and the Clippers that will go potentially a long ways to deciding how locked in.
Wemby last night?
Oh, my gosh. Are you sure that you think the Suns can push them in a best of 7? Are you sure?
I don't think that they can win.
Okay, but you thought
I don't think that I think that matchups. I think it's better for them.
Okay, well, I mean, if we're comparing Oklahoma City, then yes, it's better. But
they're 26-1 in the last 27
I'm
games.
telling you, I don't think the Suns would. They'll win a game. I think maybe in that series. I think they. I get to get.
You want to hear the craziest thing?
Sure.
This is going to sound absurd.
Okay.
We grew up hating the Spurs. Popovich, Duncan, Ginobili, Parker. I would totally root for them in the West over like Oklahoma City.
Process that for a minute.
Could you root for the San Antonio Spurs now? We're so far gone from the days of Robert Horry and Manu Ginobili and Tony Parker, and I love Wembanyama. I love Wemby.
Jamal, you want to just turn on your mic and just do that little subtle? Yeah, no.
Can't do it?
Absolutely not.
You were 4 years old when they got beat by the Spurs. What do you know?
Fair point.
I think you were still in diapers.
I was still in pain.
Yeah, this is a tough one because
I love Wemby.
I mean,
I love him.
I really do like Wemby. I really do, and I also think there just aren't a lot of great options in the West to want to root
Okay,
for,
rapid fire right now. Spurs are playing the Rockets. Who do you want to win?
Spurs. I got to be honest, Jamal.
Come on, Jamal.
I got to be honest.
Rockets.
Spurs. Really?
You want Kevin Durant over the.
Now, didn't end well with the Suns, but he's one of my favorite players of all time.
Okay.
Okay.
Spurs and the Lakers.
Spurs. I got to be honest. I could even hear Lauren.
Spurs.
Lauren's microphone isn't even on, and she was so loud, I could hear her through your microphone, Jamal. She's like, Spurs! Spurs!
Wemby versus Rudy Gobert. Spurs or Timberwolves?
I don't really have any beef with the Timberwolves.
Spurs.
I kind of like the Timberwolves. That might be blasphemous to say.
Denver, San Antonio. I'd probably root for Denver.
Denver.
I'd probably root for Denver.
Denver. I like to tell. Okay, Spurs,
so
Oklahoma
we're all
City.
Nuggets fans.
Yeah,
Spurs, Oklahoma City.
On the one day Mitch is doing Suns pregame over on 620, he's not here to enjoy the fact that we're all rooting for the Nuggets if they're playing the Spurs. But I understand your point. Like there was a real Jamal. There was a real unlikability to the Spurs back in the day, whether it was Pop, whether it was Duncan and the constant crying, whether it was Manu, whether it was
Robert Horry,
Parker,
the dirty hip check.
Robert Horry, the dirty. We have 1,000 reasons as Suns fans to hate the San Antonio Spurs. We really, really do.
The chicken suit.
And right? Yeah. The Sarver and them not playing. It's really hard not to like Wemby. I know, you got them all cracking up. Over your chicken impersonation.
That's a good chicken impersonation.
Oh, it will soon be a GIF on our social media. Don't you worry.
Oh, we got that? Okay, good.
Absolutely.
Good. It's really hard not to like Wemby. It really is.
It's hard. I love him.
He's a really likable dude.
Love him.
Really likable dude.
Hard to root against him.
Yeah.
Good person, good player, everything you hear. Seems like a genuine guy.
Anyway, but I like that discourse. I like that little side road that we took there for a second. That was good because it gave us the Gambo chicken gif, which will be a lot of fun to watch a little bit later. If the Suns really are locked into 7 or as close as you can get, now is the time for Jordan Ott to experiment with things like this. And as much as everybody's up in arms over Jalen Green and whether he's playing or not, I think there is an argument to be made for Jordan Ott to, okay, I've got 6 games to play with this. I need to figure out what works. And I need to figure out what I like and what I can trust, because here in about 2 weeks, we're going to play a game where we have to win. And if we lose, then we're going to play another one where we have to win and our season is done. I would rather he use this time to experiment to find lineups that he likes so he's as prepared as he can be for those play-in games when they happen in a couple of weeks. So I kind of I get it. I want him to win games, but at the same time, you are blessed with this little gift of time here to be able to experiment without it really affecting the results of where you're going to end up. I think you should take advantage of that if you're the Suns.
Yeah. The only game I think you're not going to try to really get everything figured out is that last game against Oklahoma City. You're going to have to play a playing game. You might have to play 2. You're just going to want to rest. And, I don't know that one extra game is going to make all that much of a difference.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, everybody was worried that Corbin Carroll's power was going to be slow to return. I guess we got to find something else to worry about. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
The Cardinals have some big Cardinal decisions coming due before the NFL Draft.
With the 3rd pick.
And Arizona Sports is all over breaking Cardinals and NFL news on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, and 98.7 NFL Draft coverage. Brought to you by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage Team. From Stan Lund to Lisa Lund, family operated, family owned, right here in Arizona. As a broker, the ability to shop for you and get you the best rates possible. There's different rates out there. One rate may be different from the other rate. They're always different, right? So not only the rates, but also the fees. Because you may say a rate you like, but the fees from a certain company are really high. Why would you pay an extra $3,000 out of pocket when you don't have to? The Lund Mortgage Team is going to find you the lowest rates and the lowest fees. The combination together is going to save you the most money. And they're going to make sure that you get the mortgage that works for you. You might be refinancing to pay off a wedding or a college education or remodeling your house. Or you might refinance because you just want a lower rate and you want to save money. Or you might refinance because you want to pay your house off sooner so you don't have a house payment. Whatever your needs are, let the Lund Mortgage Team work for you. Over 30 years in the industry right here in Arizona. Call them at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Progressive knows it ain't easy navigating the open plains of home insurance, but there is one man who can help tame that wild herd of options. The Home Quote Explorer.
Note, Progressive's Home Quote Explorer is not a real person, but an online tool that lets you compare home insurance.
He's the type of feller who helps you decide on the right insurance, even if it ain't with him.
Again, not a person, just an online tool that helps you find great home coverage.
A real pioneer.
Okay, fine. Just do the thing. Yeah! Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
It's tax time, y'all. If you want to file free, this next one's for you.
Now taxes is so free. Tax-free
that jam. Up next, commercials.
Intuit TurboTax Free Edition. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
Hi, I'm Brandon Webb, former Arizona baseball player. Baseball has enriched my life, teaching me teamwork, confidence, and perseverance. At Miracle League of Arizona, we're sharing that gift with children, teens, and adults with special needs. Over 450 athletes get the chance to play, most for the first time, learning sportsmanship and building friendships that last a lifetime. Your dollar-for-dollar Arizona tax credit donation makes it possible. Visit miracleleagueaz.com or call 480-686-8137.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks completed the 3-game sweep of the Detroit Tigers yesterday. They begin a new series tonight at Chase Field against the Atlanta Braves. Ryan Nelson will be taking the mound for the D-backs against Reynaldo Lopez of the Braves. First pitch for that one will be at 6:40, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns are back in action today. They will be in Charlotte taking on the Hornets. And according to our own John Gambadoro, Suns center Mark Williams is expected to make his return from injury tonight. Tip-off for that one is at 4 o'clock, and you can listen to it over on ESPN 620. And it is April, which means the NFL Draft is this month. For all NFL Draft coverage and what the Arizona Cardinals could do on draft night, head over to arizonasports.com. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning. We'll explore whether or not the Suns got their late-game offense going in Charlotte and a lot more. Starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Oh, yeah. This song's great. This song's great. Hella good, but no doubt.
I'm still waiting for Boston. Something about you.
You tip jarred it the other day. Don't give me this. We don't play your song stuff.
I got one.
You got one?
It was a Casey and the Sunshine Band. It's not like
you like them.
I wouldn't tell my friends I like them.
You just told thousands of people listening that you like them.
They're not my friends.
Hundreds of thousands of people listening.
Also, for the record, I'll have you know that after you said that, I did go in and download it and add it to the rotator,
yes!
so it is in there at some point.
So this whole nobody loves me, nobody plays my music. It's all
you guys
bull. It's
like
all bull crap.
Casey, I'm going to say this, and the Sunshine. I'm going to ask my friends. You guys like Casey and the Sunshine Band? I'm going to get ripped to shreds right here. I'm just getting it tortured. I mean, so I don't like,
What do you care what they think?
You're also acting like we bullied you into doing this.
Yeah, we didn't.
I liked the song.
Good.
Good, that's fine.
And you should say it with your chest.
Yeah.
And not care what your guys from New York think. So what? You're a famous talk show host in Arizona. Who cares what those guys think? Who cares?
They'll beat my
God,
ass.
this is a really good song. It's really good. I just appreciate you just letting it roll for a little bit. That's cool.
What song is this?
This is Hella Good by No Doubt.
Hella Good, No Doubt. Oh, I know one No Doubt song. It's My Life. It's My Life.
That's one of them. Yeah, there's a few.
Okay.
There's a few. Corbin Carroll, this is Tor Lavello postgame yesterday.
I felt strongly that the hand wasn't going to be an issue with him impacting the baseball and finishing the swing, getting that extra carry. I tried to say that to you guys, but we both didn't know. I think I am not surprised, and when I sit here and tell you guys he's an unbelievable athlete, you can see the reasons why. What does it tell me? That he is fierce and he is ready to compete against anybody at any time, and he is going to be able to do things like that as long as he takes the field.
Corbin Carroll took the two-time defending American League Cy Young Award winner Tarek Skubal deep on an 0-2 pitch, a 97-mile-per-hour fastball at the top of the strike zone. only the 6th left-handed hitter to
Crazy.
homer off of Scooble in his career. Carroll finished the game 2 for 3 with a walk. He is, as of this morning, I believe he is 7th in the National League with a 762 slug. I think Corbin Carroll's hand is doing just fine. Thank you very much.
Listen, forget the home runs. There is nothing more exciting than a Corbin Carroll triple.
Yes.
Because you get the mug shot of him coming around second base, going to third.
Do it. Let me see it. Like that?
Yeah,
we're making Corbin Carroll faces.
Yeah. I'd rather have him hit a triple than a home run because everybody then talks about the face. The face he makes. Like his eyes are going through the back of his head and everything.
We're doing such a good impression that Aaron from the front desk is coming by to see our Corbin Carroll rounding.
Yeah, it's almost like, I don't know, it's like he's a Viking in Norway and they're charging to kill the other Vikings or plumage, people and rob their gold and silver and everything. And he's leading the he could have been Braveheart. Right, he could have been Braveheart. When you see that face, it's almost like I'm literally going out there and I'm going to pillage all of these counties and steal all your gold.
Yeah, keep the English invaders from taking the Scottish countryside or whatever the case may be.
Yes.
No, whether it was the double to the gap against the Tigers on opening night, the home run off of Justin Verlander, the way he punished him, the homer yesterday against Scooble. The triple that you were talking about, all of it. It was the one thing. Look, we knew Corbin Carroll was not going to be deterred by the hand injury. We know he's got an incredible tolerance for pain. We saw that last year, an injury that should have kept him out weeks. It kept him out days. He's a different dude. He's cut from a different cloth. But everybody said, okay, you can come back and play, but your power stroke will lag a little bit. It's just, and I'm not saying 1 week is the definitive. Everything's okay. It looks like everything's okay. Maybe there's a bit of regression here, but I think for the most part, the track that Corbin Carroll has been on has been nothing short of astounding, given that we were told to not expect this from Corbin Carroll.
Were we really told not to expect it? Like
we were told by people other than Corbin Carroll not to expect it. Yeah, we were just.
Does anything like surprise you with this kid? He's going to go down as one of the greatest baseball players that's ever played for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Yes.
Okay. The team that won the World Series was guys from all of the different organizations, right? Matt Williams, Randy Johnson, Kurt Schilling, Steve Finley, Tony Womack, Luis Gonzalez. Everybody was from a different team. Over the years, the homegrown players that had been here long enough, Justin Upton, Paul Goldschmidt, he's going to be ahead of these guys.
Yes.
He's going to be ahead of them.
Yes, he is.
So I think we're in the midst of watching a greatness that we don't truly understand yet and won't fully understand it until it's over. Because he's going to go down as the greatest Diamondback player, I think. I just think he's on that trajectory. This kid's dedication to his craft. Like, there are players, they go up, they go. This kid's dedication to his craft is going to allow him to consistently be a great player year after year after year.
And I don't know if I know the answer to this, but I think I'm onto something when I say that there is an extra level of specialness to Corbin Carroll because he's a homegrown guy.
Yeah.
There is, you mentioned the guys from and nothing's ever going to take 2001 away from any Diamondback fan ever who experienced that. It was obviously the greatest. But, that team was so much cobbled from guys from everywhere else, right? I mean, they were 4 years old. There was no real opportunity for much homegrown in the Diamondbacks 2001 lineup. There is something really cool about watching a Paul Goldschmidt burst onto the scene and you go, yeah, that's our guy. He's been our guy from day one. There was something cool about wanting the same for Justin Upton, even though it never quite evolved fully the way we wanted to.
It was really good at times, but it was never as great as people thought it was going to be.
With Justin Upton? Yeah. It wasn't as bad as people remember, but it wasn't as good as we all thought it was going to be. They named a section of the stadium after the kid, for goodness sakes. I mean, the expectations were so high. But whether it was Goldie whether it was Brandon Webb, a homegrown guy, right? Like that was real special. He wins a Cy Young, finishes second in a couple of others. Corbin Carroll's going to blow past all of those guys. He really is. And I think there's no greater instance to me of Corbin Carroll's dedication, honestly, and it has nothing to do with the bat in his hands, how he improved himself defensively out in right field, how he's improved his arm strength and his ability to become a real threat out in right field. It was not a strength of his game back in 2023. It was not something that he was very good at. Their outfield left to right was considered, they could track a lot of balls down, but they didn't have a lot of arm strength. Corbin Carroll worked religiously on that since to improve his arm strength. And now, I don't think he grades out as I think he does. He might actually. One of the best defensive right fielders there is, not just because he can cover so much ground, because he's got the arm to make the throws that you expect out of a typical right fielder.
We never thought he would have that. I think about it now, and I see, you see Alec Thomas in center, Carroll in right, Lawler in left, Perdomo at short, and then I wouldn't. Can you? Gabby Burrito never played for Seattle, right? Can you consider him a homegrown if he was brought over by another team? Maybe, maybe not.
Did he make his major league debut for the Diamondbacks?
I always have a hard time with the ones who Nick Ahmed, right? Nick Ahmed was, he was brought up with the Diamondbacks. Gabby Moreno played 25 games with Toronto. 25.
Yeah, not homegrown. I think homegrown is homegrown.
Right, I get you.
You know what I mean?
Ryan Nelson's homegrown.
Ryan Nelson is homegrown. Yeah, there's just something.
Is Zach Allen?
No, he pitched for the Marlins.
He
pitched for the Marlins. He did not. There's just it's nothing against any of those guys.
It's just so short.
It's just a next level of special, I think, when you can say that guy was here and
we drafted him, we developed him, he went through our minor league system. I get it. But a lot of homegrown players on this team, a lot.
Yeah, no doubt. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, did the Arizona Cardinals have interest in signing Kirk Cousins before he signed that wacky deal with the Raiders? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Had a friend reach out to me yesterday after my Sanderson Lincoln commercial and said, hey, my wife needs to get a navigator. And I'm like, all right, Mom, I'm going to take care of business. We'll get you over with Patrick Heigl and the people at Sanderson Lincoln. They've got a great deal going on right now on all the 2025 Lincoln Navigators. They've got no payments for up to 90 days on all the 2025 Lincoln models. The Navigator, the Aviator, the Corsair, the Nautilus, plus up to $500 bonus cash. No payment for up to 90 days on all the 2025 Lincoln models, and also on the 2026 Lincoln Nautilus, which is a beautiful vehicle. And, it's maybe a vehicle that we have somewhere down the road. We like the Nautilus. Eventually, we'll downsize from the Navigator. I got to pull my wife away from it, but my wife drives a big Navigator, and she's literally the only one that drives the car. So, but I do love the Navigator. It is a great family vehicle. It's great for road trips. It's a great ride. Sanderson Lincoln, take advantage. They've got the dealership just east of the I-17 on Bell Road and a boutique store in the Scottsdale Quarter. For more information, go to sandersonlincoln.net.
Do you need glasses or contacts and you're now at the age where you also need readers? K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to eliminate the need for all those. Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. Andy, for those nearing age 50 or so, refractive lens exchange can be a great alternative to LASIK.
That's right, Joe. K2 Vision RLE is a terrific permanent solution for a lifetime of great vision. The older we get, we experience the dysfunction of our natural lens, which affects both distance vision and requires the use of reading glasses. Plus, after K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
And like LASIK, K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless. The question is, which procedure is right for you?
With the experience of over 150,000 procedures, the doctors at K2 Vision will know which procedure is best for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
What if you had to skip breakfast and lunch and dinner? At St. Mary's Food Bank, that's a reality for many of our neighbors in need. 250,000 people rely on the food bank every day. Your donations are what makes feeding them possible. Donate and get a dollar for dollar Arizona charitable tax credit, up to $495 for individuals and $987 for couples filing jointly. Learn more at stmarysfoodbank.org.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home and then you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. That's the way to do it. And you know what? Orchard gets it. That's why their Move First, Sell Later program exists, because with Orchard, you can buy the dream home now. Don't waste time, just go. Then sell the old one later. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. You ever tried to do a double move before? You don't want to do any double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades. And once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar. They can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town, with smart tools and products to help you attract the right buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, let's roll out our poll question. Here's Lauren. When she's not busy adding songs to the Burns and Gambo rotator, she's coming up with poll questions for the Burns and Gambo show.
When I'm not playing DJ.
When you're also not busy baking what John Gambadoro himself.
I think it was your best baking job yet.
Called your
snickerdoodle cookie last night.
With some sort of cinnamon cream cheese frosting
Nailed
on it.
It was good. It was good.
All to celebrate Illinois' appearance in the Final Four.
Yes.
They were
orange and blue.
They were all orange and blue Illinois themed. I was so full from that lunch we had yesterday at the Rama room, I turned down the cookie. I'm like, I can't put another morsel of food in my body today. I'm done. I'm good.
And I will not call out the person in the newsroom, but somebody heard you go, no, I'm good. And I said, okay, then that leaves a cookie. And somebody wandered over directly after you left.
Oh, you mean Bruce St. James?
I heard there's a spare one.
Yeah, and he took both of them. He took both of them. Bruce St. James.
I will say this about that meal yesterday. I didn't eat breakfast because I knew we were going to have a big lunch. And then I didn't eat anything after that. Like, I got home last night. My wife made chicken fajitas. I'm like, I can't eat. Like, I literally cannot take a bite.
But you did have room for the cookie.
I took the cookie on the way out.
You took the cookie.
But after the lunch, that was the only thing I actually ate. I didn't eat anything else.
Poll question today.
Poll question today is about the Phoenix Suns, because with just 6 games left in their regular season, where do you think the Suns will finish in the West standings?
7th.
6, 7, 8, or 9.
I can't imagine anybody would pick anything other than 7th. Well, what would make you think that you'd pick anything other than 7th?
I assume you're asking where they finish in the standings and not ultimately where they finish in the playoff seeding, right?
Exactly.
Like, because if you had asked me where they finish in the playoff seeding, I actually am worried they're going to drop to 8th. I'm worried they're going to lose and then win.
Oh, okay.
But that's not what she's asking. That's
right.
not. She's asking just straight.
That's a lot of mental math, Burns.
Yeah, I know.
Wouldn't dare ask that of you two.
But I thank you. You know our limitations. I would imagine, though, this is a big runaway for 7.
Yes, huge runaway for 7. 78% going with 7, 14% going with 8, 6% going with 6, and 2% going with 9.
One of our viewers on YouTube, and I don't remember which one of it was.
Larry.
Thank you. I don't know if it was Larry. Pointed out that Wemby is not playing tonight for the Spurs as they're taking on the Clippers. They're giving him the second night of the back-to-back off. So no Wemby. He won't play. which means the Clippers even get more of an advantage. Suns are still comfortably ahead of the Clippers. The Clippers are probably trying to fight off Portland more than anything.
Yeah.
But still, that's a game to kind of keep an eye on.
We're not going to wish for anything, Portland or the Clippers.
No, we're not.
Nope. Nope.
We're not. If you look at the NFL career earnings list, nobody has made more money in the game, playing the game, than Matthew Stafford has. He's got career earnings of $408 million. Next is Tom Brady with $333 million. Third on that list is Kirk Cousins.
Unbelievable.
Who has made $321 million playing the game, and apparently he's going to make a little bit more. He has agreed to a deal with the Vegas Raiders. It'll pay him $20 million in guaranteed money in 2026. The deal also includes a club option for 2 years at $80 million, and in crazy agent speak, which is no way ever going to happen, it could actually be worth up to $172 million over 5 years. It'll never get that far.
No.
But they obviously structuring the deal like this for salary cap purposes and all of that nonsense.
Do you know how many playoff wins he has?
Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
He has one.
He has one.
He has one playoff win, and he has 4 losses. He's 1-4 in the playoffs.
1-4 in the playoffs. Yeah.
Yeah. This goes back to me. I remember Mike Florio. When I said that the Cardinals are not interested in Kirk Cousins, and Mike Florio was like, "Oh, they're going to trade Jacoby Brissett. They don't want Jacoby Brissett. They want Kirk Cousins." I don't know where you're getting this stuff from, and people are questioning it and everything. And Kirk Cousins signs with the Raiders today, and it's like, I don't think they ever wanted him. I know somebody said the Cardinals had interest. That's just agent talk. The Cardinals didn't want Kirk Cousins. They weren't going after Kirk Cousins. They want Jacoby Brissett. They want a Gardner Minshew. If they get somebody in the draft, I don't know. Maybe they will. Maybe they won't. I don't know. And if I don't know something, I'll say I don't know. But I knew that they wanted to keep Jacoby, and I knew that they didn't want Kirk Cousins. So there's these reports about, the Cardinals were interested in Kirk Cousins. No, they weren't. They didn't want Kirk Cousins.
It was Diana Rossini who reported it. I'm looking for the tweet
I'm sure it's
right
the
now.
agent saying we talked to. If you talk to a team, you could say, we talked to this team, and people may assume that it's interest.
Cousins had interest from several teams, she wrote, including the Cardinals, Rams, and Packers. It's always interesting to me the teams that reportedly had interest. Those are all teams. Kirk Cousins is kind of considered a Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay offense darling, he's the kind of quarterback that those offensive coaches love in terms of his ability to run their system, and all 3 of those teams kind of fit that description. I mean, here's the thing about Kirk Cousins. Yeah, he's 1-4 in the postseason, and I get that there's not a lot of success there. If you look at his career, I mean, his ability to be the quarterback of a 9-win football team,
yes,
it's extraordinary.
Yeah,
I mean it
with Washington,
it really is.
And Minnesota, and
from 2015 on, here are the records of Kirk Cousins-led teams.
Okay,
9-7, 8-7-1, 7-9, 8-7-1, 10-5, 7-9, 8-8, 13-4, 4-4 when he was hurt, 7-7. I mean, he is. You want a quarterback who will lead your team to 500 ball? Kirk Cousins is your dude. He is your guy. He will get you your 500 record, which, if that's what your goal was for the Arizona Cardinals, Kirk Cousins might have been a good fit, but that shouldn't have been your goal if you're the Arizona Cardinals.
I think for the Raiders, it's like, let's not throw Mendoza into the fire right away. Let's have a bridge quarterback. Sure. They're going to draft Mendoza, and he's their future. But there's something to say about having a quarterback that could let you sit for a year, learn from, be a mentor. Hopefully Kirk Cousins could be a good mentor. And I'm sure they talked about that. Like, we're going to draft this kid. Okay? He's our long-term answer, but we need somebody right now to help us be competitive, but also mentor to this kid. Be a mentor for him.
You mean like unlike the last time he went to Atlanta, thinking he was going to be the starter for 4 years, and they drafted Michael Penix a month and a half later?
Right.
Unlike that situation? Yeah. I would imagine this one, everything was kind of on the table. It's like, dude, we're signing you for, a 1-year deal, bridge quarterback, help the kid learn, et cetera, et cetera.
And then the Falcons are on the hook for the majority of the money this year, right, Dave? Because he's signing this year for $1.3 million with them.
Yeah.
So because they're going to make the Falcons pay it,
and it's like $9.7 million he's getting from the Falcons or something like that.
Right. So they're going to make the Falcons pay almost all of that money this year.
But for as mediocre as Kirk Cousins is, I mean, I do think it's fair to point out he does win games. You know, like, I mean, his career record, 88 wins, 77 losses, and 2 ties. I mean, he doesn't win a lot, but he wins. He wins enough
to get all that money,
keep getting hanging around and keep getting paid and keep getting money.
He's got 1 playoff win.
To be 3rd on the career earnings list. I mean, like that's one of those you could say to him 10 years from now, hey, Kirk, you won 1 playoff game. He goes, yeah, I can't hear you over my $320 million I made in this game. Whoop-de-doo. You know, like I got franchise tagged. I'm sorry,
I'm on my yacht. Can you repeat that again? I'm about to go down the slide into the Mediterranean Sea.
I'm sorry, you're breaking up. I'm out in the middle of nowhere in the Pacific. I can't hear you. So
yeah, he was never coming here. He was never coming.
And
here.
I'm glad for that. I really am glad for that.
Yes.
I think it would have been
a disaster,
a needless expenditure of, and certainly not for $20 million. Right?
I can make the argument Jacoby Brissett's better. I can. And I know you could look at the records and say Kirk wins 9 games, Kirk Cousins wins 9 games. I'd rather have Jacoby Brissett. I got 1 game to win. On a good team, I'll take Jacoby Brissett. On a good team.
I think I would take Cousins.
Okay, I wouldn't.
I think I would take Cousins. But it's also, here's the thing,
go ahead, Lauren. Lauren's waiting to chime in. I can see her. Who would you take?
Oh, she wasn't.
I see you. Who would you take? Go ahead. Cousins or Brissett?
Cousins.
You would? Okay. I wouldn't.
But here's the thing. Do we want Brissett to win games? I mean,
no.
You know,
no. But it's a team around you.
Do we really want that?
That's why I said if you could take one quarterback on a good team and put him on a good team, I would take Brissett over Kirk Cousins.
Okay.
I would.
Okay. We come back on the Burns and Gambo show. The Diamondbacks trying to figure out this pitching staff is challenging. And we'll explain why next on Burns and Gambo.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Booker on the penetration. Dump to Williams. He'll throw it down. What a look from Devin Booker.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Dr. Jay Schwartz is a team eye doctor for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks, and he helps everybody with their eye care needs, and he can help you the way he's helped my family. We all go to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz, simply the best at what he does. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa, and they're offering our listeners a really good deal on a vision correction procedure. To find out about this deal and to get your special offer, just text I to 620-620, and I'll send you all the info. That's text I, E-Y-E, to 620-620. I'm sure you all know how to spell that. I don't know why I did that, but I did it anyway. Text I to 620-620. Dr. Jay Schwartz, team eye doctor, Suns D-backs, helped me with my LASIK surgery. He's helped K-Ray with his procedure. So if you are looking for somebody that can help you with your eye care needs, nobody better than Dr. Jay Schwartz. Again, he can help you with glasses, contact lenses, dry eye, glaucoma, cataracts, and of course, a vision correction procedure. Text I to 620-620 for a special offer.
I don't even know how many friends and neighbors that I've referred America Roofing to. All I do know is that America Roofing was just named Arizona's Roofing Contractor of the Year. Literally the best in the biz for a quarter century now. Home or business, repair or replace, and we've had America Roofing do both at Casa Calvisi. There's a reason why. Jake, Josh, Tracy, and 500 employees statewide are also A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. And right now, at AmericaRoofingCo.com, save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and their thousands of great reviews prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text SECURE to the number 989898 for your free gold IRA info kit. Again, SECURE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
Is your closet overflowing? Your garage packed, but unusable? That's where Space Solutions comes in. We design custom closets, garages, and storage systems that turn wasted space into organized, functional living. Voted #1 cabinet company in Arizona 4 years in a row. Family owned, Arizona built. Right now, Space Solutions is offering free in-home design consultations. Spring appointments are filling fast, so book yours today at spacesolutionsaz.com. That's spacesolutionsaz.com.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here with the owner-operator of Moving Team 6, Tim Lee. You just expanded to Mesa. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, we're excited about it because we've been doing jobs. Obviously, we cover the whole United States. But to have a location down there, it makes it so much easier for us to react. So that we get a lot of calls like, hey, I need my move today or tomorrow. So now we have, 11,000 square feet of storage for new customers, a lot of people that are doing remodels, a quick move in and out. It helps a lot. And so we're excited about that opportunity. And it's right next to the Gateway Mesa Airport.
You're really big into hiring U.S. servicemen, and tell us a little bit about why that is important to you.
We love our veterans, and we love the people that served our country, and they want to join this operation because we're real military-minded. Get in and get out and do the job right.
If you are getting ready to move, you need to go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com.
Your move is our mission.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I am Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks completed the 3-game sweep of the Detroit Tigers yesterday. They begin a new series tonight at Chase Field against the Atlanta Braves. Ryan Nelson will be taking the mound for the D-backs against Reynaldo Lopez for the Braves. First pitch for that one is at 6:40, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns are back in action today. They will be in Charlotte taking on the Hornets. And according to our own John Gambadoro, Suns center Mark Williams is expected to make his return from injury tonight. Tip-off for that one is at 4 o'clock, and you can listen to it over on ESPN 620. And it is April, which means the NFL Draft is this month. For all NFL Draft coverage and what the Arizona Cardinals could do on draft night, head over to arizonasports.com. And that is what's trending now.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us on Friday where we're going to goof around, tell a lot of jokes, laugh at Jarrett when he says stupid things and gives stupid ideas, and we're going to talk about the Diamondbacks. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Diamondbacks back at it tonight, the first of 4 against the Atlanta Braves. They miss Chris Sale. So at least there's that. And the Diamondbacks will go one more turn through their rotation in this 4-game series. And then we'll see if Merrill Kelly is ready to come back against New York. So we'll get another look at Michael Sirocco. We'll get another look at Brandon Pfaadt. We'll kind of have another round of how that competition looks when it's decision time for Merrill Kelly. It's going to be, in that regard, in lots of regards, it's going to be a really interesting weekend for the Arizona Diamondbacks to see how those two guys do.
Yeah, there's no question. And I think, coming off of that sweep against the Tigers, you got to feel good about the way they're playing. You got to feel good about the bullpen. The offense kind of got going. I know it was a 1-0 game yesterday, but it was against Schoolville, but I like how the offense responded the day before. You're going up against a good lineup. This kid Baldwin, the catcher, Drake Baldwin, has really been on fire for the Braves this year. You've got Michael Harris, you got Matt Olson, Ozzie Albies, Austin Riley, Ronald Acuna Jr. It's a good lineup, and it's a dangerous lineup for the starting pitching of the Diamondbacks.
So because we're 6 games in, and again, under the blanket of it's early, it's too early to draw any conclusions. Some of these numbers and some of what we've seen so far from the Diamondbacks, it's weird.
It's hard to decipher because there's stretches of really good, and there's a little small pocket of bad that makes the stretches of really good look not so good.
No question. And that's exactly, I was kind of bored this morning, so I just started playing around with some numbers. The Diamondbacks have played 54 innings of baseball so far this year. 54, at least 54 innings where they've pitched. Okay. They've given up 26 earned runs in those 54 innings. Okay. I don't know. I think that ERA works like 4.5. 26 earned runs so far in 54 innings of baseball. Of those 26, Gallen gave up 4
in one inning.
In one inning on opening day. Taylor Clark gave up 4
in one
inning on opening day. Joe Ross gave up 6 in 1 inning on Monday.
Ross for less.
Ryan Nelson gave up 4 against the Dodgers on Friday.
So you had 4 guys that have given up 4 or more in one outing. Clark only got 1 out.
Clark only got 1 out.
It was so bad he didn't even get a full inning. He got 1 out,
right.
and they had to pull him from the game.
That's 18 earned runs allowed over 4 innings. The rest of the time
has been terrific.
8 earned runs over the other 50, an ERA of 1.44.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, what do we make of that?
I think you make of it that the Diamondbacks bullpen has been good so far.
Well, that's everybody.
You're talking starting pitching as well.
That's the whole pitching staff right there. That's all of them.
I would say that overall the pitching has been good.
I didn't even include
Fott.
I didn't even include Fott.
You didn't include Fott, who had 1 bad inning.
See, I must not have had the extra coffee. If I throw Fott in there, and take out what? That was a 4-run inning against him, 5-run inning against him. If I take that out, now we're talking about 3 earned runs over 49 innings that they've thrown so far?
You've had 6 starts. You had a gem by Gallen. You had a gem by Erod. You had a gem by Soroka. You had a not-so-good outing by Gallen. You had a not-so-good outing by Fott. You had a not-so-good outing by Ryan Nelson. So 3 and 3. 3 great outings and 3 not-so-good. But in the 3 not-so-good outings, Zach Gallen had 1 bad inning.
Yes.
Just 1. The rest of it, he was fine. Fott had 1 bad inning. He pitched 6. 5 of the innings were great. 1 was just bad. And there were 2 infield singles.
It was a 5-run third against the Tigers. God,
2 infield singles.
5-run third.
Yeah. You didn't put that in your notes?
No, I didn't. So it literally comes out to.
That's what I'm here for.
I appreciate it. You need to help my notes. It comes down to 3 earned runs in 49 innings pitched for the entire Diamondback staff. If you just remove those 5 blow-up innings out of the equation. And you talk about the bullpen. Here's a similar, this is from our buddies over at D-Back Stats and Info, who continue to do a fantastic job. If you just take Joe Ross out of the bullpen, just eliminate him. I mean, not eliminate him.
And his ERA of 32.5.
You take his 5 hits and his 6 runs out.
Okay.
The Diamondbacks bullpen so far this season, 3.20 ERA, 19 innings, 14 hits, 7 earned runs.
And that includes the Clark 4 runs in 1/3?
That includes the Clark. 16 strikeouts. The walks are a little high. 8 walks in 19 innings. Okay, I can see why you might not love that. But a 1.11 whip, that's just taking out Joe Ross. Just Joe Ross, not Taylor Clark, just Joe Ross.
Okay.
You know, so there's this kind of evidence to suggest that things are actually going pretty well.
Yeah.
That the pieces are starting to line up a little bit. It's just these little, like you say, these little very thin slices of moments that have made the overall numbers look not so great. And maybe that's just early season baseball, and maybe that's how this goes. But if they could fix those big inning mistakes, maybe they're onto something. Or maybe that's just wishful thinking at this point.
I think Hoffman's pitched well.
Yes.
He's walked 3 batters. I don't like that. I think he's pitched well. I think Loizaga has pitched well. I think for the most part, Juan Murillo has pitched well, even though his ERA is 6. I think Sewell's pitched well. I think Clark's bounced back from the 1 bad outing. I'm concerned about Ryan Thompson. I mean, the other day he couldn't throw a strike over the plate to save his life.
Yep.
You know, really to save his life, he couldn't throw a strike.
Even though technically his ERA is 0.00, I would agree that I'm actually a little concerned about him. Yes.
Oh, yeah, that's good. That's crazy. So yeah, but
he has not given up an earned run this year. But it's like
it was walk, balk, but he hasn't given up a run. But I was a little concerned over that. I still like Ginkel. He had the 1 game where he gave up the run, but I think for the most part the bullpen's been good. Like, is it great? No, but it's not bad.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
Yeah,
because the 2 bad outings were Ross and Clark. And if you take those out, then the ERA is even better.
It's even lower than it is.
And you said 3-something for without Ross.
3.20, I think.
Right, so now you take Clark's 1 bad outing out, and you're at 2.5 or 2.6. It's really good.
I'm sure it's really, really good. And I also think too that with the guys pitching the way they are, it is, and we've talked about this a little bit kind of going into the season, it might give Torey Lovullo the option to rearrange the chairs a little bit when it comes to who pitches the 7th, who pitches the 8th, who pitches the 9th. Now, yesterday, I know Sewald wasn't available, but it was interesting to see Gallen out after 6. You're protecting a 1-0 lead. You're nursing it. Who do you turn to 7, 8, 9 to finish it out? Now, I don't know who was available. I don't know who wasn't available. But it was Taylor Clark, 7. It was Murillo in the 8th. And it was Lysiga in the 9th. Even if you assume that somebody else was, like Sewald, for example, let's say you give Sewald the 9th back when he comes back. Are you telling me Loaisiga is your 8th inning guy?
Yes.
Are you telling me that Murillo is your 7th inning guy? If I slot those two guys down.
It's very likely that your 7th, 8th, and 9th inning guys are always going to be available to you. You're going to have, somebody's going to be down. So it's going to change a little bit. You probably have 2 different directions you want to go with 7, 8, and 9 if your starter goes 6. Because, again, if I throw 3 guys today, 7, 8, and 9, I can't use those 3 guys tomorrow, 7, 8, and 9.
No, probably like tonight.
So I might have to change it up a little bit.
To your point, if the Diamondbacks have a 3-2 lead going into the 7th inning and Ryan Nelson is done for the night, you could see almost the exact opposite tonight. You could see a very traditional Thompson, Ginkel, Sewald close to the game potentially, depending on who is or who isn't available. I don't know. I think we'll learn over time who Torey's 7th, 8th, and 9th inning guys just from their usage. But I
think the question is the 8th inning guy, because I think Sewald's your 9th inning guy.
Okay, Sewald.
So if Sewald's your
Sewald's
closer,
the 9th inning guy. You're right.
Who's your 8th inning guy?
I think it's Loaisiga.
I love him.
I think it's Loaisiga.
I do like him.
I think it's him. And I think
But then your 7th could be Clark, Ginkel, Thompson, Murillo. But Loaisiga can't be your 8th inning guy every night. So
no, he can't. But then that's when you can
where the other guys
elevate
come
Murillo or Clark if you wanted to, or something like that. Isn't it nice to talk about options though?
It's going to be nice.
It's nice to talk about pieces because there weren't a lot of options last year when it came to this. And I don't know if this is how it's going to be all year long, but it's nice to talk about this in the context of look at all these choices that Torey has to be able to kind of mix and match out there. That didn't really exist last year.
Yeah, last year was crap to pick from. It was terrible.
Indeed.
I mean, you didn't know who to pick each night. He didn't know what to do each night.
No.
Because none of those guys were getting the job done.
No. Four Peaks wants to send you and 3 friends to catch the D-backs in action. Text the word seats to 620-620.
Where are we going?
For, I don't know where we're going.
Go.
Text seats to 620-620. Find out. Enter for your shot at an unforgettable night at the ballpark. How do the Diamondbacks lineup choices affect offense versus defense? That's next. Burns and Gambo.
East Valley, West Valley, North Side, South Side, and Central. Arizona Sports covers high school sports all over the Valley. Saturday mornings 9 to 11 on The Kevin McCabe Show. If it involves competition on a court, field, pitch, rink, or track, the Dean is talking about it on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7. The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings 9 to 11.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax, and what a great job they do helping people with all of their needs when it comes to financial planning and retirement planning and estate planning, all of those crazy things. They really do a great job of making sure that you're aligned, that you know what to do going forward. That's why I recommend Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax, because you know what? Life comes at you fast. One day you're young, you're getting married. I mean, look at Burns, 31 years of marriage. Yeah, time flew by. Yes, it was one day. He was just married, and now the kids and grandkids, and now, I mean, look at it. You got to plan. You got to plan for the future. You've got to make sure that you are ready to go. That's why I want you to have that retirement plan, that financial plan, that estate plan. Life comes at you fast. And if you're not planning for the future, you're going to get there one day and you're going to be like, I made a huge mistake. Many people are finding that out. Many people are realizing they can't retire on their terms. They got to keep working longer and longer and longer. So get a free portfolio review right now. A free portfolio review by calling 602-877-PLAN. It's that simple. One phone call could really change the trajectory of your whole life. Call 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey, homeowners, if you're thinking about moving this spring, you've probably run into this problem. You can't buy your next home until you sell your current one, but you don't want to sell until you know where you're going. So you wait and miss out, or you rush and lose money. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty has your solution. With Carol's Buy Before You Sell program, you can buy your next home, then sell your current home the right way for top dollar without carrying two mortgages. Don't miss this opportunity. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Giving hope to children in foster care doesn't cost you a dime when you redirect your 2025 Arizona tax liability to Child Crisis Arizona. The qualifying foster care tax credit allows you to contribute up to $618 individually or $1,234 jointly to Child Crisis Arizona and receive a dollar-for-dollar tax credit. Give now and change lives forever. Together, we can ensure all children are safe. Visit childcrisisaz.org.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
The D-backs face the Atlanta Braves on Saturday, April 4th. Enjoy a free post-game concert featuring the All-American Rejects. Get your tickets and field passes at dbacks.com/concerts.
Hey, it's Wolf. How did Ryan Nelson do in his second start of the season? We'll be talking D-backs tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Back here on the Burns and Gambo show, watch what's about to happen here. Gambo, shouting out the audience in Carefree.
That's where that highway is.
Yeah.
Gordon Lightfoot drove on it once and liked it.
Carefree highway is. Drive that
No potholes on that highway.
Think about us when you drive that highway. So welcome you back to the Burns and Gambo show. As we mentioned, D-backs and the Braves coming up. This is Zach Gallen after yesterday's win against the Tigers, in part fueled by defense, whether it was Jose Fernandez and his double play that he started with the throw across the diamond, whether it was Nolan Arenado's great play in the 9th to get a double play, to start a double play, to help Loaisiga out and turn that thing into a win. Zach Gallen talked about Arenado's defense yesterday.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, I've played against him now for 8 years, I guess. And it's always I love to watch him play. I love good infield play. It's just something that for me, I just like a thing I like. So I always like watching him play from across the field. So now having him in our clubhouse and having him save runs for me and the rest of the pitching staff is a little bit sweeter. And it's a guy who's very diligent about his craft and a guy who knows what he needs to do to make sure he's ready to play and the things that he's focused on that defensive part of it. And as a pitcher, it just it takes another thing off your mind of like, all right, if I can have him hit the ball in that 20-foot radius over there, it's most likely going to be an out. So, yeah, he's fun to watch.
He's only got 3 hits on the season, all right? So it's obviously, you can look at the numbers, it's a slow start there. It's a slow start, really slow start for Carlos Santana. That's obvious too. But if the goal, Gambo, was to improve the defense of the Arizona Diamondbacks from one season to the next, you can sit here and say it's early this, it's early that. Look at all the stats that we looked at in the last segment. It's obvious watching these games, they are a better defensive baseball team than they were last year. Very obvious.
The odd part about this is it really goes against what traditional baseball is that your corner infielders are power guys, typically. Your first baseman and third baseman are guys that are going to hit home runs. One of your favorite teams, the '86 Mets, you had Keith Fernandez at first base, who was a great hitter. You had Ray Knight, who could hit some home runs and could hit a little bit. Your second baseman, you had like Wally Backman and Kevin Elster or Rafael Santana. You didn't like. I grew up in an era where the Mets double play combination was Felix Millan and Buddy Harrelson. They couldn't hit. Like neither one of them could hit. So your second baseman and shortstop were guys that just needed to be good defensively. And here you look at Marte and you look at Perdomo and the offensive production you get. They're top of the lineup guys. And it's your first baseman and your third baseman that aren't giving you anything offensively. It's just so weird to see for an old-time baseball guy, your first baseman and your third baseman were guys that could hit. They could hit.
Yep.
And it was important to play good defense, but it was more important to play good defense at shortstop. So it is odd. Look, I think Arenado's, it's still time for him to cover. Santana may never be the offensive player he was because of how old he is. But when I've talked to people in the organization about Santana, the one thing I keep being told is don't underestimate what this guy brings to the clubhouse. You don't see it. It's just he brings something to this clubhouse that we needed.
Yeah.
So it's important that he continues to do that because they needed a leader type of voice. And, people have thought that he could rub off on Marte the right way. We'll see over time. But he's a leader. Santana's a leader, and he's a great defensive player.
I think they were even showing some video of Jose Fernandez the day he made his major league debut, and they're out there shagging and taking grounders and things like that. And Arenado, knowing that he wasn't going to be in the lineup for Jose Fernandez for his first game, was over there talking him up, coaching him up, doing the thing, right? Like doing the thing that you would expect. You're talking about Santana, but I'll extend that even to Arenado, doing the thing that you would expect leaders to do in that moment. Troy Lavello said, I think this was after yesterday's game, quote, when you combine everything and the things we felt we were lacking last year and you fast forward 365 days, how can you not be pleased with what we're all watching? The defense is playing fast. It's accurate. Balls are being thrown across the diamond with accuracy. The outfield defense has been fantastic. It was a point of emphasis for us this year, close quote.
The San Francisco Giants had a game yesterday in which there was a ground ball to Matt Chapman, and he threw it to first base, and the first baseman was Casey Schmidt, and he missed it. Missed the ball. And you could see how pissed Matt Chapman was. And when they met at the pitcher's mound, he's like, catch the blanking blank ball. He didn't catch it. He stretched out. He didn't catch it. A run scores. And, that stuff will tear a team down.
Yeah.
And so the Giants, 6 games into the season, have got Matt Chapman, who they spent a lot of money on, yelling at the first baseman, who didn't play a whole lot of first base in his career, but yelling because he couldn't catch a ball. And it goes as an error to Chapman on a throw, so it looks bad on his part, but it was an easily catchable ball that he didn't catch. First base should have been an error on him, but they gave it to Chapman. My point is, that can really tear down a team when you're screwing up defensively over and over again.
No doubt. Now, there's a trade-off here, and like we pointed out, I mentioned that Nolan Arenado he's 3 for 19 on the season. He's batting 158. He's got a 316 OPS.
He doesn't have any extra base hits either,
He does not have any extra base hits.
Single.
Carlos Santana at least does have one of those, but it's the only hit he's got. He's 1 for 16 so far. And I'd put Carlos Santana even in a different category than Arenado. We're really not expecting Santana to hit very much at all. Arenado, we're hopeful that not that he's going to regain his form of 10 years ago when he was one of the elite offensive producers in Major League Baseball, but just that he can get back to something that's kind of livable. There will come a day, likely, where the Diamondbacks offense is scuffling along enough where you're going to go, okay, was the trade-off worth it? Was having these 2 defensive-minded players in the lineup every single day and them not producing, is it worth what you're not getting at the plate when they're not hitting the way we expect them to? What you hope is, look, it's not like Perdomo's off to a great start. It's not like Ketel's off to a great start. I think part of what would help this even work better is that the guys that you're really counting on being great offensive production players become great offensive production players.
You've also faced Schoolbull and Yamamoto.
Yeah.
And
you've faced some of the ballers so far. Yeah, Casey Mize carved them up the other night, right? Not that he's one of the best, but you're going to need to balance out things a little bit if you're going to keep going defense at the corners. You're going to, and they will. Ketel Marte's going to hit. I'm not worried about him or Geraldo Perdomo at all. I'm not worried about Perdomo's 2 caught stealing so far. He'll be fine. They'll figure that out. He's a really good baseball player. But I think it's going to be, to your point, striking that balance all year long. And that's where Jose Fernandez comes into play. He's a good defender, but there are going to be times when the temptation to put him in to put a little thump at one of those corners is going to be immense, right? Like they're going to want to feel that. If he can do it, sure.
Yeah. You've talked about the revolving door at third base and how bad it's been. Look, Fernandez projects as a shortstop, but, if things really worked out, and again, they have kind of advanced him through the system so quickly, and the history of guys out of, that guys that did not play in college, that also did not play AAA and advanced right to the majors from AA. Statistically, there's not a lot of guys that did very well. So tap the brakes on Fernandez, right? Let's just see what happens here. Hopefully he's good. But if he does end up being one of those guys that could do it, he could end up being your third baseman, and you might have this long problem of third base finally resolved.
Yeah, potentially.
Yeah.
But I mean, so far they field a superior defensive lineup. I mean, their outfield defense, there's
so quick to the ball.
Very few balls they can't get to.
No.
I mean, when it's and again, I'll keep saying this with Lawler. I know Fernandez had the big wow major league debut, and Jordan Lawler really hasn't had that wow moment yet offensively in his time that he spent here spread out over 3 years. But that's not to discredit anything Jordan Lawler has done this year. I think he's played very, very well.
Yeah.
He's looked very comfortable. He's looked very smooth, whether he's in left, he was in center yesterday. He can make all the plays. He's figuring it out there. I think he's off to a really good start. It's quiet.
People keep knocking him for the no home run.
Yeah, I know. And you know what? I'm glad you mentioned that.
He's got 113 at bats in the major leagues. He hasn't hit a home run.
When Fernandez hit the one yesterday, the first one, I got to admit it was the first thing I thought of. Like, wow, Jordan Lawler's had 100 and whatever at bats. He hasn't hit a home run yet. Here comes Fernandez, and in his second at bat, boom, it's gone to the left field. And I didn't mean that as a Fernandez is better than Lawler or Fernandez is going to have a better career than Lawler. It's just exactly what I said a second ago. It didn't take Jose Fernandez long to have that look at me moment in the bigs. It happened in his second at bat. Jordan Lawler's still kind of waiting for that. He's still kind of waiting for that look at me moment in the bigs. It just hasn't quite happened yet. Doesn't mean he's not going to be the better player, but he has yet to make that single game impact the way Jose Fernandez has.
He'll get that home run against the Braves.
Oh, Gamble's calling a shot.
He'll get that home run against the Braves.
Gamble's calling a shot.
This streak is going to end. How
Jordan
many?
Lawler will go deep.
Against the Braves.
I don't know how many career at-bats
he's got 113.
Is that what it is?
I think it's 113 at-bats.
Okay.
Without a home run.
Calling your shot.
I'm going to call my shot.
Okay.
This Brave series will end the drought for Jordan Lawler.
113 at-bats. You're correct.
It will end.
113 at-bats. 8 doubles, no triples, no home runs. You're saying it ends this weekend, huh? Over these 4 games. I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
It's going to end.
When we come back, another mock has the Cardinals taking yet another quarterback.
Who?
You'll find out next on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks baseball.
0-2. Swung on. That is hit well out to left center field. Meadows going back. He is looking up. That is out of here. An unexpected jolt from Corbin Carroll. It's his second home run of the season. And the D-backs strike first. It's 1-0.
D-backs host a 4-game series versus the Atlanta Braves at Chase Field. Game 1 tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shopping by online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. I was talking with Chris Scott today. He's the general manager out there at Liberty GMC, and he assures me this is the biggest, best deal they've ever had when it comes to tires. Now, I know, Liberty GMC, right? You're talking about Terrains, and you're talking about Yukons, and you're talking about Sierra 1500s. Yeah, trucks, SUVs, all that. They've also got a great service department. And if you need tires, this is the place to go, and this is the time to do it, because at the service department of Liberty GMC, buy 2 tires, get 2 free. Any make, any brand, buy 2 tires, get the other 2 free at Liberty GMC. You have to take advantage of this if it's time to get tires on your car. I hate getting tires on my car. It's like one of those, oh, God, do I really need to get tires? A deal like this almost makes me want to go check the tread on my tires to see if it's time for me to get new tires. Buy 2, get 2 free, any make, any brand at Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
If you don't care about saving 50% off your wireless bill for the same 5G coverage the big guys are charging a fortune for, maybe you care about keeping jobs in America. Pure Talk does. They've pledged to run their entire operation from this country, including all their customer service. Or maybe you care about our nation's veterans. Pure Talk does. They've donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to America's Warrior Partnership, a fantastic organization working hard to prevent veteran suicide. Or maybe you care about closing America's skills gap. Pure Talk does. They're a proud supporter of MicroWorks. They're helping my foundation train the next generation of skilled workers. Don't get me wrong. Saving money's great, and you'll save plenty with Pure Talk. But if you want to be in business with people who share your values, dial pound 250. Say micro, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
On Arizona Sports, we're proud to once again stand with a run that means so much to the Valley. Athletic Brewing Company is honored to sponsor Pat's Run, supporting the Pat Tillman Foundation and celebrating Pat Tillman's life, legacy, and unwavering commitment to service. From the starting line to the finish, it's about purpose, perseverance, and giving back. Brought to you by Athletic Brewing Company's non-alcoholic beer. Great taste, no hangover. Find it near you or at athleticbrewing.com. Near beer, fit for all times.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks completed the 3-game sweep of the Detroit Tigers yesterday. They begin a new series tonight at Chase Field against the Atlanta Braves. Ryan Nelson will be taking the mound for the D-backs against Reynaldo Lopez for the Braves. First pitch for that one will be at 6:40, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns are back in action today. They will be in Charlotte taking on the Hornets, and it has become official. Suns center Mark Williams will make his return from injury tonight. Tip-off for that one is at 4 o'clock, and you can listen to it over on ESPN 620. And it is April, which means the NFL Draft is this month. For all NFL Draft coverage and what the Arizona Cardinals could do on draft night, head over to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at K2VisionRLE.com.
Hey, it's
it's Luke. What's it going to take for Arizona to win the national championship? We're going to talk to ESPN college basketball analyst Sean Farnham tomorrow at 11 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Thursday afternoon edition of the Burns and Gambo Show. Suns basketball starting a half hour from right now. It's going to be over on ESPN 620, but I assure you we'll keep you completely updated on that game here. We've got Diamondbacks baseball on our station. Suns are over on 620. As you had reported earlier in the day, and really dating back to last week, Mark Williams is back tonight. He will play in game number 3 of the road trip.
Yes, we reported it earlier today that Mark Williams would play today. And, going back a week, 10 days, we said Dylan Brooks would be back in one of the first 2 days of the road trip, and then Mark Williams would be right after him in one of the last 2 days. So that reporting all proved accurate. So Mark Williams back in the lineup tonight. And let's see the Suns against Charlotte, and let's see them whole and full, and get Dylan and Mark acclimated to playing again.
Yeah,
you got enough time, and the goal right now is to just number one goal, hold off the Clippers, make sure you lock down that 7 seed. Goal number 2 is get everybody through the rest of this season healthy and figure out what rotations you like
As
the best.
one of our YouTube viewers said earlier when we talked about this, put Humpty Dumpty back together again, right? Like that's Jordan Ott's. You're right. Keeping the Clippers at bay is the most important thing. I think that job, it's not done, but it's getting closer by the day. But I think after that, you really just have to figure out combinations that work and lineups you like and things that you think you can win with. Because here in about 2 weeks, you're going to be in must-win territory just to make sure you get out of the play-in and into the playoffs and reward this great regular season with a first-round playoff series, because it would be really tough to watch them lose the 7-8 and then lose the follow-up after that and not even make the postseason. So that's the most important thing. In the meantime, we're 3 weeks from today, the NFL draft. 3 weeks from today, the NFL draft. So the mocks are coming hot and heavy now, and this one came on ESPN.com. Three-rounder with 3 different people. They're actually 4. I'm sorry. It was Kuiper, Miller, Reed, and Yates, all alternating, taking turns, making picks for all the teams and almost like competing against each other. Like in one pick, Mel takes Ty Simpson at number 33 right before the Cardinals pick at 34. And Miller's like, well, Kuiper took my guy, so I'm going to take somebody else here, right? So let's go through these, and I've got all the draft profiles. A couple of them we've played, a couple of them we haven't. Gambo is currently leading. Gambo is currently leading the draft profile Guess Who Voiced It competition 3-0.
Yeah. 4-0.
4-0. I almost shorted him a vote there. 4-0. I'm getting worked on this one, so I gotta make some ground up. Number 3 overall, the Arizona Cardinals select Francis Mauigoa, offensive tackle, Miami.
But that's one we've done.
It's Jamal. Let me play it again.
Yeah, we've
play
done
it again.
this one.
This is Jamal voicing the Francis Mauigoa draft profile.
Francis Mauigoa, offensive lineman, Miami.
So you've heard of Godzilla, right? Okay, cool. So when you think of Godzilla, but 10 times scarier, you get Francis Mauigoa. At 6'5", 329 pounds, Mauigoa has a dense build with a broad frame and outstanding lean muscle mass, hence the G-Zilla comparison. Mauigoa was a huge part of Miami's run to their national championship appearance in 2026, as he was a captain for Miami during their magical season. Mauigoa is very well balanced, delivering pop on contact into the opponent's frame. From time to time, Mauigoa tends to lean too much during his blocks, but when he has measured pass slides, his hands become very patient. NFL comp, New Orleans Saints offensive tackle, Talise Fuaga.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Okay. And for the record, Arvell Reese was the second pick in this mock draft. So David Bailey was on the board.
Okay.
And they went with Mauigoa instead.
Okay.
Or it was Jordan Reed went with Mauigoa instead.
So they go offensive line right there.
Okay. So let's go to the second round. And as I mentioned with the second round, Ty Simpson went number 33 with the first pick of the second round. So he's off the board. And Matt Miller saying, hey, Kuiper sniped my quarterback. So instead, I'm going with T.J. Parker, the edge rusher out of Clemson. We have not played this draft profile. You can either defer the first pick to me, or you can take the first pick because you're kicking my ass 4-0. It's Jarrett Carlin. Jesse, Mitch, or Tyler Drake.
One of the 4.
One of those 4 voiced this.
I'll defer to you.
Give me Jarrett Carlin.
I'll do Tyler Drake.
TJ Parker, Edge, Clemson.
Described as having a relentless motor, the Tiger racked up the stats across 39 games over 3 years, 21.5 sacks, 41.5 tackles for loss, 6 forced fumbles, and 4 pass deflections. He utilizes his 6'4", 263-pound frame to overwhelm opponents in his way. His greatest strength is his power, which can get him in trouble if he fails to overpower his opposite. Still, he has the abilities to be a starter at this level. NFL comp, Tennessee Titans linebacker Jermaine Johnson.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
So yesterday, it was the mock draft that had them going David Bailey and then trading back up into the first round to get Ahanachor. So it
The
was
ASU kid.
It was pass rusher, offensive lineman. That's what this is, just flipped.
Just flip.
Offensive lineman,
And then pass rusher.
But not trading up and not giving
Right.
up, inventory to do it. Just sitting back and letting an edge rusher come to you with the second pick.
Listen, I think, obviously it depends on who you get. But if I tell Cardinal fans, you're going to come away with offensive line help and defensive line help in your first 2 picks, you're like, okay, great, we need it.
I think you'd be right.
You'll be, okay, I'll take it. I'll take it.
I wonder with the second pick in the second round, if there are going to be temptations to move back, they're going to be real strong right there because you're going to get calls. You will get calls. There will be. That's a great spot to be sitting in for people to call up and say, "There's a guy sitting right there that we had a first round grade on. We want him. We want to come get him." I think the Cardinals will get a lot of calls at number 34.
It's also kind of where the Cardinals have had a lot of success in draft picks in the past with the second round.
100%. But they've moved down in the second round too with not the greatest of success either. Max Melton, that hasn't totally worked out yet. All right, so then in the third round.
Okay, here we go.
Here's your quarterback. Carson Beck, quarterback out of Miami. Okay. We have not played this profile. That was Mitch, by the way, so we're still 4-0 Gambo.
So nobody got one right there.
Sammy, Jamal, Lauren, or Tyler Drake? Me or you?
I'll go first this time.
Go for it.
Give me Sammy.
Sammy?
Why not? I haven't picked him yet.
I'm trying to look at Lauren, see if she gives anything away on the face. Tyler Drake. Oh, I'm going to play it.
Carson Beck, quarterback, Miami.
The 6'5", 233-pounder nearly tied the perfect bow on his college career with a national championship appearance as a Hurricane. Even with the loss in the champ game, Beck has plenty to write home about, including his ACC-leading 72.4% completion percentage and 157 passer rating. He has a quick release and works through his progressions, but struggles under pressure. He may not be a first-round talent, but plenty of quarterback-needy teams could take a chance on the signal caller in the later rounds. NFL comp, Carolina Panthers quarterback Kenny Pickett.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Sorry.
You're off the snide.
First of all, I'm off the
You're
snide.
off the snide.
I'm in there. It's 4-1. I'm making a rally.
Yeah.
Secondly, the Kenny Pickett comp just kind of made me laugh a little bit. Like, oh, okay. Carson Peck. That would be a fascinating pick if they took Carson Beck. It'd be a flyer. He is the exact opposite of Ty Simpson in that he's got so many college starts and so much college experience that if that is something you value, Carson Beck's got that in spades, man. He's got what, at least 30?
Why would you waste a third-round pick on a quarterback if your goal is to get a quarterback in next year's draft?
Lightning in a bottle, but you're turning your back on other positions in need. You're turning your back on other
with a good draft pick.
With a good draft pick. I mean, that's the first pick of the third round. Yeah, that's you're choosing not to take a corner if you wanted one, a defensive lineman. I mean, you have to look at the draft and see where the deepest positions are. A guard, if you wanted to take another offensive lineman,
for a quarterback
you could take
that
a guard.
2 rounds of the draft have gone by and even teams have passed on him, and you're going to get him now when everybody thinks that you want to get a top 5 quarterback next year. It just doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't. The math doesn't add up to me.
It doesn't. You'd have to look and see what players you're passing up on.
Stick to your convictions.
I have to presume that you're passing on some really, really good players who might be really good depth pieces for you or even starters in years to come.
If you
for a
take Carson
quarterback
back
who
in the
might not be
third
on your
round
roster 2
and he
years.
doesn't end up being anything, that's a wasted pick.
Just glad I'm on the board. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here in Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, Derek Hall says blame him because it's the thing that people are still talking about when it comes to Chase Field. That's
I love
next
Derek Hall, but
on
yes,
Burns and
I'll
Gambo
blame
show.
you.
Yeah.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
We wondered, all right, what's it going to look like with Dylan Brooks back? And I kind of made the statement that Dylan Brooks' effects on this team might be actually even amplified because of the importance of these games. It was amplified, but not in a good way.
It was like Dylan Brooks turned up to 100.
It was crazy, and just the vibe of him and that team when they took the floor. But I didn't know what to make of it. I didn't know whether to hate it or love it.
There was also NBA history. 3 technical fouls, all issued to players with the same initials.
That was fantastic.
Desmond Bane, Dylan Brooks, Devin Booker. I guarantee that's never happened before and will never happen
Thank
again.
goodness Dan Bickley wasn't in the building.
Bickley and Marotta mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dr. Jay Schwartz, the team eye doctor for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks, has a great offer for those of you that are interested in a vision correction procedure. If you're nearsighted, you're farsighted, you have an astigmatism, you just want to get your eyes fixed, you want to see normal again, tired of glasses and contact lenses, well, Dr. Jay Schwartz has locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. And again, Team Eye Doctor for your Suns and D-backs. And we've got a special offer for you when you text I to 620-620. That's right. All you have to do is text I to 620-620, and we could get you some money saved and get you a real good offer. I did LASIK surgery 15 years ago. I don't wear glasses or contacts. I see great daytime, nighttime, up close, far away. It's really worked for me. So when people ask me about it, I can be real honest and like, hey, it's one of the best things I've ever done. I'm so glad that I did it. And people are like, well, what's going to happen in 5, 10, 15 years? Nothing. Nothing's changed. I still see great. So call 480-483-EYES. Go online to teamidoc.com or text I to 620-620.
When you don't compromise on the court, you shouldn't compromise off of it either. Lose the calories, not the taste. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024.
Progressive knows you want to get away, but not like too away. You crave the unknown, but also charcuterie boards with 4 types of cheese. And that's exactly why you bought an RV and bundled it with Progressive, because 24/7 protection is one luxury you'll never have to give up. So go ahead, explore the wilderness, all from the comfort of your zero-gravity camp chair. Switch to Progressive and protect your RV, boat, or motorcycle by bundling with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley. I'm here with JT Lee, the COO and co-founder of Moving Team 6. How you doing, JT?
Doing fantastic.
Tell me a little bit about Moving Team 6 and their involvement in the Pat Tillman Foundation.
Well, first off, just want to say that we're just blessed to be a part of it. Pat Tillman Foundation is incredible, but just not just about him, it's about our veterans that gave their sacrifice for our country.
If you've got a move coming up, go to movingteam6.com for more information.
Your move is our mission.
Hey, it's Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, Roller.
Spring is here, and if your car could talk, would it be asking for a little TLC right now?
You bet. We've had a mild winter, and it got hot early. Spring is the perfect time for a fresh start, especially before the heat really kicks in.
Arizona heat, it's no joke. If your car's AC doesn't blow cold, driving sucks.
I'll say, now's the perfect time to get a free AC check. We'll inspect it, test the performance, and make sure it's blowing ice-cold air before the summer hits.
I like ice-cold air. What else?
Change your fluids. Engine oil, coolant, and transmission fluid. Keep everything running smoothly and prevent expensive repairs down the road.
And filters. I always forget about those.
Engine air filters and cabin air filters. They make better performance, fuel economy, and cleaner, stronger blowing air inside your car.
So basically, AC service, fluids, and filters are a fresh start for summer.
That's it. Stop by your local AMCO and we'll get your car ready for summer.
Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA. MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning. We'll explore whether or not the Suns got their late-game offense going in Charlotte and a lot more. Starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Back here on the Burns and Gambo Show, Diamondbacks baseball's coming up tonight. We'll have the D-backs game on 98.7 at 6:40 first pitch, first game against the Braves. Suns game's about to start. It's about 15, 20 minutes away. We'll keep you updated on that game and how things are going there in Charlotte. And as we mentioned in the last segment, Mark Williams, as Gambo had reported, is indeed back tonight for the Phoenix Suns and will play. In the meantime, this morning on the Bickley and Marotta Show, Derek Hall making his weekly visit with the guys, as he always does every Thursday. And as you would expect, one of the main, if not the main topics, was the ribbons, the LED video ribbons that now go foul pole to foul pole for Chase Field. They're bigger, they're brighter, they're better, and they've caused some people to be very upset.
It's terrible
because they've blocked the view of some people, long-time season ticket holders. I mean, in some ways, you said this on opening day, and you're not wrong in that. If you're gonna sit in the upper deck and you're gonna sit in the first row of the upper deck, I was lucky enough to watch the home run derby when we had the All-Star game from the first row of the upper deck.
It's a great
family.
seat.
It was a great.
It's a great seat.
It was a great vantage point.
The first row in the 300
Literally,
section,
the first row behind home plate, watching the home run derby,
is better than 30 rows in the lower level. It's better than being 30 rows back in the lower level. The first row in the 300 section is a great seat. It's a great seat. And now those people, if they're sitting like normal, they can't see the catcher, the pitcher, the catcher, the batter, the dugouts, depending on which side you're on. And I love the Diamondbacks organization, and it's a colossal mistake. It's a huge mistake.
Yeah, and we explained on opening day the reasons why they did it that way. You had to put kind of a catwalk in between the video ribbon and the wall so people could get back there and fix it when it needs to be repaired, things like that. So Derek, when he was on with the morning show, of course, he was asked about it, and he gave this lengthy response about what happens next.
a bit of a myth, obviously. Some people have, obstructed views, partially obstructed views now, and they didn't have them before. I mean, they could see in between the railings, and they could see every part of the field, including foul ground. And some people now can't see. They've told us they can't see the bullpen, or they can't see the dugout, or the coaching boxes, and that's a problem. And it's a problem for me too. But it's one of those where what can we do now, right? I mean, I've had fans say, "Hey, just remove it or lower it." Well, that's probably not possible, but we talk about it internally every day feverishly. But, we've had, I heard yesterday, because I'm keeping track, and I hear from fans too, and I respond to them, but we've heard from 28 fans who, and it doesn't sound like a big number, but Vic, it could be one, and I'm not happy, right? And I'm not happy. And of course we tested, and we had cardboard structures out there where it would be, and then it ended up being a little further away from the facade because we have a catwalk for, future repairs. And anytime you change a fan's point of view, especially those that have been there since day one, it's an issue. It's a problem. So we've talked to each and every one that have brought a complaint to us, and we've talked about relocation or refund, and we're always gonna do that because we care most about the fans. And it bothers me. It hurts me, and it really comes to me, Beck. It's on me, not no one else.
Tear it down.
They're not going to do that.
Take it down.
They're not going to do that.
It's a great seat. I went up there and I took pictures because I almost couldn't believe what people were saying about it. So I was like, is this real? I went up there. You can't see. You can't see. What they've done to the press box, too, and I know people don't care about the press box. I get it. But in the first row of the press box, where a lot of good people sit, they can't see. They had to take the operations. The people that handle all the, the pitch count and the ball count and the clock. They had to put them in the middle section.
Just so they could see the field.
Just so they could see the field because they couldn't see the field.
Yeah.
So the whole first row of the press box, they can't see the field. If you're sitting normal, you can't see the catcher, the hitter, maybe just a little bit of the. It's so bad. It's so bad. I've called it one of the biggest colossal mistakes that I've seen any organization ever make here. And it's very unlike the Diamondbacks because they just don't make mistakes like that. You know, they are a great organization, and they do right by the fans, and they care by the fans. This one, and I know Derek Hall is wearing it. I know it bothers him. I know it does because he really does care. He really does care about the fans. You got to take it down. You got to take him down.
Yeah, I
know they say no, but you got to take him down.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen.
Why?
I think because it's cost a lot of money to put up and
do the right thing.
As long as they do the right thing with the 28 people who are affected by this, if that's truly all that it is, can you make them happy enough so that you can leave them up? Because the renovations,
28 people he's heard from. It
28 people
affects a lot more than that.
Of course it does, but 28 people he's heard from. I'm assuming that there are more. Of course, but I unless they pivot and reverse course and take it down, but boy, what a colossal waste of money that's going to be if they have to do that too. And I know some things are more important than money, but it's just that when you're renovating a stadium like this, like I've wondered with renovating a stadium and what they're doing, does this now make them do something else that they weren't planning on doing to accommodate for the fact they put these video boards? Like, do they now need to redo the press box so that everybody in the press box?
Well, eventually they're going to redo a lot of the stadium with this money they're getting in.
And that's what I mean.
So
Is
probably not.
So if this is phase one of a renovation, you can address ways to fix it with phase 2 or phase 3 by redoing some of the seating in the upper deck, redoing some of the seating in the press box so that they can see. You know what I mean? Like you can go, okay, well, we accidentally made the kitchen a little too big, so now we're going to make up for it by making the dining room a little bit smaller, you know, like in a renovation. So I don't know. I'm certainly not trying to defend the organization because they should have thought this out through more than they did. I think they can make up for it if they want, when it comes to their renovations, moving some seats around so that there are no longer seats that are affected by this video board, by redoing some of the seats in the upper deck. I don't know.
So we got to, on opening day, I got to the stadium, and I walked that whole upper deck, and I sat in a whole bunch of seats. It's terrible. I mean, it's bad. It's bad. Now, if you're 6'7", maybe you could see over everything.
Yeah.
If you're 5'10", or 5'11", or 6 feet, or 6 feet, you can't see. You lost your view.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, the Resets is next. We'll get you caught up on what's going on in sports with Lauren here on Burns and Gambo.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Here's something to know about Christian Brothers. They're techs, certified, background checked, trained to the highest standards in the state. If you want your AC unit to survive July and August and September, getting a tune-up and inspection right now really matters. This is not a 5-minute spray and go. We're talking about $50 where they go through every major electrical component, the capacitor, the motor, the start gear, to make sure your system is performing well, to make sure everything is inside of factory specifications. And if not, they're going to let you know you're going to get a detailed report. They are looking for issues. If you have none, that's great, but some people do. They're going to check the refrigerant levels, the airflow, the coils, the temperature splits, all the stuff that keeps your home cool in the Phoenix summer. And all you have to do is call them at 602-222-3535 to get that tune-up. That's 602-222-3535.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
You bought an RV, and you got an automatic discount from Progressive by bundling it with your home or auto insurance. That's great, but a serious word of warning every RVer should heed. You don't need to talk about things like dry weight or dump stations. And you don't need one of those expensive water filter straws either. Because the most extreme thing most RVers encounter is a campsite without hookups. So just enjoy yourself and Progressive's automatic discount when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Maybe you've had your eye on a Fulton home. The premium craftsmanship, thoughtfully designed floor plans, resort-style amenities, and award-winning communities across the valley. A place where every detail feels intentional. For many buyers, homeownership can feel out of reach. But now, owning a Fulton home is more attainable than ever. With special pricing, limited time incentives, and interest rate buydowns on select homes, now is the right moment to make your move. From beautifully designed interiors to the legendary quality Fulton Homes is known for, every detail is built to stand the test of time. Visit any Fulton Homes community today or go to fultonhomes.com. Fulton Homes. You're proud to own. We're proud to build.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Lauren Colville with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks completed the 3-game sweep of the Detroit Tigers yesterday. They begin a new series tonight at Chase Field against the Atlanta Braves. It will be Nelson versus Lopez on the mound for that one tonight. First pitch will start at 6:40, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns are back in action. That game starting in just a few minutes from now against the Hornets. You can listen to that game over on ESPN 620, or you can stay here and listen to us because we'll provide you updates throughout the show as well. And it is April, which means the NFL draft is this month. So for all the NFL draft coverage, what the Arizona Cardinals could do on draft night, and our Arizona Sports Draft Tracker, head on over to arizonasports.com. And that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Reset time. Let's find out what's going on in sports, and let's find it out from our own Lauren Colville on the other side of the glass. She's got our 4 o'clock reset and the update at the halfway point of the show. Lauren, take it away. What's up?
Hi, guys.
Hi.
Hi, YouTube.
Hello.
All right, well, we'll jump into the Phoenix Suns game because they are back in action. Game starts in just a few minutes from now. Mark Williams is back tonight for the Phoenix Suns. You can listen to that game over on ESPN 620 AM, or as I said in the update, you can stay tuned right here because we'll provide you score updates.
We got the game on right here. I promise we will let you know what's going on with the Suns. Mark Williams is not starting. Oso is starting tonight. They just released the starting lineup a moment ago, so Oso is still in the starting lineup. I guess I probably should have looked at the rest of it to tell you what else is going on.
Bring Mark along slowly. Get him 15 minutes, 18 minutes in a game today.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. They are starting Colin Gillespie again tonight with Royce O'Neal still coming off the bench like they did the other night. So it's Colin, Devin, Jalen, Dylan and Oso. We'll see how many minutes Jalen Green gets tonight.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah, and when he plays, too. Does he play in the fourth quarter?
And let's see if Dylan channels his enthusiasm a little bit better than he channeled his enthusiasm the other night, and hopefully he doesn't pick up 2 personal fouls and a tech within the first 3 minutes. He's one more technical away. That didn't get rescinded. He's one more tech away from another suspension.
Right.
Which, I get it. They don't really need to win these games. I mean, they do, but they don't. They're almost locked in.
He needs to play.
He needs to play.
He needs to play.
They need to play with him.
He needs to stop taking Harlem Globetrotter-like shots, please.
Yes.
Please, no more Harlem Globetrotter-like shots.
Don't bring a trampoline out onto the court.
I don't need you to be Meadowlark Lemon.
The hero
Curly Neal.
Ball BS shot that he took with 30 seconds to go the other day against Orlando was just dreadful. So, yeah, none of that.
No, so that game will start in just a few minutes from now. And then some NBA injury updates.
Okay.
The Detroit Pistons' Cade Cunningham with his collapsed lung will be out at least another week.
Okay.
And for the Timberwolves, Anthony Edwards is out for today's game against the Pistons. He has right knee pain and an illness he's dealing with. This now makes him ineligible for end-of-season NBA awards.
Yeah, they'll change that after this year.
100%. They're going to lower that number.
They have to.
They're going to lower that number. They're going to have to. Boy, he's had a hard time staying on the floor as of late. And they're the 6th seed right now? Is that where Minnesota's at? I think they're the 6th seed right now. And then the Wemby news. He's not going to play tonight.
Yes.
For San Antonio. So, and against the Clippers, and that's a big moment for the Suns, too.
Yeah.
If the Clippers win, they keep applying a little bit of pressure. If the Clippers win and the Suns lose, now we're back to having that conversation again about whether they can catch you or not based off the schedule. So that's one to watch, and certainly Wemby not playing doesn't help the Suns' cause tonight.
Another reason you need Dylan Brooks to not get another technical.
That, too.
Yeah, add that to the list. All right, in NFL news, Kirk Cousins has a new home. And these contract details are a little all over the place. So he gets $20 million in guaranteed money in 2026. This will also mark the 11th consecutive season that Kirk Cousins' contract has been fully guaranteed.
That's crazy.
Which is nuts to think about.
Let's just pause that for a second.
For a guy with one playoff win.
11 straight years with a fully guaranteed contract.
For a guy who's got one playoff win.
He's basically robbing these teams.
A guy who will not even be considered for the Hall of Fame.
No.
Not even considered for the Hall of Fame.
No, he's not a Hall of Fame quarterback.
No, not at all. The rest of the deal, too, includes a club option for 2 years at $80 million that could be worth up to $172 million over 5 years, although only the $20 million this year is fully guaranteed.
Yeah, of course.
It's just a one-year deal.
Right.
I think the question
with the Falcons paying most of it.
How many games does he play this year? You know, I don't think he plays the whole season. I think at some point Fernando Mendoza plays, but
unless they're in the contention, then you keep playing them. But if you're out of contention. I mean, I always liked what the Giants did with Eli Manning. They had Kurt Warner start like 6 or 7 games, and then they went to Eli. They want a mentor for him, and they want to bring him along slowly and not rush him out there. I'd say half the season he plays.
I
I'll
always
say half.
liked what Kansas City did with Alex Smith and Patrick Mahomes.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that was great.
Alex Smith was so good that they won enough games, took him to the playoffs, and it's like, okay, sorry, it sucks for you. We're taking your job away from you, but that was the plan all along.
Right.
That's almost like the perfect execution of that plan, right?
Yeah,
in a way.
Then you got the odd ones where Aaron Rodgers sat behind Brett Favre for what, 2 or 3 years?
Yeah.
Jordan Love sat behind for 2 years, right?
Yeah, Jamal, by the way, set the over-under at until Fernando Mendoza starts at 5.5 games.
I would take the over.
I'd take the over for sure.
That's what I said.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, and also some news coming out of the Rams. Wide receiver Puka Nacua is in rehab. Last month, a woman in LA filed a lawsuit against him, alleging that he made unprovoked anti-Semitic statement on New Year's Eve and later bit her shoulder. There's photographic evidence of that. He was in rehab for a substantial period of time before any of these allegations broke. He will now be staying in rehab longer.
Okay.
Wow.
He's going to go into rehab to improve his overall behavior in every aspect of his life, Gambo.
Yeah, well, I think he should. He's in line for a huge contract extension, but now you've got these off-season issues, and I think you've got to consider, if you're the Rams, I was even reading a story in the LA Times, and it said his off-field issues raise questions about whether the Rams would be better off trading him.
Oh.
This was in the LA Times. Should they trade him? Because of these, could these issues come back to really haunt them?
That was his attorney who made that statement that he's going into rehab in an attempt to improve his overall behavior in every aspect of his life. His attorney also said that Nacua will complete the program in plenty of time to be involved in all of the Rams OTA. Close quote. We'll see. We'll see. That's not a...
No, good for him getting help.
No, 100%. 100%. At the end of the day, that's the big takeaway here.
Get your help and get your life back on track.
Complicated story.
It's been a busy offseason for him and not in a good way.
No.
All right, we'll move on over to baseball because after sweeping the Tigers, the D-backs are back in action tonight against the Braves. Ryan Nelson will be on the mound for the D-backs. Pregame starts at 6 right here on 98.7.
Braves off to a 4-2 start. I believe they've played the Royals and the A's so far this season.
A team that you expect to be dealing with for a potential playoff spot.
There's no question. I think these 4 games, and this kicks off a stretch of, I believe, 10 straight games where you're playing nothing but National League wildcard contending teams if you're the D-backs. After this 4 against the Braves, then it's 3 against New York on the road, 3 against Philly on the road. So this is a very important early part of the season for the Diamondbacks right now to kind of contend with teams that the tiebreakers might very well come into play when this is all said and done, and that makes this important.
When you guys had your list of games last year, when you kept track of those, what they should have won, what they didn't, those kind of games, this whole month stretch for them feels like
a whole bunch.
We'll look back at those
that Tiger comeback from down 5-0 to win that game would be, if we did a list, that would be on my list right now, is the one game.
Yeah,
one game.
As a game that you won but probably should have lost.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Trevor Bauer has signed with the Long Island Ducks of the Atlantic League. He is scheduled to pitch their opening night on April 21st for the minor league team. He will also be mic'd up for that.
God.
He's such a good pitcher, but he was such a headache. Nobody wanted him. I had so many people ask me, like, nobody wants him. Nobody in baseball wants him. But his stuff's good. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, the list, the stuff is good. All of the other stuff, and there's so much other
Everything
stuff.
that comes with it.
Just nope.
Not worth it.
Nope. It's never getting back in.
And I do need to update you guys on one new food item in baseball. I know we've done a lot of food reviews, but the Rangers have revealed a wearable nacho hat they're calling the Rowley Sombrero. It contains chips, cheese, lettuce, jalapenos, pico de gallo, and more. And yes, you can wear it and eat out of it.
You wear it, and like the chips are here,
and then there's
and the
a
dip's
dip
on top.
Yeah.
How pissed off would I be if I'm sitting behind that person?
Behind the Rowley Sombrero?
I'd be so mad.
I'd be really happy because I would just be like, all right, thank you. I'll have a chip. Yeah, thank you. I'll have a chip. They'd never even...
It can sit in your lap, but the purpose is it goes on your head.
People thought it was like a late April Fool's Day joke, right? Like some people were like, come on, this isn't serious, right?
There was a crazy April Fool's joke in sports yesterday.
There was. Was that going to be in the reset today?
No.
Oh, okay. It was one of the ones that could have been on the list.
Here's the Washington Wizards statement today. We apologize for last night's April Fool's joke that left many wondering if we had misled a fan. The skit involving our mascot and other members of our performance team was scripted and intended to celebrate the day. All participants were in on the joke, but we missed the mark. Our fans are our priority, and we continue to be committed to providing a positive experience to all who attend our games. I'm going to explain what happened. They blindfolded a guy, and they said, you're going to take a half-court shot, and if you win, you get $10,000. He missed by a mile. They jumped up and down and celebrated like he made the shot. They presented a check.
I'm sorry, they even presented him a check for
They presented him a check for $10,000. And then they were like, oh my God, you made the shot, Do you want to see the shot? And he was like, yeah, oh my God, I want to see the shot. I just won 10 grand. They show him the shot and he missed it. And like April Fools.
That's
How pissed would you be if that was you, that guy?
It is so done. Like enough.
Yeah. I'd be like, hey, you know what? I've been a fan of this organization for a long time. Every day's April Fool's with you jokes. Every day's April Fool's being a fan of this organization. When was the last time you were good?
April Fool's Day jokes are just, they have become the lamest.
lamest
in the world.
I had a friend call me last night and thought he was going to pull one over on me. hey, me and this girl, we got back together and we're in Vegas and we're gonna elope. I'm like, yeah, come on, I know.
Lame.
I know you're not eloping right now in Las Vegas.
Lame.
I know you didn't get back together.
Lame.
And you're eloping.
All right, and quickly we'll wrap up this reset with a little bit of NCAA news because Michigan point guard Elliot Cadeau rejoined the Michigan Wolverines today after he suffered an allergic reaction during practice before they headed off to Indianapolis. He was stretchered out of the practice facility and into an ambulance. It was later revealed he has a severe peanut allergy.
Oh.
He ate something, realized immediately, and was completely calm through the whole process. They said he knew what had happened. He just has a severe peanut allergy.
Okay,
that's scary, right? You got to get like, was it the EpiPen or something when you get an allergic reaction? You got to.
Yeah.
Wow.
I carried one of those around for a couple of years. I thought I was going to have like a seafood reaction. For a while there, people thought I was allergic to seafood. Like so bad, the allergist said you need to carry an EpiPen with you just in case you accidentally have some. And then, after 2 years of testing really badly for allergies to seafood, it just went away. It's the weirdest thing.
Your cells turn over every 7 years.
It was the weirdest thing. Like they did the scratch test on my back, and they kept saying, "No, you're really allergic to seafood. You can't eat it at all." And then I had some, and I was fine, and I went back and got tested, and it was okay. But I was carrying an EpiPen for years.
That happens to people with severe migraines. So
Really?
every 7 years, your cells completely flip over. So if you have severe migraines, they go check in 7 years.
But I think also if you do some of those long fasts, it resets your system too.
I didn't do a long fast. I know that.
And with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
I'll take things I've never done for 400, Alex. A long fast is one of them. I can barely not eat breakfast before I have blood taken in the morning. It's like, God, I've got to fast, but I want to eat. I want to have some eggs. I want to have a piece of toast. What the hell? When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show. Yesterday is an example of exactly why the Diamondbacks brought Zach Gallen back. We'll talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks baseball.
2-1. Swing and a comebacker to Loaisiga. He's got it. Flip to first, and the Diamondbacks sweep the Tigers to open up the home portion of 2026. Today it was all about pitching and defense, and one swing of the bat by Corbin Carroll the difference, as the D-backs are now 3-3 on the young season.
D-backs host a 4-game series versus the Atlanta Braves at Chase Field. Game 1 tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Have you heard about refractive lens exchange? K2 Vision RLE means no glasses, no contacts, and no readers permanently. And you'll never develop a cataract. After 150,000 procedures, our team has the experience to tell you if it's your right time for K2 Vision RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult now at k2visionrle.com.
and enjoy life with no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
QC Kinetics provided amazing pain relief for a former professional baseball player, and you have access to the same life-changing treatments as retired pitcher Jose Alvarez.
I put a lot of stress and strain and work on my right arm, but my right elbow took most of the damage with 3 surgeries.
Arthritis developed, and the pain was unbearable.
It wasn't just pain when I was trying to play sports. It was anytime I was moving the right elbow. It was pretty excruciating at times.
That's when Jose discovered QC Kinetics and the regenerative treatments that help the body heal itself, restoring damaged tissue and providing relief with no surgery or downtime. Jose's message to the medical professionals at QC Kinetics?
My elbow is feeling outstanding. Where were you 10 years ago, for crying out loud?
QC Kinetics is right here. Call for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Mark Williams is available for the Suns game against the Hornets. Tommy Lloyd says he must have a blind spot when it comes to fashion after wearing UNC colors. And Diamondbacks Derek Hall called the ribbon boards at Chase Field a bit of a miss. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
6 minutes to go in the first quarter. The Suns are beating the Hornets 21-18.
Yeah, you're damn right they are.
And Devin Booker, perfect so far from the floor. 4 of 4 shooting, 9 points. That includes his one and only three-pointer that he's taken. Jalen Green has 7 on 3 of 5 shooting. Colin Gillespie has hit a 3 as well. Dylan Brooks has a basket, and the Suns are up.
And Mark Williams has not checked in yet.
And Mark Williams has not checked. They're only
in.
6 minutes into the game.
Right.
Oso Iguodaro got the start, but yeah, Mark Williams has not checked in yet. So we promised everybody we would keep you updated, and that's exactly what we're doing as the Suns right now.
We keep our promises here.
We do.
We don't have promises in the dark.
We don't. We keep the lights on very bright here during the Burns and Gambo show. The cameras kind of make us do that. Zach Gallen, after his 6 shutout innings yesterday, was asked if anything in particular was working for
I feel
him.
like just as the game went on, Gabby and I got into a really good rhythm of just mixing, and just felt like I had pretty good command of everything for the most part. So I think that just made his job a lot easier, calm pitches. But yeah, I mean, I think we just tried to be in the strike zone with everything, and make them have to make a decision on whether to swing or not.
Lavello asked if Gallen going mano-a-mano with Tarek Skubal had anything to do with it.
It's hard to say. I think if you talk to Zach, he's going to focus on himself. For us, he outdueled them, right? Who's to say one was better than the other? It was a great baseball game. It was fun to watch. I think you're 4 inches away from tying a game with that solo home run on their side, right? So, in my opinion, when you are that elite and you get to that level, I think they think differently than you and I. They're just like, let me go out there and dominate the way I can and the way I should, and that's where Zach's probably going to be sitting right now.
I remembered this, so I'm going to bring it up.
Okay.
His first start last year against the Cubs, he got knocked out in the 4th inning, gave up 4 runs on 4 hits. His next start was the game at Yankee Stadium.
He was brilliant that day.
6 2/3 innings, no runs, 3 hits, 13 strikeouts.
He was brilliant that day.
Brilliant. Yeah. That, I'm just bringing it up.
Yeah.
First start, second start. I think with Gallen, I think we're probably going to need about 7 or 8 starts to really know if he is back to the Zach Gallen that we expect him to be.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we could judge it after 2 or 3 or 4 or even 5. Because even last year, it was like, okay, then he had that start against the Yankees, no runs. Next outing, gave up 5 runs in 4 2/3 against Baltimore. Then he had a good outing against Milwaukee, 2 runs on 5 hits over 6 innings. Then he got shelled by the Cubs, 6 runs on 7 hits over 6. So there was a lot of good outing, bad outing, good outing, bad outing, good outing, bad outing last year. I think we need to see 7 or 8 Zach Gallen starts and see him be a little bit more consistent to be like, okay, he's back to what we remember.
That is reasonable and rational, and I think it. I mean, really broadly, it applies to a lot of baseball players, just in kind of general.
I think him especially, though.
But it's there. There is the one small difference for me, and it's just a small one, is that I really actually liked how he pitched against the Dodgers on opening day, except for that
one
inning.
inning.
I mean,
right.
I really my major takeaway is Mark Williams is back in the game right now. I think he just scored a basket. It's 23-21
There you go.
Suns.
Take that.
My major takeaway from opening day and how he pitched, it was largely positive. I was largely encouraged by what I saw with him against the Dodgers. And so that's the one thing that makes it a little bit different. But you're right. We all want to look for those signs that Zach Gallen is indeed back to being Zach Gallen. I even cited some number yesterday how if you go back to the end of last season, 5 of his last 9 outings, he's gone at least 6 and he's given up 1 earned run or fewer. Okay, and that's but again, that's me reaching. That's me stretching to find evidence that Zach's back and Zach's different and Zach's okay and everything's all right. And we're not really going to know until we get to, early May, right? Probably like the second week of May after he's made the number of starts that you're talking about. Then we can all feel better about it. But I will say this, so far, given that it's early, I'm encouraged by what I've seen from Zach Gallen. I'm comfortable saying that. I'm encouraged so far by what I've seen with Zach Gallen.
I could say that too. I just to declare anything is going to take a lot more starts, with him to kind of see it. Like I really like what Soroka did. Can you do it again?
Yeah.
I mean, Fod had the one bad inning, and I thought, outside of that, he was all right. So I do think we've just got things got to. But to your point, yes, it's very encouraging. Zach Gallen needs to pitch well. You need to win the games he pitches in. He outdueled Schoolbull. I think that game helped you when you've got to be so dialed in to not make a mistake when you're pitching in a 1-0 game.
Big time.
Schelling always used to tell me sometimes you have to win games 1-0. You have to, because that's the way the game goes. Sometimes you have to win a game 1-0. Yesterday, Zach Gallen won a game 1-0.
He was asked about going head-to-head with Tarek Skubal. This is what Gallen said.
Tarek's a good pitcher. Known him for a couple of years now. He's a ultra competitor. But for me, it's not necessarily about the guy that's on the other side. It's about the guys in the clubhouse here and the guys in the dugout. They we're grinding on the bats. Corbin put a good swing on the ball to give it 1-0. So for me, it was more about just trying to give us a chance to potentially sweep. A really good team. So that was kind of where my focus was at.
One more from Torrey.
He just was on the attack. He just was doing a really nice job with the curveball slider combination off of the fastball. He fatigued. He was looking a little bit tired towards the back half of that 6th inning. It was his last hitter. I told him when he came back in, you were showing signs of fatigue, the things that I know of Zach and the stuff that I'm watching. And he said, yeah, you're right. And luckily we got that double play and he was able to walk off the mound with 6 complete. So I'm not surprised. I've been seeing a different version of Zach with his preparation, with his attitude, and his focus. So I'm really, really happy for him.
But I think he's seeing it. I like that part. I'm seeing a different Zach with his focus and whatever the word he said I can remember. But that's important too, because what we all want more than anything is for Zach Gallen to not think about a contract and all. And last year that was the topic of conversation all the time. To think that he's okay. I'm dialed in now. I'm not worrying about anything like that. It didn't happen for me. Now I just got to go out there and pitch.
36-27, about 2.5 minutes to go. Suns are taking the lead. It would appear to be a defense optional game in Charlotte right now, with the 36-27 lead, and there's still being nearly 3 minutes left in the first quarter of the game. Doesn't look like there's a lot of defense being played, but that's just a general observation, not watching every single minute of this thing. When we come back on Burns and Gambo, how highly is the new Cardinals head coach thought of around the NFL? We'll talk about it next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I'm not going to say maybe it doesn't make sense for the Cardinals. It'd be great. You bring in Jeremiah Love, you draft Pregnon in the second round, you have this team, this offense built up, and you get your quarterback in 2027. Yeah. Let's go.
If they draft Jeremiah Love, I'm going to get over it quickly. I'm going to be okay. I mean, honestly, and what I love about it is I think Jeremiah Love and Tyler Algier, it's a real possibility that maybe, just maybe, the start of the season in September, it's going to be more about Tyler Algier.
Yeah.
And if you were to draft Jeremiah Love, now you have that combination, which I love.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Back here to say about Global Credit Union and all the reasons why I am a member of Global Credit Union, a very happy member of Global Credit Union. So happy, in fact, starting to move some of my other accounts over to Global Credit Union because I'm finding that they're more than just the place to have your car loan through, which is how a lot of people might know them. They're the place to have a lot of what you do financially through for all of your banking, checking accounts, savings accounts, loans. As a member, I can tell you their commitment to you keeping your money in your pocket is real. They do it through better rates. They do it through fewer fees. They want to see you be able to save your money, and they don't want to ding you for this and ding you for that. That's part of what makes Global Credit Union great. 24/7, 365 customer service with a live U.S.-based representative. Not a whole lot of banks do that. That's what makes Global Credit Union great. There's so much more. I want you to explore all the benefits. Joining is really simple. You can sign up online at globalcu.org or stop by any of their 9 Phoenix area branches to find out for yourself. Global Credit Union, better rates, fewer fees, real savings, and the kind of service that makes your money work smarter for you.
Giving hope to children in foster care doesn't cost you a dime when you redirect your 2025 Arizona tax liability to Child Crisis Arizona. The qualifying foster care tax credit allows you to contribute up to $618 individually or $1,234 jointly to Child Crisis Arizona and receive a dollar-for-dollar tax credit. Give now and change lives forever. Together, we can ensure all children are safe. Visit childcrisisaz.org.
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and their thousands of great reviews prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text SECURE to the number 989898 for your free gold IRA info kit. Again, SECURE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
The NCAA Women's Final Four is coming to Phoenix, and the fun starts at Women's Final Four Tourneytown, presented by Capital One. A 4-day celebration, games, contests, giveaways, and special appearances. There's something for every fan, and it's all free inside the Phoenix Convention Center. Join the excitement of the Women's Final Four in downtown Phoenix, April 2nd through 5th. Free events, all ages, all weekend. NCAA.com/Women's Final Four.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
I'm Lauren Colville with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns are back in action right now against the Charlotte Hornets. You can listen to that game over on ESPN 620 AM, or you can stay tuned right here because we'll be providing you updates throughout the show, including the fact that it is currently 39-31, Suns leading the way with just about a minute left in the first. And the Arizona Diamondbacks, they completed the 3-game sweep of the Detroit Tigers yesterday. They begin a new series tonight at Chase Field against the Atlanta Braves. It will be Nelson versus Lopez on the mound tonight. First pitch for that one will be at 6:40, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And it's April, which means it's NFL Draft Month. For all NFL Draft coverage, our Arizona Sports Draft Tracker, and what the Arizona Cardinals could do on draft night, head on over to arizonasports.com. And that's what's trending now.
Hey, it's Luke. What's it going to take for Arizona to win the national championship? We're going to talk to ESPN college basketball analyst Sean Farnham tomorrow at 11 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, definitely defense optional in this one. 41-33, and we're still in the first quarter as the Suns are beating.
Oh my goodness!
The Suns are beating the Hornets right now. I believe it is a shooting gallery right now when it comes to the three-point shots.
So that would be 100. If the game ended, if the game stayed like this, it would be 164 to 132.
The two teams combined are 12 for 23 from three so far in this game. The Hornets have 5 of them. The Suns have 7. One of the Suns' 7 3-pointers is Colin Gillespie, which means he is now 1 away from beating Quentin Richardson, passing Quentin Richardson for the all-time most 3-pointers made in Phoenix Suns history.
Right.
He just needs 1 more, and he's there. So
how about that? Quentin Richardson.
I just saw a picture of him on social
with the headbands,
with the headband and doing the this thing after he hits a 3. 1 more 3.
Good Suns player.
Yeah, he was a very good Suns player. But it would appear to be defense optional in this one. As we promised, we'll keep you updated on this one over the course of the day. But Devin Booker's having a big game. Jalen Green's already having a big game. A lot of offense so far. The coaches, or not the coaches, the owners' meetings for the NFL, they were here in the Valley. In addition to, it feels like just about everything else from this past week, whether it was the home opener for the Diamondbacks, the Women's Final Four, which, of course, is tomorrow and Sunday at Mortgage Matchup Center. Phoenix has been kind of the epicenter for a lot of this stuff. And with all the coaches here and with so many of them having ties to Mike LaFleur, Teo Mackey over at AZ Central kind of did a roll call of a lot of the guys who used to work with Mike LaFleur. And as you would expect, the praise for the new Cardinals head coach was pretty loud and pretty consistent. Sean McVay was asked a question about what Mike LaFleur's role in the Rams' offensive evolution was. And McVay was like, huge. Then there was a quote here's another McVay. He's going to bring offensive acumen. He's a great leader, too. It's not exclusive to just offense. He understands the game from an all-22 lens. He's a great coach. I'm going to miss him a lot. Kyle Shanahan, quote, Mike's a good dude who really knows football. I've had a couple of them, and he's right there as good as any of those guys. I really wish that these good coaches would get the hell out of our division, but they don't. They keep staying in our division. Those guys got a good one, close quote. Robert Saleh said the same thing. He's the new coach of the Titans. I mean, look, we haven't seen him coach a lick yet in terms of the Cardinals, but he's certainly earning the praise from those who have worked with him over time.
Yeah, I think that there's a respect factor there. I think when they hired LaFleur as the head coach here, it wasn't like people didn't want it to be Vance Joseph. You know, they didn't want to go back to Vance. And there was, you know, my initial thought was Michael's probably just going to hire Vance. I had no idea at that time what he was going to do. But you wanted an offensive mind because you wanted to get the most out of Marvin Harrison Jr. You knew you were going to have a new quarterback coming in. So you wanted to have a guy that could really work with a quarterback and get the most out of that guy. Obviously, Kyler's better years were with Cliff, not Gannon. They were better with Cliff than they were with Gannon. So you were looking at the future and saying they're going to get a different quarterback. It's not going to be Kyler. They're probably going to draft somebody at some point. Bring in an offensive guy. You've got McBride, and let's try to have a good offense. And we've seen some good defenses in this division, too, with Seattle and obviously the Rams defense is phenomenal, the 49ers defense. So can somebody that can match up against them? So I think that's why when LaFleur got hired, like, okay, that's a good hire. May not have been the top guy you wanted, but that's a good hire. You can work with that. He's young. We talked a lot about the staff. What kind of staff is he going to build around him? That was going to be important. But I think nobody ever questioned, his offensive mind, even though he didn't call the plays, and McVay did, because he left to the Jets and he called the plays for the Jets.
Yeah, he's obviously got a lot of pedigree of the known candidates that the Cardinals could have actually gotten. He's the one I wanted. Now I know that's a lot of qualifiers in there. Do I think they could have gotten Robert Saleh? I really don't think they were going to get Robert Saleh in retrospect. I wanted them to. I wanted them to get Clint Kubiak. I mean, of course, they were the ones that were really unattainable.
Yeah.
The Kevin Stefanskis and the Harbaughs. You were never, ever going to get those guys.
Kubiak was the one I think everybody was like, oh, I'd love to get him.
He was high on my list.
He was like the last guy they interviewed.
Yeah, but he was also the one that was going to the Raiders the whole time, and it was just kind of like you really didn't think he was
But they wouldn't hire LaFleur until they had spoken with Kubiak.
I just didn't think he was really truly attainable. I thought it was more of a dream to think that you could get Clint Kubiak, and after a while, I kind of they had the second interview set up with Saleh, but they never made it out of Tennessee, and it's just like I don't know if they ever really had a shot at him, like a true, legit shot at getting him. LaFleur, they did. LaFleur waited through the Kubiak interview and through that whole weekend, and he still ended up being their head coach. Look, we talk all the time. We've had a lot of conversations, you and I, about what next season is going to look like. We're not expecting a lot of wins. You're kind of actively wanting not a lot of wins so you can get that high draft pick that you possibly can. I still do believe, not that I think they're going to have a great year, because I don't, but I think the one X factor in next year that we just can't reasonably predict is Mike LaFleur and just how much better his coaching is going to make them. And we don't know that. It's going to be hard.
Impossible to tell.
It's going to be hard when Jacoby Brissett is the quarterback and Gardner Minshew is the backup. It's impossible to know, but I guess the counter argument is if there's a coach out there who can look at Jacoby Brissett and try to win more games with him as the quarterback by figuring out different things to do offensively, Mike LaFleur would seem to be very qualified to do that.
He spoke highly of Jacoby.
Very highly. He can do a lot in my system. He can do a lot with what we like to do. So I think there really is a true X factor in terms of, because I know Mike LaFleur is not going to coach to lose games, and I know players aren't going to play to lose games. That's just not how they're wired. And I wonder how his coaching acumen will disrupt the plan, or how his coaching acumen will be able to take a roster that people are going to look at and say isn't very good and squeeze a couple of wins out of it that we're just not expecting them to have. And I don't know the answer to that question.
I don't either. You're starting from would they win 3 games last year?
Yes.
It's hard to say you could be worse than that.
It is.
I don't know. We had that big Suns bet from, are they going to be worse or better from last year? There was a little bit of room, there was a little bit of, room for improvement. Here, it's like, how do you get? And I know statistically, right? You could win 1 game, or you could win 2 games, or you could win no games. I get it. Man, it's 17 football games. It's hard to lose 14 games in a season.
Sure is.
You got to be really bad to lose 14 games in a season. That was hell last year.
Mm-hmm.
So, there's a part of me that thinks, yes, get a top 5 pick, be bad. There's also going to be other teams that are bad. But are they going to go 2-15? No.
Are they even going to go 3-14 again?
Could they? What you don't want is you don't want them going 6. If you want the draft pick, you don't want them going 6-11. Now, immediately I look at the schedule and I'm like, okay, 2 against Seattle, 2 against the Rams, 2 against the 49ers. It's a good chance you're going to be 0-6 in the division again.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good chance. Mm-hmm. Okay, not set in stone, but that's a good chance. Now you're down to 11 games. That schedule's hard. Their schedule's hard.
It is. It's easy to assume that they're going to go 0-6 in the division, and they very well might, given how tough the division is. But there's also a chance that even one of those games,
goes your way,
a break, an interception, a fumble, or whatever, or this or that. I mean, it's impossible to know, and it's impossible to predict. Again, I'm not sitting here saying that but to your point, even a 6-win season, if you look at the records of the teams from last year, 6 wins basically takes you out of the top 10 of the draft. At least it did this past year. 6 wins, it's just too much. And now you're picking 10th or 11th instead of picking 5th or 6th or wherever you want to be. And I do think the randomness of it plays a factor. And I also think Mike LaFleur, if he really is all that when it comes to drawing it up offensively, it's not like he's not going to have nothing to work with. He's going to have Michael Wilson. He's going to have Trey McBride. He's going to have Marvin Harrison Jr., the return of James Conner. He's going to have Tyler Algier. He's going to have what we hope is an improved offensive line. I mean, there will be, I know the quarterback position is what it is, but there's going to be some stuff for Mike LaFleur to play with out there.
The most important thing is their ability to run the football, which they didn't have last year.
Yes.
They were so one-dimensional once they got past once they get the Conner injury, and then especially when Benson got hurt, they were so one-dimensional. And it was so predictable for other teams to play against them because all they were going to do was pass the football.
Take your shot at Sonic Smasher for a chance at baseball swag, $25 Sonic gift cards, and one lucky winner will take home the grand prize, a $500 Sonic gift card. Head on over to the contest page at arizonasports.com for your chance to enter. Who's got the edge when Michigan takes on U of A in about 48 hours from right now? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
The local sports leader is all about the NFL Draft. We know you've got your home team sensibilities, so we're looking at the entire NFL Draft, not just the Cardinals in the 3rd overall pick.
With the 3rd pick.
Though we are definitely taking strong interest in that one. What's Monty going to do? Trade it? Pick O-line or edge? Decisions, man. Cardinal decisions. NFL Draft coverage on Arizona Sports, brought to you by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals.
The Arizona Cardinals select.
This is a good time to buy. Home prices have dropped. It's a really good time if you're tired of renting and I'd love to have some equity of my own in my own house. There's a lot of benefits to being a homeowner. Number one, you get some tax benefits. You get to write off that mortgage interest every year. Number two, you're building something that's equity that's yours. I mean, every time you make a mortgage payment, there's money that goes towards principal that pays the house down. And that's eventually, if you go to sell the house in 5, 10, 15, 20 years, you're going to make money on it. Almost everybody does. The Lund Mortgage team is getting people pre-approved for a mortgage right now. So if you're tired of renting and want to own your own home, contact the Lund Mortgage team. They're available nights, weekends, anywhere you are in the Valley. Call them at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort are two of Scottsdale's most iconic entertainment destinations, elevated by one premier loyalty experience, Salt River Rewards. Earn points on gaming, dining, and purchases. Then redeem for free play, cash, or exclusive savings on dining, spa treatments, and hotel stays with breathtaking valley views. Join today and get up to $25 in free play. Salt River Rewards at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
What is it, boy? Someone need help? Someone in trouble?
Oh, okay. So you just want me to get Progressive Auto Insurance because their collision coverage covers up to $1,000 in vet bills if you're injured in an accident? That's it? Okay. Calm down. Let's not resort to name calling.
Progressive's collision coverage helps pay for care for your pet when they're in the car during an accident.
No, you're right. Sorry. I shouldn't have said calm down.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage included with purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Make this Memorial memorable with Bunker to Bunker's 15th Annual Memorial Weekend Golf Tournament, presented by Shady Ray Sunglasses on Saturday, May 23rd at the Wigwam Golf Club and Resort. Open to the public, the two-person scramble benefits the Tunnel to Towers Foundation and is loaded with a big raffle, competitions, breakfast, and a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $142. Make it the perfect Memorial Weekend. Stay and play vacation with our hotel specials. For details and registration, go to bunkergolf.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and get free swim lessons from the YMCA while supplies last.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Let's get an update on our poll question. Suns right now, 6-point lead over the Hornets. Check that. Make it a 3-point lead over the Hornets, 46-43. With 8 minutes to go in the second quarter. They're going to score 136 to 134 tonight. Colin Gillespie, by the way, did pass Quentin Richardson. Most three-pointers made all time in the history of the Phoenix Suns. Colin Gillespie.
It's not crazy.
That's nuts.
In a season.
Nuts. And
that's in a season.
What's even more nuts is that Royce O'Neal's not that far behind him in terms of made threes for the season.
Really?
No, he's not that far behind.
Maybe you can catch him.
Maybe. I don't know about that. But anyway, that's the score.
And Colin Gillespie went to a school today that Gambo was getting a fight in the newsroom about.
Villanova.
Well, he went to Villanova.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Wayne Joe, who's a Michigan fan, claimed that Arizona's not a top 10 basketball school. And somebody said, can you tell us who the top 10 schools are? And he picked Villanova. He picked Syracuse. I'm like, Syracuse? I go, can you even name the coach? He goes, no. I go, do you know who the coach is that just got fired? No. Do you know the new coach they just hired? No. They won one thing with Carmelo Anthony. That was it, with Jimmy Boeheim. Syracuse is not a better program than the Arizona Wildcats. And I'm a New York guy. It's not a better program. Kids would rather play in Tucson, Arizona than Syracuse. It's close to Canada.
What the hell?
What a stray.
What is that? Seriously. Canada catching strays on Joe's list of the best college basketball programs. I'm not sure what that meant, but okay.
Canada's very nice.
They really are. They're very, very nice. But Gambo throwing strays around. What's the poll question today?
Poll question today is, with 6 games left in the regular season, where do you think the Suns will finish in the West standings? 6, 7, 8, or 9?
7.
7. Seems like a lock.
7.
And 7 seems like a lock, and that's what our listeners are going with.
Yeah.
79% going with 7, 15% going with 8, and 4% going with both 6 and 9.
Coming into today's game, Colin Gillespie made 225 three-pointers. Royce O'Neal, 203.
Oh, he's not catching him.
He's not catching him, but he's kind of step for step, like they're both over 200,
Step
which
by
is pretty
step.
impressive. I wonder if Royce has a chance to break Quentin Richardson. Probably not.
Step by step. That was a song. First step, ask her out and treat her like a lady. Who sang that? Eddie Rabbit? Step by step?
I don't know. Was he from Canada?
Second step, tell her that's the one you're dreaming of.
That made Lauren. I got Lauren to laugh on that one. I made Lauren laugh on that one.
I don't know who sang it. I got to look.
Canada. It's hilarious. Michigan says Elliot Cadeau is receiving medical treatment and should be just fine for the game against. Lauren mentioned this earlier in the 4 o'clock reset. The Michigan point guard had an allergic reaction to a peanut allergy that he has, and he knew it right away. He ate it. He's like, okay, so everybody was calm and fine for a minute there. It looked like, are they going to be without him for this showdown game? It doesn't appear as if they are. That game that's crazy to think about it. It's almost 48 hours away. It's going to be at 6 o'clock on Saturday night. Everybody can't wait. It's going to be the showdown of all showdowns. 2 very deep teams, 2 very physical teams, 2 teams that you take a lot of 2-point shots, that make a lot of 2-point shots. Michigan doesn't foul. Trying to figure out an edge in this game, or even who's going to win. I mean, it's like split right down the middle. There's no, and you're not going to find consensus in a game like this. This is really going to be one of those 50-50 type deals where you're going to see picks on both sides of the ledger.
I saw a terrific preview, and it was like CBS Sports. They do such a great job covering college basketball, and They gave Arizona the edge at point guard, shooting guard, and forward. And they gave Michigan the edge at wing, center, and bench. And they said, and this was really good, this game is won or lost on the glass. End of story. If Michigan keeps Arizona off the offensive glass, easier said than done, I don't know how Arizona scores. Krivas post-ups against Mara won't work all that effectively. Pete's back-downs against Johnson won't be efficient. Bradley and Burries need to hit a ton of tough twos. That might work for a minute, but it won't be sustainable over a 40-minute game. Plus, I wouldn't be surprised if Lendenborg gets the Burries assignment and gives him fits. It's just hard to find a pathway for Arizona to score outside of second-chance opportunities. It says if it turns into a half-court grinder, Michigan has the advantage. Michigan has the better shooting team. 54% effective field goal rate compared to 50. Michigan also has 3 elite passers where Arizona has either 1 or 2. Michigan will have the best player on the court for most of the game. So they liked Michigan in the matchups, and basically for them it really comes down to the class. Now, the one thing we know about the Michigan matchup is they have the size to counter Arizona's size, with other teams didn't. Because Arizona's big, with Krivas at center, with Awaka at power forward. They have size. Karchenkov is big. So that size is negated by Michigan, and that's why they're saying, well, if you've got to rely on threes, they don't shoot the 3 very well. If you got to rely on twos, Michigan's better at shooting the twos. If it gets into a half-court game, that favors Michigan. So they think it really comes down to can Arizona win the offensive glass against Michigan?
Yeah, and I don't know if I disagree with that assessment, to be honest with you. I think this is, and you've watched just about every single U of A game since the season started.
I think I have, yeah.
This matchup feels like it's been fated. I mean, this matchup feels like it's been destined to happen for the better part of the last 2.5 months. Like, Arizona's very good, Michigan's very good. When do they meet in March? Because there is a belief that Michigan might be the only team that can really truly take down U of A by outdoing all the things that U of A does really well, right? Like, Michigan has the size, they have the depth, they do a lot of the same things that Arizona themselves do well. They have guys who can cover. And you talk about passing, that was the thing after their win this past weekend in the Elite Eight, where I was watching Barkley at halftime and postgame. It's like, man, I don't know if I've ever seen a better passing basketball team at the college level in recent years than in Michigan. They are so good at it. They're so good at knowing where the best shot is and finding it. And so I'm not saying U of A can't win. I'm just saying I think this is going to be a battle royale between these two teams. And I think at this point I might lean a little bit Michigan, but I don't. It's a. I mean, I can see it, and I'm a huge U of A fan, but I could see it. Look, even in their matchups, it's like point guard advantage Arizona, but it's closer than you think. Shooting guard advantage Arizona, wing advantage Michigan, forward advantage Arizona barely. They barely, because of the Pete and Johnson Jr. matchup, and so they said it's barely Arizona. Center Michigan barely at the center spot with Mara over Krivas. And then the bench they give to Michigan, McKinney, Gale Jr. They got enough guys, but Arizona's got a good bench too, man. You're bringing a Walker off the bench, you're bringing Del Orso off the bench, so it's gonna be a hell of a basketball game, man. Today was the first press conference in Indianapolis for the teams, and Tommy Lloyd was once again asked about North Carolina and said this.
Listen, I got my full focus on this team. Nothing is distracting me. And that's just how I've decided to approach it. I'm excited. I thought we had a really good practice today. I'm excited to plan for a practice tomorrow. And Myron, you've got to know me over the years. I'm a simple guy. I'm kind of just one thing at a time. I'm not a multitasker. You can ask my wife. So I'm 100% locked in on Arizona basketball right now, and I'm excited to see what this team can do. I have a real strong belief in this team, and this team deserves my full attention. So that's what I'm giving them.
To the point where somebody had noticed when they got on the plane that Tommy Lloyd was wearing a North Carolina blue T-shirt underneath his gray quarter-zip pullover on the team flight.
Of course somebody's going to notice that.
Quote, I know where you're going with this, but I'm like, I must have a blind spot when it comes to fashion or uniforms or headbands or shoes. I just never really noticed that stuff. I couldn't even tell you what uniforms our guys have been wearing. I just usually know who are the team in the dark jerseys, who are the team in the lighter jerseys. So he's wearing a North Carolina. It's probably just barely peeking out, too, right?
Yeah.
Like if he's wearing a quarter zip, you're only going to see like.
It's on the bottom.
Oh, it's on the bottom. So it's not even on top. It's coming out the bottom.
It's coming out the bottom.
Okay.
Well,
okay.
Bill Self is staying in Kansas.
Yes, he is.
So he's decided to come back and stay. So the only job opening that you could potentially see calling for Tommy Lloyd would be North Carolina, which is traditional blue blood. And one of the schools you can make the argument it's a better job than Arizona. I'm a U of A fan, but yes, that's a better job. For basketball, that's a better job. I still don't think the guy leaves.
Roy Williams is his mentor. There's been many articles published about their mentee-mentor-like relationship, and the only head coach to ever lead their team to the national championship game and leave that team the year after, Roy Williams, when he did it with Kansas. And left for North Carolina.
There are rumors that Jordan called Tommy Lloyd. I read those earlier in the week. There were rumors that Michael Jordan called Tommy Lloyd.
That's pretty cool. You answer the phone, it's Michael Jordan.
That would be pretty cool. That would be pretty cool. Yeah.
Hello? Yeah, hey, is this Tommy? Yeah, hi, it's Michael Jordan. Which one?
I'm going to guess the... I think he stays too. I think the X factor in all of this, I really do, is his relationship with the AD. There have been some who have suggested that it ain't the greatest. And if it's not the greatest, maybe that's the thing that ultimately...
Well, then if you're the AD, you got to fix that. You don't want to be the AD that Tommy
chased
Lloyd
the guy
left
who won the
because
championship.
You had a bad relationship with Tommy Lloyd.
Yeah. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, it's 6 games in. We know it. Don't add us. But the Diamondbacks offseason moves so far, paying off, except for maybe one. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
I find it very important to read some financial information every single day because as I close in on my retirement, I like to look at all the financial information and look at all the rules. The 4% rule is now 4.7% rule. And, just like how do you navigate it? How do you get through it? You work so hard. You save your money. You put away. You're in a great spot. When you start to throw in a pension and a Social Security and 401k, how do you make it all work together? Where do you take the money out from? How do you take... It's important to have a financial advisor that could work for you. I recommend Stuart Willis. He's a fiduciary right here in Arizona. Has 5 locations in the Valley, offers free portfolio reviews for anybody. You've probably seen him on TV with the Asset Preservation Hour. He does that every single weekend. You can see him on TV giving people good advice. But there's a lot of information that people don't even know about. You work so hard, and you're putting your money away. It's good to have somebody that's looking after that money, making sure it's growing in the right way, make sure you have a tax plan. But you also want to have somebody that can give you the proper advice and help you when it comes to how do I take out that money, but yet continue to have my money grow at a certain time. So that's why I recommend you give them a call, 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to CarShield.com. That's CarShield.com today.
Your first sip of Athletic Brewing Company's non-alcoholic beer is a game changer. It tastes so good, you can't believe it's non-alcoholic. With a variety of award-winning styles, from IPAs to dark brews to sours, you can sip and celebrate without the hangover. Find Athletic Brewing Company's great-tasting, game-changing, non-alcoholic beers at a store near you. Or you can order online at athleticbrewing.com. Near beer, fit for all times.
Low T? Start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home and then you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. That's the way to do it. And you know what? Orchard gets it. That's why their Move First, Sell Later program exists, because with Orchard, you can buy the dream home now. Don't waste time, just go. Then sell the old one later. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy, move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. You ever tried to do a double move before? You don't want to do any double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades. And once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar. They can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town, with smart tools and products to help you attract the right buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Lauren Colville with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns are back in action right now against the Charlotte Hornets. You can listen to that game over on ESPN 620 AM. It is currently 66-60 at halftime, with the Hornets leading that one. And it is April, which means it's NFL Draft Month. For all NFL Draft coverage and what the Arizona Cardinals could do on draft night, along as an Arizona Cardinals draft tracker, head on over to arizonasports.com. And the Arizona Diamondbacks completed the 3-game sweep of the Detroit Tigers yesterday. They begin a new series tonight at Chase Field against the Atlanta Braves. It will be Nelson versus Lopez on the mound for that one. First pitch will be at 6:40. Pregame starts at 6, and you can listen to that right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Twin Peaks. College basketball is in full swing, and the best place to catch every game is Twin Peaks. Enjoy scratch-made favorites, legendary wings, and a 29-degree draft beer with wall-to-wall TVs. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning. We'll explore whether or not the Suns got their late-game offense going in Charlotte and a lot more. Starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Late-game offense. I'd take a little first-half defense here if we could.
There's no defense in this game.
66-60. The Charlotte Hornets have the lead at halftime after outscoring the Suns 33-19 in the second quarter. The Charlotte Hornets are 12 of 29 from 3 for 41%.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, the Suns are 9 of 20 from 3. Kobe, that's so love, bro, White, has 12 points in 11 minutes so far.
That's so love,
that's
bro.
Love, bro. That's so love. It's not if you're the Suns. They gave up 70 points to the Magic in the first half the last time out. 66 to the Charlotte. We're going to talk about the Diamondbacks in
Where's
30.
the defense?
Where is the defense? We're gonna talk about
Wow, bro. That's crazy. That's so love, bro.
Love that dude.
Yeah.
Cam
Johnson. I spent some time with Cam when the Nuggets were here.
You mentioned that. Yeah, he told you to say hi to me.
We chatted a little bit on the court and stuff like that. So,
boy, rediscover your defensive identity, because this is just this is bad. It's not how they played the first 50 games of the season. It's not how they're supposed
It's not how they're supposed to play, yeah.
Nope. The Arizona Diamondbacks, they're back in action tonight. It's the first of 4 against the Atlanta Braves from Chase Field. They'll miss Chris Sale. They won't see him. The Braves will miss Zach Gallen. They won't see him. They'll see everybody else. It's going to be Ryan Nelson tonight. As we said earlier in the show, and I think this bears repeating, a lot of people, especially on the YouTube chat where we get that kind of like real-time feedback, we understand we're talking about a really small sample size. Okay, we're reading off stats, and we're giving you information, and we're presenting it like this is how it's going to be the rest of the season.
Yeah,
of
it's
course,
6 games.
It's 6 games. We know that.
156 left.
But it's the only 6 games we've got, and so we're talking about the 6 that we have,
That's
right?
true. That's true.
This is all we've got so far.
We've got to go by, yeah.
What are we supposed to not talk about it? So the thing we mentioned earlier in the show is, so far, knowing that it's early, a lot of the offseason moves that, frankly, not a whole lot of people were that impressed by.
Nobody shouldn't have been.
Nobody looked at the Diamondbacks offseason and went, wow, they had a great offseason.
I don't think everybody in baseball was like, oh, my God, they signed Paul Sewald. We're in trouble. We're really in trouble. They got Sewald to close.
We're so screwed now.
Why didn't we think about signing a guy on the vet minimum instead of paying $15 million for a closer?
But so far, whether it's Sewald, whether it's Loaisiga, whether it's Soroka, right? Like, it's whether it's bringing Zach Gallen back, both from his standpoint and their standpoint. So far, the little in the margins moves the Diamondbacks have made. Even Nolan Arenado, he hasn't hit worth a lick so far. His defense has been spectacular at the hot corner. A lot of these little moves have worked so far.
Yeah, it's worked for them as far as what they needed to do. What they needed to do is they needed to shore up their defense. They can't lose baseball games because of base running or defense. They can't. That's got to be a no-no. If they lose baseball games because they get out-pitched, they get out-slugged, okay, you can live with it. But they don't want to be making errors all over the field. They don't want to be running themselves out of innings. The base running's had some issues this year. We know that. But the defense has been markedly improved because of the additions of Arenado and Santana, but also because that outfield defense is really, really good, too. Lawler in center, Lawler in left, Thomas in center, Corbin Carroll in right. It's not the biggest lineup out there of outfielders, but there's guys that cover a lot of ground. They have a lot of speed. I talked with people in the organization about the Thomas decision. It's just that they just kind of felt like in his head, he's a center fielder, and it's just better to have him in that place. To be in that place. Like, there's no real difference. Like, Lawler's a good player. They're both crazy athletic. They both could run down everything. It wasn't markedly one guy better than the other. But Alec was he's comfortable there in center. So they were able to just make that move where he was the center fielder and Lawler becomes the left fielder.
I mean, yesterday, Alex sat because they were going against the lefty, and they put Lawler in center, and, looked fine from here, looked fine with what he was doing. But that does kind of make sense. We always kind of wondered, Alec Thomas just feels like a center fielder. I don't know why they would want to mess with it otherwise, but at least now Lawler got enough looks there in the spring where if those days where you want to take Alec out, you can put Lawler in center and still feel pretty good about it. It's early, and we'll see how these things go. I've been especially impressed by Loaisiga so far. I've been especially impressed by Sewald so far. I mean, it's almost like you want to. I see Kellen, peeking around there on the other side of the glass, and he even tweeted out after one of the games of the Tiger series. I think it was after the second save, the Jose Fernandez night. He's like, "Shh, don't tell anyone." But Paul Sewald looks pretty good in back-to-back saves. The velocity's there. He's saving relatively clean ninth innings.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's going to last or not, but for now, that does look like it could be.
Did he strike out the side the other night?
He struck out the side the other day. Yeah. Yeah. If that
look good.
If that can hold on even for enough time for you to get Puck back.
Yeah.
And bring even more stability into that bullpen, fine. That's a $1.5 million well spent if you can just get to that moment with things intact.
It's just so different what a couple of years, like when the Diamondbacks traded for Paul Sewald, everybody was like, okay, this is a great move. You finally got yourself a closer. And what Hazen loved about it was that he had him for the next year too. Because he was tired of always getting these guys on one-year deals, and every offseason you got to think about who's your closer. And then when he struggled that next year and you had to move off of Sewald, that's been a problem at closer ever since. The injuries factored in with J. Mart and Puck because we were counting on them last year. And last year was a revolving door, and Shelby Miller actually ended up being your best closer. But it was a revolving door. There were a lot of blown saves. There was a lot of guys you couldn't count on. But to get to Sewald, you've got to have Loizaga pitch well, or Taylor Clark pitch well, or Ginkel pitch well. It was funny, you mentioned it to me because I was saying, God, the one guy who looks terrible right now is Ryan Thompson because he can't throw a strike. Like, is ERA 0.00? It is. It is. He walked 2 batters in a row on 4 pitches, and he had 2 balks, and 11 out of 12 pitches were balls, but he hasn't allowed a run yet. So I still believe in Ginkel and Thompson as guys that could really help this team. And they're going to get Brandon Garcia up, right? Brandon Garcia is going to be up here soon because they have to have a left-handed reliever. The second he's available to come up, I bet you he's here.
Phoenix takes center stage as the host of the NCAA Women's Final Four. Games tomorrow and Sunday at Mortgage Matchup Center. Find details of all the free fan events already underway and the Super Saturday concert on the contest page at arizonasports.com. What NFL team is the best fit for Ty Simpson? That is next on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks baseball.
0-2. Swung on. That is hit well out to left center field. Meadows going back. He is looking up. That is out of here. An unexpected jolt from Corbin Carroll. It's his second home run of the season. And the D-backs strike first. It's 1-0.
D-backs host a 4-game series versus the Atlanta Braves at Chase Field. Game 1 tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
For over 40 years, Collins Comfort Masters has provided trusted, certified technicians. And with nearly 11,000 5-star reviews, the Valley agrees. Right now, you can upgrade to an EcoWater Whole Home Premium System for as low as $60 a month OAC and get cleaner, better water at every tap. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. That's collinscomfort.com.
It's tax time, y'all. If you want to file free, this next one's for you.
Now taxes is so free. Tax-free edition only. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple form 1040 returns only. Now this is taxes.
Love that jam. Up next, commercials.
Intuit TurboTax Free Edition. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Hey,
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley. I'm here with JT Lee, the COO and co-founder of Moving Team 6. How you doing, JT?
Doing fantastic.
Tell me a little bit about Moving Team 6 and their involvement in the Pat Tillman Foundation.
Well, first off, just want to say that we're just blessed to be a part of it. Pat Tillman Foundation is incredible, but just not just about him, it's about our veterans that gave their sacrifice for our country.
Moving season is quickly approaching right now. I didn't know this, but summertime is moving season?
Month of May.
How can people prepare for moving season?
Most importantly, we always tell our customers, our clientele, call at least 2-3 weeks out. We're here to help. We're not here to just take advantage of you. And that's the big key. A lot of moving companies will just go in, do their estimate. It's going to go way over. We don't do that. I'm not here in business to do that. I want to make it right.
That is JT Lee, the COO and co-founder of Moving Team 6, proudly supporting our veterans. Go to movingteam6.com.
Your move is our mission.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us on Friday where we're going to goof around, tell a lot of jokes, laugh at Jarrett when he says stupid things and give stupid ideas, and we're going to talk about the Diamondbacks. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, I'll tip this one too. All right, going to go my way. By Lenny Kravitz. Thank you. Adam Schefter today. First of all, a shout out to the audience in Scottsdale for joining us here on the Burns and Gamble Show. Appreciate you out there in Scottsdale.
All right.
Adam Schefter today on the Raiders signing Captain Kirk Cousins.
Well, you got a situation here where Clint Kubiak, the new Raiders head coach, has said that in his perfect world, he brings in a veteran to hold down the fort and play the position early on while they get Fernando Mendoza up to speed. And so now that he's brought in Kirk Cousins, whom he worked with for 3 years in Minnesota together, Kirk Cousins knows what to expect from Clint Kubiak. Clint Kubiak knows what to expect from Kirk Cousins. These two have worked together before. They'll do it together again now in Las Vegas. And so this is really an ideal bridge quarterback situation where they can bring in Cousins. It forces them to take the pressure off Mendoza. They don't have to rush him out there if they don't feel like he's ready. Kirk Cousins is a great quarterback for Mendoza to be around, to learn from. He becomes an ideal tutor. And if we think of Kirk Cousins in Atlanta, he did not choose to work with Michael Penix. The team chose Michael Penix. In this particular case, Kirk Cousins willingly, voluntarily signed on to work with Fernando Mendoza.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Listen, it makes
it different.
Listen, there was no. The starting jobs that were out there were very limited in what you could have for Kirk Cousins. Like, the Raiders gives you a short-term chance to just get some more starts under your belt till they turn to the kid. But they're going to turn to the kid. Just a matter of, is it, do you get 5 starts, 6 starts? Do you get half a season? Do you get a full season? I don't know. We don't know. And they don't know yet either, right? I mean, what if Mendoza just looks unfreaking believable and like, okay, this kid's ready to play? It seems to me that they would like to have Cousins start just to have the ability to control when Mendoza does come in on their timeline and no other timeline. It's on this timeline that you're going to come in. We've had these situations here, we've had Matt Leinart here. We had Jake Plumlee here. And Jake got in when Ken Cram got hurt, and everybody cheered at the ASU Stadium.
Yeah.
Right? So, you know, Ken Cram knew Jake Plummer was going to be the guy. Kirk Cousins knows it's going to be Mendoza. He just doesn't know when. But the Raiders give you an opportunity to be a starting quarterback for a certain amount. Now, listen, Kirk Cousins tears. And if I'm Kirk Cousins, I'm thinking like this. I go out there and I freaking ball for 7 games, and I'm playing great. We're not winning. We're 2-5, but I'm playing great. And some playoff contender as a quarterback go down. Give me a call. Give the Raiders a call. Trade for me. Trade for me. I'll go to a playoff contender and try to help that team win.
Or if nothing else, Kirk Cousins going to make $20 million this year? Go sign somewhere else and play again next year and make another 10. Make another 50. Put enough good football on tape to show everybody you can still play the position at a level enough of decent quarterback play to go get yet another contract. I mean, both of those things can be true.
Look at the Colts last year. They were on the verge of making the playoffs, and what happened?
Yeah.
Daniel Jones gets hurt. They got to sign Phillip Rivers off the couch at 44 years old. They lose their last 3 games, and they don't make it. You know, if you had the ability to trade for Kirk Cousins at some point, now again, that injury was later after the trade deadline. But my point is, if Cousins plays well enough early, he could be an option for some team via trade if the team loses a starting quarterback.
Diana Rossini had reported that there were multiple teams that were interested in Cousins. She mentioned the Cardinals as one of them.
Yeah, they weren't.
The Rams and the Packers were the other 2 that she mentioned. But we've, you know, I certainly wouldn't. I mean, the Cardinals wouldn't have given Kirk Cousins $20 million. He's making $20 million. And the deal he signed with the Raiders is crazy. And none of it's actually going to come to pass. But I'm glad. I mean, Kirk Cousins he wins. He doesn't win in the playoffs, but he wins. He's 10 games above 500 for his career. You look at his game log, like every season, his teams are 8-7-1, 9-8, 10-6, right? Like, I mean, they're regular season success. It's there for Cousins. I don't think that's the kind of. I mean, that season. Let's put it this way: if Monty Fort needed that kind of season to survive, I wonder if he would have made more of a push to go get Kirk Cousins, because that's the kind of quarterback that I think you get to save your butt when you're on the line and you need to have a season where you win more games than you did the year before. Kirk Cousins, I believe, would have done that. I know we disagree about that, but I think Kirk Cousins
would have won you a few more games.
Would have won them a few more games and maybe taken some of the heat if there is any on Monty Fort. But obviously he did not pursue that because Cousins been out there for weeks and the Cardinals weren't anywhere near doing a deal with him.
I can make an argument that Brissett's better than him, and some people may disagree with that. But whatever, if anything, it's close. Kirk Cousins has 1 playoff win in his career.
Yeah,
he's got 1 playoff win.
I think the regular season success makes Kirk Cousins a lot better than Brissett, but that's just me.
I think that if you are, it's fine. That's fine to think that way. But how about now? I mean, 5 years ago, maybe 4 years ago, but now,
I think now Kirk Cousins.
Think he's
yes,
better?
I do. I think you're going to win more games with Kirk Cousins as your quarterback than you would with Jacoby Brissett.
Okay,
I think that just based off of their histories, I think.
I wouldn't be surprised if the Cardinals initially had contact with a lot of different quarterbacks just to see, you know, what's going on, what's the market, where you at. But did they have any real interest in Kirk Cousins? No, they did not.
There was yet another story linking Ty Simpson to the Arizona Cardinals. Yes. This one was on ESPN.com. It was a story in which here's 20 players in the draft. What's their best fit? Ty Simpson was labeled the best fit for the Arizona Cardinals. For all the reasons that we've talked about many, many times, that it's the right fit because of the system, because of the way Mike LaFleur coaches, the type of quarterback he's looking for. All the comps for Ty Simpson are that he's like a Brock Purdy type quarterback. Brock Purdy is obviously a rock star in a Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay system. So is Kirk Cousins, to be honest with you. That's why, you know, a lot of teams with those kind of Shanahan, LaFleur, McVay ties might have been interested in him. He continues to get linked. It's going to be fascinating. I don't know if he's going to be there at 34. I don't know if the Cardinals are going to trade up for him and get back in the first round. But if he doesn't and he's there at 34, that'd be interesting to see what the Cardinals did in that moment.
Are the Browns going to take a quarterback this year?
If you ask Mel Kiper Jr., they're not.
But I'm saying, like, you took 2 quarterbacks last year. And if you draft one this year?
Yeah. Are any of them
going to tank this to take one next year? Like,
I mean, probably not. But
there are wasted picks. There are picks where you wasted a pick.
Yeah.
You wasted a pick. Now, it doesn't hurt when you waste. When did the Cardinals grab Clayton Tune? 5th round?
5th round, yes. 5th round.
Like, it doesn't hurt as much when you. But it does hurt if you waste a pick in the 2nd or 3rd round.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd have to have a lot of conviction that Ty Simpson really could be the guy for you if you're going to take him in the 2nd round. And certainly you'd have to have a ton of conviction in him if you're going to move. If you move back into the 1st round, you're basically saying, we actually think he could be our franchise quarterback. If you take him in the 2nd and you don't have to give up any inventory to do it, then it's a little less obvious, I think. I saw another story yesterday, about the whole 15 start thing. And
yeah. You're fascinated by this.
I am, because I think a lot of people are fascinated by it. Somebody at ESPN took a look at the 9 quarterbacks drafted in the 1st round of the NFL since 2006 that had fewer than 20 college starts. Okay, so they didn't even cut it off at 15. They cut it off at 20. Ryan Tannehill, Mac Jones, Kyler Murray, Trey Lance, Mark Sanchez, the late Dwayne Haskins Jr., Cam Newton, Mitchell Trubisky, Anthony Richardson Sr.
Cam sticks out.
The only one. The only one. Took a team to a Super Bowl. I think he was a 3-time Pro Bowler. Had a successful career, if not a career where you look back and go, man, that guy was one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. He's the one where you can look at and go, okay, he was probably worth it.
Some were okay.
Kyler's okay.
Mark Sanchez was okay.
He's okay.
But not, I mean.
Tannehill at times was okay, but for the most part.
Miami did with Tannehill what the Cardinals did with Kyler. You hold on for so long, and eventually went to Tennessee and he was okay. But, you hold on to a guy for so many years trying to think he's the guy, and when he's not, it sets you back quite a bit.
Yeah, I think that list is scary. I think it makes Ty Simpson really scary. When we come back,
I don't think they take him.
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
When we come back, the Phoenix Suns are in action right now. We're checking on the game and see if they've discovered their defense next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
At Desert Wholesale Diamond, we believe buying a diamond should feel exciting, not overwhelming or overpriced. I'm Diamond Dave, a fourth-generation jeweler, and I've dedicated my career to helping people celebrate life's biggest moments the right way. I hand-select every diamond that comes through our office, making sure it has the right balance of cut, color, clarity, and carat weight to really sparkle. We specialize in custom jewelry from engagement rings to earrings and bracelets designed to reflect your style and your story. And because we keep our operation lean and personal, there's no high-pressure sales and no retail markup. For me, it's not just a transaction. It's about trust. That's why our clients return again and again. At Desert Wholesale Diamond, my promise is simple. Honest guidance, exceptional value, and a stress-free experience from start to finish.
Head to DiamondDaveCantor.com. That's DiamondDaveCantor.com. Or follow Dave on Instagram at DiamondDaveCantor. That's DiamondDave, K-A-N-T-O-R.
Dan Bickley with My Guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, why should our listeners shop at Waltz?
Well, Dan, we're all about making it easy. No membership fees, no loyalty points. You get the best price every time. If you find a better price somewhere else, we'll match it and give you 30 days of price protection.
That's pretty sweet. No risk, just great deals. And don't forget, folks, drop my name. You'll get a 3-year warranty for free or 10% off installation labor.
Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Hi, I'm Brandon Webb, former Arizona baseball player. Baseball has enriched my life, teaching me teamwork, confidence, and perseverance. At Miracle League of Arizona, we're sharing that gift with children, teens, and adults with special needs. Over 450 athletes get the chance to play, most for the first time, learning sportsmanship and building friendships that last a lifetime. Your dollar-for-dollar Arizona tax credit donation makes it possible. Visit MiracleLeagueAZ.com or call 480-686-8137.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home and then you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. That's the way to do it. And you know what? Orchard gets it. That's why their Move First, Sell Later program exists, because with Orchard, you can buy the dream home now. Don't waste time, just go. Then sell the old one later. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy, move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. You ever tried to do a double move before? You don't want to do any double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades. And once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar. They can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town, with smart tools and products to help you attract the right buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Want a great way to boost your brand? Custom labels at Staples will help packages pop, shipments stand out, and takeout boxes really take off. Shop now through April 18th and save 30% on all custom labels. Staples, that was easy.
I'm Lauren Colville with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns are back in action right now in Charlotte against the Hornets. You can listen to that game over on ESPN 620 AM. It is currently 82-72, the Hornets leading this one. And it's April, which means the NFL Draft is this month. For all NFL Draft coverage and what the Cardinals could do on draft night, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. And the Arizona Diamondbacks completed the 3-game sweep of the Detroit Tigers yesterday. They begin a new series tonight at Chase Field against the Atlanta Braves. It will be Nelson versus Lopez on the mound for that one. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game starts at 6. You can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Later tonight, the Diamondbacks are hosting the Braves. We'll preview that game coming up in about 15 minutes from now. The first of 4 from Chase Field between those two teams. 2 NBA games that matter for the standings and the play-in. The Pelicans are at the Portland Trailblazers tonight. The Spurs, minus Wemby, after his big night last night. They're giving him the second night of the back-to-back off. They're in L.A. taking on the Clippers. Clippers win. Suns lose. Things get a little bit tighter in the play-in.
Do you root for Portland to win?
See, but that gets back into the
back
whole...
To you, yep, but I'm asking you. Do you root for Portland to win tonight? Because if Portland wins and the Clippers lose, then they're tied.
I know I'm not supposed to... I know we're talking about not having a preference of who we want the Suns to play.
But you'd rather play Portland.
I think it's a more of a sure thing to just play one game in advance if you play Portland than it is Clippers. I think if you play the Clippers, you could be in real jeopardy of having to play an elimination game 2 days later. I really do. I think there's just something about the Clippers that I don't know if I'd want to mess with. We'll see what happens with it. So those are the other NBA games on tonight. You? How do you feel about it?
I think I'd rather play Portland than the Clippers. Yeah. I'm not as, I don't fear the Clippers as much as, I guess, you got Kawhi, you've got Garland, you've got Brook Lopez, former son Derrick Jones Jr.
Benedict Mathurin's played well.
Or John Collins. Yeah. I guess I'd rather play Batum off the bench. I'd rather play Portland.
The way the Suns are playing right now, I'm worried. I'm worried about this play.
Who was the guy you mentioned?
Benedict Mathurin?
Yeah, the U of A guy. He's great.
He's there now. He's
been great for them off the bench.
Really good things for them since he's been there.
Yeah, I'd rather play Portland.
There is 7 minutes to go in a game that you can hear on ESPN 620. 175
to 164.
Not quite.
Feels like it.
Dylan Brooks just hit a 3 to trim the lead a little bit, but it's 81-74. Charlotte right now, 83-74 Charlotte right now in a game that is on right now, but it's on ESPN 620, but we're talking about it here. Boy, there's no defense.
It's like an all-star game
at all. I swear to God, there's no defense.
Charlotte might have 100 by the end of the third quarter.
They've combined for 160 points, and we're not even halfway through the third yet.
They have 86 points with 6.5 minutes left, Charlotte does. 14 more points. They're at 100 by the end of the third.
Okay, so let's talk about this game for a few minutes here in the state of the Phoenix Suns.
Okay, but look at this defensive, just real quick. Gillespie, not a good defensive player. Booker, not a good defensive player. Jalen Green, not a good defensive player.
Okay, but other than Jalen Green,
Yeah.
The 5 on the floor right now, 4 of the 5 on the floor were all part of the Suns team when they were playing good defense the first 50 games of the season.
Right.
So it's either all Jalen Green's fault or everybody else on this team is collectively downshifted from their defensive energy they were playing with the first 50 games.
So the biggest question
Because you can
everybody
sit here and say that's not a good defensive team. They were. At the beginning of the season, minus Jalen Green, that was a good defensive team.
The biggest question they had was, can this team, can Book and Jalen Green coexist together?
Yeah.
And the feeling was yes. And maybe they can offensively, but they can't defensively. I don't know.
It does. Look, 2 things kind of happened around the same time. Dylan Brooks was out and Jalen Green was in. It feels like their defensive identity as a team around that time when it all happened just vanished. And I'm not saying that means it's Jalen Green's fault, though I do think we keep talking about why Jalen Green's not on the floor in crunch time of some of these games. I think his defense has a big part of that. I think his defensive intensity has a big part of it. Right now, this is not just a Jalen Green problem. This is collectively an organization that has just decided they're not playing defense the way they were earlier in the season.
So since you started talking about it, Charlotte's had 4 straight baskets on 4 straight shots. They've had, will this be 5? No, they finally missed a shot, a deep 3. They had scored 4 straight times in that minute that you spoke.
Yeah.
Minute and a half you spoke.
And to be fair, Charlotte's one of the best offensive teams in the NBA.
Yeah, they're very good.
They've been one of the best offensive teams, certainly since the start of the new year. So, I mean, they're loaded, whether it's Knipple, whether it's Miller, whether it's LaMelo. They got a lot of talent. We were talking about.
And they're 10th in the East.
They're 10th in the East. So this is, look, I don't know how this is going to end. The Suns are down 7. Maybe they rally to win. Mark Williams, as you had reported earlier in the day, he is back. He's playing their whole. But boy, I mean, for as good as it is for them to have everybody on the floor, if they don't start picking up their defense and start playing like they were earlier in the season, Gambo, this could be a real quick trip.
They got to, I think at this point they got to at least get out of the play-in and get to a 7-game series and, you feel good about yourself. And listen, this whole feel-good story from this year is going to be over once this season ends. And it's going to be like, okay, what are you going to do next year? And the attention will turn to what do they have to do? Do they need to keep Jalen Green? Should they trade him? What do they have to do to get better? Yeah, what do you do with Mark Williams? Do you bring him back? Do you don't bring him back? How about Goodwin and Colin Gillespie? I guess you want to bring those guys back. What do you do with Ryan Dunn? I mean, can you get anything for him?
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of question marks, about this team going forward that we'll get to and we'll address at the end of the season, whenever that season ends. But to take a step up from where, they're going to play in a play-in game. If they win and they get out and they lose the first round, the next year is going to be like, okay, now what are you going to do to get to the second round? What are you going to do to not be a play-in team next year? What are you going to do that's going to make you a top 6 team in the West instead of a play-in team? And that's going to be a question that they're going to have to figure out how to answer that.
Charlotte is shooting 56% from the floor, 43% from deep.
15 out of 35 from deep.
Yeah, 15 out of 35 from deep. You're right. And of all those, honestly, of all those questions that you just asked, the one that resonated the most with me is Jalen Green. If he's not going to be on the floor in crunch time of these games, if he's not at $33 million, if he's not good enough to even finish these basketball games, logic would seem to dictate you have to explore moving him, and I just don't know if you're going to be able to this offseason.
So he's played 28 games with the Phoenix Suns. Is that enough of a sample size for you to say he fits or he doesn't fit? Do you want another year to see? What do you? He'll end up playing. He'll end up playing like 31 or 32 games with Phoenix this year.
If he doesn't evolve into the kind of defensive player that I would assume Jordan Ott would want him to be, I think it's enough of a sample size. If you think that that's out of his reach, then I would. Because I got to imagine Jordan Ott's beside himself right now. Like he had carved out a team that was playing this unbelievable, intense, gritty, try-hard style of basketball, and now they're out here just trying to outscore everybody. And I don't. Jalen Green, this again makes it sound like we're blaming it all on him.
No, I don't know yet.
But I think if his defensive intensity is lacking and he's not up with everybody else, then I think you have to explore it. I just don't know if contractually are you going to be in a position to be able to field offers for Jalen Green and think that you're not getting pennies on the dollar for that contract if you try to trade him?
Usually when you're making a trade like that, you're trading him to a team that has another problem. And you know what? I mean, we don't want to be going down that road again. That's what led Bradley Beal to the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah.
You don't want to make those mistakes.
Yeah, there's still 5 games after this one for them to figure some things out. We'll see what the Clippers do later tonight. And, of course, the Suns are still – they should get out of the play-in based off of the big picture and everything we've seen. I can't find a Suns fan who's got to be happy with how they've played the last 2 months of the basketball season. It's been really discouraging. 94-81, 3.5 minutes to go as the Suns are losing on the road to the Charlotte Hornets.
They just bomb away from three-point range so much.
One more game for the Suns on this road trip. That's Sunday against the Chicago Bulls, and then it's over. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, the Arizona Diamondbacks back at it tonight. No rest for the weary. The first of 4 against the Braves, and we'll preview the matchup on D-Backs on Deck next here on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
He did go head-to-head with Tarek Skubal and win that matchup.
He did.
This is huge for Zach Gallen.
I totally agree. Totally
and
agree.
huge for this pitching staff.
If Zach Gallen stays in this lane where now he looks almost as good as the elite of elite pitchers in the National League, well, then the ceiling just keeps getting a little higher and higher.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Right now, when you order in the Sonic app, you get a $0 delivery fee. So you can try the new Sonic All-American Smasher or the Sonic All-American Bacon Smasher with $0 delivery fee, 0 leaving the house, 0 interacting with strangers, and 0 changing out of sweatpants. Get $0 delivery fee in the Sonic app, only for a limited time. Live free, eat Sonic.
Exclusions apply. Taxes and service fees extra. Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
If you want to live free, yeah.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Check out this brand new feature they have, concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at libertygmcaz.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and get free swim lessons from the YMCA while supplies last.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Diamondbacks baseball is coming up next here on Arizona Sports. To keep it right here, the first of 4 between the D-backs and the Atlanta Braves from Chase Field. You hear it right here on the flagship home of the Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. And today's pitching matchup, which is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, thewindowdepot.com. Your pitching matchup for today for the Arizona Diamondbacks, right-hander Ryan Nelson gets start number 2 of the season. He does not have a decision yet so far this year with a 7.71 ERA, largely from 1 inning thrown against the LA Dodgers in the second game of the season. He is opposed by right-hander Reynaldo Lopez. The 32-year-old also does not have a decision this year. He has a 1.50 ERA after his last start against the Kansas City Royals.
Yeah, 3rd season with Atlanta, 8 full major league seasons. He gave up the 1-run run on over 6 innings in the season debut against the Royals, like you mentioned. He did strike out 3. He walked 2, 77 pitches. He gave up a solo home run to Salvador Sanchez. He's made 2 appearances against Arizona. Both were in relief. So he's going to face the Diamondbacks as a starter for the very first time.
Yeah, as far as Ryan Nelson goes, his last time out, 4 earned runs, 3 very costly walks in 4 2/3 innings against the Dodgers. He allowed 4 runs in the 4th after giving up back-to-back walks to Shohei and Kyle Tucker. He gave up the 3-run homer by Mookie Betts. He kind of recovered to retire his final 7 batters, but that 4th inning was rough, and the free passes made it rough.
Yeah, this will be his 4th start against the Braves. He's 1-2 against Atlanta with a 4.32 ERA. He's had 6 starts against the NL East. He usually does pretty well against the NL East. Overall, he's got an ERA of 2.43, but he's going to look to pitch a little bit better. Like, he's a guy that they're counting on very, very heavily. Didn't have that great first start, so look for a bounce-back game from him.
So the Braves come in with a record of 4-2 after starting the season against the Royals and the A's. For the Diamondbacks, and we've mentioned this a couple times, but it bears repeating again, and I know it's really early in the season. We keep saying that, but it is. This kicks off the stretch of 10 straight games against exclusive National League wild card contending teams. 4 against the Atlanta Braves, an off day, 3 in New York against the Mets, 3 in Philly against the Phillies. Now, that road trip will continue against the Orioles, but that's the next 10 games you're playing against teams that are widely considered to be your competition for a wild card spot. So it's a very important 10-game stretch for the Diamondbacks. We keep talking about hang in there, hang in there. You got to hang in there. This is a big you got to hang in there stretch against these 10 games.
I'll take it a step further. I think that we all would have said, listen, if you could play 500 baseball against this juggernaut of teams you're playing, you'll be in good shape. Well, guess what they've done? They played 500 baseball against 2 playoff teams. Like, the Dodgers won the World Series and the Tigers lost a 7-game series to Seattle last year to go to the ALCS. So, like, that's your 500 against those teams. 3 at home, 3 on the road. If that trend continues, That's a good trend, especially now you have to beat up on Colorado. You got to beat up on the Pirates. You got to beat up on some of the bad baseball teams. I get it. But to be 500 against the teams that are good teams that have been in the playoffs, that's a good spot to be in.
Yeah, for what it's worth, you have another stretch very similar to this at the end of April where they've got 2 against the Padres, 3 against the Brewers, 3 against the Cubs, another 3 against the Pirates, another 3 against the Mets. That's another, 15 games, 16 games, where it's, again, the same thing. Nothing but National League, nothing but teams that are expected to be pretty good in the National League, and that'll be another very important stretch for the Diamondbacks in that regard. Today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. No changes for the Diamondbacks when it comes to the injuries. Pavin Smith on the IL. There's been no real new update on Lourdes Gurriel Jr. I think at the earliest we wouldn't expect him back until the end of April is what they've said. I will tell you that the lineup for tonight, and some fans might be disappointed in this, Jose Fernandez is not in tonight's lineup. Lauren giving the big thumbs down on the other side of the glass.
And Marino's catching. McCann's got great numbers against Lopez, too. 7 for 16 against them, 438 batting average. He's not in the lineup.
Ketel Marte is batting second, playing second. Corbin Carroll getting the designated hitter duties tonight. He's batting second. Perdomo at short, batting third. Gabby at catcher, batting fourth. Thomas is back in center, and he's hitting fifth against the righty. Arenado hitting sixth at third. Santana hitting seventh at first. Lawler is in left, batting eighth. Jorge Barrosa is in right, batting ninth. And Nelson getting the start at pitcher tonight. So Barrosa getting a little right field
Barrosa.
run. Barrosa was fun when we had him on the show, right?
Yeah, they think he's their best outfielder. Overall.
That's saying something considering what they have.
They really like him defensively.
So Corbin Carroll gets off his feet a little bit, but his bat is still very much prominently featured in tonight's lineup. Your MLB standings, they're brought to you by Liberty GMC, where the deals are a home run and nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. Starting the day today, the Diamondbacks have the second best record in the National League West. The Dodgers are first with their 4-2 record. I know it's early. Dodgers are first at 4-2. D-backs are 3-3, and then everybody else in the division so far is 2-4. The Giants, the Rockies, and the Padres. A quick glance around the National League. The Milwaukee Brewers are 5-1 to lead the Central.
Go ahead, say how.
How?
How are the Brewers 5-1?
I'm asking you. I thought you knew.
No, I
how.
like the Brewers. I think you're always questioning how are they good?
They've outscored teams by 28 runs so far in the first 6 games. They're good. They're always good. It's annoying. The Cardinals are 4-2. The Marlins out east are 5-1, and the Atlanta Braves are second in that division with a 4-2 record. How are your Yankees doing so far? I hadn't even.
Pretty good.
5-1.
Pretty good. Yeah.
5-1.
And the Red Sox stink, so we're in a good spot right there. Yankees are good, and the Red Sox suck.
Those are your MLB standings, brought to you by Liberty GMC. As far as tonight's game goes, Gambo's got a key to tonight's game for you.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
D-backs keys to the game. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
And I got a kick out of this. I almost couldn't believe it. In each of the previous 3 seasons, the Atlanta Braves have faced a multi-run deficit in the 7th inning or later at Chase Field and rallied to win.
Okay.
No other visiting team in baseball has ever done it twice. Have 2 such wins like that. 3 times in previous 3 years they've been down. 7th, 8th, 9th inning came back to win. Last year the Braves were down 6-2 entering the 7th. It was on April 26th. They won the game 8-7 in extra innings. Michael Harris had a go-ahead 2-run double with 2 outs and 2 strikes in the 8th to take the lead, and they won it in 10. Go back the year before, Atlanta's down 3-1 entering the top of the 9th, and Sean Murphy drives a 2-out, 2-run home run to tie the score. The Braves go on to win the game 5-4 in 11 innings. Let's take it a step further. A year before, 2023, the Braves enter the game in the 7th inning. June 4th, 2023, they're down 5-3 before